This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 794. Even if it is not a real Titan, the hardness and firepower of the Rhino mech are enough to crush the Hydra soldiers in the fortress. Boom! In the chaos, a rocket hit the chest of a Rhino mech, which is theoretically the weakest point of this mech. The smoke and dust dissipated, and even the high-strength chrony titanium alloy was blown out with a small hole. And the warhead of the anti-tank rocket penetrated the external armor from here. Even for chrony titanium, it is still a luxury to resist anti-tank rocket launchers head-on. Even the Machinal legend uses an electromagnetic locking system to weaken and deflect the power of the explosion. In the chaos, the Hydra soldier who fired the rocket launcher was completely frozen in place. This mech killed more than a dozen people with machine guns within his sight. And some who were hiding behind the bunker and couldn't move their legs were directly trampled into meat paste. The reason for firing this rocket was not because of the Hydra soldier's strong combat capability, but because there were too many Hydras in the fortress, and there would always be one or two leaks. But after firing this rocket, the Hydra soldiers didn't know what to do, because through the hole that was less than half a fist, he actually saw that the driver inside had been burned by the flames and stabbed by fragments. His body was black and smelled burnt. But the mecha did not stop moving. The pilot in the mecha felt piercing pain all over his body, and every nerve became burnt under the high temperature, leaving only the pain to be transmitted to the brain. But the mecha did not stop moving. TT-0034, pilot, you are in a very bad condition. Pilot 0034, Protocol 2, stick to the mission. Under the horrified eyes of the Hydra soldiers, the huge mech charged again, and every step on the ground splashed debris and flames. The quota of pilots responsible for solving the Sokovia military base is only 66, which means that each pilot must complete their tactical tasks as perfectly as possible or even exceed the quota. Otherwise, the chance of success will be greatly reduced. And the mission of Pilot 0034 is to destroy the electromagnetic cannon that may threaten the aerospace fortress. The mech ruthlessly collided with the Hydra electromagnetic anti-aircraft cannon that was about to be activated. The already charged cannon was destroyed by the huge force, and a violent blue electromagnetic light burst out. Boom! The flames dissipated, and the pilot looked up at the aerospace fortress in the sky. Subsequent compatriots will continue to airdrop to ensure that there will be no survivors in the military base, and any threats will be eliminated in this round of battle. The electromagnetic pulse interfered with the operation of the mech through the broken loophole, and he was almost at his limit. He watched the sky fortress in the sky safely complete the airdrop, safely leave this place, and rush to the second battlefield. The battlefield noise in his ears became meaningless. It seemed that he could no longer return to his hometown. Pilot 0034, mission accomplished. The Titan core in the mecha completed 2 protocols within a day, or even within an hour. The AI will iteratively learn according to the operating conditions of the surroundings, and its own design original intention. As the core of the Titan, it always pays attention to the psychology of the pilot. At this last moment, the psychological state of Pilot 0034 was extremely complicated. The neural prosthesis connected to the brain-computer interface completely blocked the feedback of the body that had fallen into collapse. Only the brain was left, still thinking. This kind of thinking was calm and intense, complex and simple. Apart from the stimulation of the body and the feedback of the brain, only the reflection of one's life and the regret for the future were left. At this time, the psychological state of people became very complicated. TT-0034, Protocol 3, protect the pilot. The core of TT-0034 recorded the psychological activities of the pilot who was about to die, and quickly followed him to browse his life. Jack, another pilot, is killed. Jack, the core is functioning normally, but I don't know if this technology is really useful, and it is humane. Lear, all pilots agree to this plan, and this is humane. Lear, prepare for the second landing. The Red House's fortress is 400 meters high, and the longest part is nearly 250 meters long. Obviously, it doesn't need such a large volume just to cultivate human spies, and the original floating engine of the Red House can't support such a large-scale air command center to travel long distances at high altitudes. But the aerospace engine of the Roxxon Group can, or the aerospace engine made by Tony Stark can. This huge air fortress can be regarded as an Air Force base. Thanks to Dryakov's vanity and Natasha's intelligence work, this huge fortress is now Latvian. The pilots repeatedly cleaned the interior of the fortress, and airdrops were also carried out simultaneously. And the fortress immediately flew to 2 other neighboring countries under Lear's control. Logically speaking, even if the Black Widows in the fortress are slightly inferior to their sisters, who are on missions and have experienced many battles, they are still unconventionally trained agents. However, even under such great pressure, the pilots, who are far less in number than the Black Widows, can easily cut melons and chop vegetables. The battle in the fortress became more and more deserted. But the war did not go out. Natasha was shocked to see the flaming fortress crossing the border of Sokovia and heading straight for the next country. Your Majesty, with all due respect, this does not seem to be heading towards Latveria. Lil glanced at Natasha. This woman is very efficient, relying on her understanding of the Red House. She persuaded some Black Widows, whose brainwashing had not yet reached their hearts, to surrender. But what is more useful is that she almost helped the pilots clear all possible hidden facilities. Natasha was questioning Leel's decision. But Leel allowed her to question. We have to take Santaka and Polmak. But Your Majesty, the enemy army. We take Santaka and Polmak, and then crush the enemy army. Troops without logistics are just rootless duckweed. If we fight with them on the front line, it will be a dead end. Natasha opened her mouth. Leel's ideas were much more mature than hers. It was just that she thought this would be a difficult and outstanding resistance war. How could the offensive and defensive situation change in an instant? The horizon slowly unfolded, and Santaka and Polmak were in the distance as far as the eye could see. Thanks to Hydra's combat plan, this floating fortress recorded in detail the Hydra military bases located in these 2 countries. Natasha realized that from the beginning of the invasion, Leel's combat plan was carried out simultaneously. The super soldiers cleared the aerospace fortress at the same time, and Leel transformed the Rhino mecha at the same time, airdrop soldiers, and continued to fight. The fortress also locked the next direction at the beginning, if there is a choice. Of course, it is much safer to enter the next step after each plan is executed. This kind of plan, this kind of combat scene that is super high pressure even in the eyes of Black Widow. If there is a slight problem with the execution of the soldiers, it may be a complete loss. The combat capabilities of these super soldiers are far stronger than Natasha imagined. Are they the original security of Atlas? How did they come here? Leel glanced at him and moved his eyes to the tactical panel on the console. They are stronger. They are people who will be homeless if they fail. The airdrop will start in 5 minutes. Iron Pilot. Happy hunting. As the aerospace fortress arrived at the second location, the Iron Pilot drove the mecha down from the air. At the same time, Leel also repaired the large communication antenna of the aerospace fortress. This is Latveria. I am Lil Lee. I have taken control of the Eastern Alliance's Sky Fortress. The thief Baron Strucker has been killed. There is a hidden military base in Sokovia. I don't know who it belongs to, but Latveria is responsible for the attack. I repeat, Latveria is responsible for the ongoing battle. Chapter 795. Based on the military strength comparison between the 2 sides, I think the only difficulty for the Eastern Entente is how to cross the mountainous area on the Latverian border. Perhaps in the end they will spend much more time on the road than in battle. After all, even though these countries are relatively poor, the intensity of fighting in the region has always been high. The emergence of the Eastern Entente may be an important opportunity for the region to move towards harmony. The rebellion in Latveria and the arrival of Dr. Doom have aroused their sense of crisis. Baron Strucker, the spokesman for the Eastern Entente, said a few hours ago that they need enough living space and enough strategic buffer zones to prevent the EU from posing a threat to them. According to well-known military scholars said that considering the distance between the frontline base and Latveria, if a war really breaks out, the Eastern Entente may only need 2 hours and 23 minutes to end the battle after crossing the border. The latest news is that Sokovia was attacked and the local Baron Fortress has been captured. Satellites show that a huge aerospace fortress is moving towards Santaka and Polmak. The aerospace fortress is deploying some kind of giant armored soldiers. Breaking news. At 8:44 local time, Sokovia was attacked by a huge aerospace fortress. A large number of mecha soldiers were airdropped and fierce exchanges of fire broke out. Baron Stark of the Eastern Entente has been killed. Dr. Doom Lee expressed his concern about the battle in Sokovia. Responsible. They launched the attack. At 9:12 local time, Santaka was also attacked. At 9:50 local time, Polmak discovered the aerospace fortress. Polmak was captured. From the launch of the attack to the end of the battle, from 8:30 to 10:22, a total of 1 hour and 28 minutes passed. and the 3 frontline bases of the Eastern Entente were all defeated. And if we start from the announcement of the establishment of the Eastern Entente to their outrageous remarks about the existence of Lille, then this moment is exactly the 7th day. The world has changed dramatically in just a few days. Everyone is worried that the relationship between the Eastern Entente, Latvia and the European Union will further deteriorate into war. But at the end of this week, the Eastern Entente around Latvia, all 3 bridgeheads have fallen. Not only that, Lille showed the world the perspective of the aerospace fortress without any concealment. This huge aerospace command center is like a burning hellfire fortress, and its shadow is shrouded in the ruins of the dilapidated base. Politicians and military commanders from various countries are in great shock. The aerospace mothership tore the Berry country apart, drove the elected president Ellis underground, and made Lille of the Atlas group flee the Berry country in a hurry and run to a tiny country to establish himself as king. No matter what the facts are, the reality is that the minions and partners of the Roxanne group all over the world have become the few controllers of communications in this era. In order to restore stability in the Berry country, and to allow their own order to spread to the world through a symbol, they can manipulate the facts at will. But now, less than a week after the Eastern Entente military organization was established, this rogue military organization that threatened to make Latveria disappear and become their strategic buffer zone suffered a tragic defeat. Latveria has an air and space fortress, and a terrifying combat capability to crush these Eastern military powers. Communication antennas allow information to be transmitted to every part of Europe, and the few free media and European media were able to know the results of the battle in the first place. Latveria turned around and blitzed these 3 countries. Such an exaggerated thing completely confused the enemy. The situation was broken, and Dario of the Roxanne group was so angry that he almost turned into a non-human. The UN Security Council even forgot to speak. Now Lille also has an aerospace fortress, and they took the initiative to send it over. Alexander Pierce, the man with the highest status in Hydra, controls the UN Security Council and SHIELD, and provides the most aerospace carriers and Quinjet fighters for the split of the Berry country. In fact, he suppressed the other half of the Berry country. Although this man has a slight advantage because of the war situation at this moment, he is secretly happy in his heart when he thinks of Dario's current appearance. He is secretly happy. Let you scold us every day for not doing things well, and you go find an Eastern European organization yourself. What's the result? As a result, your hometown was raided. What's worse is that according to a small number of combat records that were sent back, most of the soldiers on the front line were frightened by the floating fortresses and those super soldiers. Hydra is indeed large in scale, and there are many professional soldiers. But there are not many real Hydras. They control politicians, companies and countries through conspiracies and tricks, sometimes hiring large numbers of soldiers with pure money, and sometimes kidnapping soldiers with national morality. But now, most of the soldiers of the Eastern Entente are frightened. If the competition between Atlas and Roxanne is like a boxing match, then Atlas has definitely taken several heavy punches in a defensive posture. Now, this is a very powerful counterattack, which not only hurts Roxanne again, but also gives others hope of winning. The Air and Space Command is not only owned by Roxanne, but also by Lille. Moreover, several air and space units on Roxanne's side have been shot down, and an air and space fortress suspected to be of the same technology has been seized. The same technology and the same equipment ultimately depend on who is using it. But everything in the outside world is unknown to the Eastern Allied 1st Assault Division that is crossing mountains and ridges. Lille cut off the communication at the first moment of the invasion, causing these soldiers to receive false command information all the time. When this armored unit crossed mountains and ridges, crossed muddy swamps, dense forests, and finally entered the plains of Latveria, they just felt that it was finally over. Fuck. No wonder there has been no news about this place all the time. Only idiots come here. The commander of the troops looked at the plains without any appreciation. All he could think about was completing the mission, getting the money and venting his anger locally. He picked up the walkie-talkie and started to contact the headquarters. The noise in the communication channel lasted for a long time, and he waited very patiently. This is the norm during this period. Communications in all places will be out of order. Major, hey! This is the 1st Assault Division. We have entered the Latvian plain. Headquarters, hey! Can you see the capital? Major, what capital? Oh! There is indeed. How can there be so many reinforced concrete and reinforced concrete houses here? Headquarters, because they are very hard working. Report the coordinates. Major, what else are you talking about? Coordinates. Headquarters, got it. You stay where you are. Major, stationed? Shouldn't we just attack? I feel like they know we're coming. We can see a group of people with guns patrolling on horseback. Major, headquarters? Forget it. I guess we can set up artillery positions first. Boss! Boss! The commander frowned as he heard his subordinates' voices. What are you shouting? Boss! The scout ran over in fear, stuttering as he shouted, Heaven! 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 The commander was getting angry when he saw his soldiers looking so bad. But before he could get angry, a shadow covered him. He thought it was a large cloud. But he suddenly remembered the soldier's appearance. So he raised his head. He saw above his head some kind of huge man-made object, with engines spewing flames and airflow, covering the sky or covering his sky and sun. There were black spots in the sky that kept getting bigger and bigger, smashing towards the position like a meteor. Oh my god! We're done. Chapter 796 Reincarnation. This is incredible. This is a miracle in the world's military history. The miracle was accomplished by a group of super soldiers of unknown origin. We can see that these super soldiers have all the qualities that super soldiers should have. Rapid and flexible mobility. Persistent and focused execution. Precise and fearless combat capabilities. We can clearly see that the equipment they use has many shadows of what the Atlas group has used. Look at this, Spider Silk. Spider Silk combined with motors becomes a three-dimensional mobile equipment that can assist soldiers to lift at any height and plane. At the same time, there are auxiliary mobility facilities similar to thrusters on their waists. According to the blurred pictures, this thruster can provide at least 70 kilograms of thrust. And the short-term pulse energy efficiency ratio is surprisingly high. With the arms and feet, with the magnetic equipment on them, they can walk on almost any vertical surface as if it were flat ground, and can freely shuttle through complex three-dimensional terrain. No army will be the opponent of this special soldier. And in the flat ground stage, it seems that Mr. Lee, or the king, has already had this idea. When combined with this huge metal behemoth, their suppression power on the flat ground is also terrifying. If there is not enough firepower support in the sky, or if these soldiers fight in cities with complex terrain, they have almost no opponents. But now we know that Latvia has captured an aerospace fortress, and they may really have no opponents, unless we have the same soldiers. In the European Parliament, a general was holding a memorandum document in his hand, showing the members their military estimates of the Latvian Special Forces. After that, he looked at the rest of the video with emotion, which was mainly about Latvia's standard firearms. Finally, the most common thing, a special firearm that seems to be based on the AK series, with great power, and they seem to have developed a lot of functional modules, so that the firearms can be improved according to different situations and the habits of soldiers. With so many advanced equipment, this is no longer the so-called primitive army. But most importantly, everyone, in my many years of military career, I have never seen such a crazy military action. As I said, the quality of these soldiers is too terrible. From Latvia to Sokovia, they used a kind of enhanced horse. That is, they used enhanced horses, crossed mountains and ridges for several days, and finally launched an attack without stopping, and maintained a super high combat capability. Even without these equipment, these people would be super soldiers. The parliament was silent. The military and politics are inseparable. Normal politicians need to know roughly where the limits of soldiers are. The current situation is not normal. So someone immediately mentioned, could it be bioenhancement technology? I don't know. The general shrugged. We only know that the Atlas Group does have a lot of advanced prosthetic technology. But can these prosthetic technologies provide such powerful combat capabilities? I don't know. But my consultant found some clues in some papers and technical guidelines that Atlas had published. A large number of neural enhancement components may not bring excessive strength. On the contrary, the neural disorders caused by mental fatigue are very likely to be enhanced by neural implants, increasing the possibility of mental illness. We found this effect in prosthetic implants using Cybertech and Osborne Group, when the prosthetic implant recipients mentally and willfully reject the prosthetic or reject what they are doing. When the prosthetic implant recipients are in extreme fatigue and other negative emotions, the probability of mental illness increases exponentially. Internally, we call this complex mental illness cyberpsychosis. It seems that they first had this spirit before they could exert the power of these equipment. The parliament followed the general to flip through the documents in his hand. After a long time, another member asked, "Can our soldiers have such a spirit?" Hearing this, the general laughed, "Ha ha. This sounds like asking, can I install a V8 engine on my car? Modification may be legal or illegal. The car's own structure is not enough. The car can be modified. If you ask whether a person can have a strong spirit, the answer is maybe. Maybe not. There are still members who are not willing to give up. I need you to answer us directly." General, can our soldiers do it? The general put away his smile. "You should ask the king of Latveria directly. This is a new way of fighting." Speaker Schultz watched the entire parliament in silence, with complicated thoughts in his mind. Yes, they might as well ask the king of Latveria directly. The silence did not last long, and soon the parliament transitioned to the next topic. A member of parliament said, "Then let's change the topic. Latveria defeated the armies of Sokovia, Santaka and Polmak. Our reconnaissance aircraft observed that they are controlling these areas. No matter how strong these soldiers are, considering the population of Latveria, they can't support such a long battle, nor can they support a complete industrial system. Ah, the mountains are calling. The rivers are flowing. This land is our home. The tears that have been shed have covered the countryside, and the blood that has been shed will eventually protect the homeland. Sing for tomorrow. Sing for hometown. In the capital of Latveria, the moon's light is hidden behind the thin dark clouds and appears from time to time. The huge floating fortress is like a castle hanging in the mountains. Under the mountains, there are Latvian people singing and dancing. The crisis has passed, and now it is time to celebrate the victory. The exhausted pilots lie in the repair chamber for maintenance and treatment. Outside the window is the voice of their compatriots. They sleep particularly well tonight. The voices are mixed with applause, drum beats and laughter. Some people also present wreaths to the mechas crawling in the fields. Some people have lost their friends, families, and loved ones in more than a month of continuous fighting. Seeing such a laughing scene, they can't help but shed tears. Johnny, I used to dream of such scenes, but they never came true. Johnny appeared at the broken wall of the fortress, looking down silently. At this moment, his mood was extremely calm, and there was a relieved smile on the corners of his mouth. To a certain extent, the people of Latvia are simple and honest, and they are refugees from the ravines. Johnny used to be a street kid, and he also came into contact with refugees from Night City, wanderers. However, it was basically the trend of the times for urban people to discriminate against rural people. This trend of thought changed only when the wanderers and he attacked the Arasaka Tower together. He would have collapsed long ago if he had to run from Night City to the Badlands, where he had nothing, to fight a war of self-defense, and to help those who might not even be able to use modern technology properly. After all, Johnny was not shy about his harshness and knew it clearly, no matter how much he said that there were still good people among the wanderers. When it came to the real thing, he would still shoot a map cannon. This was not an isolated case. Everyone did it. The more hypocritical people said that they would fight for the interests of the miserable wanderers. They would stay away from the dusty migrant workers in reality, and they would do nothing except take it for granted when they came into contact with them. Not to mention that they had to sacrifice their lives. These people were very smart. Johnny, sometimes I feel that you have picked up the good side of everyone. Lil stood in front of the central control computer of the fortress, sorting out the cables. Yeah. I'm just lucky. Not to mention people. Even the ghosts of rock stars express their admiration for me every day. I've changed from a pervert who wants to find a woman every day to a court poet and thinker. Johnny, screw you. I still want to find a woman. Johnny, what have you been tinkering with? Tinkering with my own soul killer. Chapter 797 Reincarnation. King, one of you will definitely die. King, maybe you will die from stray bullets, heavy firepower, or your own mistakes, accidents, or even just too tired. The high-load battle will cause nerve degeneration and damage. King, your life may end here, and it will end in the battle in a few days. King, but you are sacrificing for something meaningful. I assure you of this. King, and, if you are willing, I will use a special technology to turn your consciousness, experience into data, and restart it if possible. King, in a new body. In the virtual world, Pilot 0034 saw Lear and heard Lear's voice in his ears. In his memory, he died in the Sokovia airborne battle. His thin armor was penetrated by anti-tank weapons, and he was baked to death by high temperature. His memory stayed at the last moment before his death, which was also the moment when his emotions were the strongest. It is one of the basic ideas of the soul killer design. Since mastering the negative energy, Leo has a far greater sensitivity to human emotional changes than the soul killer. And by digitizing his own consciousness, he has the best digital information perception ability. If Ultra, as a human, can create a soul killer, then Leo is fully capable of making an emotion capture program that is stronger than the soul killer. In front of Leo, a total of 47 cabins flashed fluorescent light, and the core of the cabin was the core of the Titan that these pilots had driven before. The body in the cabin was Atlas's second-generation full-body prosthesis, an artificial neural network composed of basic neural implants, tissues, organs, muscles, and bones cultivated by lizard serum, and the remaining functional parts composed of bionic machinery. 47 cabins, 47 wisdom cores flowing with cross-dimensional energy. At this moment, the energy network rebuilt through the fortress gathered together, connecting the two worlds again. The green light slowly rose from the base of the floating fortress communication tower, climbing up the tower layer by layer, climbing towards the top of the tower like a spraying water wave. This scene was slow and gentle, and all the Latvians who were celebrating and remembering saw this scene. The faint green light was extremely dazzling in the night. As their eyes moved upward, this soft beam of light suddenly shot out of the top of the tower, exploded suddenly in the air, and disappeared. When the green light exploded, everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. They seemed to have seen something wonderful, but they couldn't remember anything. After the green energy ball shot into the void, silver-white light spots began to fall in the air. Although people forgot the light, they actually saw these white light spots falling from the sky, with a warm glow, like burning stardust slowly falling, scattered in the wind, and gently sprinkled on the earth. King, but I am a king, not a god. Technically speaking, this new consciousness body engraved will also be slightly different from your original consciousness. King, you may forget the details of your past with your family. Forget the beautiful scenery you saw when you got up early one morning. And even forget some important things. King, I won't lie to you and tell you that you will be resurrected in a new body, because it is difficult to explain that you were reborn, and the body that stands up again will be you. King, I can only guarantee that your experience, will and love for this country, family, friends and loved ones will continue to protect the world under this flag in the endless years to come. In the future when this flag can still be stretched. King, you can choose to join this plan. But I also respect your idea of wanting to rest in peace. King, the blood you shed has protected your homeland. The last sentence echoed in the mind of Pilot 0034. And he opened his eyes. A total of 47 bodies opened their eyes, just in time to see the beautiful scene of starlight falling. Welcome back, Pilot. Innovative technology, Pilot reincarnation. Bonus technology points, 30,000. Current technology points, 85,000. In the world of Titanfall, information technology is very advanced. So advanced that intellectual AI can be seen everywhere, and humans often transform into pure mechanical forms. For example, the top hunter Ash who Jack killed in the factory. Ash was once a human, and after experiencing many things, her consciousness was digitized and became the top hunter today. In a world with a powerful military-industrial complex, any advanced technology will be used in the military. So top combat units, like the pilots, also have afterlife services. IMC has designed a technology called Pilot Reincarnation, which will focus on using information technology to record the pilot's combat experience, and combat perception, and remove other parts of their consciousness, and transfer these data containing only combat instincts into a new body. In this way, the new body will be born with super combat skills and instincts, and without any other memories, just like a blank sheet of paper. A blank sheet of paper with super combat power. A natural killing machine. With the increase of the number of reincarnations, the reincarnated pilot will theoretically become more powerful. But is it humane to create a natural killing machine? It is difficult to determine this issue. After all, no matter in which world, the intellectual property rights of the living may not be in their hands, let alone the dead. The morality that no one protects naturally does not need to discuss whether it is humane or not. But the IMC has this technology. The rebels do not. Or it is not mature enough to be put into large-scale use. Besides, creating a natural killing machine, such a thing has moral and ethical issues that they need to overcome. But for Lear, He has the possibility of perfecting the defects of this technology. With the help of cross-dimensional information technology, Lear and Jack improve this technology together, ensuring as much as possible that the reincarnated pilot is not only a blank killing machine, but also a person who inherits the emotions and memories of the previous pilot to a certain extent. We won. The reincarnated pilot sat on the edge of the fortress, looking at his home from a distance. Leal did not let them return to society immediately. After all, they still needed some time to adapt to their reincarnation and initially have a clear understanding and positioning of their existence. As for Jack in another world, Jack, you really let them retain a lot of humanity. Jack, this technology is really complicated, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of social relations. Jack, but if this technology can be extended to the resistance one day in the future, I am willing to contribute my data after my death. Leal did not say anything, but he remembered that there was also a saying, Jack himself is a reincarnated pilot, so he has the combat power of the protagonist. It seems that IMC's elimination of souls is not so complete. As for whether souls exist, Leal feels that when using interdimensional information transmission to assist in the activation of these pilots, there are still many energy changes that he cannot explain. Maybe there really is. Maybe some of the souls of these fallen pilots really remain in their new bodies, staying here and continuing to protect their homes. Leal stood on the deck of the fortress, looking at the sky, and whispered, "We will fight back. No matter if it is the Eastern Pact, Roxxon, Hydra, Militech, or Arasaka. One day in the future, we will take over the whole world. Johnny, if the media took a picture of your words, it would be a complete villain's declaration. Where am I not a villain in the mainstream world? Johnny, what about after taking over the world? I don't know, but you can go find your favorite girl on the edge of the deck." Johnny laughed out loud. "Johnny, you can too. Don't talk like you don't need it." "Yes, I can too. So let's keep moving forward." Chapter 798 Further Cooperation. Bang! As the sun rises, prefabricated building parts are smashed into the pit by workers wearing exoskeletons. The dawn in Latveria is much more lively than most cities in the world. After solving the problem of the Eastern Entente, Leal, like his country, began a new round of work. First of all, there is no doubt that greetings come from European allies. Speaker Schultz, good morning. King. Here, on behalf of the European Union, I congratulate you on your victory. Speaker Schultz, if I may, I would like to discuss with you some of the situations that occurred in the war. In the holographic projector, Schultz's state looks a little more tense than before, or a little more formal. It's not that he lacked respect for Leal before, but that the speaker's state was obviously more relaxed every time he met with Leal, and his words were more about expressing various degrees of concern. It's different now. Now Latvia, the most backward country in the world, and even a country that can hardly be called a modern country, has changed its face. Although the population is only more than 500,000 and the territory is only 100,000 square kilometers, they have seized the floating fortress from the Eastern Entente and seized a large number of war mechas. And maybe there are planes inside. If it were a general rebel or a backward country that seized a plane, Schultz would only shake his head and comment, "Do these primitive people know how to use the plane? Don't be killed by the plane engine." Latveria is different. The AK-47 has been upgraded, and the civilian supplies aided by the European Union have become high-end prostheses, exoskeletons, and combat equipment. It has only been a short time, and Leal has pulled out a world-class special forces. This is also the reason why Schultz became formal. Latveria is no longer a poor country that has just been liberated from the backward Middle Ages. The conflict between the Eastern Entente and Latveria is mainly between several small countries, including the occupied Sokovia. These countries received military assistance from other larger countries, while Latveria received humanitarian assistance. If the Eastern Entente wins this war, or the three Sokovians are slightly defeated and need time to advance, this will be a good thing for the Eastern Entente and their sponsors. The problem is that the three Sokovians were not slightly defeated, but were completely disarmed. In the entire Eastern European region, it is difficult to find a country that is more oppressive than Latveria. In addition, Atlas, represented by Leal, and the technology in his hands. This country is just sparsely populated, which does not mean that they are still soft persimmons that can be squeezed. Schultz's request is simple. They need the military technology in Leal's hands, and if possible, they also need aerospace fortresses. Leal, I can tell you how these pilots are trained. And I can even export equipment to you. Leal, but I suggest that you better take a look at their training standards first. Schultz, what do you mean? Leal, this kind of training will kill people. Even if it is only the first stage of virtual training. Schultz was stunned, not quite understanding how virtual training can kill people. Lear, virtual training will simulate the stimulation of the nervous system 100%. If your nervous system declares your death during training, you will die. Schultz, can't it be organized through technical means? For example, stop the stimulation at the last moment? Lear, then, there is no point in training. Even if you use the method of weakening the sense to train, the unqualified pilots will die in the subsequent actual combat. Lear, ordinary people cannot withstand the high-intensity pulling force of three-dimensional mobile equipment, so they need to enhance prostheses and exoskeletons. Lear, in order to get the most sensitive feedback in high-speed combat, they need better neural implants to penetrate deep into the brain. Lear, if you can't even pass the virtual training, it is only a matter of time before you die in such a battle. Lear, the most powerful weapon requires the most powerful will to control it. Schultz's mind flashed the files that the Atlas Group had uploaded to the public network. That is, the report on cyberpsychosis. Touching his chin, he began to sigh in his heart. They can't risk letting a large group of soldiers go crazy during training. Schultz looked at Lear deeply. Schultz, how does Latveria deal with this problem? Lear, Latveria didn't deal with this problem. And we have bigger problems to solve. Schultz, well, is it possible to reduce the intensity so that ordinary soldiers can be trained? And the weakened versions of the guns and other equipment you use? Lear, Mr. Speaker, there are indeed some weakened military supplies that can be sold. But I suggest that you better learn more about your military procurement. Not all equipment is so rare, such as the weakened version of the three-dimensional mobile equipment, which is nothing more than a grappling hook and a recycling sorrel can sell. But he doesn't think these things will have any essential improvement on the current European army. Schultz, well, very sincere advice. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. Schultz, there is one more thing. You may be willing to join. Leal shook his head. Leal, impossible. We will take the normal trade route. Schultz shrugged lightly. He had expected this result. Latveria did not ask for asylum at its weakest and most critical moment. Now ask them if they want to join? It's meaningless. As for the population support transaction proposed by some members of the parliament, he also secretly ignored this proposal and did not speak again. It's really strange. Why does he feel that the European Union is climbing up to this small country? Cooperation with the European Union is very simple. Schultz will continue to allocate a large amount of civilian materials from Europe to support Latveria's construction, food, raw materials, a large number of semi-finished products, and not too complicated finished products, etc. The difference from before is that this time Latveria will start exporting products to the European Union. The first batch of exported technologies includes virtual training products suitable for ordinary military use, a small number of high-end neural implants, and a series of prosthetic medical standards and knowledge that Atlas will not be able to export to Europe in time. At the same time, Latvia will provide Europe with a part of the network repair business experimentally, including infrastructure services. In the end, when the draft of this cooperation project was negotiated, Schultz was surprised. It looks like they are exporting products with low technological content in Europe in exchange for high-end products from a more backward country? This idea just appeared in Schultz's mind, and he immediately thought of other things. This first batch of exports is not much, and most of them are services and software, because Latvia's industrial capacity is obviously still very backward. If they become stronger, their European Union may not be so important to Latvia. Suddenly, the idea that he had just thrown away came back to his mind again. Population factors are an important reason restricting Latvia's development. What else is restricting Latveria's development? Or in other words, how can they strangle Latveria at the right time? While thinking about these questions, Schultz concluded the conversation. Schultz, so although this is a little different from what I imagined at the beginning, I think this is a successful meeting. Schultz, congratulations to you and your country again. Your Majesty. Schultz, may God bless you. Leal, we also thank you for your help. Squeak. The communication is closed. Johnny appears in front of the window. Johnny, I have never talked to such a powerful person face to face. But I think this guy must not be convinced. Johnny, a group of primitive people shared the secrets of prosthetic technology with them in the village. You are now a big treasure. Johnny, I think he will go back to discuss with his colleagues how to move the shovel. Johnny, why did you agree to give them so many good things? The emotional kindness of individual humans will be infinitely diluted in collective activities. In this level of communication, no kindness is without reason. Leo rode a steel-bound warhorse in the fields. Facing Schultz's change of attitude, he did not have too much emotion, but just communicated normally according to Johnny's words. But anyway, the materials provided by the European Union before helped a lot. Just looking at the results, they are indeed good allies. Johnny, if someone else said this to me, I would call him an idiot. But you make sense. Thinking of taking all the benefits and not leaving any to others. Maybe it's really a bastard behavior. It's really not very smart. After the voice fell, the warhorse under his crotch stopped moving, and Leo looked at the floating fortress parked in the mountains. This scarred fortress does not need to be suspended in the sky all the time, but the communication array on it is very useful. Through a small number of communication base station amplification, the signal can cover the other 3 occupied countries, in addition to land and potential labor force. Hydra's military base is also very valuable. Chapter 799 Dirty Secret Base. Of the first batch of 344 pilots in Latveria, 47 died and were reborn as new pilots. But in addition, a total of 30 simply survived. The physical trauma and nerve damage they suffered in the battle had already made them go through the gates of hell, either leaving them with sequelae that seriously affected their combat capabilities and even their mobility, or they could no longer load high-intensity prostheses and had to withdraw from the front line and return to other parts of society. There are also some pilots who were seriously injured in the battle and could not fight again after rest and rehabilitation training. But that would take some time. In other words, the actual death rate of the first batch of pilots has slightly exceeded 1/5. And if the injuries in the battle are taken into account, the casualty rate has actually exceeded 50%. The existence of the pilot itself is 1 in a million. And it will take time for Latveria's 500,000 people to train more truly qualified pilots. The task of occupying the 3 countries fell on the shoulders of ordinary soldiers. A small number of rotating pilots cooperated with ordinary soldiers. The capitals of the 3 countries had been occupied. As for the local people, they were at a loss. But their reaction was small. After all, their previous situation with Latveria was not much better. War, power transition, and government rotation seemed to have little to do with them. What mattered was that they had to stay at home when something happened, and not be the first to be killed. The occupation was not difficult, and there was no resistance from the people. Christopher, Lear's best deputy in Latveria, the first member of the King's Guard to master advanced ideas and technologies and successfully practice them in Latveria, and also the first batch of pilots. This young man, who was about the same age as Lear, returned to the front line after only 1 day of rest. Sometimes even Lear was surprised by him. He was personally checking the Hydra base in Sokovia. There were many humans in the base. Christopher frowned, revealing an almost furious emotion in his brows. There were many humans here. Many human corpses and limbs. And even many humans and limbs that failed to be transformed. These victims are not only locals of Sokovia, but also people from Santaka, Polmak, and even Latveria. Christopher, Your Majesty, this base seems to belong to a larger organization. Christopher, Strucker conducted a lot of human experiments here. Christopher, I was sold to the Berry country from here. This military base was originally a fortress of local nobles in Sokovia, but it was renovated with mysterious assistance during World War II, and human experiments have been carried out since then. That is to say, Christopher is not the first victim sold through this military base. If you only count from World War II, it has been nearly a century. Christopher, this is one of the ports where they conduct human trafficking. Among their customers are the Roxon Group and Osborne. Because the incident happened suddenly, the Sokovia military base was breached without any defense, and the core detailed experimental data had been destroyed. But the purpose of the base, the records of goods received and sent, and their investors were all clearly written in the database. Osborne Group, Roxon Group, the leading brother of the Eastern Alliance. That is, the Eastern European chaebol and governments under the control of the Red House, and even the government of the Berry country. This is even an official secret cooperation project, right in the heart of Eastern Europe. 2 countries that are openly hostile to each other. There is a cooperative human biological laboratory project here. Just according to the recovered data, the amount of experimental equipment that has been collected and distributed in this place has exceeded 5 digits, and may even be as much as 6 digits. Leal frowned as he looked at it. His AI-like thinking scanned every detail of the document one by one at an unimaginable reading speed. And he found a very unexpected file. In the file, his visual recognition system scanned a little girl with very familiar eyebrows and eyes. The little girl was wearing worn-out Latvian handmade clothes, and was held in the arms of a skinny man. The two of them were mixed in a large number of goods, and looked like father and daughter. The little girl's facial features were highly similar to those of Maya, Lear's mother. Consignee's address, New York. Remarks: if there is loss of goods on the way, transport the experimental subjects nearby for experiments to save resources. Consignee's feedback: the cargo ship had an accident near the destination and needs to be redelivered. Sokovia Base replied, received. Arranging for redelivery. A series of digital files appeared in front of Lear. Christopher, Your Majesty. Witnessing such hell, and the truth with his own eyes, Christopher felt a suffocation in his chest. This kind of thing has been going on for nearly a century. Some people are fighting happily on the surface. But how many dirty things have the small groups done together behind the scenes? If nothing unexpected happens, people in Latveria and Sokovia will suffer the same thing in the next century. Being used as experimental subjects and commodities without knowing anything. Even animals used in experiments have experimental ethics and relevant laws to restrict their use. But these poor people don't have them. Before Leal appeared on this land, there was no such thing as human rights here. Leal, we will make these documents public and publicly identify the criminals and war criminals in them. Leal, remember to record the photos of the commanders of these military bases. If the bodies are too damaged, use some technology to restore them. Christopher, as you command. What has happened, and the people who have died can no longer be saved. But from now on, they not only have a real home, but also the power to judge criminals. After recovering his mood, Christopher adjusted his state to normal, suppressed his anger and resentment, and secretly told himself, if you don't want such a thing to happen again, if you don't want to become displaced again, resentment and other emotions are meaningless. What is meaningful is to devote all your strength to the ongoing cause. Outside the fortress, a large number of steel-boned war horses have been loaded with high-energy concentrated oil. Obviously, these things are strategic support materials provided by the Roxanne Group. Hydra was even prepared to fail to conquer Latveria in one go. But unfortunately, they were defeated in one go. Now all these resources will be transported to Latveria. Christopher, Your Majesty. The resources you need are on the way. Christopher, it is my honor to serve you. Leal, you should be proud of what you are doing. Christopher. Chapter 800 Congratulations. A new communication tower stands on the floating fortress. Although the engine of the floating fortress was damaged during the battle, it is more convenient for Latveria to repair this fortress than to build a new one. Leal is exploring the network. This world has never had the Ahara Prague protocol, and the encoding methods are relatively primitive. Long before the internet was destroyed by the battle between Leal, Zora, Jarvis and Ultron, cyberspace was a scattered building component connected in various ways. There are weak connections between different building components. There is no super huge individual. Even the world's largest supercomputer is just a larger ball when it is running. It is very primitive. It is indeed different now. When Leal used the communication array to access the network that the European Union is working hard to build, what he saw was a dilapidated cyberspace. The link symbolizing the common communication protocol has become very fragile. After maintaining communication for a random period of time, it will be disconnected. Only the communication channel that uses professional equipment for direct connection can last for a sufficient time before the communication line is disconnected. The surrounding data is as active as being attracted by the call signal and vibrating, and eventually becomes meaningless communication background noise. At this time, if the communication equipment is good, it is just an overload of current, and if it is bad, it will burn out, and the loss is very serious. It is a very strange situation. Leal can't catch the source of the damage at all. It's like a living creature on the earth suddenly died while walking on the road. When the researchers launched the study, they found that the creature just died because of too much sun, too much water, too much wind, and even too much food. But this was obviously just its normal life before. In cyberspace, Leal is reconstructing the software of the communication array, and a towering signal tower is beginning to be built. This tower uses Arasaka's technology, which replicates the method of Muramasa escaping from Night City to the Arctic. In theory, This communication array will also be able to use the EU satellite in the sky to directly contact New York before the inexplicable cyberspace virus destroys the communication. Squeak. This is an encrypted communication from the Atlas Group. If you receive this message, Lille, New York. This is Latveria. I am Lille. Lille, is there anyone else? Squeak. Is there anyone else? In the underground bunker in New York City. Martin was stunned when Lille's voice appeared in the space again. For a moment, he wondered if he wanted to hear Lille's voice too much. So he was dreaming. Snap. Martin grabbed the receiver and the intercom. Martin. Lille. This is Martin. You? Lille. Verify the digital code. Communication protocol EM3336521. Martin paused and immediately entered the code in the safe under the communication station. According to Sky, as the chief technician of Bloom, she and Lille have a communication key that only they know, which theoretically exists in their minds. However, Sky has already set off to the local hinterland. The person responsible for maintaining the underground bunker is the intelligent AI that Sky used to manage social networks. Communication code. You are? Lille was stunned for a moment. The communication code was correct and very open. But the tone was wrong. Martin obviously would not follow the latter sentence. Martin, Lille. We are here. You are the boss? I miss you so much. Boss, when will we rush out of the underground and occupy the world? Lille raised his eyebrows, feeling something was wrong. This is an AI. It is still a very active and primary AI. Lille, how is the situation? Lille ignored this AI. Martin, while you were away, I negotiated with President Barnes. I have asked Sky, Michael, Peter and Gwen to form a team. They will smuggle prosthesis and other items into the area actually controlled by Ellis. Martin, Ellis and Roxanne have completely blocked the voices inside. Only the media can be heard. I think the situation inside is not good and there is a possibility of crime. Martin, President Barnes will send Hydra tramplers for covert transportation. Just a face-to-face meeting. Lille understood what Martin meant. Obviously, he thought that the residents of the area actually controlled by President Ellis would never wear the same pants as him. Disintegrating those areas from the inside was the only strategy he could think of to restrict Roxanne's development. Simply put, it is to bring the spirit of Night City and Old New York into those urban areas, so that Roxanne, who used to do evil, can also feel the power of criminals. They used to ignore the law and rely on money to open the way. Now they are in power, and the bad effects of ignoring the law will affect them. But Lille thinks that this effect will not be very good. Why don't you talk to me? Boss. By the way, you don't seem to know me yet. No, I haven't introduced myself to you. But I haven't named myself yet. Lille, this is also okay. Is there any news from the African headquarters? Martin, the latest news shows that they are dealing with Roxanne's unmanned troops. Lille, not likely. If you don't see unmanned troops in America, it means that Roxanne can't control unmanned mechas in such a network environment. Martin, what do you think is going on? Lille, I think Africa is resisting other enemies. Sky called me a swearing robot or a bitch robot. I usually speak a little rudely, but I always hit the nail on the head. Boss. Lille, time is almost up. I will send you some design drawings. Dr. Otto and Dr. Toombs can make these things. Lille also. I have broadcasted to the world once about Roxanne and the Berry government's human laboratory crimes in Eastern Europe. But I guess the spread in the American continent still needs to be transmitted manually. Lille, wait for my next communication. Martin, got it. Boss. Lille and you, don't expose yourself on the external network. The environment is very complicated. Got it. Squeak. The ultra-long distance communication caused the entire cyberspace to vibrate like a tide. Before this wave completely burned the equipment in the communication, Lille forcefully shut down these devices. To be precise, it was to control the Faraday cage to lock and completely isolate electromagnetic interference. This wave was completely irresistible, and it was impossible to escape from the impact. The only thing to do was to escape. Everything in front of him became nothingness. And Johnny suddenly appeared beside Lille. Johnny, do you feel a sense of familiarity? Lille, indeed. A little. The indiscriminate attack that could not be avoided. Lille felt it the first time he entered the cyberspace. Only the black wall could achieve this effect. But in terms of destructive power, this strange wave is far milder than the black wall. And there is no trace of locking on the target. The network of this world has undergone very complex changes, which Lille cannot understand for the time being. But with the improvement of industrial and technological levels, Lille will always have a chance to understand. High-energy concentrated oil has been filled, and cross-border experiments are ready. Unstable energy is about to explode. This time, the same words appeared simultaneously in Lille's CPU and the system screen. But something different happened, right where the words overlapped. The system added another line of words. Congratulations. Chapter 801. The machine soul is unhappy. Ding. The same sound of metal hitting metal. Latveria is busy every day. And so is the other world. In fact, during normal times, Latveria's industry rotates 24 hours a day, and each production line is operated by 3 shifts of workers. And there is basically no real rest day for adults. There is no time to play, days, and sleep all day long. If you insist, there are indeed 4 days a month for virtual teaching. But even with such high-intensity operation, some things cannot be crossed. Adults who are born lacking in nutrition and education. After decades of running around, the physiological high intelligence people themselves are lower than the average. And the comprehensive intelligence is even more difficult to improve. Even with prosthetics and behavioral chips to assist work, there are still a lot of high-end work that cannot be carried out. Compared with the European Union's estimate of Latvia, Latveria is not short of people. But compared with Lille's expectations for this country and the world, Latveria is very short of people. Education and training will continue to advance. But Lille once conducted cross-dimensional collaborative production between workers in Night City and New York. This kind of production can theoretically fill manpower, and can also systematically reduce system errors and improve production efficiency. Coincidentally, he also needs to return to Night City. To return to Night City, he must rely on a large-scale communication array. To use a large-scale communication array, he must be monitored by the European community, and even wanted. Maybe he will fight with the European community in Europe because of the idea of returning to Night City. Johnny, you are really the craziest lunatic I have ever seen. In order to see your girlfriend, you are thinking about exposing the European community's nest in your mind. Johnny, I used to think that imagining revenge on society for these things is already a top lunatic. But now I think you are a pervert. Bang! The loud noise resounded through the sky. In the early morning of Folkestone, the sound of industrial machines running could wake up anyone who was sleeping soundly. But no one needs to be awakened. Although this border city is not rich or beautiful, it has urban planning. The loud noise is unlikely to penetrate the area of EC officials and corporate offices located further inland, and can only echo in the workers' apartments. And here, there are no lazy people. They are all hard-working EC workers. The working hours per week range from 120 to 140 hours all year round. The shift system is not a rotation of rest and work, but a rotation from heavy-duty jobs to light-duty jobs according to physiological and psychological conditions. And the salary also decreases from high to low. There is a very strange deadlock here. When your salary is very high, you must be doing heavy-duty work. Over time, you will be crushed by the heavy load and start buying medicines and medical implants. But when you start buying medicines and medical implants, your workability rating will be lowered, and you will be transferred to a lower load job, and your salary will also decrease accordingly. However, wages are decreasing, and the medicines and medical implants purchased in installments cannot be repaid. The best workers can only barely break even. But in the long run, this heavy load will only make the physical condition more miserable, and inevitably enter the next level. No money to buy medical services. Physical condition declines. Workability ratings are downgraded. Workloads are reduced. Wages are reduced. And finally quietly optimized at the bottom position. Elliot, I call it painful burning. From blooming dazzling light to having no way to shine and heat. People are exhausted like fuel. Elliot, the embers scattered beside the fire, and the wind blew them away. Muramesa, is this the reason why you can't concentrate and daydream in the middle of class? Bang! Elliot controlled the air forging hammer to hit the casting, and replied in his mind without blushing or beating his heart. Elliot, yes. I'm really tired. It's not that I don't want to learn your Fourier transform, Laplace transform, modular operation, and elliptical hole calculation. Muramesa, it's elliptic curve encryption. If you don't understand these basics, you can't handle the processing and change process of complex signals. This is what you must learn. Elliot, but aren't you AI? You can do things on the internet. If Muramasa has a perfect CPU, installed in a perfect machine body, and runs very normally, then the CPU should be overclocked now. He was very angry. Why are there such stupid humans? Johnny, ahem. Let me explain. Our average level of humans is actually not as high as his. For example, I don't know the flying leaf transform you just mentioned. Lil didn't say anything, although Johnny later words sounded stupid. Johnny was right. Although Elliot didn't understand these basic mathematical knowledge, the forging at hand, and the occasional neural metallurgy in the business, his performance is actually quite good. He can even almost reach the good level, and further to the excellent level, and he can be transferred to the ultra-fine assembly business group. This means that Elliot Industrial Foundation is actually quite solid, and his head is not full of old web porn pictures. Unfortunately, this part of the Industrial Foundation knowledge is completely at the level of arithmetic and mathematics in Muramasa's eyes. Elliot, if you work too hard, you will be thrown into the high-load work group to make consumables. As for me, I usually do some forging, and when I am in good condition, I will strive for excellent performance and do simple neural metallurgy. Elliot, this is the way to survive. If I compete with those guys for the monthly model worker, I might have died of overwork. Oh my god! Cyberpsychosis. A terrifying roar sounded, and Elliot threw the hammer in his hand and ran away. The workshop he worked in was the basic forging workshop, which belonged to a huge assembly line. The sound came from the next door. Next door. Next door is the basic steel production line. The assembly line was full of red-hot steel. Elliot, who was well versed in the regulations on production safety accidents, had long thought of what kind of accident would happen. Whoosh! Puff! Dozens of red-hot steel flew high like a long dragon, instantly sweeping off the half-open door panels that separated the two workshops, and a group of workers who ran away in fear. In Elliot's terrified eyes, the red-hot whip-like steel bars swung violently at a speed of more than 120 kilometers per hour, with sparks and arcs generated by friction with the factory walls, and swung fiercely towards his face. Carbon-based organisms, let alone carbon-based creatures. This thing would turn into two atom hammers if it was hit by an atom hammer. Hundreds of kilograms of long steel bars flew out at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. The steel bars would become soft due to the high temperature of hundreds or thousands of degrees Celsius, and produce a whip effect at the end like a braid. And the speed would increase exponentially. The kinetic energy of the flying metal steel bars could even be comparable to some small missiles. Elliot felt that time had slowed down. As for Muramasa, Lil and Johnny, they really saw every detail. Fortunately, the end of the steel bar began to break. Bang! At the end of the steel bar, the red-hot steel bar could no longer remain intact under such a huge kinetic energy. A piece of metal debris almost flew over Elliot's head and directly pierced the wall. Ha ha ha. The machine spirit is unhappy. It has to kill enough people before it can continue to work. Chapter 802 Raise the Shield. The machine soul is delighted. The crazy cyber psychopath swung the mechanical joystick on the console wildly. Those who didn't know would think he was playing an old-fashioned arcade game. The red-hot flying steel cut and smashed the partitions between the workshops at super high speed. A huge piece of steel twisted and deformed in the air, hitting the machine that was still running next to Elliot. The production line burst into huge electric sparks under the impact, and the semi-finished products waiting for forging on it also flew everywhere. The close-range collision sound made Elliot suddenly sober up. Before he had time to rejoice that he had survived the disaster, he watched the semi-finished products that were shot away jump out like a cannonball and hit a worker's head hard. The worker didn't realize what was happening at all before this huge piece of metal hit him. He was as smart as Elliot, and he heard the word cyber psychopath and ran away. But it was obvious that his luck was not as good as Elliot. The metal parts like cannonballs wiped off his head easily. And Elliot suddenly thought, just like an eraser erases mistakes on paper. When the eraser wipes over the white paper, the black words on the white paper disappear, as if they had never been written. The metal parts flew over, and the worker's head seemed to have never grown on his neck. Puff! Blood spurted wildly. The production line hit by the flying steel still did not stop. The running conveyor belt emitted black smoke, and the high-voltage current even flickered in the black smoke. Elliot, who observed this scene closely, felt cold all over. The factory must have safety designs, but it is obvious that these designs have failed. The out-of-control factory will only produce a series of chain reactions under the destruction of the flying steel. The power supply. conveyor belt, materials waiting to be processed, semi-finished products, and even the robotic arms used to process parts will all go out of control. The metal screamed. The crowd screamed. And at the moment when Elliot had this idea, the suspended conveyor belt in the air was directly broken by the robotic arm, and the chain-like collapse swallowed all the workers who were still escaping on the second floor into the collapsed production line. It's over. It's over. Bang. The loud noise behind him seemed to give Elliot a shot of stimulant, and his limp legs and feet immediately became agile. But just as he was about to rush out of the door fell down with a bang. Factory broadcast. An unexpected violent incident was detected in the factory. In order to ensure that the damage is stopped, the workshop door is now closed. Factory broadcast. All employees, please pay attention to your own safety and wait for the local police to arrive to deal with the cyber psychopath. Factory broadcast. Please protect the equipment as much as possible. Some equipment has been disconnected. Everyone has the responsibility to protect the company's property. Elliot hit the door head-on. At the same time, other workers in the same workshop also hit the door with him. The latter directly roared with grief and anger, "Your mother is responsible. It's over. It's over. If I want to shut down this fucking thing, can't I shut down the entire production line as well?" I saw that the production line was not stopped by the program, or it was hit by the flying steel. The continuous error operation continued. In other words, the entire workshop did start the safety protection measures and separated the various workshops. But the production line did not stop. However, the biggest threat to people now is those out-of-control machines and flying steel. If the production line can't stop, what's the point of blocking the door? Bang! The metal slapped the metal door like a whip, directly smashing a semi-transparent crack on the door. And Elliot's mind was blank. Johnny, stop being in a daze. Have you forgotten that there are 3 awesome old men in your head? Go shut down the production line. Elliot felt like someone grabbed him by the collar. He stood up against the wall. His artificial eye immediately marked the production line control panel in this workshop. Lil, if no one takes care of the out-of-control equipment, most people here will die before the police come. We need to find a panel to connect it. Lil, we need to find out what the cyber psychopath did to the equipment. And then, the spare direct control panel is directly connected to the machine. If you want to connect to the control panel, you have to rush to the production line machine that has already failed. When he thought of rushing to the production line that kept spitting out metal parts, Elliot thought of the worker whose head was smashed in front of him just now. He couldn't help but replace the worker's blurred face with his own. Elliot shouted anxiously, "Are you crazy? Go to the panel at this time? I don't want to be minced by steel bars." "Lil, you are not." Lil didn't finish his words, and suddenly found fear. This emotion greatly affected the prosthesis in Elliot's head. Being scared and collapsing is not a metaphor. But this little fat man is really going to be scared and collapse. He couldn't even hear what Lil said. But once again, a silver arm suddenly appeared in front of Elliot and hit him hard on the head. "Johnny, brain retard. Do you think the thing in that broken machine will come over and kiss you after complaining like you do? I don't want to die. Johnny, I don't want to die." Elliot Graves' last words before he died. "Every second you stay here is a lottery for your life. Johnny, if anyone can stop the turret here, it's you. Think about your coworkers. You've been nagging and complaining all your life about how this factory has hurt your workers. Go save them. Johnny, you're a pig waiting to be slaughtered." "I'm not a pig." I don't know if Johnny's words moved him. Elliot stood up with red eyes. "Tell me where the fucking panel is." "I know." Elliot and the 3 big brothers in his mind were stunned for a moment, and saw a tall and strong young man holding his hand high. "I know." Swoosh. Bang. A piece of metal component hit the wall behind the 2 of them, penetrating 3 inches into the iron. Both the young man and Elliot were startled, and took 2 steps back in one direction at the same time, hugging each other directly. The young man looked at the component embedded in the wall and said quickly, "I know where the panel is." "Why are you asking this?" Elliot cursed inwardly that he had met a fool, but still said immediately, "We need to connect the panel and shut down the production line. Otherwise everyone in the factory will die. What are you waiting for?" The young man squatted down and reached out to the huge iron plate that had collapsed on the ground. His hands immediately generated a strong magnetic force when they were sucked onto the iron plate. Elliot then realized that the young man was not strong, but that he was carrying an industrial battery on his back, and his 2 arms were also reinforced exoskeletons. This was a magnetic suction transport device. The iron plate was carried on the young man's back like a shield. Go! Elliot suddenly felt that all his fears disappeared. The flying steel, metal parts, debris and sparks that kept flying across the factory were like artillery fire on the battlefield. The black smoke was like gunpowder, and the burning exhaust smelled like the smell of explosives. This place was a battlefield. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a very proud feeling, as if he had really walked on the road he usually imagined. On this road, he was not afraid of difficulties and obstacles, and he and his compatriots overcame difficulties and marched towards a great tomorrow. Raise the shield. Chapter 803 I Do It. In panic, the workers were trapped by the wall, as if the wall behind them could protect their safety. But they completely forgot that this wall was the culprit that prevented them from escaping. In the chaos, companions continued to die from the splashing metal parts, and countless people had their limbs broken. Screams, explosions, and metal collisions were endless. In desperation, Elliot and the young man rushed to the turret that symbolized death under the cover of the shield. Bang! A part flew out of the black smoke and flew out by Elliot's shoulder. He didn't even see what it was. The isolation wall leading to the control area of the steel bar production line had been smashed by flying steel. The wall kept making loud noises under the impact of more steel bars. Occasionally, there were steel bars that broke through the wall and slowly flowed down the hole. Some steel bars directly passed through the existing hole and flew towards the crowd, followed by shrill screams. The closer he got, the more Elliot realized that Johnny was right, whether it was flying steel or exploding metal parts. These things were random, and the probability of being killed no matter where you hid was about the same. Only by actively finding the core of the problem can it be considered a relatively stable action. Bang! A steel bar hit the hole in the wall hard, and was hung violently. But it was not completely stuck. It carried the remaining kinetic energy and smashed towards Elliot. We are going to die. I will help you. Elliot was completely at a loss. But the guy next to him hit him and knocked him away. In his shocked eyes, this good worker who just met directly hit him head-on with a shield. It looks like a crazy move, but Lil and Muramasa both agree that this is a smart approach. A shield, of course, cannot directly resist the flying steel, but as long as the angle is not too straight, there is a great chance to deflect the steel bar. Sizzle. The hot flying steel slashed across the iron shield, making a sharp explosion sound. The flying steel was indeed deflected by the shield at the beginning of the impact, but the shield only withstood the blow at the first contact point, and afterwards, the shield was almost instantly penetrated by the high temperature and kinetic energy. Bang! When the steel bar penetrated the shield, the young man was also blown away by the huge force, and staggered back with dozens of kilograms of equipment on his body, and sat on the ground. But with such a cover action, Elliot also rushed to the control panel and inserted his personal link. Connecting. Verifying identity, Elliot Grove. Authorization level, E4 Senior Operator. Your prosthetic version is too old, and rash access may cause damage to the company's equipment. You do not have the operation authority. Please obtain the operation authority from the project manager. Elliot felt his face was purple with anger because of this thing. He just connected the emergency stop button, and this thing needs a high-level prosthetic system and authority. It's urgent. Muramasa, the safety design idea of this system is not to ensure the safety of personnel, but to minimize production losses. We can't directly hack into the factory to take over, or we will be exposed. Leal, I have a way. Muramasa's thinking is more rigid, and Leal saw the opportunity before him. The main damage points and types of damage on the production line currently include conveyor belt breakage, high-temperature cutting machine and feed port overload, and fuel valve damage. Theoretically, manually switching the production logic, reconfiguring the equipment, and cooperating with these damaged lines can force the production line to stop operating and achieve the effect of stopping production in disguise. And there is no need to change the operating logic of the factory system, and there will be no accidents. What to do? Tell me what to do. Leal, enter the main control panel and switch to manual configuration mode. In theory, the automatic system has the highest production capacity, and the manual control system will always be covered. Leal, but there is no output now, so no additional hacking operation is needed to start the emergency line change operation. Elliot immediately entered the command. Manual work request detected. Capacity detection request detected. Emergency protocol A123 triggered. Capacity is too low. Rashly taking over and changing the equipment operation logic may cause equipment damage and capacity loss. Please start this protocol under the guidance of professional engineers. In this mode, the company will reserve the right to prosecute you in accordance with the European Union Property Protection Law. If major property losses occur, compensation is necessary. But he wants me to compensate. Leo, the workers below are counting on you. Now enter the simulation command. Select equipment replacement and configure the high-temperature cutting machine to cooling mode. Elliot glanced at the workers who were in fear and despair, and screamed miserably because their limbs were broken, and suddenly felt that he was really an idiot. But looking at the young man who just raised the shield for him, seeing him give him a thumbs up, he suddenly became energetic. Input simulation command, high-temperature cutting machine, cooling mode. The moment the command was issued, the cutting machine at the front of the production line suddenly lost all power, and the damaged circuit stopped flashing. Stop! Leo, provide more energy to the cooling system, and force the platform and hydraulic arm to stop working on the grounds of insufficient energy. Leo, turn on the material switching mode. The conveyor belt will stop running, and the quality sensor will be temporarily ineffective. Use this window to shut it down. Leo, simulate the over-temperature alarm. Forcibly trigger the cooling process of the high-temperature equipment, and force the gas system to stop supplying. Leo, input simulation signal. The production capacity is expected to decrease in 30 seconds, and the energy is redistributed. After a series of operations, the sound of the cutting machine gradually disappeared. The conveyor belt stopped running. The hydraulic arm began to stop swinging, and the flashing electric light in the black smoke gradually disappeared. Soon, the only chaos in the workshop came from the flying steel that kept hitting the wall. That came from the next room. Bang! Sizzle! After a loud bang, the metal partition wall was finally cut by the flying steel to create a huge gap. Only one side of the softened wall was still connected to the wall. Sliding down the wall, it was as if the wall was torn open by an invisible hand. Inside the gap, a crazy cyber psychopath stood on the console, still waving his joystick. Damn! Lunatic Elliot breathed a sigh of relief after stopping the chaos of the equipment in the workshop. Although Fei Gong still had a chance to break through the isolation wall, their workshop was already safe. The screams and explosions came from other places. Faintly. Lear, it's not over yet. The other rooms are not over yet. The operation just now cut off the connection with the central control system, and the superior computer cannot be reversely controlled here. Lear, we have to go into the next room. Take down the cyber psychopath, and stop the chaos in the whole factory. Ah? You want me to rush into that room and take down the cyber psychopath? Lear, you don't want to die. I know. Lear, for your coworkers, and the workers' rights you often post on the internet. You must do this vote. Elliot blushed, looking through the gap in the wall at the cyber psychopath inside. He was a man who liked to fantasize about being a hero, and now the opportunity was right in front of him. It turned out that this choice was not easy to make. I do it. Chapter 804 Good Brothers of Citizens. Eurotunnel Company. Folkestone Headquarters. Erwin Ross was walking quickly on the road leading to the helipad, his expression grim and his steps anxious. Communicator, Eleanor Welter. Other position, Public Relations Specialist in Folkestone. Eleanor, cyber psychopaths have turned factory number 2 into a meat grinder. European Union officials are very concerned about the progress of the matter. It's the end of the month, and they also have safety production indicators. Eleanor, this has a very bad impact on the company's image. Erwin, but the production indicators for this month have not yet been. Eleanor, idiot. The company has public opinion risks, so it will spend more money to settle European Union officials. If it affects subsequent orders, it is far more important than the indicators of your production department. Understand? Eleanor, stop the factory production process immediately. If there are insufficient indicators, fill in people after this matter is settled. The door of the hovercraft slowly opened, and Erwin had a headache. This month's production was already affected by the recent typhoon and tsunami, and natural disasters have also exacerbated equipment wear and tear. Simply put, demand has increased and production has decreased. But the power of the public relations department is far more important than the indicators of the production department, especially when the company faces public opinion risks. Eurotunnel relies on government orders, And government orders depend on the opinions of European Union officials. Of course, they can't kick Eurotunnel out just because some people died and public opinion is bad. But here, public opinion risk is like the company bleeding. And those guys will start asking for compensation like sharks. For the EU citizens to ask for compensation. The law in them says so. Drop. Factory number 2 began to cut off manual control. And this instruction was not recorded in the memorandum. Benchmark judgment logic. The factory's production capacity is rapidly declining. And the artificial adjustment plan is activated. A large number of sensors in the factory are abnormal. Please check whether there is incompatibility of the sensor system. The factory is shutting down. Suddenly, the company network prompt appeared in front of him. Ivan was stunned for a moment and immediately replied to the public relations specialist, Ivan, factory number 2 has stopped production. Eleanor, what do you mean? Ivan, someone used the operation logic and combined with the on-site situation to stop the operation of the factory. Eleanor, you are so lucky. Go and handle it. The communication was interrupted. The car door closed. The engine of the hovercraft roared. And the navigation system began to locate. Ivan sat in the seat without any expression. Even if what Eleanor said did make some sense. It was indeed his good luck. He didn't expect such an opportunity to appear. But he had a chance. Which meant that a brave worker was going to be in big trouble. Thinking of this, he began to contact other colleagues. Internal Corporate Communication, Human Resources Department, Intelligence and Reconnaissance, Ivan, this is Ivan Ross. Help me adjust the information of all workers on duty at factory number 2. Work file archive. Public opinion handling 20771101A. Human resources docking. Request received. Information is being verified. Human resources docking. The work information you need will be transmitted immediately. Huh? The engine roared. And the hovercraft flew through the air. A group of workers on leave tiredly looked through the apartment window. Took pictures of the hovercraft in the air. And posted a message on the internet. Hard-working European 1187, haha. The European Tunnel Company must be very anxious. Seeing that their car started at the first time. Picture. Save up 1,000 to speculate in coins. This is not a small matter. Recently, cyberpsychosis has become more and more frequent. And the pressure is getting greater and greater. Those who understand will understand. Sewer mouse, haha. A fierce shark. It should have been sharked long ago. SDSDFO. The latest news is that the Tunnel Company and the European Union Government Docking Group have begun to issue documents to express their intention to control working hours. Hardworking European 1187 showed a happy expression, and couldn't help but humming, humph. This is all one with blood. Good brother. The people below talked a lot, and felt that this incident was really big. However, in the hovercraft, Ivan took out the drinks from the car refrigerator slowly. This incident is really big. Fortunately, there are workers. Bang! The high-speed rotating mechanical arm suddenly unlocked. And the wall, which had been hit by a large amount of flying steel, was fragile. A large hole large enough for passage was instantly smashed on the sieve-like surface. The edge of the hole was extremely sharp and emitted an orange-red light. Obviously, the temperature of the gap was not low. Elliot took a deep breath and rushed through the big hole with his eyes closed. I'm not dead. Leal, you are not dead. Get that psychopath. What should I do? That is to say, the situation is chaotic now. And Elliot can't hear the three people in his head sighing together. The cyber psychopath, who was shouting wildly on the console, was emitting black smoke all over his body. The prosthesis and skin-like materials on his body melted together. And his voice became more and more hoarse. Basically, no human voice could be heard. Those who didn't know would think that the machine was screaming because it had no lubricant. Obviously, this is indeed a cyber psychopath. But unlike those cyber psychopaths in Night City that have caused a large number of casualties, this cyber psychopath does not have a high-intensity combat prosthesis. His weapon is the factory production line, where he has worked for several years, or even more than 10 years. As for him, it is obvious that this illegal operation will cause him to withstand abnormally high voltage flowing through the processor in his head, which can be called the king of electricity resistance. But electricity resistance does not mean that he has strong combat power. Elliot only needs to pick up a hammer or a stick from the ground and smash the cyber psychopath's hand and neural connection. Do you need to teach me this? Johnny, no way. Buddy, you can pick up a hammer from the ground, pick up a pair of scissors, and even rush up to punch him without anything. You still ask what to do? Johnny, go and punch him. Do you need to teach me this? How can I get up there? He's on the stage. Johnny, useless trash. Johnny had lost his passion when he said this. He couldn't understand how there could be such a useless person in the world. Johnny, are you human? Elliot's liver-colored face turned even redder, and he slapped himself hard a few times. Picked up the fuel tank next to him and threw it directly over. Bang. The fuel tank flew 1 or 2 meters and then fell down. A very pitiful throwing distance. The steel bar was still attacking the partition behind him frantically. Elliot was ashamed and angry, and fear attacked his heart. He hid directly behind the bunker. Johnny's inspiring encouragement was in his head, but Elliot still held his head. I can't throw it. I don't dare to go over. I don't want to die. However, Elliot stopped, but the fuel tank didn't. The fuel tank continued to roll slowly towards the table of the cyber psychopath, and slowly rolled, until a small piece of burning metal fell on it and pierced the tank. People who don't understand industrial production are in trouble. The cyber psychopath shouted strange words indistinctly. Go to hell. Boom. Chapter 805 Brave Elliot. A moderate explosion caused the console to deform and collapse. The cyber psycho, who was already on the verge of death, could not stand steadily and slid down from the inclined platform. If he could not hold the railing, he would fall down, and the overheated personal link and skin would dissociate as he slid down. When the personal link fell off the console, the cyber psycho's prosthesis could not hold the operating lever, and the factory's safety measures were put back online. It was put online, but most of the sensors and controllers were destroyed due to chaos and failures, and could not be connected to the corresponding components. And a large number of systems were never put online again. The neural control system completely stopped working, and the production line without software drive gradually stopped. The fuel supply stopped, but the furnace that had accumulated a lot of scrap steel still had the last explosion. Boom. It was a muffled sound. Just when the cyber psycho fell to the ground, the furnace exploded inside. The force of the explosion did not break through the furnace, but only caused terrible deformation of the equipment. A production machine with an industrial appearance became blind and scarred after the explosion, covered with asymmetrical spikes, and the red-hot metal liquid flowed as if it was bleeding. Everything stopped, leaving only the sound of burning flames. Elliot walked out and saw this scene, seeing the twisted limbs of the cyber psychopath lying on the ground. Elliot's stomach felt uncomfortable. The body that had been smoked by high temperature was difficult to recognize as a human figure under the impact. Ugh. Elliot's physical strength was not good. Under extremely high tension, every movement of the body may consume excessive energy, because the body is overly tense. In this case, any movement may even cause muscle strain. After experiencing the most exciting charge in his life, and seeing the most disgusting thing he had ever seen in his life, he vomited, of course. Not only did he vomit, but his feet were not stable, and he sat down with his buttocks almost sitting together with his vomit. Johnny's shadow appeared in front of him, squatting and staring at the cyber psychopath. Johnny, even from the perspective of an old Night City person, this thing is too heavy. Johnny, although it's a little funny, you did a good job. Elliot, how did he become like this? Only Elliot could see it, and Johnny could see it. When Johnny focused on these things, it meant that the data was retrieved again, which was equivalent to being emphasized. Elliot had to recall the miserable state of the cyber psychopath in his mind. His skin melted in the high heat, lost the texture of the skin, and mixed with the charred implants like rubber, flowing down with blood and bile. These mixtures even covered the eyes and mouth. It seemed that this was no longer a person, but a monster without facial features. A faceless monster. The faceless monster no longer had facial features, but there was a string of shining words. Work number, XXXX. Level, E4, production line engineer, A strange sound came from the swollen throat. This is not a human voice at all. More like two rusty iron sheets rubbing against each other. The machine knows. The machine soul knows that I am right. Efficiency. Johnny, oh my god. The corpse burst into a sharp explosion. Elliot was so scared that he exerted force on his waist and lay back directly, and his head hit the ground hard. The world in front of him became dim, and Johnny came over with a helpless smile. Johnny, you are indeed a talent. After such a big thing happened, you didn't even have a scratch on your body after handling it, but you were scared to pieces of your brain. Johnny, although I was also scared. After Johnny finished speaking, he raised his head and someone came. Brother. Fuck. You are so awesome. The voice of the Shield brother came to his ears. And Elliot became more and more confused. At the last moment, Lil's voice rang. Lil, we are temporarily out of touch for a while. Help me. This brother has risked his life to save us. He is not sober anymore. The Shield brother carried Elliot out. And the workers around him made way for him. There was a circle around them. But no one blocked the way. They made way for Elliot wherever he went. Their eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. Although he was not sober, Elliot would not be wrong. Although in the eyes of those in the know, his factory rescue journey was quite stumbling. But in the chaos, most of the workers were busy saving their lives. Who would have time to look at the center of the incident? When the explosions and collisions in their ears stopped. The conveyor belt stopped. The mechanical arms fell. The piercing alarms and the madman's roar turned into monotonous buzzing. And the blazing flames gradually extinguished into a few scattered sparks. When they finally dared to look up and look around, they saw the scene, seeing the cyber psychopath lying in front of Elliot. Elliot lying flat on his back. As if he had been hit hard? Or was he hit together with the cyber psychopath? He is a hero who sacrifices himself for others. Fuck. Brother. You are a Superman. Finally. The first person couldn't help shouting. Woohoo. That's awesome. I've only seen people take down cyber psychopaths in videos. You're so brave. Man. Awesome. You saved us all. Boom. The cheers stopped abruptly, drowned out by the sound of engines penetrating the factory. The smile on Elliot's face also froze. And everyone looked up, looking for the source of the sound through the wall. They would never mistake the sound. It was the sound of the hovercraft. The hovercraft symbolizes status and power, and occasionally absolute force. Who is coming? Caw caw caw. The factory's blockade and isolation measures gradually began to be lifted, and the isolation wall that was still in operation made a sound. It seems that the people who arrived here first were the company's people and their superiors. Someone from the company is here. The brother holding Elliot's shield had bright eyes. You saved us all. I guess the higher-ups are definitely going to promote you. You're awesome. By the way, my name is Carl. What's your name? My name? I don't have the strength. What's my name? No. Brother. You're really confused. I mean, what's your name? This broken factory. We're all coworkers. But I don't know any of them. Oh. Name. My name is Elliot Grove. You're pretty brave. There are so many people, and you're the only one holding the shield for me. Carl chuckled, for such a big thing. We must work together to overcome the difficulties. If I stay where I am, I might have gone to see my grandmother now. What level do you think you will be promoted to? Maybe you will be promoted to engineer. Let's not do it. I'm doing well now. Perhaps he was frightened by the scene just now. But Elliot still looked forward to it unconsciously. Born in Europe, every step up is more difficult. Although he said that he was satisfied with the identity of a grassroots worker, some ideas are deeply rooted in his subconscious. Who doesn't like promotion? Chapter 806 Coincidence. You're fired. The reality is that Elliot was fired by Euroto. There was no glorious commendation meeting. No salary increase. No promotion. Nothing. Anyway, there was nothing. Only a cold sentence: you're fired. The man who fired him had a sharp and stern face, three-dimensional features, and a tall figure. Even in a suit, he looked quite strong. Strong and flexible. And he was a regular gymnast. Or he had a lot of money and time to do body sculpting. In short, he looked very handsome. His skin was white and smooth, and his 10 fingers were slender and beautiful. People couldn't help but wonder if this person could play any musical instrument. As one of the project managers of Eurotunnel, Ivan fits in well with this office, in terms of temperament, appearance, and physique. But Elliot is different. He was stunned when he heard the news. The tattered clothes on his body contrasted sharply with the decorations in the room, such as safety production metal and advanced production workshop. Even in terms of smell, the faint smell of synthetic fragrance in the room can be distinguished from the metal dust and burnt smell around Elliot. The person sitting on the chair is an elite in a black suit, and the person in front of the table is a fat man with a dusty face. It's like people from two different worlds appeared in this house at the same time. Looking at the stunned Elliot, Ivan said meticulously, "The battle between you and the cyber psychopath in the factory caused a lot of equipment damage, and the production standards for this month are completely unattainable. You should know that the social mission of Eurotunnel is very heavy, which will interfere with the operation of cross-sea cables and logistics channels. As the most important infrastructure company in the European Union, the normal operation of the company is directly related to the quality of life of citizens on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Therefore, your reckless behavior has caused great trouble to the normal operation of the company and society. The company is also worried about how to deal with this matter. But didn't he stand up to save the talents in the factory? Isn't he a hero? He saved the entire factory, while processing other information from the company. Ivan continued to add, you should know that the social mission of Eurotunnel is very important. The workload is very heavy, which will interfere with the operation of cross-sea cables and logistics channels. As the most important infrastructure company in the European Union, the normal operation of the company is directly related to the quality of life of citizens on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Therefore, your reckless behavior has caused great trouble to the normal operation of the company and society. The company is also worried about how to deal with this matter. However, Ivan stood up, walked to Elliot, stood right in front of him, and patted his shoulder. But I know that you have no choice. I have already sought the company's non-recourse to your responsibility, and you don't need to deal with the follow-up matters. You work 26 days this month, a total of 286 working hours. According to your work content, the total is 2,133 euros. I hope it will be helpful to your life. Transfer, add 2,133 euros. Account balance, 4,231 euros. Bang. Elliot was kicked out. I don't know if it was the gap between reality and fantasy, or a physical blow. There was no strange AI in his head scolding him as a useless waste. He just sat in the company's logistics car, left the factory, and stood in front of the factory gate. From the outside, the factory looks like a fortress. The thick walls and gates separate the factory from the wasteland and quagmire outside. Inside, there is a bustling atmosphere, while outside is a dead and rotten land. Elliot's head is confused, and he can't speak because he agrees with what Ivan said to a certain extent. Yes, Eurotunnel is related to the environment on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. His brave and fearless behavior suddenly became a reckless act that interfered with the operation of society. The place where he worked for several years kicked him out all of a sudden. He worked hard for a long time to get this job. Without a job, how can he survive? Taking the public cable car back to the residential area, Elliot swiped his work card for the last time. Looking up, the TV is playing today's news. A serious production accident occurred at Eurotunnel Factory No. 2 today. According to the local production management department staff, they are understanding the details of the accident with the relevant person in charge of the company. The confirmed news at present includes that the accident was mainly caused by employees using expired prosthesis and operating the machine incorrectly, resulting in economic losses of more than 3 million euros, and may have a certain impact on the operation of the UK-France channel. Communication consulting fees and logistics infrastructure costs may rise in the future, and the companies and stock sectors affected by this include. Elliot watched the news on TV. His head was empty, and he didn't know what to think. You have arrived at the station. Eurotunnel and the European Union thank you for your contribution to the company and society. I hope you have a good day. Bang. The car door closed and continued to run on the route as usual. Elliot got off the car as usual. The life of these 2 points has become a kind of muscle memory. He walked up the elevator of the apartment and passed through the long corridor, constantly passing by workers going to and from work. Just like before. No one cared about him. No one knew what earth-shaking feat he had just done. And no one knew that he was fired. It was so calm that Elliot felt that he was dreaming. He returned to the messy room and felt that nothing had changed. Was everything just now really a dream? Crazy cyber psychopaths, burning factories, co-workers fighting side by side. And there are 3 AIs from outside the wall. Voices from Night City. Everything seems to have never happened. Bang. Elliot sat on the synthetic leather sofa. He didn't know how long he sat there, when he began to feel uncomfortable with the silence. He habitually connected to the TV and computer. Squeak. Leal, it seems that you are fired. The style of Europe is really not difficult to guess. Elliot suddenly froze. Those were not dreams. The man with silver arms appeared at the projection window. Johnny, welcome to the real world. In this world, the courage to burn life will become a bargaining chip in the hands of others. and the feat of self-proclaimed salvation will be quietly wiped out. If you are unlucky, it will most likely be twisted into something else. Johnny, I suggest you smoke a cigarette now. That thing. Always relax. In the air, a completely invisible floating car watched Elliot return to his apartment. The words network monitoring were printed on the car. No abnormality. Strange. How could this happen? Coincidences all happened to this fat man. If Elliot could see the situation in the car, he would be surprised to find that there were two people in the car, both of whom he had seen. They were network monitoring agents, who came to his house some time ago to inquire about the power outage. Agent A. First there was an unexpected circuit failure. Then there was a cyberpsychosis. And finally it was this guy who stopped the factory equipment. Agent B. The autopsy of the cyberpsychosis came out, and the preliminary test showed that there were indeed no other abnormalities, and he had not even had contact with the experimental subjects. Agent A. Is it just too much work pressure? Agent B. Too much work pressure. Plus poor quality prosthesis. Plus he has no money to do prosthesis maintenance. The madman owes a lot of debts. This month, the production indicators of the European Tunnel Company are not up to standard, and he may be deducted from his salary. Agent A. So it's really a coincidence? Agent B. At present, it seems to be all coincidence. There was a little silence in the car for a while. An Agent A suddenly said in surprise, an official from the European Union wants to contact him, and he is asking for our opinions. Agent B shrugged, I guess. We should fill in no risk of interference from foreign forces, including AI interference. TSK. Coincidence. Call it a day. Chapter 807 Witnessing Cyberpsychosis. Machine Soul Sacrifice. Leal, they left. Who? Elliot looked confused. Leal, ever since you boarded the public tram leaving the factory, the network monitor has been calling the back door and your prosthesis to check on you. Leal, I guess they should be following you somewhere not far away. Maybe on the bus? Or maybe somewhere else. Anyway, they are always monitoring you. Why are they monitoring me? Leal, rather. When are you not under surveillance? Monitor. It's just that they decided to focus on checking your data for the time being. Leal, I remember I explained to you that all legal citizens of the European Union are under 24-hour surveillance. The only difference is whether they want to see the data that belongs to you. Muramesa, also. Depending on the data storage and processing capabilities of the entire surveillance system, the data of a worthless person may be worthless throughout his life, just flowing through the processor and storage space. And no one cares. Muramesa, but you. Since you were investigated by the network monitor once, you are no longer that kind of person. Elliot was speechless. They were under surveillance all the time. In fact, he knew this without Leal telling him. This argument had long been circulated in the European Wide Area Network. It was expounded in many difficult-to-access BBSs, and even in some larger forums. This argument was often seen. It was just that he used to be one of those worthless people. Elliot's attitude towards this kind of surveillance has always been positive most of the time. The ID system and the surveillance network have greatly guaranteed the security within the European Union. After all, if you are not a criminal, why would you be afraid of public surveillance? As for personal privacy, how can people who don't understand information technology keep it completely confidential when using these technologies? Like those monks who don't use prostheses at all? It's impossible for the network monitor to read his privacy as an ordinary person and then make it public on the internet, just to make him socially dead. Right? But now, he suddenly realized that this kind of surveillance seemed to be a bit too much. The main reason was that he didn't seem to be a law-abiding citizen. Elliot swallowed his saliva. Yes. He is no longer a law-abiding citizen. Can't we close the back door? Leal, closing the back door is also an observable abnormal behavior. So we use deception most of the time. Leal, deception is much smarter than rejection. It is indeed smart. But I want to know what I should do now. Elliot lay on the sofa. Although his dream was shattered, and he had experienced the process from hell to heaven and then to hell, the loss brought by the sense of gap soon disappeared after hearing the voice in his head. Instead, curiosity about the uncertain future began to sprout. After speaking, Elliot's eyes were attracted by the TV. It was reporting this incident again. Folkestone Police Department reported, at 14:23 today, a malicious injury incident occurred at the No. 2 factory of the British Tunnel Company. After preliminary investigation, The suspect was dissatisfied with the huge debt that could not be repaid and the decline in workability. So he vented his anger in the factory, disrupted production, and retaliated against society. The joint investigation by relevant companies and network monitoring showed that the suspect had been using expired prosthetic software for a long time and had not performed prosthetic maintenance for a long time. And Elliot paused, and the head that was bloody and mangled by high temperature and impact flashed through his mind. I want to know, what's the matter with that cyber psychopath? Is that a cyber psychopath? It must be a psychopath. The news said that he seemed to be a normal person. Leal, he is indeed a cyber psychopath. Leal, his name is Selvon Zaka. When you link the control panel, I found his work log, which contains some records. Leal, the Typhoon may land in Folkestone again in the near future. The previous damage and future risk resistance requirements have increased the factory's production indicators. He was given a very high target, but he couldn't do it. Leal, according to the information, he has been in the factory for more than 20 hours every day this month. And he has been wandering around the production line almost every day, staring at this worker and that production machine, hoping to improve efficiency. Leal, but he couldn't do it. Leal, strange. He should be very active in the factory. Haven't you seen him? Elliot shook his head. I used to work in factory number 1. Leal, well, then your transfer here has something to do with him. He has fired a lot of inefficient workers recently. Leal, do you want to see his work log? Yes. Work log 20771101. Selvon Zaka, the Typhoon is coming. We must speed up production. Otherwise it will seriously interfere with the communication between the two sides of the strait. Selvon Zaka, Folkestone is a city of heroes. As a member of the Eurotunnel Company, it is my duty to protect the public's communications. Selvon Zaka, haha. I will write this sentence on the internal network, and I believe everyone will work hard for this goal. Selvon Zaka, come on. Rampant production. Let's use industrial technology to defeat nature. Selvon Zaka, efficiency is paramount. Work log 20771102. Selvon Zaka, the new production plan is very useful, and I am replacing it on all production lines. Selvon Zaka, this model requires both people and machines to be highly tense, and no mistakes can be made. Selvon Zaka, the manager praised me. I have to work harder for the performance bonus. Work log 20771103. Selvon Zaka, the production line has problems again. Hey, why do these idiots always make mistakes? Work log 20771104. Selvon Zaka, my left arm prosthesis has been delayed recently. The repair shop said it was due to unstable voltage. But I have already spent all the money. I hope there will be no problems. The factory is counting on me. Selvon Zaka, hold on a little longer. There is always a way. Work log 20771105. Selvon Zaka, the error rate is getting higher and higher. This bunch of good-for-nothings. Selvon Zaka, the higher-ups don't understand at all. We need better equipment. We need more experienced workers. Selvon Zaka, if we continue like this, we will not be able to keep up with the production targets. If we continue like this, everyone's bonuses and the operation of the English-French channel will be affected. If the Typhoon causes the channel to be interrupted, how many people will suffer? Selvon Zaka, we must do better. Work log 20771105. Selvon Zaka, there have been many failures recently, and the production capacity has dropped by 3%. The manager scolded us for a full 20 minutes in the meeting and threatened to lay off employees if we did not meet the target by the end of the year. Selvon Zaka, he said it easily. Doesn't he know how tired we are here? If you have time to complain, you should apply for funds to add more machines and workers. Selvon Zaka, the workers' skills are not good. The operation is not standardized, and the efficiency is too low. I have to adjust them one by one. Some people just cut corners all day long. Selvon Zaka, machines, workers, engineers and supply chains are the soul of modern industry. But now only machines are doing their duty. Selvon Zaka, old Tom is in good condition, but the worker who operates him is too stupid. He almost got his prosthesis all entangled in it. I hope he doesn't get into trouble. Otherwise we will have even fewer machines. Work log 20771106. Selvon Zaka, I got angry today. A new operator actually adjusted the speed of the conveyor belt incorrectly. causing a batch of goods to be stuck. I really want to remove his prosthesis and stuff it into his asshole. Selvonzaka, machines also hate this kind of people. I can feel it. Work log 20771107. Selvonzaka, Little Blue, Little Red, Old Tom. They have been making more and more noises recently. Selvonzaka, I feel like they are protesting. Protesting how stupid the newcomers are. Protesting that the damn manager is a waste and can't get any resources. Work log 20771108. Selvonzaka, I finally understand. Those machines, Little Blue, Old Jack, they are not malfunctioning. They are protesting. They are not dissatisfied with production. But those stupid people, managers, newcomers, and those lazy wastes, they are talking to me and asking me to make decisions for them. I must appease the machine's soul and improve efficiency. Whoever disobeys, I have to shut him up. The machine soul must be appeased. Today is a good day. Tomorrow, we will see a brand new production line. And the machine soul will be very happy. Efficiency first. Chapter 808 Save yourself and harm everyone. After reading all the information, Elliot was even more silent, not knowing what to say. I usually call this kind of thing a scab. Elliot paused after speaking. But is he right? I mean, I feel that it is nonsense that the British-French channel depends entirely on us. Lille, actually, there is no big problem. The land in Folkestone is not suitable for large-scale factory construction. The cost is very high, and there is a probability that it will be affected by the continuously rising sea level. Lille. So the three factories here are indeed responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the British-French channel. Lille. Once the calculated production capacity is not reached before the typhoon arrives, the channel will lack maintenance under natural disasters, which may indeed cause serious consequences, unlike most of the situations that Lille is familiar with. Here, Britain is not the main founding country of the European Union. It is mainly because it encountered two major political changes and missed the period of maturity and reinforcement of European barriers. However, relying on the successful transformation of network monitoring and the influence of Old Britain in the world financial field and military industry, it finally successfully integrated into the European Union. But it was not so core. As the starting point of the Anglo-French channel on the British side, Folkestone does play the important role of connecting the UK with the European Union. And to a large extent, the UK is very dependent on this channel. In the nearly 200 years in this world, the sea level has risen. Volcanic eruptions, tsunamis and storms have become more frequent. And the territory of the UK has shrunk seriously. Secondly, the long political changes and military civil strife have greatly hindered development, coupled with a population explosion caused by the plague. The core territory of the UK has been shrinking. When the situation stabilized and entered the development period soon, the internet crashed again. Looking at Folkestone, you can imagine the overall state of the UK now, an industrial city that serves as border logistics and smooth network. In addition to factories, there are workers' apartments. The so-called CBD area does not exist. Only integrated skyscrapers accommodate the offices of the European Union and companies. This is a city that is absolutely not seen under the logic of Ninth City. This city is a purely functional city that contributes to other cities. It is not profitable itself and lacks high-value commercial activities. But even such a functional city is pitifully small in scale. It is better to say that it is a town than a city. Except for truly big cities like London. Other regions are basically giving London blood transfusions. But then again, if there is no London, no network monitoring and other high-tech enterprises in London, the European Union will not look down on the UK. And the UK's consumer goods and necessities will not be able to be turned around. The value of the UK depends on London. And the stable operation of London depends on the connection with the European Union. If there's a problem in Folkestone, the whole UK will enter a state of material shortage. The rich will definitely not be short of supplies. But the poor may starve to death one after another. As a player who likes to point fingers on the internet, doesn't Elliot understand? It can't be said that he doesn't understand. But it is difficult for the human brain to think in parallel. Under the guidance of something like emotion, it is common to focus on only one aspect. When you work hard and have no money, of course you have to criticize the company. But players like Elliot who like to point fingers are familiar with all the excuses for criticizing others. Including this one, look ahead and consider the overall situation. if it is for the sake of the overall situation. The factory in Folkestone really can't have any problems, even if a lot of people in the factory are killed or injured. As long as the equipment is good, they can quickly repair it, in order to save his own life and the people in the factory. Elliot's method of stopping the production line will cause serious damage to the machine, according to the information sent back by Leo. The damage is even greater than that caused by the cyber psychopath. Johnny, humph. If I am not happy, others will not be happy either. It is really a threat to die in the factory. Johnny, don't brainwash this kid. His brain is not working well. Elliot was brought back to reality by Johnny's voice. But if there is another famine. Johnny, what's wrong with famine? At least I can live a few more months. Johnny's figure appeared in the room and quickly scanned the things around him. Johnny, I can only live a few more months without alcohol and cigarettes. This life is too miserable. I want to smoke. Why don't you smoke? Why don't people smoke? Smoking is bad for the body. Workers smoking will accelerate the consumption of lung filters. Depending on the intensity of smoking, there will be 14% to 98% excess loss. In terms of numbers, it means that the maintenance fee will increase by 5,000 to 20,000 yuan a year, compared to taking on more loans and doing heavier work. I prefer to drink soda honestly. By the way, smoking will make you live shorter. Johnny, bullshit. Why don't you talk? Leo, he really doesn't need to smoke. There is nothing to numb himself. Elliot was stunned for a moment, not only because of what Lear said, but also because Johnny's shadow began to flicker. The surrounding light tubes began to dim as Johnny disappeared, and the application on the computer screen was closed, flashing black and white lines. Elliot's unrepaired prosthesis was slightly hot, and the heat from the brain-computer interface made him feel that the whole room began to heat up. Squeak. The prosthetic eye suddenly lost all signals. This less than 1 second of darkness was neither long nor short, long enough to clearly feel the darkness, and short enough that Elliot didn't have time to scream. Lear, done. When the darkness dissipated, the disheveled man with a silver arm disappeared, replaced by a metal Iron Man in a cloak. It was Lear who appeared in Elliot's visual system. Johnny is a pure digital soul, and the black wall will not react to him. But Lear and Muramasa are not. But now Lear can be a special AI that can avoid the black wall. Or, he is originally a unique special AI. Lil only appeared in Elliot's head, and the latter felt that his brain was out of his control. It felt like something was pressing down on his heart. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, or if there was really something wrong with his brain. Hey, big brother. I'm laid off now, and I still have more than 4,000 yuan in my pocket. Considering my previous consumption, I estimate that it will be exhausted next month. Leo glanced at him. I have taken over the apartment, and you don't need to spend money on daily expenses. After saying that, Leo muttered in his heart, I didn't expect that I would fall to the point of helping others to make false accounts to avoid daily expenses such as rent, water, and electricity. Really? Leo didn't speak, but looked down at Elliot with an expressionless face. The latter suddenly lay on the sofa. Big brother, teach me cyber technology. I think what you need to learn most now is not cyber technology. Leo interrupted him. Your brain and your thoughts are what need to be armed first. Muramasa taught you for so long, and according to his feedback, you started thinking about other things halfway through your learning. Muramasa, it's mainly some fantasies. Fantasizing about having human mating after having money and power, and being bullied by the strong first, and then bullying the weak again. Elliot jumped up after hearing this. His face flushed. How can you still peek at what I'm thinking? Muramasa, you have a lot of such plots in your memory. Just compare your physiological conditions when you watch these things and you know clearly. Leo looked at Elliot's cowardly look and shook his head helplessly. If they were all new to the cyberpunk world, then needing V meant drawing an SSR. If you had no choice but to enter this kid's head, then you drew an R? Of course not. It was just after entering the game that the game company went bankrupt. Leo waved his hand. Let's go out for a walk. Okay. Leo disappeared into the air. And Elliot, who was full of curiosity and expectations for the future, heard these words. Leo, what do you think of the person who fired you? Chapter 809. Think more about what the European Union can do for you. The Eurotunnel executive who fired Elliot is called Erwin. In fact, Erwin can only be regarded as an executive in Folkestone, and he is not a particularly high-ranking one. His position is a senior project manager. As a senior project manager, in general, This is a position that requires both management and technology. As for production and factory operation, he is basically in charge. And all 3 factories are under his charge. He is more powerful than the factory directors and project managers below. He is a temporary leader transferred here to cope with the increase in demand caused by the typhoon. What about him? The first thing Elliot thought of was, he is already a good person, and he paid himself a salary. After all, such a big thing happened in the factory. He couldn't do anything. The company is so ruthless. I think he is a good person. Although he fired me. Johnny smiled, but didn't say anything. And what Lil wants to tell is also a different perspective. Lil, the factory couldn't keep up with the production capacity demand. You saw the confession of the cyber psychopath before. Elliot was confused. Well, so what? This kind of production demand has been rising too fast. There have been such situations in the past, such as typhoons, tsunamis, and small-scale outbreaks of plague. Lil, you know, the company never listens to the reasons of employees. If the target is not met, it is not met. And someone must be held responsible for it. Elliot was stunned. The news board on the street was broadcasting today's news, you know. The European Union is not Night City, let alone cyberpsychosis. Ordinary murders will become serious cases in the region. And it is very different from Night City. In Night City, almost 80% of cyberpsychosis cases can be found that the madman has installed a lot of military prostheses. But here, it is difficult to get military prostheses. Any lethal prosthesis and weapons lost in the hands of the police will become a major case of the system. The days of street gunfights in Night City every day are completely unimaginable here. The so-called cyberpsychosis? That is a legend. The legend is on the other side of the sea. In the free Night City. That is the price of freedom. This is a case that shocked Folkestone and may even be widely circulated within the European Union. TV broadcast regarding the 11.23 major accident. The Folkestone authorities have obtained further information. It is reported that the accident originated from a speed-up experiment inside the factory. The person in charge, Selvan Zaka, programmed the machine incorrectly, causing flying steel on the production line, triggering a series of subsequent accidents. Some evidence shows that Selvan Zaka's behavior has a certain degree of social revenge. In the chaos, a worker, Elliot Grove, operated the machine illegally out of fear, exacerbating the collapse of the production line. Now the factory has been completely shut down. Senior project manager Erwin Ross admitted at the press conference that the accident may affect the normal operation of the UK-France channel. At present, Eurotunnel has not made any further response to this. Elliot now listens to the news with a completely different mentality than before. He felt that he had indeed affected production. Cyber psychopaths are driven crazy by their sense of responsibility. They cannot get support from their superiors, and the quality of work of their subordinates does not meet their needs. In their hearts, they want to complete the task, whether it is out of a sense of responsibility or out of their own repayment needs. But Elliot, that was purely to save his life and interfered with the overall situation. It is different now, according to Leo. The overall situation has no possibility of being taken into account. Whether there is this accident or not, something will happen. It's just that now. He, the unlucky guy, is the one who is blamed. Leo, do you know why he didn't stop your car as soon as possible like others, but waited until you went home to stop your car, and immediately arranged a car for you to leave? Leo, if you let you contact other workers, the ending will be different. You will find that you are still a hero who saved others. They will be grateful to you. And the affirmation from the outside world will easily improve your self-awareness and make you resentful of the company. Elliot opened his mouth and looked at the workers coming and going. Yes. Who is as stupid as him? Thinking about the life and death of the company? I really typed too much on the internet keyboard. But he was still reluctant to admit that he was manipulated by his mind. And secretly said in his heart, but he still paid me my salary, which can be withheld according to regulations. And I can even be asked to pay compensation. Leo, there are many reasons. But generally speaking, taking a step back is more likely to have a better effect in the future. After all, you can't afford to pay the money. And you are not a big shot. What good will it do for them to tie you up? Leo, the simplest thing is that when the outside world knows that you have paid the salary for that month, will they speak up for you? Even you think that he is still a good person. If you look at it from a higher perspective, the Eurotunnel company is not that bad. Leo, The subtle psychological influence will reduce the probability of lawsuits and disputes, even if they do occur. It can also create a good public opinion environment. Lil, you were bought with just 2,000 euros. And he also got a big share of the pot. Lil, as for you, do you think your name has appeared in the news? How can you find the next job? Elliot opened his mouth. Yes. His next job is already hanging. But before Lil said these words, he just felt that this was a necessary move for self-help. Everyone in the link played this should have a reaction, and played their own role. No one was wrong. It was just that he was unlucky. Right. Everyone in the link played their own role. Maybe without Lil's explanation. When he starved to death or froze to death outside the city, he would only think bitterly, I am really unlucky. All because of that damn scab. Lil was very satisfied with Elliot's reaction. People have different personalities. If it was V, he would advise V not to be impulsive. But Elliot? Lil, remember this feeling. If you think every link in the system is correct, you are really a complete loser. Lil, then look for the problem with the system. Lil, don't always think about what you can do for the European Union. Think more about what the European Union can do for you. Elliot looked weird after hearing this. Not to mention his weird look. Johnny couldn't help but appear in front of Elliot and said to Lil, Johnny, oh my god. You are a guy with a lot of crooked theories. Why don't I get this treatment? You criticize me for being a fool every day. In my opinion, it's not that I'm stupid, but that this world is too asshole. Lil also appeared on the street, looked at Johnny unhappily and said, Lil, you are already a terrorist, but your brain is not smart. If you think so, you can blame God for not giving you a big dick that can hack the whole world. Lil, and your situation is different from his. Lil, the European barrier system promoted by the European Union does have a social psychology manipulation mechanism. Lil, Elliot is a typical ordinary person. He is domesticated. While speaking, Elliot has already raised his middle finger to Ivan on the TV screen. Fuck you. You stinky dog. You framed your father. Chapter 810 What Men Do. Social Psychology Manipulation Mechanism. It sounds very high-end. But Lil has already mastered this technology. The CTOS he promoted in New York is the prerequisite technology for implementing this control. Through all-round monitoring, highly authorized information promotion and bombing capabilities, it can forcibly deepen the public's impression of a certain concept and even implant some ideas. The simplest way is that if there is an election in a year, you only need to insert relevant advertisements and clips into citizens' mobile phones 24 hours a day to promote one of the voters. And the other voters will be nothing on the election day. Of course, some people will feel disgusted with information bombardment, which has a side effect on the election. But people always have needs. With a powerful monitoring system and AI analysis capabilities, the delivery can be completely accurate to every message hitting the heart of the recipient. When the recipient recognizes these contents and binds the recognition with the image of the voter, his vote can basically be declared to be in the bag. Perhaps, this bombing cannot achieve 100%. But as long as it works, it proves that the theory is feasible. If the theory is feasible, there is room for improvement. Even if it can only achieve 30%, it is still a powerful manipulation mechanism. And canvassing for votes is just a very basic application that is of little significance to the European Union. The greater use is that through this mechanism, some ideas are implanted into the subconscious of most citizens. It mainly affects the first impression. For example, Elliot claims to be a network trendy man who often contacts outside the wall space and masters core technology of climbing over the wall. But what is the reality? When something happens, the first thing he thinks is, I may really get into trouble. I really have to consider the overall situation. This idea can be easily used by elites like Ivan. And only a little guidance is needed to make a big thing small. Sometimes this guy can't stop thinking once he starts. Elliot immediately thought, this damn Ivan Ross, the worker Sylvan just now, was obviously concerned about the overall situation. And was obviously driven crazy by his superiors. He was just trying to save himself. But because of their mistakes, he lost his job and might never find a job again. Wandering the streets? Or even being thrown out of the European barrier? It's obviously the manager's fault for not pulling more machines and resources. And the company's fault. Fuck Eurotunnel company. Get out if you can't do it. There are many companies waiting to do this. Johnny, look at this kid. His mind changes like a child who gets a new toy. And he gets excited immediately. Lil, Do you feel like you just escaped from the battlefield? I want to praise him for not thinking of having sex with women and taking drugs at the first time. Johnny didn't know what to say, and looked up at the sky. Johnny, alas. I just did what all men would do. Leal, oh? Johnny, it's really boring. After saying that, Johnny disappeared from Elliot's sight and hid back in the storage device. Why is it like this? Why is it that I, who is a master of cursing, always get embarrassed by Leal and lose the motivation to show off and pretend? What do you mean? How can AI mess with women and take drugs? Elliot looked suspicious. Is there an AI hidden in sex toys and big steel cannons? Oh my god. It's a good thing I didn't change it. Leal is glad that he has a metal face now. And he is even more glad that he is an AI. And it is easy to control facial expressions. Leal, regarding these things, I stop here for now. You hit the point. Your tunnel company doesn't do it. But there are companies that do it. There will definitely be a demand for the British-French channel. And the payers are the European Union and the British government. No one will not want to do it unless they have no money and only pay a small contract fee. I don't understand. Please continue. Leal, like I said, there are risks in this matter. The cyberpsychosis incident can be used as an argument to attack them to a certain extent. So they avoid talking about it. I still don't understand. Elliot's eyes were confused. Attack them? Me? I attack Eurotunnel? Leal, there are companies that do it. I forgot what you said. I start my own company to attack them? Leal, braindead. It's better to imagine you shooting down the British-French channel with a plane than to ask you to start a company to attack Eurotunnel. Pig brain. I mean that there may be other people who want this project. Muramasa said faintly. Muramasa, I said this kid has a bad brain. But you insisted that I have no patience. Elliot seemed to be struck by lightning in the brain. His steps stopped. His body straightened. His eyes brightened. And a genius idea broke into his brain. I understand. We, Leal, don't understand. We will report to the Labor Supervision Department. Elliot was completely confused. He thought Leal meant for them to hack into the network and send anonymous emails to the company one by one. It was exciting to think about it. Anonymous righteous hackers exposing the ugly truth of shady factories and project managers. Labor Supervision Departments? What's the use of that? The Labor Supervision Department may become a cyber psychopath. Those who don't know think they are God and say whatever they want. Leal, so I say. You have a lot to learn besides technical things. Leal, since social psychology is an important part of the European barriers, it is difficult for people who don't know how to use it to stand out from idiots like you. Leal, what you need to do now is to take the initiative to stand out. At the same time, remember that you are just a stinky worker. What the European Union can do for you. Just think about it in your head. Oh! The flames that had just risen were extinguished. And Elliot relaxed all of a sudden. It happened that the road under his feet was almost muddy at this moment. They entered the Real urban part of Folkestone. Compared to the workers' apartments, not only is it clean because it is far away from the factories and mud, but the streets are no longer full of workers wearing uniforms and dusty faces. There are beauties and handsome men everywhere. Mainly beauties. Elliot's little eyes immediately caught a European beauty. Muramasa's voice sounded again. Muramasa, look. He's starting to want to mate again. I suggest we run away. With your technology, we can escape without humans. Leal was also a little speechless. He was still improving his thoughts and giving himself courage in the last second. And he looked at the beauty directly in the next second. Not only did he look, but he had so many thoughts in his head. Then Elliot also had something to say. And he immediately saved his dignity. Hey, brother, listen to my explanation. We humans are like this. This is what we do. Mating is the crystallization of love, and the proof that human sincere emotions have reached the peak. Look at me like this. I never mess around. I know that there will be a woman who will stay with me through all the lives in the future. Not installing a big steel cannon is also to reach the peak of affection and love with him in person as a human being. As he spoke, he swept to another woman. Besides, what citizens like is good. I just want to see if there is any problem. Even Leal, who is so patient, began to shake his head. Leal, the bus is here. Get on the bus. Chapter 8:1111 Daudio. How can you be the head of the Rothschild family with your appearance? I am also the commander-in-chief of the European Space Agency. What are you doing? I am really the head of the Rothschild family. When my people come, I will make you look good. Okay. I will make you look good first. Ah. There were constant sounds beside him. And Elliot's eyebrows twitched. Feeling annoyed, he was still looking at the beauty. And suddenly there was a sound of the most popular short video in Europe beside him. The person watching the video also looked like a worker, wearing the work clothes of the Beijing power system. He seemed to be the master in charge of the after-sales of the prosthesis. I don't know who he was helping to maintain the prosthesis. Normally, Elliot is full of goodwill towards his fellow countrymen. But this old ding not only does not want to install a visual nervous system, but also insists on using a terminal to control the system. And also insists on watching these short videos on the terminal, and playing them out loud. I really don't know who would watch such a stupid short play. It's so fucking noisy, Lil. Citizens like good things. And citizens like to watch and play them out loud. What's your business? Elliot likes to criticize things he doesn't like on the internet. In fact, he can think of how to argue at once. But he just said this. Now he can't stand himself for arguing. After all, this is not on the internet. And the other party doesn't know who he is. In short, you can be shameless on the internet, but you are submissive in real life. Ding. The station broadcast. Government building. We're here. The land in Folkestone is not suitable for building a subway. But fortunately, there are not many people in this place. And there is a lot of space to build trams. With the effective planning of the local government, it is enough to support local public transportation. After getting off the car, Elliot pulled his clothes. He likes to save money and lives. And basically wears Eurotunnel work clothes every day. Now that he has been fired, he can't wear work clothes anymore. He is wearing a set of tacky blue faded shirts. Who should I go in to find later? How should I say it? How should I lure them into the trap? Leo, in fact. You don't have to think about who to find. The European barrier is the most powerful security system in the world. Even more stringent than what Leo saw in Atlanta. The superficial difference is only because the European barrier is too mature. So mature that it has made people in this system forget that this is a pervasive surveillance. If someone wants to do something, they should know it when Elliot goes downstairs. Severn Strange. Position: Approval Officer of the Folkestone Local Economic and Infrastructure Administration. Correspondent: Andre S. Severn Strange. There was a problem at the Eurotunnel factory today. Factory number 2, which is responsible for producing repairs and replacement parts, took the initiative to admit that the production capacity may not be enough. Severe Strange. This is a good opportunity. I feel that things in the factory will not be that simple. Andre S. Oh. It seems that the opportunity of Northland Construction Company has come. We are more professional than Eurotunnel. Andre S. But this little guy. Do you think it can be an opportunity? Severe Strange. I don't know. I am trying to contact him. Maybe today? The sooner the better. If it is too late, Eurotunnel will come to its senses. Andre S. I hope he is not a coward. Severe Strange. We will win the jackpot later. He has already arrived at the bottom of the government building. Andre S. Great. I will prepare the funds now. It's up to you. Good brother. Severe Strange hid his excitement under a professional smile, got up from the chair, and walked quickly towards the door. The future of the European Union cannot be handed over to companies without strength. And the position of officials in the European Union cannot be handed over to a good-for-nothing who can't pull a reliable company. The elites are here. At the European Tunnel Company. Ivan had just finished directing the mess in the factory. European cyber psychopaths do not have a complete set of military prostheses. And those who can cause mass casualties often rely on equipment. Once these people get started, the damage they cause to the factory is devastating. Watching the workers working overtime extinguish the last wisp of black smoke and rescue the last machine, he felt relaxed. Elliot is really my lucky star. Although the group will definitely punish him, it should not be fired directly. After all, these days, talents like senior project managers are not replaced at will. Especially at this juncture. With these two good people, Elliot and Selvon, the company has decided to reduce the production targets of the Folkestone factory, support production capacity from other places, and give him more resources to deal with the mess. I didn't expect that. Selvon, you couldn't give resources when you were alive. But now that you're dead, there are more resources. You're right. The company is not fair. Thank you for your contribution to the factory. Ivan took a small sip of tea. Ding. Communicator, Eleanor Weird. Eleanor Weird, you idiot. Ivan was stunned for a moment, and moved his comfortable feet off the table. Ivan, what's wrong? Eleanor Weird, Elliot Grove. The worker. You let him go. Ivan, he is an honest man. I have comforted him. Eleanor Weird, he has entered the government building. With a buzz. Ivan felt that the world was spinning. How is it possible? He has an advanced emotion analysis module, combining facial expressions, body movements, verbal feedback and preliminary hormone detection. He can completely judge that Elliot is an honest man. And the accuracy rate is over 98%. He is the kind of low-level person who is easiest to fool. As a result, as soon as he went out, he became another extreme. A troublemaker? Ivan's first thought was, who brainwashed him with a super brainwashing device? Please sit down. Mr. Grove. Can I call you Elliot? You know, workers like you maintain the stability of the European Union and are the cornerstone of the European Union. I hope we can be less alienated. Severns wears glasses. People like him can't have no money to replace good artificial eyes. So this is actually a fashion. In terms of temperament, Severns is much more friendly than Ivan and those network monitoring agents. So friendly that Elliot suddenly thought, the European Union still abides by the law. And these politicians are still on the side of citizens. It seems that I have wronged them. There are still many good politicians in this world. Lear, first impressions are important. So never let the first impressions of the elites control your brain. Lear, follow your pace. I will tell you what to say when the time is right. Okay. Mr. Strange Elliot was very excited. Leader, I came here to reveal to you what is hidden in Eurotunnel Factory Number 2. Well, Factory Number 2? I remember. No wonder I think you look familiar. You are the factory worker who appeared on TV. I will help you contact your colleagues in the Labor Supervision Department. He is on his way. Elliot was stunned for a moment. Lear is right. This person may just look sincere and kind. How could he just be familiar with himself? Chapter 812, A World Separated by Zero. That is definitely a cyber psychopath. I heard Selvon talking nonsense. Saying something incomprehensible like machine soul. He used his position to change the factory's operating mode and manually created a flying steel accident, causing the production line to overspeed under the wrong circumstances and products to fly around. This set of actions must be rational? No. It should be said that intelligence can do it. That is, he has intelligence, but no other social constraints. This is a psychopath. Elliot told the story slowly. And Severns listened attentively, but it's not enough to just talk. Do you have any actual evidence? After all, I really have. I found a work log in the factory, and Selvon's nonsense was recorded in it, as well as his communication records with his superiors. Digital signatures and stamps. Ironclad evidence. Elliot Artificial Eye flashed a faint blue light, and he reached out and took out the chip from the brain-computer interface slot. Seeing this thing, Seven's eyes also lit up. This time it was an exaggerated technique, and it didn't really light up. Lucky. At the same time, he also looked up to Elliot in his heart. Under such circumstances, he still remembered to mess around in the internal system of the factory. This person is a talent. A great talent. This kind of talent is insidious and strong. Cunning and tough. Even when the situation is urgent, he can still think about the future. And he just broke a piece of gold metal that may be useful from the workplace. More importantly, the company actually let him go and gave him 2,000 euros to send him away. Either the company executive is a good-for-nothing, or this guy's cunning and insidiousness have exceeded the general level, and even the commonly used office software can't recognize it. The internet likes to say that they are the European community. After thinking about it, I still adopted the European community's statement to avoid some problems. The officials are good-for-nothings, and their daily work is to read chips and drink purified water. It seems that there are many good-for-nothings in this company. Severns took the chip and inserted it directly into the slot on his neck. Seeing this scene, Johnny's shadow appeared in the air. Obviously, he couldn't hold it back again. He walked curiously behind Seven's sofa. Johnny, so brave. Aren't you afraid of viruses in it? Leal, this is not Night City. The logic of vicious murders is stronger. Cyberpsychosis murders are too rare. Johnny, what do you mean by the logic of vicious murders is stronger? What logic is there in this thing? Isn't it just that I want to kill him? Rob his money. And then I kill him? Leal, you will have the opportunity to feel it in the future. Generally speaking, teachers live by the open law. And intentional murder and malicious attacks follow the underground law. The open law is unloaded on paper. And the underground law must be tried by yourself. Johnny, I think it is obvious that official capitalism protects these guys too well. And it is a bit lawless. Lil suddenly regained the feeling of just partnering with the good guy. You are talking about blatantly killing people if you want to kill people. But you say that others regard killing as a low probability event as lawless? Elliot sweated directly. Sure enough. He is an old native of Night City on the other side of the ocean. It is true that they all have their own lives on the internet. It seems that since he met them, this old man with silver arms has been encouraging him to kill people? Severance finished reading all the information in a short while, and the light in his artificial eyes began to weaken. But it did not end completely. Check the digital encryption signature. Scan for malware. And scan whether the artificial system is still normal. It can be handed over to the system's own software to do it. TSK. If this is the case, the European Tunnel Company is a bit lawless. Not only does it put the safety of employees' lives and social responsibility aside, but it also wants to use 2,000 euros to beat you. A great hero. You are a hero. Elliot, your coworkers are counting on you. You saved them. And you have to save them a second time. These words are comfortable. And Elliot only feels a warm current flowing through his heart. The praise he wanted did not come from the company, but the European community gave it to him. How to save them? Severance smiled slightly. Eurotunnel's performance is too poor, and it is very inhumane. It also fails to comply with labor supervision laws and regulations to properly prevent the emergence of cyberpsychosis. I think our department needs to re-examine it. There are too many risks in handing over the maintenance of the British-French Channel to them. With enough information and evidence, we can apply to our superiors to relaunch the project and allocate funds to some more powerful companies. For the normal operation of the European community and the safety of citizens. Are you willing to be a witness? Elliot didn't even think about it. Yes. That's what I'm doing. That guy is too much. When do we start? No hurry. Eurotunnel is a behemoth within the European community. We need more evidence. One witness is not enough for you. Are you sure you can find more witnesses? Of course. Elliot patted his chest. I guess everyone in the factory heard Selvon's nonsense that day. That voice was so scary. I have a good relationship with the people in the factory. And I saved them. They believe me. But you know, leader, we workers just want to have a meal and live a stable life. Severance smiled more obviously. Haha. I think you are not an ordinary person. Elliot, your future is bright. Because you are kind and know how to take care of the workers. It is these workers who knocked out every brick and tile for the company and knocked out a solid foundation for the European community. They are willing to point out the company's illegal operations for the European community. And the European community will of course protect them. Just as the European community has always done. I will apply for a small amount of activity funds from the finance department for. You are in charge of arranging these workers. Elliot was stunned for a moment. Then he became visibly nervous and excited. Leader. Can I? How much money do we have for this activity? You know we are all poor people. A total of 200,000 euros. This is not a small number. You find a place to settle them. Safety is the top priority. Do you understand what I mean? Transfer. Add 200,000 euros. Account balance. 204,220 euros. 200,000 was transferred at once. And Elliot's brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. In the European community, a person's lifetime income is about 400,000 euros. In the European Tunnel Company, Elliot calculated how much money a person of his level could earn in his lifetime. And it was estimated to be about 400,000 or 500,000. Half a lifetime's money was transferred to his account at once. And there was a zero between the huge sum and his original savings. Just like an insurmountable barrier between his original identity and the world he was about to enter. The 200,000 belongs to Severance. And the 4,000 euros belongs to him. The former said that 200,000 is not a small number and needs to be allocated by the superiors. But in fact, he just waved his hand and transferred it. God knows from what account he transferred it. The latter was saved by him with great difficulty. He dared not live in a house with windows. Dared not buy new clothes. And bought food and drinks that were about to expire. The former said that he cared about it. But in fact it was the scraps. And the latter took great pains to pay for it. But in fact it was all his assets, and even included a sum of money bought with his life. This string of numbers seemed to remind him. reminding him of the reality. The reality is that Severn said that he was serving European citizens. But in fact, he said it was lowly. But in fact, he was so noble that he even had more scraps than Elliot. With a zero between them. Leal, oh. Poor guy. You are so fucking stingy. It's your turn to speak. Elliot Head was dazed. And he instinctively said, according to the inscription board on his nervous system, well, it should be enough. Do you have any security companies to recommend? Chapter 8:13 Opening the Door to the Free World. You are very courageous. Elliot. I am very optimistic about you. Faced with this question, Sevens took a deep look at Elliot, stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Elliot just felt a little puzzled. How could he suddenly become such a mystery man? There are indeed some. I know some small-scale security self-employed. You can find them through this number. I emphasize again. I am very optimistic about you. But don't play too much. Data transmission in progress. 200,000 can buy my life. Elliot looked at the numbers on the account, and his hands were shaking with excitement. He was absent-minded in the subsequent conversation. He only remembered the 200,000. Johnny, your life is only worth 2,000 yuan. Have you forgotten? Not now. 200,000 yuan can buy a lot of things. The original price of the International Electric Company prosthesis system that Elliot is using now is 2,500 euros. Plus the memory expansion, external CPU, external storage and miscellaneous respiratory protection prosthesis required for industrial labor. The total price is just over 40,000. Even so, he still has to repay in installments, which is 87,000 euros after interest, and at least 7,000 euros per year for maintenance. If there are major problems, it may have to be returned to the factory for repair or replacement, which will cost more. The more serious problem is that the prosthesis system and production technology have been replaced more and more rapidly in recent years. Although the copyright law states that they can use the prosthesis for 30 years after buying it. If the production standards of the factory and the company change again during these 30 years, they will have to spend money to match the production line. Otherwise, they will just pack up and leave. In short, this is only about work. The living expenses are also not small: monthly rent, food, clothing, electricity, and internet fees. But 200,000 is enough for him to cover these expenses. He can live in his room for nearly 20 years without doing anything, and just watching Mutuo every day. In just a short while, 200,000 was in hand. This money comes so easily. No wonder the company always wants to take the path of the European community. How do we divide it? Ouch. Elliot was severely shocked and screamed uncontrollably. Leal, such a small amount of money is of course easy to come by. Don't fantasize about what will happen next before you start working. Elliot stroked his neck. The feeling of electrotherapy is not good. Especially this kind of electrotherapy brought by AI remote control. 200,000 is not much. You can buy 200 second-hand cars. Leal, there is not much to do. First find a piece of land at the edge of the city. After the layout is completed, we will go to recruit people. Okay, big brother. I listen to you in everything. But what about the security company you asked about just now? What does that mean? We still hire bodyguards? Elliot asked as he got on the bus. They had already walked out of the government building. He didn't understand the meaning of what Leal asked him to ask. Just like he didn't understand why Leal said 200,000 was too little. Isn't this just a case of why not eat meat? Just like the small entrepreneur on TV who said 10 million euros was a small number last month. Leal just felt a little headache, to be honest. It's not a bad thing that Elliot likes to ask questions. It shows that although he is not young, he still has some desire to learn. But the problem is that his concept is too conservative. Leal, do you think 200,000 can buy your life? Of course. I'm just a small worker. I probably only make that much in my lifetime. 200,000. But I don't think I'm worth that much money. Johnny, in Night City. As long as you find the right person, 500 euros can buy your neighbor's life. You're really not worth that much money. Elliot opened his mouth, thinking that the news reports were still conservative. He had always thought that the European community always reported bad news to discredit Night City and highlight the necessity of European barriers. Leal, in this place, if the conditions are met, 100 euros should be able to buy a life. But we still calculated based on 500. The monthly maintenance cost of the British-French channel is between 24 million and 36 million euros. And it may increase a little in case of emergency. Leal, and this channel also carries material. Data and energy trade. With an annual trade volume of 50 to 60 billion euros. Leal, in other words. This channel can buy at least 48,000 lives every month with direct benefits. And at least 10 million people's lives can be affected by indirect benefits every month. Leal, do you still think 200,000 is a lot? Astronomical figures hit Elliot's brain. The simple and crude logic easily made him realize how important this matter is, and how much right and wrong this matter can cause, even if only 10% of the benefits are taken. It is enough to drive companies crazy. Under the protection of European barriers. Even if ordinary people are overwhelmed by high-intensity work and difficult life. It is difficult for them to do extreme behavior, objectively. They cannot get tools and have no ability. But subjectively, they can at least make a living. And most of the time it is just a little hard. Even if they are poorer. They still have a life. And there is no need to ruin their entire life. But it is different for enterprises. Such huge benefits can become motivation subjectively. And objectively. Whose life can't be bought? The rail bus is not full of people. There are old people looking at handheld terminals. Young people immersed in the visual system display. And hard-working office workers. Folkestone is a busy town. You can't survive without a job here. Everyone is busy. Such a familiar daily routine suddenly became less familiar. Elliot swallowed his saliva. Maybe some of these people are communicating with their employers and preparing to get rid of themselves in a suitable place? Leal, good. You now realize the seriousness of the problem. You said you are not worth 200,000. Which is a fact. Leal, so from now on, you have to do your best to make yourself worth this 200,000. Otherwise, Leal, you will die. Elliot swallowed his saliva. Then why don't we just hire international security like Arasaka, Militech or Lazarus Group? If we have their protection. When Leal asked if Sevens knew any security companies, the latter's surprise was already undisguised. Which Elliot couldn't understand. Why was he not surprised when he came to report the Eurotunnel company? But was surprised when asked about this? After understanding the interests involved, Elliot's question became, why not just hire some powerful military contractors? For example, Arasaka. Arasaka is the leader in this field. The advertisement said that as long as he made a phone call and transferred money, the world's top bodyguards would arrive in Folkestone. Leal, there are many reasons. But you just need to remember, 200,000 to buy their services is just right. But your value becomes 200,000 minus the hiring fee. Leal, I said. You have to make yourself worth this 200,000. Ding dong. Chang'an Station. Here we are. Swish. Behind him. The car door closed. And Elliot froze in place. Not knowing what to do. Lear, now go find the local property management company. I have locked a few places on the internet. I will go there now. Lear, you may be followed. But I can't be sure who is following you for the time being. Lear, Johnny. Help him keep an eye on it. I need to check the list set by Sevens. Johnny appeared in Elliot's vision and made a gesture to Lear, indicating that he knew. As a digital soul in his brain, Johnny shared vision with Elliot, which was equivalent to having an extra experience and a slightly more experienced visual central processor. So scary. They don't have guns in their hands. Do they? This is a serious crime in the European community. It shouldn't be possible. Johnny, it's really interesting. They are all places on Earth. And most of the people here have never even seen a gun. Johnny, there must be guns. I think there must be. Johnny, welcome to the free world. Chapter 814 Elliot in Resistance. As an industrial city, with the heavy responsibility of maintaining the channel, Folkestone naturally has a port. The port of Folkestone is the English Channel. After the baptism of rising sea levels, the English Channel has widened a lot. And the area that can be used as a seaport has also shifted. So this Folkestone is not in the same position as the Folkestone in Marble that Leal knows. At the same time, the port is not grand. There is indeed shipping here, but not much. Since the outbreak of the rabies virus in the old network, a large number of AIs with autonomous consciousness have in turn controlled the war machines, among which submarines are the most prosperous. Before the collapse of the old network, there were a total of 4 corporate wars, of which the second and fourth corporate wars had major conflicts on the ocean. And nuclear submarines were the most lethal marine military units at the time. In order to protect their own assets at sea and attack the local assets at sea, the two warring parties built many nuclear submarines. With the release of the rabies virus, these combat units have become real ghosts at sea. AI has inherited human experience and even done better. It is familiar with every channel and can even detect the channel. The risk of sea transportation is too great. At present, the English Channel is escorted by human-controlled nuclear submarines and patrols composed of biological weapons, such as cyber dolphins. But the scale should not be too large. The main material transportation of this channel is still oil and gas. And it also carries network cables. Real bulk goods are now transported by air using airships, and airships improve from airships. There is no need to set up an air transport point in Folkestone, a town that may be affected by typhoons and tsunamis at any time. So the port is not large. But you can see things that you can't see in Night City, the dark blue back of the whale, and the tail fin covered with barnacles are tumbling on the sea. This sea area must belong to the company. But I don't know which company it is. Elliot walked into the warehouse area of the port. The situation here is not optimistic, compared with the work he did in the Eurotunnel factory. This is pure physical work. Next to the automated cranes and forklifts, workers wearing backward exoskeletons use smoking prosthetics to carry goods. Seeing them, Elliot felt that he saw himself. No, he was far lower than himself. Working here, if you can earn 1,000 a month, you have to work really hard. It's unstable and hurts your body. Elliot sighed. Do you know that Britain launched the Second Glorious Revolution 100 years ago? At that time, it was said that the King of England would protect his people and make oppression and violence no longer exist. Leo, hush! Stop talking. This is a sensitive word. Elliot was stunned for a moment, and carefully closed his mouth, and said in his heart, "What's wrong? I usually post on the internet every day, and I haven't seen the internet monitoring talk to me. Leo, do you have a problem with your brain? You are an ordinary civilian, and your mental assessment is still the safest kind. Of course, no one cares if you talk a few words on the internet. Leo, you are now discussing with European community officials how to dig out project funds for other companies. If you say this now, aren't you afraid that the gendarmerie will deal with you? Leo, you have to remember that you are no longer 2,000 euros, but 200,000, or even 10 million, 100 million, or even 1 billion. Leo, with $1 billion in their pockets, they can find an excuse to rob you. They are organizations with strong moral values and discipline. It is normal for them to rob you without saying anything." After hearing this, Elliot silently said in his heart, "I am now $1 billion." His heart beat very fast, and he almost couldn't breathe, calculating that $1 billion is too much. It is better to start with 200,000. After adjusting his mood, Elliot put his hand on the fingerprint recognition lock. This is an abandoned warehouse listed on the European Community Real Estate Trading Network. It comes from a small business that was seized by European banks due to poor management. Identity Recognition System version, European Barrier ver 2077.332044. Fingerprint recognition passed. ID card verification passed. Biometrics passed. You have passed the authentication. Welcome to visit. Email name, A335128 Judicial Auction Real Estate. Sender, Severns. Severns, Elliot. This real estate comes from a previous, an unimportant company that has gone bankrupt. Their boss escaped bankruptcy liquidation and ran away. Severns, European banks have put the right to use the property online. The remaining 8 months of use rights? The starting price is 90,000 euros. Due to some reasons, the last auction failed. The next auction will be in 2 hours. You can bid. Severns, this warehouse is not big, but the place is small and safe. It should be enough to accommodate you and your fellow workers. Severns, I am doing the formalities for you. You can go and see the place. This place is really not big, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. Basically the size of 4 basketball courts. 10 meters high indoors. Single-story roof. And a 3-story structure next to it, with 8 offices. Everything was fine except that it looked dusty. The floor was covered in oil, and it smelled strange, spacious and bright. Although it was a cloudy day today, it was nice to have a window that could actually see the sky outside. Even if it was raining, it was nice to hear the sound of raindrops. Elliot suddenly felt a strange sense of satisfaction. This place is great. I stay here later. Lil, we stay here until we're done. Lil, let's go in and take a look now, Johnny. When Elliot walked through the corridor on the 2nd floor and passed by the window, Johnny happened to appear by the window. Johnny, there were 2 people following us, but they left, and it looked like they were just checking the place out. Elliot's heart trembled. Then let's change the place? Lil, what to change? Folkestone is so small. Not to mention the cheap and easy-to-use site. A man worth 200,000 can't even keep a small warehouse. So just find a place to bury himself. Lil, you. Hey. Can you have some backbone? The enemy wants to demolish your home. And you say in a dejected way, how about changing places? Lil, you are such a coward. Maybe it's because he has been with Johnny for too long. Or maybe Elliot's cowardice has exceeded Lil's imagination. Or maybe Lil has been in the world beyond ordinary people for too long. Facing Elliot, who often switches between soft and hard, Lil is a little angry. This kid. His brain is not bright. His attention is not focused on learning. His mind is full of eroticism. And his courage has not increased at all. Elliot scratched his head awkwardly. And suddenly felt ashamed. Muramasa scolded him. Johnny scolded him. But Lil never really got angry. Now 3 people, 3 AIs have said this. And Elliot finally couldn't hold his face. But he was really scared. He was scared that one day he would die in bed. While eating. Or while walking on the road. These were just his daily routines. His quiet time after work. When he thought that these times would be broken. He was scared. Irritated. And even somewhat resistant to entering this new world. Elliot also felt that he was bad. But he just couldn't get rid of this emotion. Johnny disappeared from his sight. Replaced by Lil. Lil stood in front of Elliot. And the little fat man raised his head and looked at Lil's steely face. At the same time, he felt a hard steel hand on his shoulder. Think about the things you posted on the internet. Think about your colleagues. And think about yourself. If you still resist, and you still talk nonsense on the internet while resisting, it can only mean one thing. You deserve all your dissatisfaction with this world. And you have contributed to the fact that this fierce world has become what it is now. Click. An abnormal sound was heard. And all the words Elliot wanted to say were held back in his stomach. And Lil disappeared. Lil, there is someone. Chapter 815 Mercenary Team. The sound was very subtle. If a human were to listen, they would easily mistake it for the rumbling sound of a crane crashing outside the window. The human ear's recognition accuracy is relatively high within the acceptable frequency range. And Elliot has also installed a cochlear implant to prevent hearing damage caused by factory noise. With the eye-level analysis ability, Lil can clearly realize that something is moving in the office building and there are people here. Elliot looked around nervously and reached out to pick up the broken iron rod on the open space. It looked like it fell from a jack. It was very solid and heavy in his hand. But he could still swing it. He is fat and inflexible. But it is not pure puffiness. Lil is very satisfied with this action. At least now, he knows how to protect himself. You know, according to what he saw on the EC network, 90% of people in the EC would take out their phones to record the screen when they encounter such a problem, thinking of asking the police to come and deal with it. The EC has a total of 5 levels of crime. And any fighting behavior can be classified as the entry-level first-level crime. This is a society that does not support violent private settlements. If someone is beaten and lies down, there is indeed a chance to get a lot of compensation. But that is a normal situation. It is obvious that Elliot has already understood that he is in an abnormal situation now. If there is a problem, he must first save his life. And only when he survives can he think about other things. What should I do? Lil, go up with a stick. I want to adjust the monitoring range of your cochlear implant. But I can't beat you. Lil, I didn't ask you to fight. I asked you to wait outside the door. Lil, be tougher and more fierce. Okay. Squeak. Elliot dragged the iron stick and walked slowly towards the office where the sound came from. The stick rubbed against the ground and made a harsh sound, announcing his approach to the people in the room. The iron rod first dragged on the ground, and then made a grunting sound as he went upstairs. Outside the factory, the gantry crane that was working 24 hours a day also made a rhythmic sound, which sounded like the heavy metal music that the Vortex gang liked the most. Bang. 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 Elliot followed Lil's instructions and came to the door and knocked hard on the door. Bang. Crash. There was a louder sound from inside, like the piled-up cardboard boxes or something fell down. Elliot gritted his teeth, as if playing the active role gave him a lot of courage. He roared with full energy, the person inside. You occupied the foreclosure house of the European Bank. Get out. This is my house. My property. The person inside screamed, scaring Elliot. If Elliot toughness was pretended, the voice of the person inside was really hysterical. And even reminded Elliot of the cyber psychopath Selvon in the factory. When he was scared, the instructions in the visual system all turned red. And the inside. Elliot instructions appeared in front of him. Smash it again. Bang. This is not your territory. This is mine. I will open the door and kill you. You homeless bastard. Bang. Elliot smashed the door continuously. He had no combat experience and didn't know how to hold back. Under the control of adrenaline, he smashed the iron door with all his strength, even cracking the knuckles. But it was this desperate smashing that made the momentum even greater. The person inside immediately changed his tone. I beg you. I beg you. Please give me a way out. I have no place to live. Fawn went. They will chase me away. Bang. Bastard. Old bastard. I just want to live. Bang. No. No. They will exile me to the wilderness. I can't live. I just want. Bang. Come on. Come in and kill me. Let's see who can kill who. You capitalist running dog. Clatter. The sound inside turned into the sound of metal cans collapsing. And the footsteps approached the door. Elliot's heart was in his throat. The other side was about to rush out. Elliot. What to do? Swish. The door was pushed open. And a disheveled man, with a ferocious face, and a glass bottle in his hand rushed out. Elliot, who was bluffing, had a blank mind. His cruelty was just pretending. And the opponent might not have combat experience. But he was angry. The bottle was getting closer and closer to Elliot's head. But Elliot, under the control of adrenaline, did not move at all, and was completely stunned. Swoosh. Bang. A huge blocking projectile flew through the air and hit the man's head hard. Paw. The man's body softened, and the bottle hit Elliot's shoulder with a little force. Feeling like being slapped by someone. Not painful. Ha ha ha. Elliot panted and looked at the thing that hit the man. This is a police anti-riot projectile. And its purpose is to make people stop their actions while minimizing the risk of harming lives. Obviously, the rubber projectile accomplished its mission, knocking the man unconscious on the spot, probably accompanied by a severe concussion. Boss! Elliot looked back and saw 3 people in combat jackets, standing downstairs waving at him. One of them was half crouching on the ground, maintaining a shooting posture. The thing was shot from the riot gun in his arm. Lil appeared beside Elliot and helped him up, so that his legs would not weaken, and he would kneel down. Elliot grabbed the railing. They are people recommended by Sevens. I have contacted the middleman in your name, regardless of their strength. They are quite mobile, and came directly after receiving the news. Okay. I was scared to death. Elliot calmed down and shouted to the people below. Good job. Boss. Who is this person? I compared the data. He is the original user of this property. The internet police and the police have been unable to find him. It turns out that he is hiding in the warehouse. The disheveled boss was tied to the pipe by the wall, and 3 fully armed mercenaries surrounded him. This scene gave Elliot a great sense of security. 2 of them were strong men, and 1 was a woman. Even if it was a woman, she was half a head taller than Elliot, and looked stronger. Luckily you came in time. The woman smiled. Of course we have to work faster if there is work to do. The typhoon drove away all the refugees. We were about to take out a loan to buy plane tickets to Lithuania. But we didn't expect to get a job. And it was a job in the city. Oh, you are really professional. Elliot also smiled back. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. You said refugees? The woman shrugged. Yes. Refugees? The demand in the killing zone has dropped all of a sudden. Are they mercenaries who work in the killing zone? Elliot became nervous again. The mercenaries in the killing zone may have dozens or even hundreds of lives on their bodies. They are all murderers. Chapter 8:16-3 Mercenaries. Name, Alina Malkova. File, codename Red Crow. Polish. Height 175 centimeters. Sniper. 12 kill zone contract fulfillment experiences. Prosthetics. Tactical prosthetic eye for aiming right eye. Ballistic analysis. Cochlear implant. Name, Mikhail Alexandrov. File, codename Icehammer. A legal mercenary of the former Soviet Union. Height 190 centimeters. Demolition expert. Heavy machine gunner. 17 kill zone contract fulfillment experiences. 1 recorded German death race experience. Prosthetics, Giraffe Industrial Robotic Arm Type 2, left hand. Stimulant injector. Name, Jan Novikov. File, codename Silver Fox. Former Soviet Union Regular Army. Height 175. Assaulter. 11 killing zone compliance experiences. Prosthetics, separate personal link, compatible with hacking tools. Subcutaneous pouch. The 3 mercenaries are all from Eastern Europe and have very rich combat experience. Of course, the files given by Sevens are very watery. Leal carefully read the secondary files and found that most of the dozen or so compliance experiences were massacres of refugees who broke into the killing zone. Most of these refugees are called armed terrorists in the news of the European community. But they are poorly equipped. In theory, they can be suppressed with heavy firepower. But most of the time, they are one-sided massacres. Only in very rare cases will you encounter strongly armed refugees, which was very common 100 years ago, but not common now. So whether it is Leal, Johnny or Muramesa, these 3 mercenaries can only be considered professional, but not powerful, judging from the battle record alone. The big guy named Icehammer is a little better. Leal still remembered that there were some mercenaries in Night City who came from Germany and participated in the death race. Unlike what he did in Night City, this thing has a historical heritage. Sponsored by a legitimate European car company and a legitimate European military equipment supplier, and is a special activity in the killing zone. In other words, it is a legal violent activity. Just like killing illegal immigrants and refugees in the killing zone. Of course, within the European community, military weapons and military prostheses are strictly controlled. Absolutely strictly controlled. And they cannot use those killing weapons here. In fact, the prosthesis level of the 3 people is also very low. Icehammer has replaced an arm. Silver Fox has only a pocket added to his abdomen. And Red Crow's sensory system has been strengthened. You can't even see too much prosthesis just by looking at the appearance. Safe and capable of fighting. Theoretically, it can fight, no matter how powerful the company is. This is not Night City. It is unlikely that people will drive armored vehicles and carry rocket launchers to fight in the city. Elliot asked cautiously, "Did you work in the killing zone before?" "Yes." Red Crow Alina admitted easily. "Where can I find work now? If I don't do this, I can only go to East Siberia and fight those difficult cyber psychopaths in the snow for 300 days. The killing zone and Siberia are both hell. But the city is different. The city is much better." Elliot hesitated to speak, to be honest. He didn't think Folkestone was a city. He often mocked netizens from London on the internet, and respectfully called them the Honorable London Lord. Alina kicked the man tied to the pipe. "Isn't this the case?" In order to avoid being thrown out of the wall. "I don't know how many days he has been hiding here." "Oi. Stop pretending to sleep," I said. The long legs swayed. Even wearing tactical uniforms could not hide her tall body proportions. Under Elliot's gaze, the foot kicked the man's big steel cannon hard. Bang. Fuck. That's much better now. How do we deal with him? If he is an undocumented illegal resident, we can just kill him. Ahem. Elliot interrupted Alina. "You don't need to give me advice, brother. How long have you been hiding? What do you eat if you hide here every day?" "Fuck." The man shrank his lower abdomen. His expression was ferocious. But he still said honestly, "Don't chase me away. I have stored a lot of food in the warehouse. Just afraid of such a day. You changed the room without permission. House structure? He is a plumbing trough owner. Don't report me. I am very capable. If the typhoon hadn't come, I wouldn't have been stuck with that batch of goods. You want to take over this place. I know it best. I can help you with the work. Lost in futures? Yes. The transportation department changed the transportation quota. And I can't deliver my goods. The European community has a policy today and a policy tomorrow. Big companies have to hold their noses to get through it. How can a small business like me do it?" The man obviously hated the European community. And Elliot's expression was a little strange. "What did you do before?" I said it. "I was in trade. I mean your position in the company." "Position? I run a fucking company." The man was stunned for a moment, then laughed at himself, and his voice became louder. "I run a company. Boss, you have connections so you can work hard. But people like us can only survive one day at a time. But it's hard for me to work. I can't even work 30 days a month. Brother, give me a way out." Elliot looked at the man kneeling on the ground and became more and more uncertain. Why is this new world different from his perception? He still wants to start a company with this kind of idiocy? Elliot, brother. Is he lying to us? Aren't all the people who start a company big bosses? He looks like a homeless person. Leal, what he said is true. He is indeed the boss of a previous trading and logistics company. The annual revenue is not small. About 5 or 6 million euros. Elliot, huh? Why is he so miserable? Leal, the European community will not tell you too much about small businesses. It seems that your brain needs to be updated. Managing a company is not just sitting in a seat and counting money. Leal, especially for small businesses like this. They may be more unstable than your previous working life. Elliot, but... Leal, do you feel that you are now like the idiots in those online videos? I told you that you insisted on saying no. That you were out of power? Elliot immediately shut up and scratched his head awkwardly. Leal, don't scratch. Whose boss scratches his head for no reason? Elliot, okay. Then what should we do with him? According to you, he is really a talent? Let's. Leal, have you secretly watched a lot of videos that you look down on? And think that you can use a talent you picked up on the road? Leal, contact Sevens. And deal with it as the law requires. If he doesn't do this job, there are plenty of people who can do it. There is no need to find an illegal resident with a bad record. Elliot, oh. After a short silence, Elliot waved his hand. The Immigration Administration will be here soon. What? No. Elliot winked at Red Crow, who understood and knocked the man unconscious with a punch. Looking at the man who fell asleep in despair, Elliot suddenly had a complicated thought. It always feels a bit cruel. Aren't all the lawless lunatics in the Super Dream movie kind of sympathize with each other? Especially considering what this man just said. It seems like I have become a guy who is doing dirty business with the European community. Elliot, brother. Isn't it said that all the lawless lunatics sympathize with each other? Elliot, the growth of Burger King is partly due to the corruption and incompetence of the Night City authorities. Some capable people have to seek livelihoods outside the law and resist authority. Such people and things are also called cyberpunk. Elliot, aren't we a bit of a bully? Leal didn't want to talk anymore. But Johnny appeared in Elliot's visual system with a look of fun. Johnny, yo. I asked you to do something punk to save your co-workers, and you were so scared that your legs trembled. I asked you to do a good job, and you felt that your life was too comfortable. Johnny, where did you read this? Among the things you read. Is there anything called how pig brains are made? Elliot almost raised his hand to scratch his head again in embarrassment. Elliot, you have seen it in my room before. The Night City Legends Burger King series. Leal, then you saw it wrong. Chapter 817 Workers Escape. What now? What to do now? After the warehouse was taken care of, Leal's plan could move to the next step. Faced with Elliot questions, Leal finally began to explain how the whole thing was going to be done. First, the whole thing was centered around the allocation of the project funds for the Anglo-French Channel. And the whole thing was based on the redistribution of the project funds. The enemy was obviously the European Tunnel Company, which basically monopolized the share of the Anglo-French Channel from construction, maintenance, and daily operations. The downstream factories were basically interest companies related to them, and they had a very large say in this channel. In places without order, resources will be allocated through direct violence. But in places with order, everyone has to listen to the one with the biggest fist. The European community is the organization with the most say, in order to prevent the society from being left with only violence. There is order. This final distribution of benefits is the reward for people dancing with shackles. As for what means are actually used, the European community only cares about who does the best job of obeying order on the surface. If it can bring more profits, it will be even better. But this does not apply to this incident. In this dispute, the shackles they have to wear are cyberpsychosis prevention and treatment law. The European community adopts the appointment system to appoint local government officials. Every bill and policy will affect the superior's judgment on how to appoint local officials. When something that is not allowed appears in society and affects social stability, the local government officials will be judged as unqualified by their superiors, and they will consider replacing key personnel and changing policies. What Leal has to do is to make things bigger. So as a company, either you clean up your mess or you get out. Elliot thought about it and asked in his heart, if this is the case, won't there be political officials who will consider backstabbing their superiors every time something goes wrong? It sounds like the system designed for stability is unstable instead. Leal, I'm not here to compete with you in politics. After understanding this, tell me what we should do now. Elliot pondered. Post on the internet? Leal, if pure online public opinion is useful, you would be a small political official now. Leal, we have to find a way to get the people in the factory at that time. Sevens wants them to serve as witnesses for him, testify to the cyberpsychosis incident, and exaggerate the production problems of Eurotunnel as much as possible. But there's no need to exaggerate. Leal, the more you exaggerate, the more miserable the political officials who are responsible for contacting Eurotunnel will be, and the more meat you can tear off. To put it bluntly, you will earn more. Lil, more money means more workers can be saved. Huh? Elliot made a puzzled sound. Wait a minute. What do we do after we rescue our co-workers? Just keep them here every day? Johnny, oh, you're thinking about how to order people around before you become a boss. I'm discussing this rationally. You can't always do this kind of work. Right? Lil, you're right. This is the first pot of gold. Let's make the first pot of gold first, and then discuss other things. Alina drives a small van, which is almost the same as Columbus Freight, but it's made by Citroën. The car is parked outside the port area, and the industrial area is further out. To enter the factory, you have to drive 10 kilometers and cross the empty wasteland. It would be too conspicuous to drive directly there. In the European community area, large-scale gunfights are indeed impossible to occur in the city. But a RPG can send a car into the sky. As long as people die, this small explosion in the industrial area is too easy to cover up. Boss, we're here. Arena turned to look at Elliot in the co-pilot seat. What are we going to do? We're going to poach people from the factory. Poach people from Eurotunnel? Yes. But once we get out of the port area, we're in an empty industrial area. Outside are all Eurotunnel's businesses, or small companies that have connections with them. If they move RPG in, we're done. I know. So I told you to stop here. Elliot was very opinionated. It was Lear who asked him to do this, and he enjoyed it. Arena is a typical Eastern European American. Tall, and her face fits Elliot's imagination very well. She's not the aristocratic template that has undergone plastic surgery at all. And she's very exotic. But how do we do it? Leal, I installed a virus in the factory. Ah? Elliot was confused. Virus? When was it installed? Boss? Alina shook Elliot tentatively, and the latter quickly responded, ahem. I have an insider in the factory. The time has come. Elliot paused again. His eyes widened. When the time comes, we will drive directly to the door. We have a 30-minute action window. From here to the door, and then back. Ah? Alina was confused. This is the plan? Elliot, is this really reliable? Leal, there are indeed more reliable plans. But we are going to use this one. Factory number 2. Workers sit in rows in the warehouse, with simple sleeping bags under them. This is their current dormitory. What is the factory going crazy about? The machines haven't arrived yet. Why do we need so many people to stay in the factory for maintenance? A group of workers squeezed into the warehouse, sleeping directly on sleeping bags. No air conditioning, no shower room, and even going to the toilet had to be reported to the company's OA. Carl, the man who had held a shield for Elliot in the factory accident a few days ago, echoed his co-worker's words. The company is really crazy. There is no overtime pay, and the salary has been deducted. I really want to report them with a phone call. Haha. Come on. Who in Folkestone will make things difficult for us and Eurotunnel? Yes. And besides, we can't get out now. I feel like something is fishy. Carl also sighed secretly when listening to his co-worker's words. They earn little and are not well educated. But they are not fools. They know that they are locked up by the company. And it is likely because of a cyberpsychosis accident. But they really don't understand. Are they really afraid of the Labor Inspection Department? Ding emergency notice. Eurotunnel Safety and Compliance Committee effective time. Immediately according to the factory's sudden accidents and safety assessments. All employees must stay in the factory on standby until further notice. It is strictly forbidden to leave the factory without permission. Any illegal departure will be regarded as a serious violation of the company's safety regulations, and the consequences will be borne by the person. The company will conduct identity and safety checks on employees. Please cooperate with the inspection at the designated time. The production line is temporarily suspended, and is expected to resume within 1 hour. Employees need to return to work as planned. The company will continue to pay normal wages during this period and provide medical and psychological support services. If you have any questions, please contact your direct manager for further instructions. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Ensuring the safety of factory production and all employees is our top priority. Note, you have been transferred to the emergency production team. According to the provisions of the European Community Labor Inspection Law, the company will use the right to compulsory overtime, and you are not allowed to leave the factory without authorization before completing the task. Carl was stunned for a moment. And then he and his coworkers exploded. We have been working overtime for a month. Now we are not even allowed to go home? This is unfair. This is illegal. We have exceeded the compulsory overtime hours. Let us leave. Bang. The huge footsteps suddenly came from outside the window. And through the glass. They saw the scene outside. A military mecha landed on the open space of the factory. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. At this moment, Carl suddenly found a line of words in front of him. Carl. I am Elliot. Eurotunnel intends to keep you in for a long time. I have contacted the European Community's political officials. They are willing to help us. But you have to rush out. I have a way to temporarily paralyze the factory security system. Now I will go back to work on the production line. Find a trustworthy worker. The European Community will compensate us. A lot of compensation. Let Eurotunnel pay the price. Chapter 818. The core production line affected by the Fagong accident is still blocked. But all the machines that can be produced have been moved out. Carl and his compatriots walked into the room silently without saying a word. Ivan Ross, the senior project manager of the factory, looked a little haggard, and his originally fair skin became even whiter. He changed his clothes into a high-neck dress. But the black blood vessels extending from his neck could still be seen. Less than 24 hours after the incident, Ivan's pressure had reached the threshold. If this matter was exposed, it would not only be a problem of not being able to complete the work indicators, but it would be unreasonable for him not to die at that time. Such a huge pressure made him focus most of his attention on thinking about how to deal with the escaped Elliot. He was just an ordinary worker. The first and only time they met. The software and the prosthesis showed this. Elliot deceived him and disappeared in his usual residence again. After going to the government building, he went into the port area and found a foreclosure house. What did he want to do? It didn't matter what he wanted to do. What mattered was that he had to organize production while cooperating with the public relations manager to find a way to get rid of this unstable factor. The special forces had just arrived at the factory, and he was so preoccupied with how they were going to kill Elliot that he didn't notice that the atmosphere in the factory was a little weird. The company controlled the personal freedom of workers for less legitimate reasons, which even violated some regulations in the cyber-psychiatry prevention and control law, and theoretically would increase the psychological pressure on workers. But to be honest, they never cared much about this. And no one cared. Efficiency first. Profit first. Ivan didn't notice that the workers should be under high pressure, and should express indignation, complaints and other emotions. But at this moment, they had no complaints. They were even more focused than their usual work state. Carl and his coworkers walked to their workstations without saying a word, connected their personal links to their workstations. Carl heard someone calling him. He looked up, and found that the packer opposite the workstation was staring at him. Before he started working, sweat was flowing from his forehead. What they were about to do now might be gone for life if they were caught by the company. But Carl was right. Carl looked at his fellow workers inconspicuously, and his mouth moved unconsciously, silently repeating what he had just said to persuade his fellow workers one by one. If we continue to work in this factory, we will die. If we don't work, we will die. It's death anyway. We might as well believe the good brother who saved our lives. Maybe we can even pry out the pension for the rest of our lives from the European Tunnel Company. Carl looked up and saw the mecha passing by. It seemed to be to scare them, and they could see the position of the mecha clearly. He moved his lips slightly. Do it. Bang. The machine that had just started suddenly made a loud noise, and the factory shook violently like an earthquake. The abnormality shocked Ivan's mind. The emotion was pulled back from Elliot. Shocked and angry. Again? Cyberpsychosis? Kill them! As soon as Ivan issued the order, a destructive order was transmitted in the factory. The collision sound caused by the wrong order and operation of the machine was as deafening as the explosion of a shell. At the same time, the riot mecha kicked the door open directly. Boom! A long steel bar passed the molding area and changed its direction on the forging hammer. It flew high from the production line and directly penetrated the unmanned mecha. Brothers, run! This guy named Elliot might be a real talent. You know, he actually told me that he'd buried the virus in the factory. Sevens poured a cup of tea for the person opposite. With a face full of praise, the person on the other side hesitated and said, "Virus? If it is a virus, network monitoring will intervene, which is not good. Espionage is a serious crime. Not to mention that this is a cybercrime, which will make the situation very complicated. No, you will never guess what virus he is talking about. He said that it is actually a time message, which is scheduled to light up in the prosthetic system of a worker in the factory at a fixed time. In other words, it is a timed message. It will not damage the equipment of the European Tunnel Company, and does not involve cybercrime." Ah? The person on the other side was obviously very surprised. Then why did he say it was a virus? Severance took a sip of tea, tasted it, and shook his head. As if he was also tasting Elliot Plan, this is what I said. The unbelievable part. I was also shocked when I saw his plan for the first time. The implantation of this message means that he had the current idea in the factory. That is to say, he thought that the situation would become like today in the chaos, and he also set a time limit for himself to start work. This is already a strange man. If you put it that way, it is true that this kid is too bold. Yes. But the more amazing thing is yet to come. He not only planned what happened later, but also scanned the damage and security of the factory. Don't forget that our Elliot has the ability to fight bad with bad. And he will provide this insider with a complete set of escape measures. As long as they return to the production line, they can use the system loopholes on the production line system that has not been fully repaired, just like some magical technical experts, and overload the security system in turn. In this way, the only obstacle for the workers to escape is the security guards. The person on the other side was shocked after hearing this. And then he didn't bother to taste the tea, and immediately realized that this thing was very likely to succeed, as long as the last link is connected. This last link is exactly why Sevens is sitting here. Sitting in the European Community Folkestone Articles and Behavior Control Bureau. The European community has almost strict management standards for any prosthetics and weapons that may cause major casualties. This is the function of the Articles and Behavior Control Bureau. Ah, I understand. The European Tunnel Company did transfer a group of teams from nearby after the accident. And they also brought a military mecha. Do you want me to enforce the law strictly? Yes. Severance smiled and nodded. The European community needs a stable environment. And citizens need a safe environment. It is understandable that the European Tunnel Company wants to strengthen security. After all, this is a special period. Even if they want to deploy mechas, it is understandable. But their weapons? I suggest that we enforce the law impartially. This is the European community. There is no place to use firepower. The company needs to respect us. The person on the other side was moved. This plan is really amazing. Regardless of success or failure, even if he intervenes, it is to strictly enforce the law in accordance with laws and regulations. Sometimes companies will use money to buy the right to carry weapons. But in the European community, no matter how strict the control of weapons is, it is the will of the authorities. This is the big banner. Even if Sevens fails, he will not be implicated. As for why Sevens trusted Elliot so much, he didn't know. But for this kind of thing, no one can guarantee 100% success. He doesn't have to worry about his life or death. And he can get some money. Why not do it? Okay. The two smiled and shook hands. A chip passed through Seven's big hand and was transferred to the big hand of the person opposite without a trace. Chapter 819. Rush all the way. Boom. Although the mecha used by Eurotunnel Company does not carry military weapons, its core is of military grade. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, Eurotunnel Company sent a mechanized team to Folkestone, including a military mecha. Although the local officials of Folkestone strictly restricted the firepower of the team and only allowed them to carry non-lethal weapons of the highest police level into the city, this strictness was always implemented within the European community. In other words, even if the mecha unloaded the rocket launcher and machine gun, nothing could penetrate the mecha shield. If a riot really broke out, the mecha could crush a large number of riders with just a jump. But at this moment, Ivan's mind was empty. He knew how powerful the Feigong accident was, but he had never been to a frontline factory. Even if he observed and studied, he could not see the accident scene. The Feigong accident a few days ago only made him hate this kind of safety accident. But now it was different. The steel bars that had just flown out of the furnace were running at high speed on the conveyor belt like cannonballs. They hit the forging hammers and were refracted out of the production line. The flames and debris that burst out were as dazzling as the sun. Thinking of this, Britain hadn't seen bright sunshine for a long time. The bright sunlight instantly smashed through the mecha after being ejected. Boom! The security guards around the mecha were unable to react in time. Who would have thought that such a simple task could actually blow up a mecha? In a stable society, a society where even knives and production tools must be registered, tanks were deployed to guard the entrance of the workers' dormitory. Who would have thought that the tanks would be blown up? Evan's brain crashed. But the workers did not. Carl did not expect that the operation method left by Elliot was really useful. But they had all experienced cyberpsychosis incidents and had some resistance to such incidents. More importantly, this incident was caused by them. If Feigong was created by a cyberpsychopath, they would be afraid. But when they control the machine to cause damage themselves, they would think, it turns out that we are so awesome. The black smoke in the factory became the best cover for the workers. Evan, who had never worked in such a situation, was smoked so much that his prosthesis kept giving warnings. And the red prompt box occupied most of his vision. What's worse is that the factory's power system was also overloaded. Although it would not cause a lethal EMP, it would cause damage to the communication inside and outside the field. It caused a great disturbance. So in the black smoke, the workers took advantage of the chaos and rushed out of the black smoke. While Ivan struggled to move forward in the black smoke, the workers knew that Feigong was just a moment. And the ones behind were all furnace failures storing energy. But he didn't know. Despair began to occupy Ivan's mind. And the fear of the future broke through his defenses. He began to panic. Boom! The sound of the explosion spread through the air and came to the enhanced monitoring equipment on the car. Silver Fox raised his eyebrows. Factory explosion. Right now. Elliot's voice was a little trembling. Right now. Charge. The accelerators of the three vans were instantly stepped on. And the ultraviolent operation method seemed to make people hear the collision sound of the clutch operation. Elliot suddenly stuck to the backrest. He watched the vehicles rush out of the industrial area, overtake the heavy trucks on the road, and watched the towering buildings disappear in front of him, replaced by large tracts of dead empty land and oceans. This is the scene he is used to, every day when he goes to work and gets off work. He sits on the tram and sees such a scene. Sometimes it was sunrise. Sometimes it was sunset. Sometimes it was raining. Sometimes it was windy. And even the windows looked similar. Elliot suddenly realized that this moment was very coincidental. So coincidental that they were running parallel to a tram that had just started. This tram was the one he took every day, and the one he took home in the morning. But soon, the tram began to slow down and stopped at the station. The van still did not slow down. Whoosh! The traffic was like a school of fish following the tides and ocean currents, driving on the road according to the unified automatic driving standards and speed limits of the European community. The van was the unstable factor in this stable ocean current. They were overtaking like crazy. Overtaking trams, trucks, and small trucks. Overtaking all vehicles that were in order. Didi? Fuck you. How do you drive? The shouts of other drivers dissipated in the air with the sound of the wind and the engine, and could no longer catch up. Elliot then adapted to the violent speed. He was racing. Oh. We are racing. Elliot's sudden shouting made Alina, who was driving the car, stunned for a moment. And then she laughed out loud. Elliot, you are such a weirdo. Why am I a weirdo? We are fucking racing. You seem to be enjoying it. Yes. Elliot blushed and nodded frantically. I am enjoying it. I have never been in a car before. Never driven a car. Elliot seemed to be unsatisfied after saying this. The inhalation components of his lungs expanded violently in the headwind, expanding his lungs to their maximum, stretching the reinforcing materials filling the gaps between the lungs to their maximum. There was a tearing pain in his lungs, but the violent airflow rushed into his lungs. Oxygen was inhaled, and his brain was extremely clear and excited. 28 years. I have lived for 28 years. There has never been a time when I didn't sit on the fucking damn boring public transportation. Ha ha. Alina laughed even louder and moved the seat back a long way with one hand. But you still haven't driven a car. You're right. What are you going to do? You should drive. Alina pulled Elliot over. Even though this woman had not overstrengthened her body, and there was no visible prosthetic enhancement, and even though Elliot thought he was a super fat man, he was still easily pulled over. Amidst the hurricane, Elliot was pulled by Alina to grab the steering wheel with both hands, and his brain heated up again. This time, he was not only racing, but also driving, and he was almost stuck to Alina. In the hurricane, the commotion in the factory became clearer and clearer. But Alina's voice was right beside his ear. How is it? Very good. Great. Elliot shouted back. And his head was quickly frozen by Leo. They were very close. The factory gate was opening. He saw the guy holding the shield for him. And Carl was waving his hammer at him. In the sky, countless surveillance drones belonging to the European community were coming to quell the riot. The drone captured this picture. The slowly opening gate seemed like a dividing line, with 3 vans rushing against the traffic on one side, and a factory emitting black smoke on the other. Behind the gate, the rioting workers waved their tools, steel or any industrial parts that could become their weapons, and rushed towards the security guards holding electric shock guns and water bullet machine guns. Some people fell to the ground due to electric shock, and some were stunned or even injured by water bullet rapid-fire guns that were powerful enough to break bricks. But they still insisted on moving forward, opening up a path under countless guns. This road is not long, but it is very clear from the sky, clearly leading to the outside of the door, leading to Carl, who was the first to rush out of the door, waving a hammer. One of his shoulders drooped weakly, and his body was covered in blood, and his face was blackened by smoke. The security formation had been dispersed by the huge and sudden charge, but they were security after all. As time went on, the standing workers would only be eaten away from behind little by little. Even if Carl had penetrated the defense line, he would eventually be pinned to the ground. This was a dead end. Even if you rushed out of the factory gate, what would happen? How would you walk through this old road that you have walked step by step for decades? There was no transportation available. But he was smiling. His dislocated shoulder did not affect his other hand swinging the hammer, and his dark face did not affect his bright eyes and white teeth. He smiled because the 3 vans going upstream were too obvious. Too obvious in the orderly traffic along the way. Looking at Carl's honest smile, Elliot felt encouraged for some reason, and held the steering wheel tighter in his hand. Elliot even took the initiative to step on the accelerator. Smoke bomb. Cover them. Got it. Boss. Chapter 820 The Taste of Success. When Alvin rushed out of the smoking factory, he saw workers all over the floor. Some were still able to move. Most were wailing, and a few were in a very bad state. Perhaps they had already suffered fatal internal injuries. The security forces did have only non-lethal weapons, but these non-lethal weapons were also quite lethal. The most powerful water bullet machine gun could fire 400 polymer water bullets per minute at full load. This weapon is even found in the arsenal of terrorist mobile teams in major cities. Full-powered polymer water bullets may not be able to penetrate the armor of fully armed cyber psychopaths, but the powerful kinetic impact of high-pressure water bullets can still make most people unable to stand up. Although the polymer water bullets used by Eurotunnel Company were required by the European community to reduce their power, they are still super weapons against ordinary people. If they are fired continuously for 1 minute, even the skull may be dented. And these polymer water bullets are also mixed with a moderate amount of skin-penetrating anesthetics. No one can withstand such a blow. But water bullets are water bullets after all. And half-power water bullets can't penetrate the human body at all. In other words, as long as people block it, the people behind will not be attacked. Now what Ivan saw was this scene. The water bullets looked like water knives in the air. But water knives can cut. And this water bullet with reduced power can't penetrate this bloody defense line even if it hits the worker's skin and flesh. Too slow. That guy rushed out of the door. Phew! Smoke suddenly broke out from the other side of the door. And someone blocked the smoke at the door. They have support. At this moment, Ivan no longer cared about the warning of the European community, and roared wildly in the communication channel. Ivan, start the anti-riot program. Operation code C314X9E. Start the NASA. Start now. Immediately. If this command was the kind of brainless and unclear, something like, do it for me. Start this. The helicopter pilot on the tarmac would ask back, because the device used in the anti-riot program is not safe and may attract the review of the European community. but with the previous string of code. It's different. This instruction is clear and tough. And the consequences will be borne by Ivan, who gave the order. The helicopter took off quickly, and the missile mount immediately opened, revealing a huge ultrasonic transmitter that was 1.7 meters high and 60 centimeters wide. The strong wind blew away the smoke, and through the black smoke, Elliot looked up and saw something in the sky. Name: Nausea. Riot control device. Manufacturer: Arasaka Corporation. Description: special riot control equipment, which will fill a cone area 15 meters deep and 25 meters wide with ultrasonic waves. People in the area will immediately feel dizzy, and staying for more than 6 seconds will be accompanied by a strong headache and nausea, and may be completely disabled. EC police-level equipment. Strictly controlled. Companies need to report their use. Leo, put on your headphones. Get out of the car and rescue him. Elliot looked at Carl's big white teeth, made up his mind, grabbed the headphones on the passenger seat, opened the door, and rushed down. What are you doing? Alina in the driver's seat was startled, but Elliot just shouted without turning his head, put on your headphones. Buzz. Ultrasound with a frequency of more than 20 kilohertz filled the entire area, and the sound pressure level was enough to even cause the smoke to fluctuate. Carl, who was still laughing the last second, just ran forward a few steps, and suddenly his brain went blank like his compatriots behind him. They were obviously running forward, but how could they get closer to the floor? Is he getting closer? The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to stand up and run away. But the more he wanted to stand up and run away, the closer he seemed to be to the ground, as if he was deliberately crashing into the ground. He suddenly realized he had fallen. Poof! Before his face came into close contact with the floor, Elliot big belly pressed against him, and at the same time, his two strong hands supported the other two workers who were rushing towards the ground. Good brother. I protect you. Get in the car. Okay. Bang. Carl only felt as if he was kicked hard. And then the world spun around, and he magically rushed into the car. He climbed up with the help of the chair, and suddenly heard a vomiting sound in his ear. Ugh. Carl listened to the sound in his ear, but his consciousness did not become clearer. But the world in front of him suddenly turned blood red. He was bleeding. Alina glanced back and shouted at Elliot, who rushed out again. Earplugs are not omnipotent. You have to stay no matter how long you delay. There are enough people. I have a lot of meat. Elliot shook his fat and rushed out without looking back. Let me save another one. More meat is worse. The helicopter in the sky slowly approached the gate. The damage caused by the super divine wave was no longer within the scope of willpower. Wherever it went, the workers fell like wheat. Elliot rushed in and out in the smoke like a wild boar, carrying one on his shoulder and dragging two in his hands without caring whether dragging like this would cause secondary damage. The three vans were soon filled with people, and Alina and his two teammates were stunned. Why not run now? That's a fucking helicopter. After several trips back and forth, the helicopter in the sky was getting closer and closer. Just when the three people were about to turn their shock into scolding the fat man for being stupid, he sat in the car. Run! The engines roared, and the three vans on standby stepped on the accelerators. The illegally modified turbocharged components ran at full speed again, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh friction sound. When the security guards rushed out of the smoke, they could only see the exhaust gas. Ivan yelled, "Damn it! Chase! I don't believe you can chase them. Pilot, the drone group is approaching, and the identification code has been confirmed. Folkestone Police Station. Sir, the European community has instructed us to land immediately." Plop. Ivan was so depressed that his feet softened and he knelt on the floor. These workers killed him. Woohoo! Elliot hugged Alina excitedly. Let those companies go to hell. We haven't finished running yet. We've finished running. Elliot became more and more excited. The European community will not allow them to drive helicopters and riot control equipment into the city. We have completed our mission. Alina looked surprised. How is it possible? Even if they are not allowed to enter the city, who will care if they fly on this transportation road? This is a gray area. My dear Alina, the gray area means, when I don't care, you can pay me to do it. But when I think it matters, you have to shrink back. Excitedly, Elliot repeated what Leo had told him. It was a great feeling to have the company suffer a setback after taking such an adventure. And he even began to enjoy the feeling of being a commentator. Huh? A swarm of drones flashed red light across the sky. The helicopter had just flown for a while, and had not even left the park when it was forced down by the drones. We succeeded. 3 vans were driving on the road. Seeing this scene and hearing Elliot's excited voice, they all became excited unconsciously, and even smiled unconsciously. Ice Hammer, I didn't expect this mission to be so fun. And you can't judge a person by his appearance. Boss. Silver Fox, it's really surprising. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Even the confused Carl raised his arm and gave Elliot a thumbs up. Is this the feeling of success? Thinking so, Elliot suddenly felt someone kissing his cheek. It was Alina. His face suddenly turned red, and his head changed from one excited state to another. He immediately sat back in his co-pilot's seat. Seeing him like this, Alina laughed. Hey, why don't you hug me anymore? Johnny's voice also rang out. Johnny, if it was me, I would just kiss him. Johnny, and... What are you laughing at? I know you're laughing. Chapter 821 Praise the King of England. When Johnny said someone was laughing, he was not talking about Elliot, but about Lear. Lear, who? Me? Johnny, it's you. You look so scary when you laugh. Can you stop laughing? In cyberspace, Johnny was caught by Lear, opened his eyes, and saw a big iron man with an expressionless face. Johnny, it's much better now. Although he couldn't see it just now, Johnny felt that Lear was laughing, and he didn't know what he was laughing at. Maybe he was laughing at a cowardly and incompetent little fat boy who finally got tough, and finally knew that some things are worth fighting for with his life. It may also be because this little fat boy is like a little virgin when facing a woman. No. He is a little virgin. Maybe he is laughing at the embarrassment of a little virgin. Obviously, he seems to be quite greedy for Alina. As he was thinking, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of Johnny. There was a big bearded rock singer wearing sunglasses and laughing in it. Oh! Why do I know that Lear is laughing? It turns out that I am laughing. Johnny laughed louder and shook his head. Johnny, this reminds me of the days when I was fighting wits and courage with NCPD in Night City and held concerts. Johnny, when young people are fighting for their dreams, they will feel that it is fragrant even in the cesspool, and even think that they can turn the cesspool into a pool of perfume. However, Lil began to reflect. Lil, am I that serious? Johnny, brother, you are not only a king, but also a sinister and cunning AI behind the scenes. Why do you think you are humorous? Or do you think it is humorous to ask this? Johnny, I dare not imagine what kind of girl would like you. A gloomy conspiracy expert. And a majestic king, Johnny said as he sat in cyberspace, pretending to hold a scepter in his hand, looking at Lear with a serious face. He always felt that he was not so serious before. Before Lear could hesitate for too long, Elliot began to ask for help. Elliot, brother, I feel that we should sing at this time. But is it okay for 3 vans to sing on the way home? The first answer in Lear's mind was, of course. But his original idea was that singing was okay. But the content of the singing had to be considered. So he originally planned to let Elliot sing something on the way back. God bless the king. But now, the perfect plan is indeed tempting. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to sing something else. Anyway, what is broadcast on TV is also changed according to demand. Lear, of course. Muramesa. Muramesa. Don't you think it would be bad if 3 vans of people were gathered on the road in Europe to sing, and they sang something sensitive? Muramesa. I really don't know how you convinced yourself. Leal, didn't you object? Muramesa thought unhappily. What hammer could he use to object? But the first song sung by Elliot and his friends surprised Leal. The crown is glorious. The hammer knocks on the ground, and the glory of the King of England spreads all over the earth. The hands that work hard, the blood and sweat have been shed, in exchange for his long-lasting rule. The great King of England, the heart of England, the fearless heroic soul. All are united, from the glory of the past to the revival of today. England is eternal, and we stick to our faith. The people in the 3 vans sang a solemn song. Yes, Leal was surprised that they chose to sing a song praising the King of England on their own initiative. This is too politically correct. The song is fine, and the emotions in the song are high. The 3 vans drove into Folkestone, and the noisy appearance still attracted the sidelong glances of passers-by. Folkestone is an industrial city, without the various celebrations of London, who would sing songs praising His Majesty the King of England in the streets. But His Majesty the King of England is the savior who shaped today's Britain, and saved Britain from the military government. If someone is singing a song that everyone knows, and has a good impression of on the street. Many people will sing along. Unprecedented things happened on the streets of Folkestone. This city, which was determined to work hard from the beginning. As the van moved forward, more and more people sang the same melody as the people in the car. Even if they may not remember the lyrics and don't know which part they are singing. These songs are all familiar to everyone. Oh, King of England, may you never grow old. Although we are tired, we have no regrets in our hearts. We only hope that one day we can hold the glory of the crown together with the hammer in the light. The city seemed to have suddenly become lively. And the people on the street began to be interested in the people in the car. What made them so happy? But they looked like they had just escaped. And the fatigue on their faces could not be concealed at all. There was also blood and dust covering their faces. Those who didn't know would think they were refugees. What happened to them? People who are good at observation soon found that more and more people gathered around the car. And more people responded. And even drones surrounded it. Large-scale unreported riots are not allowed within the European community. What happened? Some people have begun to think that this is enough to meet the standards of a riot. Elliot, Alina, who had been happy for a while, was the most sensitive to drones. She grabbed Elliot, who was still celebrating, and shouted into his ear. It's too loud. Local officials may have opinions. They won't. Elliot was still excited. We have reported it. We have someone above us. As if to cite Elliot's statement, the drone not only did not drive away the crowd, but even played music adapted to their songs. Alina was shocked again, and her eyes looking at Elliot became brighter and brighter. Awesome. Ha ha. I said. We succeeded. In the European Community Government building, Sevens looked at the victory parade downstairs, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. The European community has absolute control over the system. Media companies, production companies, security companies, arms companies. Any company must listen to them. But it does not mean that any company must listen to him. A European Community Government official. What he is doing now can be said to be a low-level internal struggle of the European community. To win, you have to use cleverness. Such is the cleverness now. This matter is big enough. And the media will be willing to report it. Haha. A group of workers fight for their legitimate rights and interests. Implement the spirit of the European community. Expose the truth about the black factory of the European Tunnel Company. And praise the King of England on the street. Now citizens love to watch it. Leaders love to watch it. And the media like to report it. The more people, the better. And the bigger the matter, the better. Elliot, you really brought me a big surprise. Your Majesty. Haha. You are so quick-witted. You know to bring up his father. Chapter 822 No Need for Network Hacking. Just now, the second riot occurred at Factory Number 2. A helicopter belonging to the Eurotunnel Company took off illegally, and was forced to stop by the Folkestone authorities. We can clearly see that the riot created a lot of black smoke in the factory. And 3 vans that were obviously speeding could be seen at the scene. But unlike what we imagined, the speeding van sang many familiar songs such as Crown and Hammer after entering the North District of Folkestone, and paraded through the streets. These songs are not like the songs that lawless criminals and illegal immigrants would choose. At the same time, their enthusiasm also infected the residents in the city. An eyewitness at the scene said he even thought it was some kind of activity. In fact, according to well-informed sources, this is indeed an activity. The main workers in the activity are from Factory Number 2, where the accident occurred. XBC News is following up for you. Johnny, no. Shouldn't we call classic rock at this time? Leo, what kind of rock is rock? It's good enough to be able to sing it clearly with a broken voice. And rock. This is ordinary people. Although Johnny and Lil had some disagreements about what songs to sing, both were surprised by Elliot and the workers' choices. However, Lil thought it was not a big problem. But Johnny had some different opinions. Johnny, it's 2077. And we are still praising the British royal family. Does it feel so good to recognize the Emperor? Lil, I understand. This is Great Britain after all. The British royal family has an extraordinary meaning for Britain now. In this world, after experiencing 2 world wars, Britain also followed the trend of this world to carry out large-scale privatization of enterprises. But because of the Soviet Union's transformation into the Soviet Union, the collapse of the US dollar, the collapse of the internet and other events, the economy has not been improved. In this context, after the privatization of enterprises, entrepreneurs carried out large-scale layoffs. The unemployment rate soared, and the whole of Britain fell into decades of decline. The half-dead state continued, but the police force was constantly strengthened. Until 1997. One thing changed everything. A rock singer named Jameson Manson opposed the privatization policy in a public speech, which led to him being beaten to death in the street by the police from Buckingham Palace. Johnny certainly knew about this. He was a person of that period. Johnny, in a song of the Samurai Band, there is a line of lyrics inspired by this. There is a line in Never Fading Away. A line that the lead singer screamed with all his strength and regardless of everything, which is also the turning point of the song's melody change. One thing changed everything. This is nonsense by the author, but I think it can be matched. Otherwise it is impossible that Johnny wrote it for 2077 in the early 21st century. The death of a rock boy led to the later rock boy movement, and countless unemployed people took to the streets to make their voices heard. They used to be workers, farmers, and small shop owners. They used to have jobs. They used to accept the wheels of the times rolling over their cheeks silently. But after this incident, they were no longer willing to be vagrants, and they began to speak out. The opposition party also joined them in order to win votes. And as a result, the movement was completely out of control. After several identity changes, countless people's ups and downs in life were finally swept away by the torrent of the times, giving them a common identity: the Revolutionary Army. Scotland and Wales successively broke away from the control of the Commonwealth, and England was later attacked by the plague. The Commonwealth was frightened and immediately entered a state of martial law and established the National Martial Law Bureau. It is actually to form a militarized police force and use military force internally, although there are many areas and people in the riots. The Martial Law Bureau used new technologies and new technologies. This protracted martial law led to the establishment of the predecessor of Internet monitoring. Yes, network monitoring is not based on a virtual network, but on a real sea of blood and corpses. Although the controllers of the Martial Law Bureau gained a technical advantage, they did not immediately eliminate the rebels, but turned the battle into a protracted war, constantly awarding medals and promoting generals and officials, and gradually put royal rights in their hands. The status of nobility is usually granted by more powerful nobles, and now this power has shifted from the king to the Martial Law Bureau. The royal family began to be dissatisfied with the support of the Marine Corps and a few land forces. The young King Charles launched a rebellion and wanted to set things right. The result is not difficult to predict. The humble King Charles betrayed the country, and the great Martial Law Bureau overthrew the monarchy and cleared the last feudal remnants. However, due to some accidents, the Martial Law Bureau's extermination of the royal family was not completely successful. After several years of terror under the Martial Law Bureau, the two princesses of the royal family were finally found in America. And in 2016, the great British king began to plan a counterattack. This rebellion was just as powerful as the one a dozen years ago. But this time, the rebels succeeded. The big companies that had been supporting the Martial Law Bureau withdrew their capital, and the returning British king was supported by an economic union organization called the cartel. This means that the rebels were supported by the cartel. The Martial Law Bureau began to fall apart. In just a few months, the Martial Law Bureau, which had imposed a dozen years of terror and high pressure on Britain, disappeared. Two executives of the Martial Law Bureau even announced the end of martial law and welcomed back Princess Beatrice and Queen Victoria too. The glorious British king ended the terror of this land for more than a decade and brought the British Empire back to glory. And those who made contributions became nobles again under the banner of the British king, such as the two executives of the Martial Law Bureau. Therefore, Queen Victoria II of England is the savior of this country. However, there is a small episode. Queen Victoria II immediately announced the privatization of all domestic armed forces after her return, and now they are affiliated with the United Ministry Limited of Britain. This little episode explains why the King of England is so popular here and why the King of England is so important, because even after Britain joined the European community in the following decades, the local army, police and other organizations were all under the European community, but they were actually affiliated with the United Kingdom Ministry Limited. The official organization was affiliated with the glorious King of England, but the weapons were theoretically private and belonged to the glorious followers of the King of England. I have said so much just to explain why everyone loves the King of England, and why it is wise for Elliot to sing praises to the King of England. If you don't sing the right song, who knows who you are targeting? In this country, you have to learn to love the people you should love, and the people you should praise. such as Elliot, who is a worker. He should love the King of England. It was the King of England who led the country back on track and overthrew the martial law. If he praises others, he is praising the wrong people. Praising the wrong people. Leo, it will cause the monitoring system to increase his risk factor. Only within the appropriate range will it not attract the attention of network monitoring. Johnny, headache. Always feel something is wrong. Johnny, so singing is a technical problem. Leo, you can understand that this is a strategy that hackers should think about. It is very risky to attack the EC network directly. Leo, hackers need to learn social engineering, which is the foundation of the foundation. The EC's monitoring network is very powerful. And Leo encountered something strange before entering. Someone was controlling an AI in Antarctica, which was obviously not right. Being cautious is very important. And the most cautious approach is to completely tear up this monitoring network. Johnny, Murphy and Batmos don't seem to have this consideration. Leo, so they both died. One did nothing. And the other caused a big mess in the world. Johnny, what about now? We keep praising the old queen for rebellion? Leo, if the deviation occurs slowly, the final macro result will have a large deviation from their expected control target. When the singularity occurs where the speed of events changes significantly, they will not be able to prevent the loss of control. Muramasa, it's like boiling a frog in warm water. Leo was surprised to agree with Muramasa's statement. He was just about to say that. But he didn't expect Muramasa to be so good at summarizing. Leo, that's right. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. When things get out of control, it's time to use the communication array for transoceanic transfer. Before that, Johnny, the frog, was laughing happily. And he came. Elliot and his coworkers were lying on the floor of the factory. Although everyone was injured and might have internal injuries due to ultrasound, they were all very happy. And the happier people had already reached the door. Elliot, my friend, you are so awesome. Seven's voice came from outside the door. Chapter 823 Rejection. Elliot did a great job. Beyond Seven's imagination. This is not just the cry of the Folkestone workers, but also for the great British Majesty. Assuming that a major accident occurs in the production of Folkestone, the British tunnel must mobilize production capacity from other factories, which will undoubtedly disrupt the normal production plans of other factories. And the consequences? The consequences are what happened in factory number 2. Selvon used to be a normal person, a responsible engineer. But it was the incompetent management that drove him crazy. If the Eurotunnel company cannot comply with basic production regulations and cannot complete production tasks, then let them get out. Eurotunnel company? I know. It's a garbage company. The salary is so low that it can't pay for the maintenance of the prosthesis. It has to work overtime every few days. If there are no workers, what will the Eurotunnel company do? We should unite. Just like His Majesty the King of England led us to defeat the martial law. Workers. People unite. The Soviet Union factory next door has much better treatment. You only need to work 60 hours a week. And the mandatory overtime is only 16 hours. You have 3 days off every month. You can buy a giraffe prosthetic and get insurance. Giraffe industry. Russians? Can the Russians manage their own Siberia? If you want to work in the snowfield, just go. European barriers do not restrict immigration. Why don't you say that companies in Night City are good? Giraffe. That broken machine has problems, and I will smash your dog head with a hammer. Inferior engineering machinery. Giraffe industry. Haha. A bunch of idiots. Just do it if you have a job. Not bad. This year is the most difficult year for the economy in 20 years. The news spread much faster than Sevens imagined. In just one day, the entire network was discussing this matter. And popularity has always been the performance pursued by media companies. Any information needs to be read to be meaningful. If there is a lack of views, it does not meet the basic logic of the operation of the entire system. The whole of Europe is based on the operation of European barriers. And the subtle change of ideas must be bombarded with enough information. Based on this logic, if one thing can catch people's attention in a short period of time, it will definitely continue to be transmitted as a carrier of other information. The entire European community knows about this. Seven said as he walked. The biggest news in recent years is the nuclear explosion in Night City. But after such a long time, the people have long been a little tired of this. The media groups saw this news like a shark smelling blood. They will spread this news to every place in the European community. He paused as he spoke. And Elliot was a little confused. But Leal helped him complete the following words. Leal, although the opinions of the people are not important, it is harmless to satisfy the small opinions of the people. Leal, since Eurotunnel can't even suppress this matter, it's not a big problem to change another company to do this. Elliot glared and drank a sip of water after hearing this. Elliot, but I feel pretty good. Right? If there was no European community, wouldn't the company have killed him with machine guns? Johnny, if there was no European community, it wouldn't be a runaway that day. The factory would have been blown up. Johnny's shadow appeared on the roof of the new factory. The internet is in full swing. And in reality, this small factory is also in full swing. Corporate wars have been fought 5 times in this world. Although espionage and unfair competition are 5th-degree felonies in the European community, it doesn't mean that no one will give up taking risks. In other words, the high basis for conviction is expressed by stricter law enforcement. The outside of this small factory is full of armed policemen with live ammunition, and drones are flying high in the sky. The workers below can eat and drink enough every day, and then work happily. Yes, they have to work. Elliot, so exaggerated? Johnny, believe me, I know Night City, and I know your good teacher. One of them knows it very well, and the other one doesn't know it very well. What are we going to do next? Severance nodded with a smile, and took out a small chip from his clothes. It has been basically determined that the contracting ratio of the British-French tunnel will be changed. As for the European Tunnel Company, although this place is a small city, it is not a place for them to do whatever they want. When you ran back to set up the Praise the King of England, they were already finished. So I would like to formally invite you to become the general manager of the Northland Construction Group in Folkestone. Ah? Leal, what? Put away your pig face. It's really no wonder that Elliot, he has been a soldier and a little sly for 28 years of his life. How did he suddenly become the city branch manager of a company? Severn smiled even more brightly when he saw Elliot like this. The chip contains the funds for this activity. A total of 600,000 euros. The Northland Construction Group will immediately start to build a factory in Folkestone to cover the production needs of the British-French tunnel in Folkestone. You are an experienced worker, and you have a group of capable workers under you. You only need a little money to get the production started. If you feel that you lack professional and management experience, there are corresponding learning courses in the chip. At the same time, their company will provide you with a prosthetic implant surgery package at the company's operator level. If you accept this invitation, you can take up the position now. Now? With Leal's reminder, Elliot's expression was restrained, but he was still quite surprised. Yes. Now. Severance glanced at the workers in the factory and signaled Elliot to follow him. The two walked to a more remote location. The material gap of the Anglo-French tunnel does exist. There are only our own people here. So I will say it directly. The typhoon has interfered with the operation of the tunnel, but the British government is unwilling to allocate more funds. I have tried my best to help you fight for the delivery of 2.4 million euros of goods in 50 days. To be honest, there are some difficulties. You may have to be mentally prepared. What psychological preparation? Elliot almost blurted out. But Lear quickly stopped him with an explanation. Lear, this money is not enough. It seems that the King of England and the European community have no plan to increase spending. They just allocated project amounts. Elliot, huh? But in such a big chaos, how can we catch up with demand without increasing spending? Lear, labor is like water in a sponge. You can always squeeze it out if you squeeze it. They want you to use your prestige to boost morale. People can be encouraged by overtime pay or by touching stories. Elliot, my prestige? Lear, you are now the core of the storm. If you want to stop this storm, your residual heat can indeed try to increase production capacity. Lear, but... Refuse him. Elliot's eyes suddenly flooded. A strange light flashed. It's not that he suddenly had a bad idea, but his brain stopped working. This manager. It's a lie to say he doesn't want to do it, but to deceive the workers who rushed out with him. Use their expectations of themselves. Squeeze them. And send them to work in a place that may be worse than the European Tunnel Company? Of course he resisted. So he suddenly entered a familiar state. Elliot, come on. What should I say? Come on. My strongest brain. Leal, I hope you won't use this self-evident attitude to let me control your words and deeds in the future. So in the eyes of Sevens, Elliot was like a person with a deep mind, his eyes flashing with a strange light, and his expression was uncertain under the dim light. I won't do it. Sevens was stunned. Elliot took the chip and put it on the guardrail where the two of them leaned. Right between the two of them. And slowly said, Folkestone is very small. Compared with the public opinion sweeping across Europe. It is very small. Seven's expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. Chapter 824 Commission. The Final Iron Wall. This is Folkestone. This is Britain. And this is the European community. The core of the European community originated from Germany and occupied the entire hinterland of Europe. Apart from this, there are only wars, floods, and lands ravaged by diseases. The killing zone isolates the chaos and physically keeps poverty and chaos out. Once you enter this barrier, it is a rich land. At least it is rich economically. The United Kingdom is just a small place, relying on the European community to supply a small number of large cities in England. If there is no suitable land to grow cash crops in other places, it can only become a wasteland. And Folkestone is even smaller. Folkestone is a village in the countryside. A border located in a strategic location, but without much oil and water. Elliot pointed at the map, looked at Sevens and said, Our story is known to everyone from Ireland to Berlin. So why do we have to stay here? Where are you from? Berlin? Or London? Do you remember the days without mud? Do you remember the high-rise buildings and art dinners? And the sunshine and forests that are within reach? Sevens was silent. Looked at Elliot and said, Where are you from? You know those places? I know nothing about those places. Elliot said sincerely. I was born here. Or on the border of the UK. But I want to see a big city in my life. I want to see if the air in Berlin is sweet. If the network in London is the most stable in the world. I want to see His Majesty the King of England unfurl the national flag. I want to see how the ESA spacecraft takes off. And I want to see how the elites live. These are what Lear taught Elliot. But they are indeed Elliot's inner desire. So, as if he was assisted by God, he continued, I am a very typical lower-class person. I have always wanted to see what the world above is like. I want to breathe the air that people in Berlin and London breathe. Drink the water. Enjoy the sunshine and technology. Don't you want to? Severance put away his smile. His expression became serious, and even a little gloomy. Are you sure about the upper-class person? I am sure. Elliot stretched out his hand. Once a person starts to climb up, it is impossible to stop. My worker friends are all over the European community. And there are things that make people dissatisfied everywhere. You and I should help the European community deal with these things. The competent ones take the place. Severance laughed coldly. Unbelievable. A guy who has been following the routine for 28 years suddenly told me that he wants to be famous. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I am not 100% successful. But you choose to bet. We are in the same group. It's not that simple. It's very simple. Shake my hand. It means that this thing has begun. Snap. Severance didn't say any more nonsense, and decisively shook Elliot's hand in his surprised expression. The European community is the servant of European citizens and plays a vital role in the operation of this group. So only the best talents will be selected to undertake these tasks. Elliot, no matter what drives you, your idea will be completely overturned in the future. But you can't take back the invitation you sent. Elliot didn't know what Sevens was talking about, but he just felt that it was stable. What does a person need most to realize his dream? Is it a lover who meets emotional needs? Is it a family with blood thicker than water? Or a group of servants crawling on the ground? Lear, what you need most is the grasshoppers tied to the same boat with you. When the wind blows and the rainstorm hits, you will enjoy the same pain. Lear, but when the boat goes ashore, the sun will shine on you equally. Lear, you need such comrades. And it's best to be friends with them. Elliot, but he looks. Lear, it doesn't matter what he looks like, a madman. A fool. A coward. None of this matters. What you have to do is tie more grasshoppers. And the storm will help you choose. After taking his hand back, Sevens also took the chip away, and took out another chip from his pocket very smoothly. In this case, the Northland Construction Group will have its own people coming. So this chip is not suitable for you. You use this chip, which contains 400,000 euros. Which is the dividend this time. What do you want to do? Elliot took the chip smoothly, and at the same time secretly complained in his heart, if he is a local manager, he can only get 600,000, of which he must complete the company's arrangements first, and the rest is his bonus. It seems that this 400,000 can be used as he wants? Of course. The destination of the last 400,000 still depends on Lille. Since the internet is so popular, let's set up a website. It just so happens that part of the British French channel is now handed over to our partners for support and operation. Maybe we can share some traffic? I help you communicate. Severance paused. Then what? Then how about we go on a European tour? Severance was completely stunned. European tour? Are you going to die? The plan is very simple. First, set up an online workers community. And if anyone wants to complain, just say a few words on it. And Elliot and his team will rush over to help them get justice. But it is obvious that this plan is completely riding on the company's head. Are there still workers who are satisfied with the company these days? In the past, it was because it was difficult to find a job. And if the workers were a hammer, then the company would have a gun. And who could deal with them without the European community's intervention? Now, with the example of Folkestone here, the company has an opportunity. There is money to be made by mobilizing workers. So this is indeed shitting on the company. But the company is not an individual. After what happened in Folkestone, who doesn't like to shit on the rival company? Such a simple idea. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Elliot just had some free time and asked a stupid question. Johnny covered his head and looked at the scenery. Muramasa began to review the list of optional prostheses. Only Lille, although a little headache, still explained to him why. Lille, such a simple idea. Why didn't you try it before? Elliot scratched his head embarrassedly. 3 weirdos have lived in his head for more than a month. Although he reacted a little slower, he also learned something. The answer is too simple. Knowing is easy but doing is difficult, both technically and psychologically. Maybe it's not that no one has tried it before, but he died. The answer is that simple. Bang, bang, bang. Elliot's hand knocked on the steel pipe, and the sound attracted Carl and the other workers to turn their heads. Brothers, do you want to go to Berlin? Chapter 825 News from Afar. Lille, this world has never been fair. The company has resources, equipment, and money, and can easily control the lifeblood of everyone. Lille, unfairness makes people suffer. Resentful, depressed, inferior, and lose motivation. Lille, in the end, you only need to pay a little bit to buy superior entertainment services to temporarily eliminate these things, so that you can experience the happiness that is no less than those rich people. At least it is easy to reach physiologically. Lille, before we set off, the most important thing you need to do is to recognize your desires. Lille, if I see you watching short videos every day when you have nothing to do, you should stop working and go back to squat in the rental house. Puff. Lille directly scrapped the tablet in Elliot's hand. Elliot was so burned that he threw the tablet away. The thing fell on the floor without attracting the attention of others. This abandoned factory is now extremely hot. A large amount of equipment such as servers, communication antennas, and generators were delivered here. And this place will soon become the first website service node. Elliot scratched his head. But now I can't do anything? According to Muramasa's requirements, 300,000 of the 400,000 startup funds are used to purchase servers. The remaining 30,000 are used to update the prosthesis, and 70,000 are reserved for backup. Lille, do you know? Learning technology is secondary. The most important thing now is your pig brain. Lille, if you don't know what you want, but just habitually numb yourself with entertainment and skip boring and painful times, you will never be able to defeat the company's people. Lille, you must learn to recognize your desires, identify the enemy's desires, and finally swallow up their desires with your desires. After being scolded, Elliot walked to the server and sat down. I feel that I just want to live a little easier now. Johnny's shadow appeared next to Elliot. Johnny, who doesn't want to live a little easier? So you have to work harder to overthrow the company. But I think I just want to marry a wife and live. Don't sevens only have to work 10 hours a day and have a day and a half off? I want to live that kind of life. Johnny, then work hard. You don't think that doing this kind of thing when you have nothing to do can make life easier? Right? That kind of ease is just an illusion. As an old hand who uses alcohol, women, drugs and various advanced entertainment technologies to numb himself. Johnny was quite touched when he said this. Lil was quite surprised that he could say this. After all, this rock star can say in public that he is a god who wants Neko. Johnny, also, Sevens is not having an easy time now. He may be beheaded at any time just like you. Lil, we have to use the company's desire to attack the company. If you can't even control your own desire, You can't win. You will die. But you said, we all live for desire. Lil, let you live for desire. Not die for desire. Lil, the ultimate goal of all companies is to increase profits. And they cannot use outrageous force under the framework of the European community. Lil, this involves the desire of another group. Groups like the European community like to see people dancing in their shackles, which not only demonstrates the vitality of the market economy, but also does not directly harm their interests. Lil, you have to remember the core of this action. I can't always control you remotely. Big brother makes sense. Elliot nodded. And I don't know how much he heard. Bang! There was a loud noise in front. And the generator started to work. Lil, the rest of the time is left for you to play freely. I'm going to leave for a while. Lil, Johnny. Keep an eye on him. And get your song ready. Johnny patted Elliot's shoulder and smiled at Lil and gave him a thumbs up. Johnny, don't worry. I've been wanting to have a second Rock Boy movement for a long time. Lil, Muramesa. Get ready to go online. Muramesa. I've been waiting for a long time. The European community likes to see anyone who doesn't belong to them dancing in shackles. First, it's exciting. And second, it's full of obedience. The emergence of this workers' forum will allow workers to organize into a force that can help some companies find legal loopholes to grab profits from other companies. This forum will definitely be monitored by the European barrier. In this way, it is not much different from other online forums in many local area networks under the European barrier. There are actually many netizens with fierce words. Otherwise Elliot would not have those radical ideas. Mainly radical to the company. Lil wants to unconsciously let the situation develop in a direction that the European community cannot control. So naturally, speech cannot be controlled. This batch of components was tampered by Lil. Interdimensional material transmission, interdimensional information component, additional chip, technology points -200 current technology points, 84800 description, using Cybertron technology. A special chip encapsulated with a very small amount of holy cabinet energy, which is no different from the replaced component in appearance and is only activated when receiving paired dimensional information, used to transmit information. The amount of information consumed by the Holy Ark is determined by the amount of information. Interdimensional production line activated, interdimensional signal station. Description: support from other worlds allows the network to communicate between different dimensions, using information processing equipment from other dimensions. This network cannot be decrypted. Lil really wants to use this equipment to reproduce the Burger King criminal network in Europe. But unfortunately, this is impossible. Although network monitoring has not yet cracked how this network operates in Night City, they must be able to identify the same anomalies. So this system only initially transfers some speeches to servers in other worlds for communication, avoiding the big data supervision of European barriers and reducing the threat weight of this movement. But in any case, Lil now has a communication method that can avoid the monitoring of European barriers. And he is still eager to start activities on the internet. The European community has not reported much on Night City, but unfortunately most of them are incomplete. In order to piece together the truth from the incomplete news, it is necessary to use appropriate network tools to crawl relevant data in the communication network intertwined with countless LANs. And this kind of crossLAN crawlers are obviously the focus of network monitoring. Now they can't monitor it. The real world disappears in Lear's senses, replaced by a world made up of signals. Action record, still unable to crack the encrypted communication used by the Night City Burger Crime Group, and is applying for assistance from the moon base. Night City politicians are suspected of reaching an agreement with the Night City Burger Crime Group. Intelligence reply: the Night City Burger King Crime Group is active on the US-Mexico border, and is suspected to be related to several robberies of company convoys. Intelligence confirmation: the Night City Burger Crime Group killed the military technology border commander in Mexico City. Military technology found a special Mackinac pickup truck on the US-Mexico border. Rosalind Miles issued a presidential order, suspected of capturing the two criminal leaders, the king and the big man. Lear's pupils shrank. Military technology has no reason to tell the European community about its action goals. But a presidential order? It seems true. If military technology wants to reclaim Night City, Night City is an absolute thorn in the eye. European Space Agency intelligence: the new US Sky Fortress has left the Air Force Base and is moving towards the US-Mexico border. The EC agent in Mexico has reported. Although it is not suitable to make a big move on the internet now, Lille still resolutely decided to attack this channel directly. The EC cannot trace the source of the attack, and wrong instructions will make the situation complicated and chaotic. The EC Intelligence Department in North America replied, "Interfere with the capture of the leader of the Burger King criminal group in New America. Be careful." Chapter 826 Military Technologies Decoy Operation. The US-Mexico border. The sun is shining brightly, and the temperature in the Badlands can even exceed 50 degrees Celsius. Only cars with special cooling modules can drive for a long time in such an environment. For example, a Mackinac pickup truck that was designed for long-distance transportation from the beginning. Boom. A super pickup truck that is too big from the perspective of a pickup truck roars its engine and speeds across the bumpy Badlands. A swarm of drones is circling the pickup truck, and behind the pickup truck is a whole military technology armed force. Whoosh! The huge Octant drone took off from the military technology convoy and surrounded the pickup truck. Bang! However, the people in the car are obviously not ordinary people. They can still hit these high-speed drones in the Badlands where both sides are driving at speeds of more than 100 kilometers per hour. The military technology commander in charge of commanding the operation has a grim face. But he is also in a headache. President Miles is making the new United States great again. And if a country can't even control its borders, it is not a country. In recent years, thanks to the vigorous development of military technology and the great victory of the Unification War, the US-Mexico border has returned to the control of the new United States. And Mexico has had to reconsider respecting the trade rules of the new United States for transactions. All this changed after the battle 2 years ago. The control of the new United States on the California border wall has been greatly reduced. The Night City Hamburger crime group has continuously launched direct attacks on the wall for 2 years, and the maintenance cost of the wall has risen sharply. But the increased investment still does not play the role it should. The main function of the California border wall is to lock up Night City and control the land trade of Night City by relying on Southern California, which is returned to the new United States. Before that incident, Arasaka and military technology controlled land trade and ports respectively. Now Arasaka has to give up the ports, and military technology can't stand the land. The news now known is that the Atacado tribe of wanderers has definitely received official support from Night City in secret. The armed refugees with a population of nearly, or even more than 1 million have begun to be gradually integrated by Night City and become the main force to impact land trade. Their equipment may not be good, but it is enough. The main advantage is that they are numerous and cunning, united and tenacious. New America can no longer control the trade on the US-Mexico border if it continues to maintain high tariffs to support domestic enterprises. Enterprises will prefer to go through Night City channels. Although it is reluctant to admit it, New America has begun to adjust its policies in the past 2 years because of the existence of the Hamburger criminal group. Night City has also become more and more well-fed under the protection of this damn criminal group. The newly appointed City Defense Army has even expanded Dogtown into a real military base. I really don't know how people in Night City accept the existence of a military base in the city. However, a turning point has come. A few days ago, a senior official of military technology was killed in Mexico City. The means of killing him were very tough. The city's violent terrorist mobile team, police, and even the local snake meta group and other criminals either dared not intervene or did not have the ability. A military technology and New America commander who went on a business trip to Mexico to explore the Mexican situation was ruthlessly named and died tragically in a hotel. This incident undoubtedly further boosted the prestige of the Hamburger criminal group. However, it now seems that the commander has been treated as a discarded child. Most of the commanders who participated in the siege of Dogtown 2 years ago have been transferred to other positions. But those who still stayed near Night City have undoubtedly died in strange ways. The strange here mainly refers to the fact that each death is accompanied by the death of a large number of security forces. This is also one of the horror legends of Night City. As a result, the commander was recently transferred to Mexico. Obviously, military technology wants to use him to fish. It is said that the Sky Fortress is on the way. The Beeman armored vehicle followed behind the large force, moving forward steadily as a drone hangar and command center. Off-road armored vehicles and mobile forces used for combat pass by the window of the military technology commander one after another, no matter what. The legend of Night City is after all a witness, and they have not shed blood in the past 2 years. Kings and big shots. When you all go to hell. Only the hamburger who seems to have died a long time ago will be left. Hee hee. Bang. The commander's Krenchikov suddenly increased to the maximum power. An electromagnetic projectile dragged a faint blue trail and completely penetrated the armored vehicles and combat mechas on the road. Under the huge kinetic energy impact, the vehicle's route was deviated, and the mechas lost their center of gravity. The Beeman armored vehicle crashed into the out-of-control army. Boom! Beeman knocked the armored vehicle away, broke through the flames of the mecha explosion, and looked up in the direction of the projectile. A magic lizard tank appeared on the horizon. Atacado's reinforcements came. This is what the military technology forces active on the US-Mexico border have to face at any time. These damn wanderers are like cockroaches, and may appear in large groups at any time. Military Technology Colonel 0201, hold on to the target. We still have support. It's a pity that the support he expected will not come. Not until they are completely wiped out. Washington. Rosalind Miles looked at the intelligence in front of her, fiddling with a priceless handicraft pen in her hand. CIA intelligence. The European community is suspected of intervening in the conflict, and Mexico City has captured a transoceanic signal. President Miles has ordered the Sky Fortress to stop dispatching, but she is still unwilling. There is almost a 99% probability that the Burger King criminal gang has a roving AI, and that Burger King has too many secrets, which is known to everyone in the company circle. But in the past 2 years, neither the European community nor Arasaka has actually interfered with her pursuit of this gang of criminals in the Americas. And there has not even been any sign of it. Why this time? It is precisely because after 2 years of pursuit, there was no resistance from other parties, that the CIA planned this operation. Why did the European community suddenly change its mind? She has sent an email to the European community, hoping to use diplomatic means to ensure the safety of the Sky Fortress before attacking. The Sky Fortress is a big guy, but who knows what those weird European guys think? In front of the European Space Agency's mass projector, Arasaka aircraft carriers and military technology Sky Fortresses are targets. What she didn't expect was that the European community was also scratching its head. Military technology wanted to capture Burger King, and they hadn't dealt with this matter for a long time. Why did they suddenly initiate diplomatic communications? When did Rosalind Miles become so polite? So after a while, she got a reply, "You want to cooperate?" But the European community doesn't have many resources in America. Miles was suddenly stunned. Anger welled up on his brows. They were all fooled. Burger King. Not dead. Iron Rain operation report. Commander lost contact. Her operation failed in just a moment. President Miles, Joint Intelligence Bureau. Prepare for a meeting immediately. Update intelligence. Change the wanted status of the target codenamed Burger King. 2. Suspected alive. Get lost. On the violently moving Mackinac, V grabbed the top of the window and raised his middle finger to the wreckage of the military technology convoy. Atacado's convoy met with her and marched towards Night City in a mighty manner. In a pickup truck. Panem stuck his head out. V. You can't do this anymore. It's dangerous. Chapter 827. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. So what? The one who killed that damn company dog. V sat back in the passenger seat, and the car was empty. Back in the car, her expression was not as rough as before, but rather a little empty. Dama was driving the car. Jack was injured in the operation in Mexico City, and was taken away by Atacado while she was attracting fire. Although she was very tough, she also knew that she was indeed reckless this time, and almost lost her life. Jack was also seriously injured. Leal disappeared, and she was also learning to withstand everything he left behind like Leal. But she was not Leal after all. No one in the world could play the company around like Leal, and then give the company an uppercut. Just knowing that there was a company dog who was still alive, and well after that. How could she hold it in? The car was empty. No longer as lively as before. And V became quieter. A blue octopus arm appeared on V's shoulder, and stroked her hair. V smiled. Little octopus. No need to comfort me. Little octopus, Mom. Don't do this anymore. The car continued to drive. And V didn't know what to say. Just kneading the little octopus's head. Although it seemed to others that she was kneading the air. The touch was real to her. Suddenly, the little octopus jumped up, scaring V. What's wrong? Little octopus, Mom. There is new information. Communicator, Song Xiaomei. Song, you are still alive? Great. You are so lucky. Song, I just found out the information that Miles was planning to send out the Sky Fortress and use air firepower to cover the US-Mexico border and blow you all up. Song Xiaomei is also known as Lark. Since Lil rebelled in Dogtown, she had nowhere to go and could only stay in Night City. As for the AI in her head, it is far less powerful than the orthodox roving AI. The little octopus only needs to use a little trick to remove most of the influence of AI on her brain. Even the rejection reaction on the prosthesis can be suppressed by the byproducts of lizard serum. And the prosthesis can be gradually replaced with human lizard prosthesis with almost no immune response. These things have been using the stock since Lil disappeared. And they are getting less and less every day. This is the first time in the past 2 years that I have been told that I am lucky. What about her awesome Sky Fortress? Song. Miles suddenly withdrew the order and seemed to make some changes to the strategy of the CIA. Mainly targeting your strategy. Song. They reduced the scanning scale of network equipment. As if they were on guard against something. Song. I have never seen Miles be so obviously on guard against something. Even when facing Arasaka, Miles would only wave his hand and let the soldiers increase their firepower. V's heart moved, and he felt that Song Xiaomei had something to say. Song, except when facing him. The vigilance of military technology after that incident was visible to the naked eye. Now it is almost back to the state 2 years ago, when that incident just happened. What do you mean? Song, he may not be dead. Maybe he really has a backup plan. V's mind was blank, looking at the scenery outside the window. She touched her lips unconsciously. This bad land? There is still no change. It is exactly the same as 3 years ago. She has been wandering in the bad land for the past 2 years. Sometimes she would imagine that this is the way back to Night City from Atlanta. Help me find the next target. Song, huh? But? But what but? Whether he is alive or dead. I want those company dogs to go to hell. If Liar is dead, she will kill those company dogs. No problem. If Liar is alive, he is not with her now. He may have some trouble if he does not come back, now that he has reappeared in the company's field of vision. Of course, she should make a big move to attract the company's firepower. V suddenly waved his fist in the air, and a smile appeared on his mouth unconsciously. I have learned a little bit. Yes. No problem. Berlin? In the eco-villa behind the street next to the European Community Citizens Assembly Hall. The most expensive land in the world is here. But this land is not like what most people think. It belongs to a large company. The CEO of the company is powerful. But it may also go up and down with the struggle. The assets always belong to the company. In terms of ownership, it belongs to the investors. And the right to use is basically at the disposal of the CEO. This piece of land is truly owned by an individual without any ambiguity. It can also be said to belong to a family. But the difference is not big. In this place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, a spirited white-haired old man swung a club. The golf ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, startled the birds in the forest, hit the green natural grass, and rolled quietly on the ground. Slowly rolled into the hole. Oh! A hole-in-one. EC information. Rosalind Miles suddenly initiated a diplomatic communication with us about her desire to capture and eliminate the Burger King criminal group. EC message. That's not her style. Something must have happened. EC message. AI judges that there is an 87.9% chance that Burger King will reappear. But this possibility is based on the fact that Burger King is not dead. EC message. AI previously judged that the probability of Burger King's death is infinitely close to 100%. No one can survive that battle. EC message. Parliament wants to return to America to figure this out. We should have a small meeting to review the direction and action strategy of the EC. Obviously. Although the prefix of this message is EC message, it does not seem to be sent by the EC organization or the person representing this organization. It is more like someone who can decide how the EC organization acts. Inviting another person who can decide how the EC organization acts to meet. If this scene is posted on the European Communities Network, it will definitely cause an uproar, no matter how the system actually works. The European community is nominally completely democratic. Citizens elect local parliament representatives. Local parliament representatives elect representatives to participate in the upper parliament. Enter the European Community Parliament layer by layer. And finally the parliament appoints the best people to become officials. So in theory and propaganda, European community officials are public servants. And parliamentarians are representatives of citizens. Every citizen more or less decides and participates in the policy changes of the community. But here, everything that happened in this super skyscraper eco-villa in Berlin, where every inch of land is valuable, shows that the right to speak of some people is infinitely greater than the right to speak of others. Reply, okay. When is the meeting? I want to bring my great-grandson to the meeting. And you can also bring your great-granddaughter. And our two families. The white-haired but strong and healthy old man smiled kindly. Outside the window, countless drone arrays flew across the sky, jointly monitoring this building from high altitude, as well as the entire rich city of Berlin. Monitoring this city from above the clouds. The eco-villa is hidden above the light clouds. Below the villa is a super skyscraper office building that reaches into the sky. Almost all large European companies have offices here. In addition, there are also the highest level public offices of the European community. The rent here is unimaginably high. In theory, in order to reduce costs, companies will reduce employee wages, lay off employees, and even engage in unfair competition and use poor equipment. However, they would rather do all of the above and cut costs and move away from here, because this is a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Chapter 828 Test Field. Muramesa, what dangerous moves are you doing again? The dangerous moves are not about Leal's large-scale crawling activities. This has been planned for a long time. Collecting information through large-scale crawling programs can almost be said to be the instinct of AI to return to the network. With Leal's unique AI to bypass the black wall and evade the surveillance of network monitoring, they can safely collect different information from multiple lands artificially divided by the European community in an AI way, so as to piece together the truth of intelligence as much as possible. But all this is based on the 4 words. Careful. Leal can indeed intercept and distort the communication signals of the European community authorities in different network spaces. But this is undoubtedly unplanned. Leal can circumvent the black wall to carry out secret crawling activities. But humans may discover his activities on the internet. Now with this hacker activity, the probability of being discovered is rising. The cross-dimensional information communication method can make the European community completely unable to find the source of the crawler. They could have completed this task quietly. But even if the anomaly cannot help the EC locate the source of the anomaly this time, they can still draw the conclusion that someone is messing with their communication channels, either in Mexico City or in Europe. It obviously takes some clues and evidence to get the anomaly to contact Elliot. But the EC is not an old man with insufficient energy. Of course, they can start working on both lines. Leal, this is not the first time. Stay calm. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Muramesa, but you just covered the signal of the EC authorities. Leal, relax. They won't find us here. Leal has become accustomed to Muramesa's weak complaints. If he were to say, he thinks Muramesa is becoming more and more like a human being. He is still the kind of good brother who likes to complain, but will still fully support him when something happens. However, given that Muramesa has no gender, using good brother to describe it is somewhat a fallacy of assuming gender. It is obvious that the days in Night City are indeed getting better and better. But this kind of better is that someone is carrying the burden, and a silly girl who accidentally carries the burden is going crazy. Leal, let's continue working. There is no time to take it slowly. Muramesa, you're still messing around even though you know that? Leal, but we're speeding up the process just for Night City. In cyberspace? Muramesa's demon mask frowned, staring at Leal while shaking his head and smacking his lips. Muramesa, sometimes I have an illusion that you may have been infected with human bad habits. Leal, I'm a human. Are you done labeling? The cyberspace of the European community is a series of small cities with clear boundaries, each with its own theme. Unemployed people with bad lives communicate in miniature alleys full of agencies, using all kinds of code words and obscure conversation methods that outsiders can't understand to communicate crazily, racking their brains to avoid agencies in the local area network. In fact, there are some sensitive word detection systems. People who are full of hope for the European community exist in an orderly and friendly community, where they share the positive energy information that exists in the European community. People who support item control enjoy free trade in the community, but they can never buy unregistered products. People who oppose item control also live in a cage made for them and move cautiously, enjoying the joy of racking their brains to buy controlled items. They feel like they have fooled the European community. This is the cyberspace of the European community. People with different opinions are divided into different local area networks in an orderly manner and maintain their own pace of life. But sometimes, in order to satisfy their battle desire, they will run to areas that do not belong to them and kill all around. In addition to this active network exploration behavior, there will be some passive contacts between communities. It seems that the network managers of the European community will plan to put the views of different communities into other communities, and even guide people from different communities to communicate in other communities. It can even be said to be a cyber debate. Muramasa, it's really strange. If it is for stability, this logic will stimulate more ideological conflicts. Muramasa, the probability of human beings making irrational behaviors in this environment has increased sharply. The high cost of public security can indeed suppress these irrational behaviors and prevent serial incidents from happening. Muramasa, but this is inefficient. This is indeed inefficient. Based on the premise of monitoring and security systems, the design of this system seems to be somewhat illogical. Leal, what if this is not a system purely for control purposes? These activities look like experiments. Muramasa, I can't understand it. Muramasa certainly can't understand it. It is a weapon design AI oriented towards pure efficiency. In fact, it's not just Muramasa who can't understand it. Most AIs are only sensitive to digital changes. Human behavior is often contrary to AI logic. Intuition tells Leal, this system of the European community is no longer just for safety and stability. The closed information cocoon, guided interactive collision, and the roaming AI guidance zone between the black wall and the European resident network all support this view. Leal, it doesn't matter. We will figure it out. Leal, is Elliot prosthesis ready? Muramasa, waiting for you to flash it. Since you came back, his learning efficiency has increased by 11 percentage points. It's amazing. Muramasa, I have always believed that geniuses are individuals with high innate learning efficiency. And human learning efficiency will always show a downward trend with age. Muramasa, how did you do it? Leal, people can't teach people. But things can teach people. Just learn. New hardware detected. Zeta Technologies Civilian Computing Kit, 2076 model, new hardware detected. Data Communications Modem, Zeta Technologies, new hardware detected. Bug Jammer, subcutaneous implant, new hardware detected. Arasaka Echo Laser Microphone, Sound Kit implant, new hardware detected. WorldSat Linear Beam Communications Link, sub-scalp implant, new hardware detected. Communications Electronic Scanner Full Body Scanner, Kit implant, new hardware detected. Data Communications. Financial Treasure. Data Watch. New hardware detected. Trinity Technologies Data Shielding Layer, portable component, new hardware detected. Calusi Remote Control Eye. Signature confirmed. Certification Body, European Community Cybernetics Administration. European Community Communications and Information Services Standardization Agency. Accessing European barriers. Welcome to the network. Citizen Elliot Grove. Chapter 829 The storm is coming. Elliot is adapting to the new equipment on his body and walking around in the warehouse. Alina is his bodyguard and stays with him. It's almost the same after the installation. Your transformation is really conservative. Too much equipment puts a lot of pressure on the body. It's more important to be clear-headed than to be able to fight. Can you fight better than the joint forces? Of course. There is another potential reason. Elliot's physical fitness is quite poor, especially the high fat content. Precise prostheses, especially advanced 4th generation prostheses, are very sensitive to nerve currents. But they will also act on other parts of the body. The fat in the body will squeeze the prosthesis and interfere with the current that enhances bioelectricity. In other words, fat people need to be conservative in choosing prostheses. Besides, Elliot is just an ordinary person. According to the data in the latest version of the prosthesis doctor operation manual, his 3 major attributes of flesh, reaction and intelligence are only 3, 3, 3. Even if he uses prosthesis to enhance, it is difficult to exceed 10. These prostheses rarely invade nerves except for the computing kit. They are connected to external power supplies, which is equivalent to just putting the equipment into the body. This clear thinking is quite rare for mercenaries like Alina. Oh, the boss is sober-minded. What's our next mission? Settle down here? Elliot was a little surprised. I thought you mercenaries all like a life of blood on the edge of a knife? Who would do this if they couldn't find a job? Alina sighed. Selling your body is the most unskilled thing. But I would never become a prostitute. And it has become like this. Mercenaries speak directly. And those from the north are even more straightforward. Elliot looked at Alina in surprise. This woman has a scar on her jaw extending towards her neck. But she is not disfigured by the scar. A woman who relies on body trade has a scar on her face, which is a sign of defective products. But a woman who relies on men to make a living has a scar on her face, which becomes a sign. Alina is taller than Elliot. From this angle, she is a very beautiful woman. Elliot has never talked to a woman face to face for such a long time in his life. After a while, he looked away unnaturally. It seems that nothing is easy. Alina smiled. It's not easy. So don't fire me when you become rich. Elliot scratched his head. Because he had been exposed to too many new things during this period. He was thinking most of the time. So he spoke quite normally at the beginning. After a long time, he began to think, Alina is very beautiful. No. I'm going to leave Folkestone and go to France through the Channel. Which is actually Germany. Are you? I mean, your team willing to take on the security mission afterwards? Of course. Alina was obviously very happy. Holding the high-pressure water bullet rifle in front of her chest and patting her chest. I'd like to follow you. Although it may be a bit excessive. But I want to ask. What will you do after you go there? Elliot's expression suddenly became more serious. Although all conditions are very poor, Elliot is better than the average level of this world in one aspect. His moral level is slightly higher. It is this point that makes him know that what he is doing now is really important. Explaining to Alina is also a review in his heart. You already know that we are now running an online forum. This forum is to commemorate the workers who died in the cyberpsychosis incident. And secondly, to provide a channel for workers who are also in a bad working environment to vent. Alina nodded. Which is why she felt that this job was much easier to do. It is much more meaningful than killing. You must know that the current banner of the Soviet Federation is still full privatization for the better life of workers. And the whole of Europe is the same. But any activity in this world requires money. If this forum cannot make money, it is only a matter of time before the company uses money to kill it. However, the attitude of the European community in Folkestone shows that if cyberpsychosis or other things that they cannot control appear in production, then this company should not operate. What this world lacks the least is companies. There will be companies that pay us agency fees for projects. The purpose is there. And the source of funds is also there. It is not a purely foolish plan. But the risks are also obvious. Elliot can create opportunities for workers. And the company can also create opportunities to get rid of Elliot. I understand. Aline nodded. When will we set off? Tomorrow. There are workers in Bruges on our forum who said that there was also a machine accident in the automated port area. And it happened earlier. But they chose to swallow their anger at the time. Now several parties have said that they want to learn from us and take to the streets in 3 days. But you know, unregistered assemblies will be driven away by the European community. So we have to rush over immediately to ensure that this event can be held smoothly. We also need to ensure that the Northland Construction Group can get more shares. And at the same time, with our prestige, let the workers enter the factory and start working immediately. Alina raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't this just jumping from one company to another? There are still some differences. Elliot shook his head. These workers will be outsourced as labor. And the actual direct company is our European Workers Assembly Company. Ltd. Beatty Construction Group only needs to pay 50% of the normal salary. And we will give the rest. How much will you give? Alina looked at Elliot with a piercing look. Compared to the executives of large companies and the cheerful and talkative EC officials, workers, who are not well educated, have no scheming. Which means that when they form a trend and are willing to follow Elliot, they are easily deceived. Short-term deception. According to this plan, Elliot will become the largest worker intermediary. If some money is taken away, he will become very rich. But he will not live long. Elliot's mind flashed with what Leal had said to him. He wanted a grasshopper on a boat. Not fuel that would be thrown away after being squeezed dry. Share the wind and rain together. And share the sunshine together. In the end, they can get more than 120% of the original treatment. And maybe even more. I don't need too much money. But I need many people. People like us. Who have no money. No power. And even the technology they master is not cutting edge. Are nothing if we don't hold together. Alina was frightened by Elliot's appearance. No matter how Elliot looked like a powerful person, he was really serious when he said these words. For this, boss, I will follow you. Alina was encouraged. Although you speak better than singing. People who don't know you will think you want to be the director of the marketing department of the Soviet Federation. But I believe you. You can't let a poor citizen of the Soviet Federation be deceived for the second time. Just when Elliot was about to say something, a red message box flashed in front of him. Cinder, Sevens. Sevens, oh no! The route is suspended. Chapter 830 Crossing the Storm. To reach Belgium from the UK, you must cross the channel. The sky is a little gray. The typhoon will land in the UK in a while. And at that time, shipping, air transport, and even land transport may be suspended. Once they miss the window of these few days, they will have to stay in Folkestone until the storm ends. If this movement does not take advantage of the strong momentum, it will become another joke in the history of the European community. It's over. Severns looked at the gray sky, and his mood was as depressed as the weather. He turned his head to look at Elliot, who was staring at the sky in a trance. But he didn't look as desperate as him. Of course, Sevens wanted to make a big deal, and he was adventurous in his bones. So after completing the procedures to reduce the share of the European Tunnel Company, he immediately stepped down from his post and took some measures to set up a special committee. The internal responsibility of this committee is to keep an eye on Elliot workers' movement, so that it will not get out of control. The ostensible responsibility is to be responsible for patrolling and reporting cyber-psychiatric cases that may or have already appeared in various places to calm public opinion. The upper limit of this position is very high, unlike fixed positions. He can report these things directly to the superiors of any department in any place. But the lower limit is obviously also very low. If this mighty workers' movement comes to an abrupt end, he will not even be able to be transferred away as easily as a small street management captain in Folkestone. And it will be difficult to be transferred back in disgrace. The person in charge of the Bruges parade on the registration form is Elliot. If he was not there at the time, who knows what the company would do to those marchers? Leo, first find out what the situation is and ask him for details. After receiving the instructions, Elliot asked, what is the specific situation? The announcement of the traffic management department shows that it will take another 3 days before the suspension of operation. Severn said bitterly, I booked the business travel service of the International Partner Network. But they told me that due to safety needs, all business travel services have been cancelled by the Market Management Department. It is mainly because the local business department in Bruges chose to suspend it. It seems that the European Tunnel Company has learned its lesson. They have reached an agreement with the people in Bruges. The International Partner Network Company gave us 2 solutions. First, they will directly compensate 10 times. Second, they will transfer us to the port on the other side that can be directly reached, and then take land or air transportation services to Bruges. However, the routes they can choose will arrive in Bruges in 5 days, and the nearby ports are all closed. Elliot has never minded speculating about the company in the most vicious way. With this period of precipitation, he reacted immediately. Although the Northland Construction Group has divided some resources, the European Tunnel Company still controls most of the traffic on the British-French Channel. They can completely ban the available ports and push our arrival time to after the parade in Bruges. They know that the workers in Bruges are planning to parade. Okay. Severns held his head, of course. I just reported the situation in Bruges to the higher authorities, and this happened. Alina frowned. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean we took the initiative to expose the time and place of their parade? Illegal parades will go directly to jail. This is a second-degree felony. The company will abide by the rules of the European community. And of course they must abide by them too. Elliot looked at the port, where there were floating freighters and sea freighters loading boxes. In other words, business trips are not allowed. Just business trips? What do you want to do? It is even more impossible for the shipping company to go against the Eurotunnel Company. They are one and the same. Boarding a ship without permission is smuggling. You will be thrown into the killing zone. Elliot was silent this time. But soon, his eyes began to become astonished, and he looked at the sea in astonishment. The reason was that Leo gave a solution. Leo, the sea is so spacious. Who said we must take a boat? Elliot's silence attracted the attention of Sevens, who looked in the direction of Elliot's gaze and saw the means of transportation that Leo mentioned, the near shore where the waves were surging. And from time to time, you could see the black-tailed fin splashing on the water. He is after the fish. Severn's expression began to change continuously. On the one hand, he found that this plan might succeed. But on the other hand, he had never suffered such hardship before. You don't mean to. Now, Immediately, go to the international partner network to refund. And warn them that 10 times is not enough. The more the better. Otherwise we will make a big deal. A new plan is about to emerge. International Partner Network is a service-oriented enterprise. The services they provide to travelers include not only transportation, but also meals and catering during the journey, and even preparing clothing and rest schedules that suit customers' work. They are high-end business travel contractors, but they are just an intermediary, providing the ultimate package solution that combines transportation resources, clothing and other material and virtual services. They are also the favorite travel company for high-end people, but they are not the highest owners of the ocean. This waterway is under the control of the European community. Because it is closer to human settlements, there are indeed shipping routes, and air routes are also open. After experiencing the economic recession and the collapse of the internet, marine resources have been basically monopolized by 3 companies to varying degrees and in different fields. They are the International Navigation and Ocean Corporation, Chino, the Ocean Technology Corporation, OTC, and the International Commercial Shipping Company, ICHG. These 3 companies are also the initiators of the Fourth Corporate War. In any case, they finally became the ultimate owners of many marine resources. The transportation resources from Folkestone to Bruges are handled by United Express. International Partner Network Company has contracted the transportation resources from them, and then packaged them with other services and sold them to customers, like Sevens. It can be said that they have monopolized the transportation resources in a sense and packaged the transportation resources into high-end business travel services. But the major shareholder of this company is Chino. Chino's business includes biological weapons, including those intelligent whales and sharks. If the weapons are removed, they can of course be used as a means of transportation, allowing Elliot team to bypass the dam crossing the strait. More importantly, Chino was beaten by OTC in marine technology in the Fourth Corporate War, and was suppressed by ICHG in mechanical vehicles. How could they refuse such an opportunity to promote their biological weapons? How could they give up an opportunity that could become a positive publicity because of low-level companies such as International Partner Network and United Express, riding on a fish through the storm and across the strait? Not to mention that the pampered European community official Sevens was scared pale. Even the mercenary Alina was a little nervous. But this is the only solution at the moment. We ride fish. Chapter 831. The Fourth Corporate War is also called Ocean War. OTEC and Chino both want to acquire ICHG, which has declared bankruptcy, to make up for the shortcomings of their respective businesses. At the beginning of the war, no one was optimistic about OTC. Chino has the most advanced submersibles and other ship patents in the world, and can almost be said to be the overlord of the sea. Even Arasaka's aircraft carriers have their technology. OTEC only has a bunch of marine technology that doesn't look so tough, but as a mercenary of military technology. Old Snake rode OTEC's biological weapons like a ghost on the sea and raided many places of marine resource platforms, and was not caught until the end of the war, when most people in the world were not optimistic. He relied on his mortal body to kill many marine war vehicles belonging to Arasaka, relying on countless achievements. As a mercenary of the military technology side, the final winner of the war, he became a legend in Night City. Basically, it can be said that among the 3 initiators of the Fourth War, OTC, which relied on military technology, won the big victory. It restricted Chino to Europe, obtained more marine ecological platforms, and became the world's largest plastic supplier. Of course, this war had nothing to do with them after Chino and OTC reached an agreement. What followed was the struggle between their mercenaries Arasaka and military technology. In the end, the Fourth Corporate War went too far, ending with a nuclear bomb blowing up the Arasaka Tower in Night City. At the same time, the Economic Bureau under the European Community also nationalized Arasaka's assets in Europe. So there are now Arasaka products here, but almost no Arasaka services. Chino has been operating under the name of narrowly defeated OTC since then. If someone wants to buy advanced marine technology, OTEC will definitely be the first to think of. So when a few people walked into the Chino whale farm in Folkestone and said they wanted to buy fish to Bruges, they were confused. First of all, Chino's biological weapon technology is not mature. At least not like OTC that has been verified by military operations. Secondly, apart from mercenaries and company soldiers who don't care about their lives, who would ride a fish, but no matter what, they bought it. At this moment, Chino's manager reported the matter to his superiors. And the superiors quickly gave a reply, now it is a free market policy. And the other party will sell it if they pay. Happy cooperation. Mr. Grove. Mr. Strange. I wish you a pleasant journey. I am thinking that if the journey is pleasant, we can open up the intelligent biological man business. And then? We talk about it then. Elliot waved his hand and interrupted the Chino manager in Folkestone. Chino Intelligent Control Marine Biology Use Agreement Loading. Number, Chino/user/AE04576. Summary of terms. This product is for short-term rental purposes and is suitable for non-commercial marine travel or demonstration activities. Chino Company does not assume any responsibility for any accidents, including but not limited to mechanical failures, navigation errors, marine risks that occur during use. Users shall not make any form of public evaluation or opinions on the performance, navigation system, endurance or comfort of this product. The user agrees to grant all relevant publicity rights to Chino, which will release official materials. If the user violates the terms of this agreement, Chino reserves the right to pursue legal liability, including but not limited to terminating the lease, freezing the deposit, and filing a financial claim. I don't think this is reliable. Since he sat on the head of the humpback whale, Severn's face has remained pale. When did the officials of the European community have to sit on the heads of whales? At this moment, he began to miss traveling on luxury ferries and planes. There were soft beds and delicious wine on the planes. He could take a shower before landing and go through his schedule with the help of cyber chips. Now he is sitting on the heads of these whales. I think this is very reliable. Severns felt that his shoulder was patted hard. He turned around and found that it was not Elliot, but his worker friend Carl. My dad told me that our family used to be pirates. Ha ha. I am a bearded pirate. Although Elliot was also unsure in his heart, he was just a stinky fat otaku. Carl's rough laughter also infected him. He climbed onto the body of the humpback whale and felt the soft texture under his feet. The special boots made it almost impossible for him to slip. This humpback whale is 18 meters long and weighs 42 tons. It has 8 seats. Its internal skeleton has been reshaped by advanced marine technology and is directly connected to the cockpit, making it extremely stable. He glanced at the 3 mercenaries, Carl and Sevens, who had already fastened their seat belts. He felt like he was dreaming. He sat down on the chair and muttered, "Damn it. I never thought I would do such a thing." Carl hugged Elliot. "Brother, you are born to do this." Puff! A column of water suddenly burst out from under the water, and the humpback whale began to move. Johnny, great. The final solution is to be a guinea pig for Chino. Johnny, but now we can be the old snake of Wayland. Johnny stood at the front of the humpback whale, opened his arms towards the turbulent sea, and looked in his direction. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Elliot's mind was blank, and only Carl's words echoed in his mind. He was born to do this. Yes, only at this moment, when the whale left the coast, when he walked on a path that made the company unhappy, and walked on a path that waved flags and cheered, he felt that he was really alive. Just like in the factory at that time, when Carl raised his shield, when he and his compatriots rushed towards the cyber psychopath. The movement of the humpback whale and the shaking on the ocean made his brain feel nauseous. This nausea was just like the scorching temperature in the factory at that time, reminding him to break through the European Communist Party again, the safety zone drawn by the body for him. His body has never been so close to death, but his spirit has never felt so refreshed. He suddenly realized one thing. In the 28 years before this, he was very comfortable, but also very painful. But he never admitted the pain and relied on those entertainments to numb himself. Now he is in pain, but full of energy. He looked at the empty space, looking at Lil and Johnny who only he could see. I want to do big things. I will take my good brothers to slap the company's face hard. Even if they are rich and big, I will hack their faces hard. Johnny smiled at the sea. Johnny, I will kill him, Elliot said. No matter how great and glorious he is. The huge tail fin slapped the water, and thunder exploded in the sky. From now on, they will sail into the sea. The Chino manager of Folkestone looked at their backs as they left, and he was somewhat emotional. But he was emotional that business was really good today. In addition to these few orders from young people, I can also sell this information to other companies and make a small profit. Chapter 832. Bruges, Belgium. This once world-class trade center was hit by a wave of refugees when the sea level rose, because it did not join the European barrier system in the first place. It once became a gathering place for refugees, who could not squeeze into the European barrier, and could not find other places to go. Although Bruges once became a ruin and a city occupied by refugees due to various problems, everything is moving in a good direction after the European community decided to include it in the European barrier system. In any case, the city still has one of the most important deep-water ports in Europe, with a large number of highways and railways. And it was a very important port before the UK agreed to join the European community. So this city is not so rigid, from noble companies' senior management and European community political officials to semi-vagrants with unstable jobs. This city has them. Unlike Folkestone, which only has simple roles such as political officials, workers, and company management. The port is operated by Atlantic Overlord Company. Automated gantry cranes and loading and unloading robots are in order. Workers are crowded in the factory to make parts, maintain robots, or remotely or directly operate exoskeletons and robots on the spot. Just a month ago, because of the impending typhoon, ADL increased working hours, which violated the European community's regulations on the reasonable use of neural links to control industrial robots and exoskeletons. A worker suddenly went crazy while moving a container. He pushed the stacked containers with the engineering mecha he was controlling at the time, and threw the goods, causing a lot of damage. The European community has very strict control over the use of force. At that time, the most powerful armed in the port area was the security with high-pressure water guns. Unfortunately, it was difficult to disconnect the engineering mecha immediately after it was soaked in water. In this way, the mecha killed more than 14 workers in the port area and died on the spot. Some of them died in the hospital or at home without receiving treatment. This incident caused a big fuss. In fact, the company's security guards died the most. But unfortunately, the company dogs were accustomed to such things. It was their duty to work hard for the company. Either the company dismissed them or the company killed them. But workers are not like that. Workers' contracts are all short-term contracts. Not only are they not well paid, but they also have to pay for implants, maintenance costs, skills training, and everything else needed for the job. If there are not enough orders, the company may lay them off at any time, leaving them no time to react. It can be said that most workers live in fear of not having a stable job. In fact, in places where those wealthy politicians in the European community cannot see, they still live in fear of losing their lives at any time because of their work. As for resistance and silent endurance, at least they can still live in fear. If they want to have a temper, they can't live. And starving to death is a matter of time. It is more likely that if the European community finds out that they have been unemployed for a long time, they will control them, or even throw out European barriers. The European community does not support idlers. If you don't want to work, get out. There are plenty of people waiting to come in. But now is different. They used to be submissive. But now something unprecedented happened in Folkestone. A worker named Elliot and his coworkers sanctioned the company and received compensation. The company's public relations department even apologized. What do the workers want? Sometimes it can be said that what people want a harbor to shelter from the wind and rain, want bread in their hands, and finally, be treated as human beings. The company makes them live in fear of losing their rental houses at any time, and uses bread to force them to struggle silently in the mud and give up the respect they deserve as human beings. And Elliot, he makes people stand up. The weather in Bruges is very bad, and it has been cloudy recently. Occasionally, the sun shines through the clouds for only a moment. Several workers hold the banner tightly and walk on the familiar streets. Their minds are almost blank. They want to publicize the cyberpsychosis incident covered up by ADL here, just like Elliot, and ask for an explanation for the workers who died tragically and the workers who are being oppressed. But they have to wait for Elliot to get here and get permission before they can start. People have already noticed that something is wrong with these workers. Some people just left after seeing them, while others showed interesting expressions and gathered around. Some people are already scared. Why hasn't Elliot come yet? I didn't see him speaking on the forum. He's not just talking to trick us. Is he? Yeah. If he doesn't come, wouldn't we be like idiots standing here? Why don't we go home and come back another day? The voice of retreat appeared inside. But a different voice came from across the street. You want to make a big move, right? A long-haired man in designer clothes leaned over the guardrail and shouted at them. Then do it. What are you waiting for? Are you afraid? Look at the one next to me. The one next to me is ADL's security guard. And the one further away. I don't need to tell you about that. Right? Patrolmen from the Bruges Police Department. They are all watching you. Are you scared? What a bunch of cowards. If you are a man, do it. The man's tone was provocative. And he seemed to be looking for trouble. The workers looked around according to his instructions, and saw some suspicious people and police officers who were obviously monitoring them. But more importantly, the workers recognized the little beast across the street. Hack the guy. That guy is a damn ADL company dog. I remember that he came to threaten me, saying that if the factory's affairs were exposed, we would not be able to work, and he would sell my wife and children to the red light district. He touched my daughter. The leading worker grabbed the banner, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Just now, there were voices inside who wanted to back off. And he began to consider it, after all. Without a parade permit, they were illegally gathering. Illegal assembly is a second or even third-degree felony. Although it is important to fight for one's dignity. Who would fight if there is no hope? As the purple-haired ADL executive began to shout. They were really stuck here. Passers-by began to take pictures. And they would be on major network panels tomorrow. The company and the police knew what they were going to do. Would they let them go when they returned? More importantly, that damn purple-haired guy also threatened him. The crowd surrounded them. They had imagined such a scene before. But they imagined that they would expose the company's ugly deeds in it. And then ADL would be severely slapped by the European community. It's not like this now. They seem to be subdued by the European community. The company may only suffer losses if it is slapped by the European community. If they are caught by the European community, they will have to get out. Begin. Coward. If you don't open the banner today, you will be my grandson. Ha ha. I thought you were brave. But you are still a bunch of scum. When you are sent away, I will sell all your wives and children to the red light district. If you want to do this, I can also introduce you. Countless eyes stared at them. The enemy's arrogant voice seemed to pierce their hearts like a needle tip. Who could bear it? Who could swallow this breath? Fuck you. You bastard. A worker couldn't help but picked up the steel pipe behind him and threw it at the purple-haired guy. Looking at the steel pipe, the purple-haired executive was not angry but happy. It's done. With a bang. The steel pipe was accurately caught by the security guard next to him. He changed his previous sarcastic tone. Assist the police to catch these thugs. The leading worker was pale. And everyone looked at the man who threw the steel pipe. He was also at a loss. Fuck. Run. Chapter 833. The same thing happened in many streets of Bruges. There are more than 500,000 such low-level workers in the city. Perhaps less than 1% of them have the courage. But 1% must be 5,000 people. This event was organized by Lille and the village on the forum. There were 124 people who actually participated in the march, preparing for the march in different locations of the block. They had no cars, no cyber loudspeakers, no dazzling light signs, and only primitive fonts drawn on banners and their own voices. Obviously, in an extremely stable environment, it is very stupid to hold a rally and march just to fight for a breath. But if they realize their stupidity, it will be bad if everything ends quietly. Damn ADL. Cyberpsychosis is forced out by them. Bang. A loud noise sounded in the crowd, sounding like the sound of iron fists colliding with human flesh, which sounded particularly pleasant. The European Community Police car sounded the sirens. You don't need to look to know that it is now a situation of chasing a group of stray dogs. The purple-haired executive no longer paid attention to what was happening on the street and began to report. ADL production line engineer 0032, they can't hold their breath anymore. At the ADL headquarters in Bruges, the public relations manager looked at the police cars chasing the fleeing workers in the city with sirens on, and smiled strangely. I used to think that these people at the bottom were fuel, and their only value was to be filled into the furnace of industrial society and build this beautiful world. But now it seems that they can also be mice, running funny and funny. And he was anxious after a few words. I don't know how they will survive in the outside world without the company. It was obvious that he had already won. Thinking of this, he turned on the network equipment and connected to the Workers' Movement forum. Post, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Content, killing the chicken to scare the monkey is the best way to command the mob. You can learn it slowly. After posting, he opened the champagne on the table, crossed his legs, and looked at the dark sky outside the window. Soon, fine raindrops began to appear on the glass. Emergency message. Market Information Department. Chino's biological breeding farm in Folkestone said that the group had just set off from Folkestone. The PR manager was stunned for a moment. Are they going to ride a whale here? He looked out the window and began to think about whether he should take some preventive measures, such as directly hiring a professional biological weapons unit to intercept and kill this group of people, or deploying defenses in ports and offshore. However, both options require a lot of resources. The former is the most stable, but the investment is definitely the highest. ADL is not a company like Arasaka or Military Technology that has professional wars. Nor is it a company like International Electric and Sioux Petroleum that is large enough to support a professional security team. If you want to intervene militarily, you must hire a professional security company or contact Chino to let them take action against their customers. For the former, using this service in Europe is completely sky high, and you need to go through the process, and you have to pay more for expediting. For the latter, this is not something that can be seen in the light of day. Chino has no reason to help them. Whether they can care about them is another matter. Even if a deal can be reached, it will be an astronomical figure. ADL is just a more domineering name, but it is definitely a law-abiding company in the European community. But thinking about it, fine rain marks suddenly appeared on the window. He was stunned for a moment and laughed out loud. Now even the storm has a better meaning. The rainstorm is coming, which means that even the ability of biological weapons to pass through will be disturbed. And it may also trigger the protection of property protocol in the chip, greatly reducing the speed of travel. Even if they are Superman, even if they are possessed by the desperate desperados in Night City, they can't arrive on time. Thinking of this, the angle of his mouth became more obvious. The marketing department really spent money in vain. I don't know what this news is for. This champagne is really delicious. Johnny, you have the right to kill me, but you don't have the right to defeat me. Boom! Johnny's shadow roared against the wind, and the thunder god sounded in the clouds. The storm came as soon as it came, and the raindrops hit the cockpit glass with a crackling sound. And it seemed to hit there hard. Humans are afraid of the unpredictable ocean. Not to mention that this is their first time facing nature. Ah, we are finished. Seven's elite appearance has been completely removed, and he repeatedly floats in the water on the back of the whale. As the scene in front of him keeps changing, he feels that he is switching between being alive and dead. We can't die. Carl grabbed Seven's shoulders. This is the life of a pirate. Ah ha ha ha. Pain is nothing to a man. Leader, hold on tight. Splash. The waves hit the cabin, and the three mercenaries were also very uncomfortable. They were better at fighting on land. None of the three is from the Navy. Alina tried her best to straighten her back and grabbed Elliot's arm. Captain, what should we do? Can we really make it? Elliot's brain was constantly shocked by Leal. Seasickness is caused by the nerves in the head not adapting. So Leal will help him adapt. We can make it. Not only can we make it, but we can also arrive in Bruges on time and scare those company dogs. Captain Elliot's tone was so firm. But the captain was also asking in his head at this moment, Elliot, brother, can we make it? Leal, open the cockpit. Ah? Elliot's questioning voice was drowned in the strong wind. Lil, I said. Open the cockpit and adjust to drainage mode. Lil, the chip is controlling the humpback whale to enter a safe operation mode. It has slowed down. Lil, if this continues, we will not be able to catch up. The chip must be equipped with a military control program to remove restrictions. Muramasa, you are crazy. The civilian chip messing with the biological weapon chip may make him lose control. Biotechnology is not Arasaka's strength. And of course, it cannot be Muramasa's strength. Lil, trust me. Open the cockpit. Elliot gritted his teeth and slapped the emergency button, while everyone was still trying to stay sane in the storm. The closed cockpit shell instantly retracted into the interior, and the seawater lost its barrier, drowning everyone as the whale moved forward. Although the protective clothing on their bodies still made it impossible for them to be drowned by the seawater. The sudden water pressure and the overwhelming splash still made them all confused. In the confusion, everyone's eyes showed a prompt warning: the cockpit's closure has been destroyed. The system has entered manual control mode. Elliot immediately unlocked the first layer of safety lock on his body. Unlocking the safety lock, he can leave the seat, and he is only connected to a safety rope and the oxygen tube inside. But obviously he overestimated his ability to move. Just as he unlocked the safety lock and walked towards the chip access port, the waves hit him. He felt as if he was hit hard by someone, lost his balance, and hit the edge of the cockpit hard. Elliot, help me get closer to the center console. Splash. The whale swam on the sea, up and down, and Elliot was hit by the waves and found himself suddenly in the sky. The sinking whale floated to the surface, and Elliot stopped heartbeat again. But he found that his landing point was not in the cockpit at all. Just as Elliot was falling towards the side of the whale, Carl jumped out of his seat, lay on the edge of the cockpit and grabbed Elliot. Get up. Another shake. Elliot felt that he suddenly flew up. But when he flew up, Carl lost his balance and fell out of the cabin. Bang! Elliot fell heavily on the floor of the cockpit and swallowed his saliva when he looked at the safety rope on Carl's seat. He will be fine. Hurry up. Alina grabbed Elliot and dragged Elliot to the vicinity of the center console with her two mercenary partners. Because of the accident in the cockpit, the chip interface has become manually opened. Elliot didn't say anything nonsense and pulled out his personal link line and plugged it in. Woo! The sound of the whale was transmitted to the cockpit through its thick body. People felt the vibration under their feet and felt deeply uneasy as the interface was inserted. Not only the software of the whale's intelligent control chip was tampered with, but also a small round hole appeared near the interface. This is the injection port of the biological weapon. From here, various biological products can be injected. Interdimensional material transmission, lizard serum, animal companion version, description, the core technology part of the second-generation steel bone warhorse. Slow and long-term injection of a small amount of serum can enhance the physique of animal companions. A one-time injection will have a stimulant effect, and the injected object will gain super endurance and a certain degree of aggressiveness. Splash. The whale suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone felt the terrifying water pressure and really felt that the whale seemed to have become violent. Splash. The whale surfaced again. Although everyone who was relaxed did not need to breathe, they still unconsciously changed their breathing rhythm with the rise and fall of the whale. Alina grabbed Elliot and fixed him tightly in his seat. I've heard of wind driving. I've never heard of water driving. Splash. Chapter 834. The streets of Bruges fell into chaos never seen since the implementation of the European barrier system. The workers had nothing but their legs and feet. Their resounding accusations became a little ridiculous under the pursuit. Even the workers who were watching and did not participate in the march would laugh. Look, an illegal gathering. The law is the strongest bottom line under the European barrier system. Morality, survival, justice, personal survival, and all the vague, subjective and so-called humanistic things all give way to the only and final logic under this system. Not only work, but even if you want to reveal the truth and want to appeal for friends and relatives, you have to go through the process. If there is no process, the police will raise their guns to you. The police car will honk for you. And all the justice that people pursue will be completely torn apart as this terrifying violent curtain falls. Even if there are still people who believe that there may be something that should transcend the law, they will be silent as the restlessness subsides. The workers who fled only felt suffocated. This city used to be so safe. It is so safe that even if people are thrown out of the wall every day because of losing their jobs, not paying back debts, being unable to work, etc., there will still be no unsolved robberies, thefts and murders in this city. If something is accidentally left on the street, it will still be there even if you come to pick it up the next day. But it is so dangerous now. The city seems to have come alive. The once friendly neighbors have changed their expressions to mocking and spitting. The conscientious police will no longer tell them in a good tone that they have called the police in advance. They have suddenly become the sinners of the whole city, and the wanted criminals that everyone wants to beat. But ADL forces employees to work at high intensity, causing cyberpsychosis. They are illegal. Didi. A worker roared in despair and anger, but was soon drowned out by the heavy sirens. As for the people in the car, they look serious, but they feel more like they are having fun. Didi, please don't panic. The Bruges Police Department is on duty. If you find any suspicious person, please upload the suspect's information through the public network immediately. Those who harbor criminals will be hunted down as accomplices. Don't believe anything the criminals say. The heavy sirens resounded through the streets, and police cars drove through the streets. If it were Night City, there would often be panicked drivers who would step on the accelerator and rush around. And the probability of citizens running around nearby would be even greater, because once such a thing happens, it may evolve into a street fight in a few minutes. And bullets don't have eyes. But when the police cars here are out, the cars on the street will only drive to both sides in an orderly manner to make way. Everything is in order. There are no panicked citizens, no helpless police, and no unscrupulous company soldiers. There are only police cars moving slowly and firmly, silently oppressing everyone's nerves, mainly the nerves of the people being hunted. On one side of the road, a man in the crowd watching the excitement stared at the scene without saying a word, turned around and left silently, in sharp contrast to those who came to watch the excitement. Not long after I came back, I saw someone messing around on the street. I'm really lucky. I've become a disaster star after a trip to Ninth City. Muttering something, one of the man's artificial eyes flashed a dazzling light, and the world in front of him turned into a simplified version of cyberspace. Poof! The lights on the whole street suddenly burst into violent sparks. The bright lights all went out, replaced by scarlet fault lights. The public service HUD in front of the citizens was all turned off, and the police car also lost its navigation direction. The man turned off all the public equipment in this block. In the Bruges network monitoring office, 2 network agents sitting in the office suddenly jumped up from their chairs. The protection of the European barrier is like a spider web connecting the on-site equipment, and a single move can affect the entire body. Only the top hackers, who are most familiar with this system, can launch attacks on the public systems of the European community. But such hackers often receive the highest salary and enjoy the highest treatment in network monitoring, and are also filled with various monitoring software. Who is attacking the equipment of the European community? The darkness brought by the power outage once made all civilians complain, including these workers who were fleeing. But this time it was different. They only felt that the darkness was like a mother, holding them in her arms and making them extremely safe. The more chaotic it was, the harder it would be to catch them. At least they would not be caught now. The leading worker ran away with his brothers in the crowd. When he turned the corner on the street, he suddenly heard a strange voice in his ears. Run to the harbor. I lead the way for you. Look at the road. The workers looked up at the center of the road and saw a large pickup truck rarely seen in Europe running wildly on the road with lights on. A woman in the car was waving a fluorescent stick in her hand frantically. She seemed to be wearing some kind of recording device on her head, covering half of her face. This way. And behind her stood a steel-like man, carrying various media equipment in his hands. What the hell? This round of attacks is still going on, as a block is paralyzed. The power supply is insufficient. The hacker hiding in the dark can make a certain area fall into darkness for a short time with just a few operations. ADL's regional manager watched the workers, who were almost dispersed, running wildly in the dark, even running farther and farther. And the more they ran, the louder they were. He cursed at the window. Damn the European community. They pay so much tax every year to support these good-for-nothings? Communicator, Bruges Police Department. ADL Regional Manager, why haven't we caught those people yet? Bruges Police Department, someone attacked the public network, and the citizens blocked the road. We can't run over them. Can we? Bruges Police Department, network monitoring has been involved. Don't worry. This is a good thing. Bruges Police Department, these people are really desperate and dare to use hackers. When they are caught, they will be sentenced to a 5th-degree felony. ADL Regional Manager, are you sure you can catch them? Don't forget us. Bruges Police Department, hey. Be careful when you speak. What do you mean by us and you? I am an official, and you are a businessman. Bruges Police Department, nonsense. As long as they don't have a permit for a rally, what else can they do except go to jail? Bruges Police Department, the advantage is mine. I won't let those criminals get away. The ADL Regional Manager held the champagne and thought carefully that he was indeed anxious. Yes. Anyway, that Elliot and that fool named Sevens can't get along. Sometimes these rigid rules and regulations are quite interesting. It is clear that only network equipment is needed to transmit the permit and decree to another city. And it can also prove that it is legal and registered. But the regulations stipulate that the person in charge must be present. Some people explain that this is the only way to take responsibility. Otherwise it will be unclear if something goes wrong. Yes, the rules and regulations are here. Thinking of this, he looked at the port. Looking at the turbulent port. When he looked at it, his pupils shrank sharply. Snap! The huge black-tail fin slapped on the sea, and some kind of black behemoth was rushing towards the port. Boom! The port was even crashed. It was a humpback whale. Chapter 835. Chino Bruges Intelligent Biological Farm. Damaged Chino Company signal detected. Checking usage code. Chino Bruges Intelligent Biological Farm. Welcome home. Intelligent Humpback Whale 0098. Chino Bruges Farm Manager. Why didn't the whale slow down? Elliot, I don't know. The port is close. But the humpback whale's speed has not slowed down at all. The people on the whale have mastered the trick of being washed by the waves, although they can only drift in the storm. They are not blind. From seeing the land, from the joy of watching the port getting bigger and bigger, to the horror on everyone's face in the biological weapons docking area, everyone found that the whale didn't slow down at all. This thing is crazy. Fuck. The nearly 50-ton giant seemed to be still fighting the storm, with no sign of slowing down, and crashed into the docking area under the horrified gaze of the Chino Port Farm Manager. The biological weapons raised normally in the farm were shattered before they could even avoid it, and blood was spilled in the ocean with the intrusion of this giant. Although this humpback whale did not carry biological weapons, it should have thrusters and ram systems. But it is obvious that a 50-ton giant is beyond its physiological limit and collides at a speed of nearly 100 kilometers per hour, which is already a bit terrifying. This speed is even comparable to some torpedoes. Boom! In the horrified eyes of the breeder, this big guy rushed into the underwater docking area like a cannonball, in the face of the powerful kinetic energy impact. The buffer device was completely overloaded and collapsed in an instant. The entire docking position collapsed with the collision of the whale, and the impact force even shook the docking port of biological weapons and the ground. The shaking made it impossible for the employees to stand still, as if they were in the ocean at this moment. The port collapsed first, followed by several meters high waves being swept towards the waves. People who didn't know the situation thought it was a tsunami. The biological weapons breeding farm and the automated port for freight are adjacent. This huge commotion also made the workers forget their work. When the waves fell, they were attracted by the sirens outside the port. All the workers in the city, all the workers who had not been caught, ran outside the port under the guidance of the big pickup truck. Illegal assembly ahead. Stop all activities immediately. Put down your weapons, and lie down with your head in your hands. Police cars rushed over from all directions and surrounded the pickup truck. Behind the pickup truck was the exclusive area of ADL. The workers surrounded the pickup truck and looked at the people in the car at a loss. What should we do now? The woman in the pickup truck scratched her head. Now. Just hope that your workers' leader can show up. Maybe he was washed up by a wave. The workers below were collectively confused. They thought this woman had a plan. This time, not only the workers were confused, but the hacker hiding in the dark also raised his forehead. I saw injustice and drew my sword to help. But these people had no plan at all? The workers' forum is open to everyone, so the whole European community knows what will happen in Bruges today. But I didn't expect that they were really straightforward, without any follow-up plans, and relied on the group of people in Folkestone. It's impossible that the little worker is like the big brother in Ninth City, who kills gods and Buddhas, and swims over when the storm blocks his way. Thinking of this, the hacker sighed and prepared to turn around. He didn't want to see these poor people being captured. However, the waves really rushed their savior over. The police officer took 2 steps forward, and the HUD in front of him popped up a message, preventing his next move. Laser encryption signal detected, identifying. Social Order Management Network has been connected. Activity license, EC0134BRU/2077-0915. Approval authority, European Community Social Order Management Department. European Community Cyber Psychiatry Special Rectification Committee. European Community Economic and Development Department. Activity leader, Elliot Grove. Severance Strange. Special terms. Prohibition of the use of high-intensity riot weapons. Media are allowed to record on the spot. In the European community, no one can fight against the institutions, people and organizations that represent the law, unless it is another institution, person and organization that represents the law. The police officer looked in the direction where the waves receded. Several people who were soaked like drowned rats struggled to get up from the ground. One of them raised his hand. The laser signal came from him. Severance did not speak. He had no strength to speak, but the equipment would speak for him. Communicator, 7 Strange. Affiliated unit/position, European Community Cyber Psychiatry Special Rectification Committee/permanent member. Severance, we have received reports that ADL has illegal employment and illegally covered up cyber psychiatry accidents. We are now investigating here. Sevens, these people are my witnesses. and their activities have been reported. And the reporting signal is the same. Now I order you to protect these workers to complete the assembly. As Sevens was helped out, Elliot and Carl were also pulled out by Alina and others. Elliot took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength, "Look at your hands. It is you who support the operation of the port. It is you who use the worn-out prosthesis to operate those cranes under the scorching sun. And it is you who transport thousands of goods to all parts of the world. ADL does not care about our tired bodies, collapsed nerves, driving our compatriots crazy, causing a large number of casualties. And they even want to cover up the accident. Let us bear the losses, and say that we are useless trash. If they can do this today, they will use the same method tomorrow to deal with you, your family, your dreams, your life, and everyone like us. Let our names disappear, and let our lives perish like a bunch of insignificant numbers. Stand up. Fuck ADL. Your grandfather is coming." These sounds are transmitted to every suitable reflective surface through the laser microphone and linear beam transmitter that Elliot just replaced, and through the calculations of Muramesa and Leal, and are transmitted to the ears of every worker and citizen on the scene in the most efficient way, almost like surround sound. This is the port, the most beautiful place in Bruges, a prosperous industrial zone. The workers in the port also stopped their work, and shouts of all sizes came out from the park, joining the few parades outside the port area. When the workers started to speak, the loud noise of the machine stopped, and the originally insignificant sounds became particularly loud after gathering together. The purple-haired company executive ran out of the crowd. But now, he was no longer as comfortable as before. He shouted anxiously at the police and the company's security, "Catch them. They are a mob." Actually, they are not. After confirming the information, the police officer changed his camp and immediately stood between the company's security and the workers. This huge change made the executive feel bad. The workers in front of him suddenly shouted, "Damn old bastard. You are a bad seed who gave birth to a son without an asshole. Wait for ADL to put you in a concrete tank and soak you in seawater. Ha ha. Come and beat your worker grandfather if you dare. Eat shit. Company dog." The frustration just now was returned in an instant. The purple-haired company executive felt the same embarrassment as the workers just now. But what was worse was that he knew he would really be put in concrete and thrown into the sea. I don't know if it was rain or the worker's saliva spit on his face. Maybe it was rain. But at this moment, he felt that it must be saliva. These damn lowly people, who even flattered him to ask for a better workstation and even offered their bodies to him, dared to jump in his face. The intense tension and imbalance seemed to break through some kind of shackles at once. His body suddenly shuddered violently, and he rushed to the security guard beside him like crazy, snatching the stun gun from his hand. "I fucking kill you right now." Boom! Thunder exploded. This round was a big win. Chapter 836 Acquaintances. A cyberpsychosis incident occurred in Bruges. Recently, cyberpsychosis incidents have occurred frequently. The European community has established a special rectification committee to deal with such incidents, aiming to maintain the stability and sustainable development of the European community. The commissioner arrived in Bruges a day ago and held a rally in cooperation with the local police to encourage local residents to actively report such incidents. During the rally that day, a public relations specialist of ADL lost control on the spot and used illegal violence against the protesters. He was controlled on the spot by the Bruges Police Department. The European community is always the servant of citizens. The temporary office of the special committee is located at. Any citizen with relevant clues can contact the person in charge. Please do not be afraid of any illegal violence. The European community will always be your backer. Chino headquarters. As a super-large multinational enterprise that is not inferior to Arasaka or military technology, Chino's industry is also exaggerated and unimaginable. As the initiator of the Fourth Corporate War, they also benefited greatly from it. IHG, the initiator, was once called the orbital airline on the ground. After reaching an agreement with OTC, Chino also had the ability to carry out low Earth orbit business. At this moment, in the communication satellite dedicated to Chino in low Earth orbit, the board of directors is using this as a carrier to discuss. Chino is a French company, but the most important meetings are definitely held on the internet, because if someone observes from cyberspace, they will find that only by setting up the meeting on the low Earth satellite can they escape the huge wall that covers the European community. Board member 001, I heard that the company sponsored this event. CO. Sponsorship may not be accurate. They took the initiative to find the farm in Folkestone. CO. International Partner Network company closed most of its business routes. So they thought of riding whales. Board member 002. But I remember that the company's BW project is not so efficient. The latest report shows that it is difficult for the best performance to ignore the storm in March. CO. The report you read is a bit old. The latest research can already allow BW to move forward in the storm. CO. But it is indeed impossible to maintain such efficiency. And the farms in Bruges have shown more strange phenomena. The meeting began to play the video of the whale docking that day. The video started from the humpback whale entering the periphery of the breeding area as a special industry. The whale farm is a privately owned and heavily guarded area of the enterprise. But submarines and warships are not suitable for appearing in the offshore. And the operation and maintenance costs are very high. So there are unique guards here, dolphins equipped with sentinel chips, and regional blockade biological weapons. The latter is a shark modified by genetic engineering. If necessary, the shark can even attack submarines. These sentinel dolphins are equipped with a variety of detection equipment. And the low-frequency antenna is even the same as the body length, which can clearly capture the creatures in the area and measure their movement status. According to the information sent back by the sentinel dolphin, the maximum sprint speed of this humpback whale reached a terrifying 110 kilometers per hour. The dolphin in the picture reacted very quickly and did not collide with the humpback whale. But those area blockade biological weapons were not so lucky. The program carried in the chip allowed them to launch an attack if they found any target illegally entering the area. But the consequences of attacking such a humpback whale may be worse than attacking a submarine. After all, submarines do not need to twist to move forward. Such a big thing, bursting at such a fast speed. The force of each swing of the tail fin is unimaginable. Not to mention that there are sharks that are hit head-on. There is only one result of a head-on collision. The body is smashed to pieces, and the internal gas and water flow explode with the broken meat, turning into a red flower in the water. The voice of exclamation appeared in the hearts of the directors. With such an impact force, let alone submarines, large ships will find it difficult to withstand such a collision. Although occupying orbit and outer space is the real advantage now, the ocean is still a rich resource land. If we can return to the ocean, who would not want to expel those AIs? However, the CO's subsequent report made them a little uncertain. CO. Civilian transport humpback whales should not have such athletic ability. This humpback whale has surpassed the group's best whale group in terms of endurance and burst. OTEC can't do so well. Board member 003. Where is the test report? CO. The recording chip on the whale is missing on a large scale. It seems that the cabin was damaged by the storm. CO. This whale did not slow down after landing, but collided with the port, and the biological weapons port of Bruges was collapsed. Board member 001. Where's the fish? CO. It's not dead, but dying. Genetic testing has not found any abnormalities, but the current test results cannot support its performance in the ocean. Board member 002. Well, it's impossible that this is also a worker whale with a dream in mind. Right? CO. The current opinion of the Technical Research and Development Department is, this whale has no research value. I suggest that we keep it alive and invest it in civilian places as an asset of the Public Relations Department. The board members were silent for a while, and the CO felt the pressure doubled. Board member 003. Well, your little cleverness is really endless. Approved. You go offline first. The CO's shadow disappeared in the conference room, leaving only 3 board members. Board member 001. Incredible feat. It seems that the pressure is about to exceed the threshold, and we should also prepare. Board member 002. I think Chino is quite sensible. It seems that there is less to worry about here. Board member 003. This is a good thing. The Cabinet Council seems to support this workers' movement. We should contact this special committee more. Ping. Clinking glasses. Elliot took the goblet for the first time and felt himself rising. Although Severns was a government official, he seemed to be very good at making money. At this moment, the group was drinking pure water in the office in Bruges. Riding a whale is a great idea. Elliot smiled. You didn't say that before. You said we were looking for death. I take it back. I must take it back. Severns patted Elliot's shoulder. His face was very rosy because he drank a lot of wine. From now on, they have really come to the main battlefield. Bruges will be the starting point for them to rush towards their grand goal. They will go all the way from here to Berlin. And then achieve unimaginable feats. Bang bang. The door was knocked. And the two waved their hands to signal the people outside to come in. The people who came in were the ones who helped the workers escape in the city that day. A man and a woman, driving a large pickup truck. Obviously, they were the media. At the first sight of them, Leal was quite surprised, because they were actually acquaintances of theirs. Muramasa, I never thought I would be happy to see someone I know from Night City in Europe. Muramasa, what a strange fate. Chapter 837 Giraffa Industries. This is indeed an acquaintance. A large number of European mercenaries once entered Night City, among which there were these two guys. One of them was codenamed Phantom, and the other was codenamed Iron Hand. When they first met, they were responsible for protecting Yoshida Kurosaki and letting the Mutuo dealer escape from David. But later, the car was blown up by V and Jack, and they have been staying in Night City since then. Finally, they helped Lear do some things in Dogtown, although it was not much. There was some contact. As for the reward they asked for at the time was, they wanted to record the whole process. It is obvious that these two people are media people disguised as mercenaries. Johnny, legends are always surrounded by media people who are willing to die. It seems that you also have little followers. Lear, that was the market 50 years ago. The media who dare to do this now are just asking for trouble. But they live better than I thought. Even in a free place like Night City, free media people are just a label and a personality. Some people are pure and honest citizens. They believe any news as long as it is labeled as official. This kind of people is the majority in the European community. They only read media reports such as XBC, preferably with the endorsement of the royal family. But in Night City, it is the opposite. Or the proportion of another group of people has increased a lot. In the hidden corners of the public network, as long as there are things like exclusive news, wild history, there will be a group of people who firmly believe in conspiracy theories and rush into the forum. Looking at these news, they feel that they have mastered the truth of the world and the truth of how the world works. 50 years ago, the internet could still allow all kinds of hackers to show their skills. The intricate network structure was as difficult to trace and understand as the SHID mountain code. However, since the new era, any network construction basically cannot avoid the black wall. After experiencing the tragic collapse, no one is willing to gamble their lives on whether the wandering AI will sneak into their own network. If you can't bypass the black wall, you can't bypass network monitoring. If you can't bypass network monitoring, it means that it is almost impossible to bypass the mainstream opinion controllers to publish something they don't like. Unless there are other opinion controllers behind you who want to attack another opinion controller. This is also true in Night City. News 54 and WNS would have been finished long ago without the support of military technology in Arasaka. In Europe, the situation will only be more serious. If you want to live a good life, it is impossible to do it. Where do the poor people who really own their own media get the money to support these media people in pursuing the truth? The poor have no money to pursue the truth. With Lear's warning about the situation of the media people flashing through his mind, Elliot quickly stood up when he saw the two people coming in, two heroes. I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you leading the way in the city, this time it would be really troublesome. What are your names? Phantom sat down on the sofa and grabbed the synthetic pancake on the table very naturally. My name is Phantom. His name is Iron Hand. And we are free media people who come to make a film. Hearing this name, Elliot and Severs were stunned for a moment. And Elliot's reaction was much greater. You are the general producer of Mysterious Burger King. This time, not only he was stunned, but in the whole room, whether physical or not, only he and Lear didn't react much. And everyone else had at least 1 second to react. Title: Mysterious Burger King. Producer: free media person who does not want to reveal his name. Northland Storm Studio. Digital anti-counterfeiting label. Producer: Phantom. Iron Hand. Introduction. The legendary North American Burger King buy and sell stupid big man set off a bloody storm in Night City. The whole world is paying attention to what kind of legendary story this strange-named mercenary will leave. At this moment, no one thought that this strange-named mercenary gang would become a large criminal gang that the whole of North America would have to avoid in the future. This documentary will give you a close look at the mysterious Burger King buy and sell stupid big man. Through this film, you will have a deep understanding of this organization with a weird name, but not to be underestimated. Is it a joke or a legend? Is it an evil terrorist leader that scares Night City deeply? Or a symbolic meaning and symbol that has another meaning to Night City? This epic about violence, ambition, and human nature will be presented to you by Northland Storm Studio. As mentioned before, Elliot is very concerned about the affairs of Night City. Just like all people who like to express their opinions on the internet, he pays attention to the free Night City and collects many mysterious discs. This is one of them. It is also one of the few Super Dream films, most of which use the first vision. I am yours. I am a fan of Burger King. Phantom glanced at his partner and smiled coolly. Then you should know what I am here for. We are here to record these major events. These days, people need something exciting. Something that looks promising to stimulate their nerves. Our studio doesn't bother to make such low-level films. This is high-level fun. Johnny, the Burger King they are talking about. Muramasa, that's him. Leal appeared beside Elliot with an expressionless face and pinched his shoulder. Leal, let's talk business. Stop talking nonsense. Indeed. Indeed. I want to know who you are representing. I mean, Severance decisively took over the conversation. Do you have the permission and broadcast number from the Cultural Management Department? Of course. Under the instructions of the Phantom. Iron Hand showed a string of laser codes. Since we can be considered colleagues, I won't hide it from you. Northland Construction Group has seen your potential and hopes that we can increase our influence. Severance nodded beside him. And just as he was about to speak after confirming the code online, Elliot interrupted him directly. Impossible. Northland Construction Group is just a poor guy doing civil engineering. They don't have the money or the strength to do this. Severus was stunned. And at the same time he became anxious. No. Buddy. Are you born with such a strong voice? But the Phantom's reaction was completely different from what he thought. Uh-huh. Your little mouth is so fucking sweet. I thought this was Night City for a moment. If I were the public relations of Northland Construction Group, I would withdraw my investment now. But there is nothing wrong with your guess. The sponsorship is indeed not decided by Northland Construction Group. But I am just a stinky worker. What's shameful about this? With Leal's ideas and Leal's usual reminders of what attitude he should have, Elliot is getting more and more familiar with this kind of thing of controlling his body and words. He raised his hand and shrugged his shoulders. As if this was really something that was nothing to hide. We are partners. And the final benefits will fall to the company behind the scenes. The people behind the scenes will definitely know who is sponsoring you. We can know or not. But we are colleagues now. I am just a poor worker who has to work hard to make a living. You know me inside and out. If you hide something from me, don't blame me for being wary of you. After listening to this, Phantom thought for a while and said, Okay, what you said makes sense. It was the Giraffe company that sponsored me behind the scenes. Giraffe company is one of the largest companies in the Soviet Union. In Europe, only one type of company can be called a large company. The internal senior management of such companies can be exchanged with senior administrative staff. And their real owners can even reserve and predetermine the positions of relevant democratic decision-making positions. However, the Soviet Union only has one SU Petrochemical. And half a level below is a company like Jalapa Industry. Unlike SU Petrochemical, a super enterprise whose senior management repeatedly jumps between administrative agencies and companies. Jalapa has become a giant enterprise only because it has mastered a large amount of high-tech and is too profitable. Almost all construction group companies in the world must use Jalapa Industries' engineering machinery when carrying out projects. Otherwise, they will be ruthlessly eliminated by the market. Thinking of this, Liar thought, in Night City. Edgardo also rented Jalapa's machines to repair buildings. If not unexpectedly, the large-scale construction in Taiping State after Night City will also provide Jalapa with many orders. It seems that Jalapa has always been thinking about making a big move, and is much more active than they appear to be. Chapter 838 The Tip of the Iceberg. So, the documentary you went to Night City to shoot was also sponsored by Giraffe? Elliot was very outspoken and spoke very directly, which made Sevens a little anxious. Why did this guy suddenly become like this? As the most stable region in the world, Europe has a strong sense of cultural identity. One of the cultures that makes Europeans proud is implicitness. Especially when doing this kind of political activities. Everyone likes to be roundabout, and is proud of being roundabout, thinking that this is the performance of political elites. What is directly asking to get rid of someone? Whether this order is done by you, and who you work for. This kind of words will hardly appear in the talks, and will be considered very offensive. However, the Soviet Federation is a place that is very close to the European community, but has a very different style of doing things. Phantom raised his eyebrows. Why are you asking this? I'm just curious. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Elliot scratched his head, looked at Sevens, and gave the time to his partner. The latter coughed twice in a pretentious manner, and his expression became serious. Thank you for helping the citizens of Bruges. But now I need to ask you some questions according to the law. I will start the public recording agreement. Phantom looked as if it was just what he expected, leaned on the sofa behind him, and crossed his legs, asked. Severns was relieved to see her like this, but he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Is the municipal system collapse that day related to you? As soon as he saw Phantom and Iron Hand, Muramasa made a suggestion. Give up Elliot. Give up the long and stinky escape plan, and directly choose to transfer data to the devices of these two mercenaries. Compared to Elliot, Iron Hand and Phantom are obviously more credible mercenaries. Not only much stronger in ability, but also much better behind the scenes. Since having independent consciousness, Muramasa has been operating in this world for more than 70 years. In his long career, he has not only cooperated with Arasaka, but also cooperated with many humans. For it, Giraffa is a more efficient partner. The power system and monitoring equipment within the European community are so huge and perfect that it has to be cautious as an AI wandering around. If it is not careful, it will face the encirclement of the entire European community. Network monitoring has absolute control over the European community's cyber network. When it comes to the disposal of wandering AI, they can even bypass most of the decision makers of the European community and use the equipment in an entire region as consumables to capture AI. In cyberspace, this power is manifested as each exquisite and unique local area network of the European community has an invisible silk thread under normal conditions. When some protocols are triggered, these local area networks will hand over all control rights under the control of the spider web-like puppets. AI's calculation method and reaction speed far exceed human hackers. But the gap in hardware is too huge. At present, the European bases of the three AIs, Lille, Muramasa and Johnny, are in Folkestone. The equipment worth no more than 100,000 euros is stored in the local server and operates as the server of the Workers' Forum. The operation of the Workers' Forum conceals the true purpose of these servers, and the cross-dimensional communication technology and Lille's encryption completely conceal the abnormal data flow, allowing them to obtain more computing power. But this is only a 100,000 euro device. The annual GDP of the European community exceeds 20 trillion euros, and the funds invested in this system must exceed 1 trillion. What can they use to fight head-on? This is also the fundamental reason why Lille and Muramasa cannot leave casually. The cybernetic network looks free. But don't forget that any technology is based on reality. Movement in cyberspace is the movement of data on information carriers. If it is wired movement, there must be a network cable connection from Europe to Ninth City. If it is wireless movement, the electromagnetic wave signal also needs to pass through the space that can transmit information. The trillions of investment by the European community has made this place an absolute security barrier. Even the wandering AI can only be blocked on the network surface, or even be tricked into locking into a fictitious paradoxical space. This means that any escaping signal has the possibility of being directly intercepted. Not to mention that long-distance communication requires a super powerful communication array to ensure that the signal can cross a sufficient space distance and will not be distorted. So it's not that Lille doesn't want to go back, but they can only look for opportunities when they're here. The only thing that can shake a system is a large-scale riot. Without chaos, there is no opportunity. The appearance of Phantom and Iron Hand seems to have given Lille and Muramasa an opportunity to smuggle. But will the European barrier system implemented by the European community for many years really leave such a loophole? Under the watchful eyes of Muramasa, Sevens, as an official of the European community, directly connected to the Phantom's prosthetic system and detected a special chip, it can be simply understood as a kind of electronic visa. After foreign citizens are allowed to enter the European barrier, they must keep the chip inserted in the chip slot at all times. Foreigners with visa chips are no different from European citizens who are born into the European barrier. In terms of being monitored, they enjoy the same treatment. The activated visa chip began to self-check, cutting off Muramasa's idea of physical smuggling. The full-body scan of the network monitoring will definitely find something wrong. When they were in Folkestone, they evaded the network monitoring scan of Elliot by briefly escaping to the factory and apartment networks, and then reran the data backed up on these networks after the scan was over. This cannot be done when passing through the European barrier. In such a place, any movement can attract countless investigations. Leal's making trouble in the European Community Plan is still the only and safe option. So now it also began to be curious about the power outage that happened that day, who was attacking the European Community's network. Of course, it has nothing to do with us. We are professionals with work visas and company passports. Are we looking for death by doing this? To be honest, I am also very curious. I thought it was a hacker hired by you. After all, you are a government agency. Isn't it normal to teach a disobedient company a lesson? Severus was sweating profusely. Madam, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I can't take a joke. If it were someone in Night City, they would stiffen their necks and admit it. Saying that, of course, I have the ability to do this big wave of cough cough. I won't say anything nonsense. Look at your cowardly look. Looking at Seven's increasingly solemn face, Phantom finally stopped talking nonsense. And the old government official was able to breathe a sigh of relief. After so many years of mixing around, he finally had some awesome power. And he didn't want to be criticized for this. But? It shouldn't matter if I say this out loud. Right? I've been in the European community for a while. And similar things have happened in other cities. It looks like there's a terrible hacker in the European community. And he's not going to die. Severance just took notes, nodded pretentiously, and relaxed. Although the Internet Monitoring Agency is responsible for public security and has great power, when people want to know something, they have to face another problem. It is a private enterprise after all, and there is no reason to disclose its operations to the public. So the Internet Monitoring Agency will not publicize such things. The European community is not Night City, not the new United States, and it is even very different from the Soviet Union. They will not offer any bounties or hire mercenaries to be responsible for security in their own cities. So, it has nothing to do with them. But Seven suddenly received a message. Internet Monitoring Agent 0863, Mr. Strange. What this media person said is true. There is indeed such a cyber criminal. Internet Monitoring Agent 0863, it seems that he is very interested in you. And we may have opportunities to cooperate frequently in the future. Cyber Surveillance Agent 0863, I have something that may be of interest to you now. And I look forward to your response. Chapter 839. Citizen File, John Owen. File number, EU0L821462. Brief description, 32,000 euros in various loans. Divorced. 9-year-old son. Traveling in Berlin. Recent status, after the typhoon emergency was declared. ADL cited the mandatory overtime clause. And the average daily working hours were 17 hours on the day of death. Psychological status analysis, August status, stable, fatigue value is in the normal range, September 1st to 8, internal environment disorder reached the threshold. 3 abnormal dizziness, resulting in substandard work quality. ADL attendance system automatically deducted 400 euros from wages. September 9th, abnormal depression and abnormal anger. Suspected triggering event, discussing with coworkers that recent work requirements are unreasonable, and complaining about the company because of the wage deduction incident. Encountered ridicule by coworkers. Key sentences recorded. You are lucky to have a job. Isn't it because you didn't do your job well that your salary was deducted? If we don't do our job well, we will all be blown away by the typhoon. Now is the time of life and death. Don't be upset. We are hardworking Europeans, not those lazy and stupid Night City people. September 10th to 21st, he fainted at work many times. And the supervisory robot cited the mandatory overtime clause to initiate emergency measures. Injecting stimulants and various drugs, deducted 300 euros. Note, severe emotional fluctuations occurred. 9. September 22nd, browsing the internet. I experienced violent mood swings. And 2 capillaries in my brain bled. Key sentences recorded. Isn't it natural that my salary will be deducted if I don't do my job well? The environment is so bad now. It's good to have a job. I'd like to ask if there are any factories with an average working time of no more than 14 hours a day. And it's best to have a single day off a week. Your factory is kind. Brother. We paid 100 euros for the 400 euro medicine. September 23rd, talked to my son. And the situation was stable. September 24th to 29th, it became stable. And 3 mood swings slightly exceeded the safety threshold. September 30th, I had an argument with the company's management and my mental illness broke out. Detailed file review? Seeing this information, Elliot was completely stunned. This information is so detailed that just looking at the key information report summarized, it seems that it has been monitored 24 hours a day without blind spots. What's more, this data also contains information that can be queried accurately to every second. The chip is also equipped with a very intelligent query tool that can filter according to various tags such as state changes, whether to speak, whether to sleep, etc. Sevens was very calm. If he had to say something, he was really surprised that the internet monitoring was willing to help them. Elliot looked confused. They all know? What's wrong? Worried about privacy leakage? Don't be silly. Our privacy is worth nothing. And we are not doing illegal activities. These are all what Elliot uses when he argues with others on the internet. Mainly with those who think that European barriers violate privacy. He was confused about this, of course. No. You said that the monitoring of physiological conditions accurately makes you shy? This service is not cheap for companies that provide prosthetic system services. Even the retrieval of data after death is not cheap. So this is free for us. All services in this world have prices, which naturally include services for comprehensive monitoring of physiological conditions. There are also low-end versions for poor people. Physiological conditions are saved in the form of video in the storage device and become readable after death, so that forensic doctors or their mercenary companions can know how they died. But this is still not the point. The point is that the network monitoring knows everything. Doesn't that mean that the EC also knows everything? The EC knows that there are cyber psychopaths in the factory, knows the key nodes before they get sick, knows what stimulates them, and what makes them crazy. But they just don't care. With the help of network monitoring, the chain of evidence they accuse ADL of causing cyber psychopaths will only become more and more complete. But does it really make sense? Or, what is the meaning of him doing this? Elliot is very simple in some places. For example, after experiencing the victory in Folkestone, he really had an illusion. And this illusion told him that the EC was really deceived by the company. And the cyber psychopathic incident was really suppressed by those unscrupulous companies. Now, no matter how slow Elliot is, he can find the truth. The EC has always known where the cyber psychopaths are, and can even know exactly when things happen from such reports. Elliot stared at Sevens blankly. His slow ability to recognize facial expressions seemed to have improved a little. He saw a hint of sneer on Sevens' indifferent expression. And this sneer was hidden so well that Elliot felt that if it were not for this situation, he would never have noticed that Sevens was sneering. At this moment, Elliot felt that as a worker, his resentment towards workers' encounters, workers' exploitation by the company, and the inaction of the European community was not as strong as that of the political clerk. Sevens. In the past, he thought that political clerks were a group of people who drank tea at work and acted arrogantly on business trips. He envied them. It should be said that he was jealous of them. Jealous that they could enjoy a good life without doing anything. But now this concept has suddenly faded a little. Severance patted Elliot on the shoulder. We must continue to work. Without us, the cyberpsychosis incident would never be made public. This is meaningful. Leal, he is right. At least from the facts. Without these efforts, these workers will only be recorded as crazy murderers in the end. And their families can only be the families of criminals. There will be no chance to become political clerks or enter the management of the company. Elliot, brother, do you also think that political clerks or company dogs are the best jobs? Leal, no. It's just that the positions that enjoy the most labor results are closed to them because of this kind of thing. Leal, and obviously, this is not fair. Elliot, but you said not to pursue fairness. Leal, haha. You have a good memory. Let me put it another way. Leal, this makes me look very unhappy. So if I have the chance, I will definitely change this kind of thing. Leal, if I need help from others, if others need fairness, I will say it is unfair. If others need justice, I will say it is unjust. Leal, you have learned well. Now enter the next stage, stop complaining. And then focus all your attention on what you want to do, and what you should do. Leal, it just so happens that it takes a little time to set up the server in Bruges. And we also need time to plan the next trip. You can go to this cyber psychiatrist's home later. Elliot nodded silently. His mind was blank just now. But after Leal said this, he found that he really wanted to see John's family. He looked at Sevens and nodded. I want to see John's family. Sevens was stunned for a moment. But soon he nodded. The phantom next to him jumped up from the sofa. I drive. Chapter 840 Puzzle. Cyberpsychosis is considered to be an extension of mental illness. And the social consensus is that it is a complex symptom, and that all the consequences of the disease cannot be attributed to the patient. The European Community, as a publicly declared citizen servant, of course also set up exemptions for cyberpsychosis, and even allocated health funds to study and prevent this disease. But it is obvious that the money did not achieve the expected effect. At least Elliot now believes that it definitely did not achieve the expected effect. As for where the money went, Johnny, where did the money go? It seems that this riddle is applicable not only in Night City, but also in the European Community. Johnny, it seems that there is a riddle man in society who repeats and emphasizes this riddle with blood on the wall every day until someone who allocates funds can answer this question. Johnny, unfortunately, smart politicians can never answer this question. John's home is located in a worker's apartment that looks pretty good, compared with Elliot House in Folkestone. This house does not have completely backlit rooms. There is a light well in the middle, and the rooms are built around the four sides of the building, and at least there is a window. Of course, the rent must be much more expensive. Elliot once thought that this was a meaningless luxury. Rather than falling into a debt crisis because of these enjoyments, it is better to leave them and not owe any money. But John has a wife and children, and it is obvious that he thinks it is worth it. From the files returned by the network monitoring, Elliot can retrieve what is the motivation for this man to get up every day. After getting up, he will look at his side. His wife is sleeping beside him, and his son is lying on the small bed added beside the bed, talking in his sleep. Although he is not as proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting as those children of nobles, he is smart and good-looking. But in his eyes, this is the meaning of his work. He doesn't know whether his son has talent, but he believes that his confident and hopeful attitude towards the future will definitely let his son learn the tenacity of a man and learn how to face the world. At the same time, before his son learns these, he and his wife will always be his safe haven. So he has to work hard. Being a safe haven costs money. There are not many things in this one-bedroom apartment. Obviously, the life of the family of three is not luxurious. At least John doesn't spoil his son and buy a lot of things. On the wall, there is a masterpiece drawn by his son with homemade chalk. The tidy room indicates that the couple starts their own education of their children. And a loving life is also the starting point of love. Bang! A worker carrying an electric drill came out of the door. He almost bumped into Elliot and looked at him in confusion. The worker glanced at the visitor. Although Elliot was well dressed, he could tell from his fat body that he was not a big shot. But Sevens next to him was different. 2 words, leader. The leader was followed by 2 media people. Leader? Are you looking for me? Elliot scratched his head and looked at the house number. Aren't the Owens living here? Owen? The worker thought for a while. I'm not Owen. You mean the woman who lived here before? No. She's alone. How can she be a family? Where did she go? I don't know. The worker shook his head. How would I know? I saw her when I was looking at the house. She was so scary. It was said that she lost her job because her husband killed someone and was thrown out. Thrown out means thrown out of the European barrier. Thrown out of the civilized society. And became a barbaric refugee. If you don't leave the killing zone, you will become a hunted animal. Many refugees who were thrown out will not give up and approach the European barrier, and finally be killed in the killing zone. If she hadn't been expelled, I wouldn't have been able to rent this house. And if it hadn't been for yesterday's demonstration, I might have been fired. The worker couldn't hide his joy as he spoke, and a smile appeared on his face. However, he suddenly realized that the 2 people in front of him looked a bit like the special committee members in the news. He raised his finger and stared at Sevens, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious, and finally turned into a big smile. You are Mr. Strange. Oh, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have been thrown out. I have to thank you. Severn smiled back. This is what our committee should do. It's late today. I have to leave. Enjoy your days in the European community. And the citizen servants are always at your service. After saying that, he turned and left. Leaving the confused worker, just took a look and left. The Phantom was slightly surprised to see this scene. The smile of this little clerk disappeared as soon as he turned around. As cold as if the worker had offended him. Elliot didn't know what to say to the worker. He shrugged and turned to Phantom and Iron Hand. Where are the others? Phantom shook his head. I don't know. It's like someone owes him millions. Why is he crazy? Shouldn't he communicate more and publicize his achievements at this time? Well, let's go. I go back and ask him. Elliot didn't understand either. Leal originally wanted him to see the good impact of this incident. The murderer's family was cleared of injustice. But the person was gone. Elliot, who was confused, took only 2 steps and bumped into Phantom. He looked up and saw the latter staring at him. Dude, are you sick too? But soon. Leal reminded him. Leal, she bumped into you and put a note in your pocket. If I'm not mistaken, she just picked it up from the ground. Someone should have thrown it to him. Leal, unfold the note and find a place with glass to throw it away. I see. Elliot walked into the elevator as if nothing had happened. The TV in the elevator was broadcasting yesterday's rally. Elliot unfolded the note in his pocket while watching it. When the elevator reached the bottom and the TV screen just switched to black, he threw the note down. Through the reflection of the screen, Leal clearly caught the words on it. The font was crooked, but the message was straightforward. Owen committed suicide. The Bruges Police Department disposed of the body on the same day, and her son had not been home for a long time. Elliot's mind suddenly became more empty. So in the end, what was their meaning? 2 images flashed through his mind. One was a cozy little house with a family of 3, and the wall was painted with chalk on the wall. The child's painting skills were a bit strange. The faces of the father and mother were quite restored. But when it came to him, he only drew one eye and only half of the nose. I don't know if it was accidentally wiped during the general cleaning. The other picture was the room seen over the shoulder of the worker just now. There was no trace of the family of 3 living there. Only countless bottles and messy paper balls, which was somewhat similar to the room Elliot had lived in. Johnny and Leal squatted on the ground, and the other stood next to the note. Johnny, it seems that the justice that this family has waited for is a little too late. These bastards should really be killed. Leal, I think something is wrong. There are many details missing in the report given by the internet monitoring, mainly about his son. First of all, the couple are both in Bruges. Why would they let a 9-year-old child travel to Berlin? Secondly, a man who loves his children so much has no record of communicating with his son since the end of July. Johnny, what do you think happened? Leal, there is too little information. Only the internet monitoring knows what happened. Johnny, haha. A society with 24-hour surveillance claims that this is designed for the safety of citizens. But it turns out that there are puzzles that citizens cannot solve everywhere. Johnny, have you seen that the personal social code of the European community has something to distinguish them into real citizens and fake citizens? This is a puzzle. But Leal has no time to continue to reveal it. They must continue and move forward immediately. Chapter 841. A generous gift from Giraffe Company. This trip, visiting relatives, made Elliot feel mixed emotions. But he was very curious about Seven's performance. Seven's emotional management ability made AIs like Leal and Muramasa admire him. So why would he express dissatisfaction because of an insignificant worker? It feels completely unnecessary. The two walked in the cleared park. The news that ADL is about to face review has spread like wildfire. And internal news is the biggest financial news in the European community. If ADL's orders and grants will be taken back by the European community, the affected industries and downstream companies will experience huge fluctuations. Some companies with too big capital chain problems have already started selling equipment and venues to repay debts and stop losses. These venues will be vacated and replaced by the sponsoring companies of this workers' movement. The magic of capitalism is that as long as the demand is confirmed, everything will start to work quickly. The factory began to enter the Giraffe Type 3 automatic construction platform from Giraffe. These behemoths look like yellow industrial giraffes. According to construction needs, the equipment can be replaced modularly. From tunneling to land reclamation, it can adapt to any project. Now its job is to replan the factory and move in the server belonging to the Workers' Forum. This event successfully brought 8 months of government orders to the Northland Construction Group. The value is unclear, but the Cyber Psychiatry Special Rectification Committee received €900,000 in political donations. 400,000 of them were used to install servers and communication antennas, so that the signal can completely cover the areas on both sides of the British and French channels, and radiate to the more core areas in the interior of the European community. On the way to the meeting room, Elliot suddenly asked, "You were very excited in the apartment just now. This is not your style." Seven stopped and looked at Elliot. He thought for a while, which made Elliot clearly see that he was really telling the truth this time. And he was telling the truth to a trustworthy friend. That worker. When he said those words, I felt like he was a ghoul. He couldn't survive without a fresh and delicious corpse. And I was upset. After saying that, before Elliot could respond, Sevens continued, the people we help should be kinder? I don't know. Elliot immediately replied, I feel the same way. But workers are also people. And people are like this. He often said this on the internet. But this time, he didn't say it for the sake of arguing, but really began to understand the meaning. After all, it wasn't the worker who forced John's family to death. The worker was just trying to survive. What's wrong with being thankful for surviving? Sevens held back everything he wanted to say, and finally sighed softly and opened the door of the conference room. You're right. I overreacted. After sitting down, Elliot asked in his heart, Elliot, brother, are you really an AI? Why do I feel that you understand people better than people? Leo, this question is meaningless. You can't even figure out the basic logic of the AI algorithm. It's hard for me to explain it to you. Lil, but Severance doesn't seem like someone who is easily depressed. Besides, the information shows that he has a happy family. But he is not married. Maybe there is something we don't know. Lil, you can talk to him about his family. I also need to know why he does this. According to the information published by the European community, Severance has both parents, both of whom are stable technicians in the company. He also has a brother. Although he died in an accident at an early age, his family relationship is generally happy. He himself is also very hardworking and has first-class academic performance. The money he spent on school from childhood to adulthood did not exceed the needs of the company's technician class. In the end, he became a political clerk. Although Elliot didn't say it, Severance is actually the kind of person Elliot envies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been thinking about this EC government official when they first met. If he was Sevens, he wouldn't do these things. Isn't it good to live a regular life? Get married and have children? Elliot, but my parents are both dead and divorced at an early age. I don't know what to talk about. Johnny laughed out loud. Johnny, boy, just talk about this. This is the best topic. You can also talk to that mercenary girl. Men and women like to hear other people's vulnerable stories. Lil, okay. The other party's contact person is going to connect. Remember what you are going to do. We have a new cooperation plan. I hope to register a worker version of the implanted prosthetic communication component. Elliot sat on the chair, opposite the contact person of Giraffa Industries. This movement needs the intervention of more forces. Giraffa is the most suitable large enterprise to be dragged in at the moment. Although it does not seem to have as long a history as Soviet Petrochemical, and does not have dozens of armed divisions. Giraffa is really rich. At the same time, because of its harmonious relationship with the Soviet Federation, and the close relationship between the Soviet Federation and the European community, this company does not need to maintain too many military forces. And there is no need for it in the company's main business, which is the field of bionic engineering robots. They have no rivals. The person on the other side paused and asked, Giraffa, what is the purpose of the project? It is just a wireless cyber modulator with normal communication function, which is used to access our own local area network, mainly to reduce the communication costs of compatriots in the network. The price of implanted prosthesis, with the same effect in the European community, is generally around 600 euros, and the annual maintenance fee is about 1,200 euros, which is mainly spent on system copyright fees. The second is the communication cost, because we have been using the public communication network. The communication price is actually much higher than the unit price of internal employees in the company. If we register this version of the prosthesis, produce it ourselves, and use the funds brought by the movement to cover part of the cost, we can make everyone in the forum more cooperative with this movement. Giraffa, the network access license fee for network monitoring is not cheap. Are you sure you want to do this? Elliot and Sevens looked at each other. Network monitoring agrees to issue a network access license for our movement, which can reduce the various service fees for 6 months. The premise is that this movement must cooperate with the current activities of network monitoring to a certain extent. But there is no need to tell the people of Giraffa. But this R&D cost. We are responsible for it ourselves. I just need to invest to cover the production cost. There are 2 super brains in the head. What R&D cost does a small communication component need? Giraffa, how much do you want? Currently, the Workers' Forum has 2 server nodes, one in Folkestone and one in Bruges, which can radiate to Rotterdam. Frankfurt, Bochum and Hamburg. And there are already local workers connected. The total number of active people in the forum is about 8,000. And the first batch will cost about 800,000 euros to complete production and logistics operations. Giraffe, this is much cheaper than I thought. Thank you for your honesty. Elliot shrugged. Because I am also honest. We have to pay some of this price to cover the cost. But Giraffe joining is more important to us. Before he finished speaking, the other side suddenly interrupted Elliot. Giraffe, the docking work has been temporarily transferred to other departments. And I will transfer it to you now. Squeak. The big screen suddenly flashed. And the image of a blurry figure suddenly changed into a clear video call. On the other side of the video sat a majestic Russian. Judging from his body shape, this was the stereotypical Russian. With a bear-like body. Artyom, this project is good. I invest in it. But 800,000 is too little. I increase it to 1.6 million for you. Ah? Chapter 842 Mysterious Letter. The person on the other side of the video is called Artyom. He has a body as strong as a bear. Not only does he have a body like a bear, he is wearing a set of bear skin that looks like a formal one. The top of the bear skin is dyed mysterious purple-pink. Two large healthy pectoral muscles are half exposed. The colorful sunglasses are half drooping. And a pair of sexy eyes are looking at the screen. This look is obviously not a corporate dog. And it is very rare in the upper class. But Sevens and Elliot still blurted out, Artyom. Johnny, I'm going to Artyom. Are they talking about the boss of Giraffe, who doesn't do his job all day and spit on people on the internet? Lil, looks like. During the conversation, Lil found a photo in Elliot memory. Artyom in the photo was also wearing a leopard skin jacket of similar style to be interviewed. And his hair on his head was purple-green. But his body was obviously photoshopped into the interviewer's body. And it looked like he was doing something indescribable. This photo was photoshopped by Artyom himself and posted on the company's social network. Yes, the boss of this Giraffe company, a billionaire, has the habit of creating insulting pictures and obscene words to spread on the internet to attack opponents. Instead of sending lawyers letters, hearing the person on the other side recognize him, Artyom smiled evilly. Artyom, what? You are also my fans? It can be. Artyom, let's talk business. I can't sign for you across the network. Right? Artyom, our company's main focus is to promote global technological progress. I think your ideas and company philosophy are very suitable. Have you considered working here? The boss on the other side has a very jumpy idea. He is about to poach people. Artyom, but I am not helping you unconditionally. I can't let you ruin the company's reputation. Send your software to me, and I will help you save the review. And then I will update a driver for Giraffe industrial machines in Europe so that your workers can better control these devices. Artyom, it has to be big and loud. I feel like I should prepare for an interview. Why do I sponsor you? Artyom, anything else to say? Everyone in the conference room looked at each other. Artyom, okay. Let's adjourn. The video was immediately turned off. And a line of small words immediately appeared in the perspectives of Elliot and Sevens. Transfer. Add 1,600,000 euros. Phantom looked at the two guys who were speechless and smiled. Awesome. It has to be Giraffe. The working atmosphere is good. Giraffe Industries. Company mission. Dedicated to promoting affordable technology to the public and ultimately promoting the development of global technology. In the Soviet Union, this company's prosthetics and engineering equipment always have cost-effective versions. If the European community had not increased tariffs, it might have become popular in the European community. After holding it in for a long time, Elliot said, awesome. Get ready to go to the next place. Cyberspace. The communication array has different appearances here according to the communication protocol used. One-time fast data packet transmission according to the transmission efficiency and speed. The low efficiency is the slingshot. The low efficiency but huge communication array is the big slingshot. And the high communication efficiency gradually becomes bows and arrows, crossbows, guns, and cannons. At this moment, there is an extremely precise orbital electromagnetic cannon here, but it is not big enough. Muramesa, no. The current signal strength is not enough to break the blockade. The transmission intensity of the communication array is related to the signal transmission power, the number and distribution factor of antennas, antenna gain, encryption and anti-interference algorithm, and energy supply. When the antenna transmits a signal, it will definitely attract the attention of the internal interference monitoring system of the European community. The protective communication antennas of most nearby cities are turned to this area, creating a huge electromagnetic interference zone here. If a device is transmitting a signal outward, then it must have a component directly connected to the outside world. There is no technology that can communicate outward while completely shielding external interference. Leal's encryption and anti-interference capabilities can effectively fight against the black wall. It is the only AI in this world that can reduce the impact of the black wall. But the black wall occupies a large area of resources. In order to prevent the roaming AI from appearing in the European barriers to disrupt order, there are large areas of communication arrays outside each city, covering dozens of square hectares at a time. It is simply nonsense that the roaming AI can break through the barriers of the European community on the internet. On the other hand, it is almost impossible for something to pass through cyberspace without the permission of the European community. After getting Muramesa's reply, Leal waved his hand to disassemble the electromagnetic cannon, and the server data began to transpose. The electromagnetic cannon with obvious intentions dissipated in an instant, and was replaced by a simple building that looked similar to many cyber network buildings in the European community. All local area networks within the European community have standards in core communication protocols, which makes the local area network architecture look very similar in cyberspace. Here, programmers with superb skills and high salaries have only one criterion: whether the data barriers they create are square enough. As the data building becomes more and more complete, the factory roof and closed Faraday cage that wrap the server room and communication column in the real world are slowly opened, connecting the server to the vast cyberspace. Network communities that exist in the real world appear in cyberspace one by one. As the shielding equipment is withdrawn, the Folkestone server station on the other side of the strait is instantly pulled nearby. Through a complex data bridge, the two buildings are connected together, as if there are several more aerial walkways. At the same time, there are also dense communication lines from the public network quietly coming. Network operation and maintenance workers are also workers. Through the publicity on television media, they have been trying to search for signals from the workers' forum. These dense communication lines are connected to the building, and a cyber object or image symbolizing an individual appears in the building. Muramesa sat cross-legged on the roof of the building, looking at the sky of cyberspace. There was a huge wall that ordinary people could not see. Humans were not as sensitive to huge data bodies as he was, nor did they need to be sensitive. Even most of the time, hackers and programmers in the European community could not be sensitive to this thing. Either they were not up to standard technically, or they were not willing to care subjectively. He was watching whether this wall would suddenly collapse and completely destroy the data barrier it sat on. An invisible eye swept across the data barrier and then disappeared into the wall. The deep red-black wall signal penetrated from the wall and merged into the building like cyber rain. The originally azure building instantly bloomed a dazzling dark red, and then the color dissipated. During the whole process, the black wall did not recognize Muramesa. Muramesa, it's incredible that the black wall really can't recognize me. How did you do it? Leal, first of all, I am a human being. The black wall cannot recognize digital souls. Lil, secondly, do you feel that I have done a lot of data reorganization on you? Muramesa, who knows when you did it? Muramesa obviously still remembers that Lil took him back to the Marvel world and let the little octopus knock him out. However, Lil did not make many changes to Muramesa. Lil glanced at Muramesa. Lil, do you think there is a possibility that abnormal changes have already occurred in you, causing the black wall to be unable to recognize you? Muramesa, what do you mean? Lil, you'd better not understand for the time being. Lil has never made too many changes to Muramesa to avoid the black wall. Negative film energy makes him very sensitive to emotions. He has long noticed that Muramesa will also burst out with human-like emotions, although weak, but definitely not something that AI should have. That's why he has been insisting on letting Muramesa contact Elliot, and was angry with Elliot. Of course, he is doing this himself. Muramesa is having human emotions. Soul Killer turns humans into data soul AI. And what happened to Muramesa gradually transformed him from an AI to a digital soul. Let's keep him as he is. Lil, I will start the avoid censorship protocol after the network monitoring turns this place to machine monitoring, and increase the dissatisfaction of the forum workers. Lil, Girafa's willingness to increase the stakes will speed up our work a lot, and we can prepare for the next round of work. Before Lil finished speaking, a communication data disguised as a worker was connected to the data barrier. Unknown signal. It seems that you have been addicted to playing the role of a rebellious hero. Unknown signal, but you also saw that in this movement. Except for one company being damaged and one company being benefited, there are no worker winners. Lil raised his eyebrows. It seems that the small note picked up by Phantom was not thrown to her by a nearby worker, but by a mysterious hacker. Lil, why not? We are going to open a factory. The average hourly wage of ADL workers is only 13 euros. I can offer 20 euros, and I can also cover part of their prosthetic expenses. The other party was obviously confused. The previous transmission interval between the two messages was 12 milliseconds. And now it has stopped for 160 milliseconds. Unknown signal. Your thinking is simply from Night City. Unknown signal. You have watched too many documentaries and really think you are Burger King? Lil, how do you know I am not? I am the European Burger King branch. We are here for workers to vent their grievances, not for you to tell riddles. If you have anything to say, please fart quickly, or I will call the police. This time the other party thought for a full 240 milliseconds. In the alleys of Bruges, the noisy street stalls were full of workers eating boxed lunches. One of them suddenly laughed in anger. Fuck. How can it be fake and real? Chapter 843 Shredded Chicken Roll. In the cyber building of the Workers' Forum, there are hidden cameras everywhere, and the information in this local area network is monitored through some EC standard communications. At present, the hacker used a very conservative communication encryption method. He buried the information in the communication protocol and loaded the key and ciphertext in the communication data packet in segments. It is not a very rare encryption method. It can bypass the supervision of the EC. But if the recipient does not know the encryption method, there is no way to decrypt the ciphertext. Not to mention that the recipient may report him. And Lil can decipher the ciphertext mainly because AI is extremely sensitive to numbers, especially the encryption method used. The encryption method of this ciphertext comes from Night City, which is one of the encryption methods in that chaotic network. It is obvious that this hacker is the hacker who helped the Bruges workers escape the police pursuit. And this hacker can speak Night City dialect and is familiar with the network architecture of the EC. Lil's head suddenly emerged with the name of another acquaintance, Bryce. Unfortunately, the other party is very cautious. Probably because he is afraid of being reported and attracting network monitoring. Unknown information. Your technical ability is stronger than I thought. But it is not suitable to talk too much here. Lil, our technical ability is much stronger than you think. Just say whatever you want. Lil, it doesn't matter if you curse the European community members in this network or call the Golden Sun by his name. Compared to the encryption techniques used in this world, part of the traffic in the Workers' Forum has been completely transferred to the server in Latvia for processing, and the message disappeared directly in this world. Control of the state of the entire society is based on information control. If a person has only heard one word from birth to death, then he can only repeat this word in language. And when stimulated by the outside world, it is almost impossible for him to answer with a different word. Of course, he may shout randomly, but human society has developed to date based on language communication. And his effective communication can only be that word. Based on this theory, controlling the source of information and the information in circulation will greatly reduce the probability of unexpected actions by the crowd. From a macro perspective, the cost of management and maintenance of order will be greatly reduced, and the control effect that can be achieved will be far greater than completely ignoring it. At the beginning of CTOS design, Sky submitted this version of the information control system to Lil. When the network operation license was obtained from the network monitor and loaded, the real banned words were engraved into the system. Lands with different locations will have different lists of banned words. For example, the Workers' Forum is obviously a land full of enterprising spirit, where you can talk about personal interests, company violations, EC government officials not doing personnel work, and so on. Lands of different nature may not be able to do so. Either they are banned, or the frequency of words is reduced. This system restricts the freedom of communication in the Workers' Forum, but in the hands of the right people, they get the method of how to break through the European barrier stability system, since they don't want to see these words and the abstract thinking represented by these words spread among the crowd. Then spread them where they can't see. It just so happens that Lil can let this communication process take place in another world. The European barrier system can monitor the flow of information and achieve the effect of controlling thinking by monitoring and controlling information. But thinking cannot be monitored. For those who already know this system, Leal's words obviously shocked and surprised the hacker on the other side, in a restless community. The European community will do its best to reduce the anger of this community from pouring out on the wrong people. There will be no strict restrictions on hate speech here. But the targets of hate speech will be strictly controlled. For example, words such as son of gold that may involve the King of England, members of the European community, and nobles will be banned. At the same time, the authority to mention the European community is tentatively locked to the forum administrator, so that the forum will link good news with the European community, with the help of the Bruges Police Department. The Special Committee for the Rectification of Cyber Psychiatry successfully thwarted the conspiracy of ADL and revealed the buried truth. However, son of gold is definitely a strictly controlled word in the whole of Europe, and it will only be circulated in some conspiracy theory forums that are not very threatening. This is the result of the hacker investigation. Unknown information. You actually said that word. Leal, I said it. Not only that, I also want to say that this regulatory system seriously conceals the internal problems of the European community. Lil, just tell me. What happened to John's family? What happened to you? Lil, what do you want us to do? Lil, before you ask, let me answer your doubts. Even if you tell others, no one will believe our conversation. Because there is no record. The records are all in another world. Unknown information. Okay. You can call me chicken meat roll. Huh? Lil was stunned for a moment. He had already been trying to get the person on the other side to lean on Bryce. But suddenly this happened? What Lil didn't know was that the hacker on the other side of the network scratched his head awkwardly after he finished speaking. No. So how did they come up with such a name at that time? Just talking about it makes me feel so uncomfortable. Yes. This hacker is indeed the former network monitoring agent and current cyber criminal Bryce Mosley. People who have come out of Night City in the past 2 years seem to have a strong ideological stamp on their heads. This debut name must be the one on the menu of a Western fast food restaurant. The better the food sells, the more expensive the price, and the more ruthless the person is. But now is not the time to be embarrassed. Now is the time to be expressionless and act like a cold-faced hacker like the long-lost Big Brother. Bryce, I tracked it down from Berlin. Many senior officials and nobles in Berlin are related to a human trafficking case that affected the whole of Europe. Bryce, I don't know if you are perceptive or guessing, but I think the main participants in this criminal circle are all golden children. Bryce, internet monitoring covers up the crimes of their clients. And I want to make the truth clear. Leal, but this is not our goal. You don't think we can compete with the European community, do you? Bryce fell silent. This is indeed the truth. The purpose of the Workers' Forum is very clear, to cut a piece of meat from the company and make everyone live better. But this is a prerequisite. They are using the power of the European community to oppress the company, make another company benefit, and gain benefits from it. This is a plan based on the order of the European community. Bryce is not Leal, or even a social expert like Jack. It is difficult for him to say something inspiring to convince others. Leal, but if you listen to me, I can at least let you know the truth. Leal, tomorrow we will set off for Bremen, then Hamburg, Hanover, Magdeburg, and finally arrive in Berlin. Lil, the Internet Monitor has given us a lot of support. We can put pressure on the company before the parade begins, and there won't be too many obstacles on this journey. Lil, but there are always people who want money over life. The Internet Monitor wants us to take the initiative to fall into a desperate situation, and see if we can fish you out. Bryce, what do you want me to do? Lil, I want you to take the bait. Chapter 844 Drone Accident. The last time Leal saw Bryce was in Dogtown. Bryce gave up intercepting Leal. And Leal also took advantage of the chaos to block Bryce's network monitoring software and hardware monitoring. It seems that this corporate dog has lived up to Leal's expectations. He replaced or modified the locally produced equipment in Night City. With what he learned from network monitoring in Night City, he is definitely the most suitable hacker to deal with network monitoring. Although Bryce is nothing compared to monsters like Leal. Leal is a monster who has survived many direct encounters with the Black Wall in cyberspace. How can humans be compared with this level of cyber life? In the European community, Bryce is definitely top-notch. Bryce finally accepted the proposal. But Leal is sure that this kid is definitely not just here to uphold justice. If Leal takes the initiative to reveal his identity, Bryce will definitely tell him everything. But Leal hopes that the timing of the meeting will be more natural. It is almost impossible for a meeting on the internet to completely eliminate Bryce's vigilance. In reality, Elliot is under the surveillance of internet surveillance. So it is better to be careful. With the support of hackers, the scene of the parade can be more chaotic. Anyway, it can be blamed on a criminal in the end. Leal, Elliot. Contact Sevens immediately to go to Bremen. But something unexpected happened again. Chino actually announced that it had rescued the whale they were riding. The whale will be used as a symbol of this victory for the Cyber Psychiatry Rectification Committee to dispatch. Even free shipping. European Workers Forum, workers are welcome to actively submit information related to cyber psychiatry accidents to the committee. Anonymous user 00234. It's really fucking awesome. This is the first time I've seen someone ride a whale through a storm. Anonymous user 01251. The company dog should be slapped in the face. That ADL dog thing is so crazy. He will spend the rest of his life in a mental hospital. Anonymous user 05263. Brothers. Our company has been quite unkind recently. Several workers said they were fired. I don't think it's right. Anonymous user 02054. No. I have a question. Where can you find a job if you ruin the company? The current environment is not good. And the European community has said that it will optimize the business environment. Anonymous user 02482. Our association has its own factory. Both Bruges and Folkestone have server maintenance. And they can be arranged to the Northland Construction Group, which received the company. First, if you sign a contract with the company, you can also get a special prosthetic service. Anonymous user 02482. If something goes wrong, there is still an association to help you make trouble. And you don't have to worry about your family being implicated. With these conditions, who the hell would go to the company to find a job like a fool? Anonymous user 03562. It's true. I have received the implanted prosthesis. The performance is good, and the communication fee is discounted. Anonymous user 05173. I went to the EC Government Hall today, and they really have someone responsible for handling these things. We can march on our own. I found out that the company is not afraid of us striking, but afraid of us going crazy. Anonymous user 08954. If you ask me, this is not the core contradiction. Think about it carefully. The companies are so powerful, but the EC is not doing anything? Anonymous user 07845. Indeed. The EC has just set up a committee and made these companies dare not say a word. We still have to grasp the main contradiction. The EC keeps talking about public servants, but it is completely doing nothing. Anonymous user 08412. He is the golden son. What else can he do? If you want to talk about this, just start over and get a good life. Anonymous user 12052. Brothers. It's time to go to work. Anonymous user 11572. ADL and Eurotunnel are just garbage companies. If you have the guts, let them come to Bremen and Hamburg. EBM is so awesome here. This car is really nice. Elliot patted the pickup truck. Phantom smiled. Night City imported the Mackinac Mammoth. And Burger King drove this one in and out of the city. Obviously not. When the Mackinac was still under the Thunder Power Company. But in order to sell the car, it's okay to make a little modification. Anyway, the current Mackinac is also derived from the Mackinac at that time. The highways in Germany are very easy to drive. And there are 2 unmanned lanes on the outermost side for unmanned transport vehicles. The cars inside are too slow to drive at 140. The maximum speed of the Mackinac Mammoth is around 160. Using a special cover to cover the body and cargo box can increase the speed a little. Now it is about 180 yards. Running in the slow lane. Elliot has lost a lot of weight now. On the one hand, the processor in his head burns more fat. And on the other hand, he also went to get his body sculpted. My dad always told me when I was young that I should study hard, find a job in a big company, and live in a big city. There are many opportunities in a big city. The high-end sports car next to them passed them like the wind. And hovercrafts kept flying overhead. But with such a fast car, I still want to ride a faster one. People's desires are really endless. Alina, who was sitting next to him, asked curiously, I thought you were an orphan like me. Elliot scratched his head awkwardly. My dad divorced a long time ago. My biological mother falsely accused my dad of raping her and sent him to prison. Later, she didn't care about me. I wandered outside for 3 years. My dad was released from prison and raised me while paying child support. Huh? The non-EC foreigners in the car were all confused. Forced? Alina asked in confusion. Wait a minute. Your father raised you. And he also gave your mother child support? There was no other way. He was in prison at the time, so the custody could only be given to my mother. Later, he wanted to sue again and get a large sum of money, so he thought it would be better to raise me like this for the time being. In fact, in the end, he was quite far-sighted. I was just 18 years old, and he was gone when I finished my certificate exam and was ready to find a job. It was indeed better to live like this for the time being, which would save money than filing a lawsuit. Elliot smiled, but his smile was obviously very sad. What about your mother? How should I know? I heard that her consumption was getting higher and higher, and finally she sold herself to a sex doll service company in Rotterdam. I haven't contacted her since the day she threw me on the street. After saying that, he mustered up the courage to touch Alina's shoulder. What about you? How did you think of doing this business? My family grows alcohol too. 1 year, a cold wave came and the wheat didn't survive. And neither did my family. Fortunately, my physical fitness was still good, so I went to Sue Petrochemical to be a scout. Alina opened the can while speaking. Later, I was lucky. Have you heard of Polar Storm Tviki? She exposed the Green Man Project, which led to large-scale unrest in the Soviet Federation and the European community. Finally, under pressure from many parties, it is said that it was mainly the pressure from the European community that made them stop the project. However, they have been conducting experiments privately until agents from Interpol and the European Space Agency came to them. Let them stop the experiment. I was transferred to the regular army. Later, the army laid off. I went to the Far East to find a job, and finally became what I am now. I said that there seems to be no end to such days. I often miss the days when I was a child and my family were on the farm. When I have money, I will find a place to settle down and spend the rest of my life with the people I love. Just like my parents. Do you have a candidate now? Alina smiled and glanced at Elliot, and the latter's heart skipped a beat. I almost forgot this idea. After all, there was no hope before. Now there is hope. But let's talk about the candidate later. Dude, I'm sorry to interrupt your flirting. The Phantom turned around with his neck stiff. We are entering the industrial area of Bremen. The flat wasteland outside the window gradually turned into various factories, and solar and wind power installations, occupying large areas of land. Drones flew across the sky, forming a tight protective net. Some belong to the European community, and some belong to companies. Bremen is an industrial city comparable in size to Bruges, with strong industry, trade, and service industries. A significant difference is that a super-large multinational company has a core business here. IBM's large-scale production park is here. This company is different from the previous European tunnel company and ADL. It is the initiator of the first corporate war, and the super company that dared to compete with the European community at the beginning of the establishment of the European community. It must also be the main opponent faced by the Workers' Association this time. Network monitoring log. IBM has great administrative power within the Hamburg Wall, and it is difficult for the European community to interfere. However, in Bremen, their factories often have personnel turnover. Network monitoring log. I can tell you clearly that IBM has problems, but what to do is up to you. Beep. Suddenly, a low alarm sounded in the sky, and the sound seemed to knock on people's hearts. Lille, drone attack. Elliot pupils shrank sharply. Drone. Chapter 845. The seal is loose. The construction standard of the German highway is a 12-lane superhighway, with communication equipment for signal transmission on both sides of the highway. At the same time, the unmanned lanes are paved with special surface road sections, which can not only enhance the signal to maintain monitoring, but also use a small amount of wireless power transmission mode to supply power to these unmanned vehicles to ensure that the functional components will not be powered off. The lanes pass vehicles and automatic machinery in an orderly manner under the Unified Traffic Network Control System, and are crowded with vehicles almost all day long. But today, this order was suddenly broken. Suddenly, the signal of the entire highway section was blocked for a moment. Ding. The indicator light of a heavy-duty surveillance drone suddenly turned from green to yellow. After flashing a few times, it broke away from the drone group and smashed directly towards the Mackinac Mammoth on the road. Be careful of the impact. Even though Phantom had already braked urgently, the speed of Mackinac was still over 150 kilometers per hour. This surveillance drone weighing nearly 300 kilograms hit the car like a heavy hammer. Bang! An uninvited guest suddenly flew over the orderly highway. The Mackinac, which was hit, lost control and flew on the road. Such a sudden scene, and the violent kinetic impact made everyone's mind blank, driving in a straight line on a stable car. The car speeding up to 200 kilometers per hour would not feel anything. But if the car is unstable, the current speed is enough to shake their brains. In this situation, only two people's reactions exceeded the limit. Phantom and Iron Hand found that the world in front of them slowed down in a dizzy moment. Their brains suddenly realized that the restrictions on their military prosthesis had been lifted. It was Krenchikov who was in action now. The Phantom's prosthetic eyes turned red, blood-red prompt boxes filled her field of vision. And she couldn't even see the outside world clearly. The only thing she could see clearly was the blue prompt message on the reverse steering wheel. Hold the steering wheel firmly. In the chaos, people will be controlled by multiple hormones. Their brains will be in chaos. And they will lose the ability to filter and judge tens of thousands of information from the outside world. However, these red frames prevented her from receiving more information, but helped her focus on the reverse steering wheel. The same situation also happened in Taisho's head. But the instructions he received were much more perverted. Hold the safety bar tightly, and open the car door. It was like he had opened a holographic fighting game. And there were only a few attack points left in his chaotic field of vision to prompt him to strike. At this moment, any invalid thinking would put the car in an irretrievable state. Fortunately, Taisho, the hand, did not think too much, because he knew he could not think of it. While spinning, Taiho felt as if his body was being torn apart. The simple action of opening the door in the past became extremely difficult. Every action in the stalled state tests one's will and physical strength. Bang! The door was smashed open by his fist. The door supported the overturned car body like a stop device, and it deformed and flattened in an instant under the huge kinetic energy of the vehicle, and instantly fell off the car body. But this little support also gave the front of the car a reverse force. Boom! In the horrified eyes of the car owner behind, the drone fell and exploded in an instant. What a terrible accident! But what's more terrifying is that the pickup truck bounced up and flipped like a gymnast. The unlucky guy who was following the car and ready to overtake at any time just now left the reverse plate with both hands. At high speed, Mackinac, whose whole car had already turned over, was rubbing wildly in the traffic, gradually gaining a firm foothold. Elliot, who was still in shock, was tied to the seatbelt and could not move. However, Alina and her two companions reacted quickly. EBM is crazy. They dare to take action in the European community? That's normal, isn't it? EBM is not one of those fucking paper tigers. Iron Hand. Phantom grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and opened the emergency button unique to this limited edition Mackinac Mammoth with the other hand. Mackinac General Vehicle Company is a company that has floating cars. As a reporter who used to hang out with Big Brother, this car has optimized the engine group and added an additional combustion chamber for ethanol 2 hydrogen fuel. Boom! The vehicle accelerated instantly, and the tires rubbed against the ground and produced a large amount of black smoke. Iron Hand, who completed the extreme action in just 2 seconds, was not in a good state. He did open the car door, but he did not withdraw his hand. The prosthetic arm just lightly touched the floor. In his perception, it was just light and slightly beyond the car body. He only slightly exceeded the vehicle body, but the friction at high speed almost tore his hand off. He even felt that his body was torn in half. The forearm of the prosthetic arm was broken, although the Iron Hand did not seem to be attacked. A lot of blood came out of the clothes on his chest, staining the clothes red. Fuck. Iron Hand's voice was hoarse. I can't move. Then sit still, and there's more. Ding dee. Before Phantom finished speaking, the empty truck on the unmanned transport lane suddenly slowed down and left the lane, and a superclass car came across the lane. She reacted quickly, and Mackinac dodged it. But the car behind was in trouble. There were always super sports cars driving at 200 kilometers per hour on this highway, and a car accident at this speed would be devastating. Boom! The highway, which symbolizes the strong infrastructure capacity of the European community, instantly turned into a large crematorium. The first car collided with a truck at high speed, causing a huge explosion. The cars behind either braked or turned the reverse disc, but more often they did both. After losing the traffic guidance, it is difficult for people to get rid of their instincts at this speed. But any instinctive mistakes will turn into huge mistakes at this speed. The explosion caused greater panic among those who came later. A nervous reverse turn turned the car into a deadly missile on the highway. A terrifying chain of car accidents took place here. Boom. A continuous stream of fireballs rose from the road. The people in the car, who were still in shock, did not speak for a long time. There were only a dozen kilometers left from Bremen to here. After a brief chaos, a series of hovercrafts and drones came from the city to the sky above the highway. Those out-of-control drones also quickly returned to normal. I don't know if they still have a backup plan, or they didn't expect that they didn't kill the people in the car this time. This attack seems hasty. But in fact, launching a 6-digit relay drone is really not a small cost. Not to mention that no one thought that someone could survive a collision at this speed. Fuck you. Phantom stuck his hand out of the window and raised his middle finger to the cars and drones behind. But when they got back to the car, he and Taisho looked at each other, and they could see a mysterious meaning in each other's eyes. What did they see just now? Also, military prostheses are strictly prohibited in the European community. Obviously, EBM directly turned off the European community signal equipment on that section of the road in preparation for the attack. But this does not mean that the two of them can unlock the firmware lock of the military prosthesis. Not to mention that they just rushed out of the fireball, and the firmware lock was added back. This is too smart. There is a ghost. Chapter 846 Attack the Behemoth. A series of car accidents occurred on the highway section outside Bremen. Today, a communication anomaly occurred on this highway section. It is reported that the equipment anomaly was caused by line overload. EBM said that due to the approaching typhoon, this highway section has been operating at high load for several months as the main logistics transportation channel in Hamburg, and anomalies are inevitable. This anomaly caused an EBM General Signal Station drone to fall and an unmanned transport truck to derail, resulting in a series of car accidents. Since the scene showed that the first victim was a member of the Cyber Psychiatry Special Political Committee who was on his way to Bremen, Interpol has intervened in the matter to ensure that EBM Hamburg will not be involved in the incident. The Special Rectification Committee has recently reported the workers' marches and strikes in major industrial cities in North Rhine-Westphalia, Hesse, Baden-Württemberg and other regions. EBM Hamburg, where the headquarters of EBM is located. Such a tragic car accident didn't kill the people in the car. This was completely beyond the CEO's expectations. Bang! They're not dead. The drone weighed 300 kilograms, and the relative impact speed was probably above 160 kilometers per hour. Such a devastating car accident didn't kill them all at once, although it was not reported in the news. The performance of the Mackinac Mammoth in the car accident has spread throughout Europe. Even the CEO of EBM was puzzled when he saw this scene. It was just a broken pickup truck, not a tank. Board of Directors, Interpol has begun to investigate whether you have tampered with it. Due to political needs, Hamburg will not allocate more resources to you. Board of Directors, have you dealt with all the relevant people? The CEO sorted out his emotions. All dealt with. Board of Directors, very good. You only have one task now. The committee will stay in Bremen for 5 days. And most of the workers have begun to try to resign. Kill the people in the committee before the situation deteriorates completely. Board of Directors, don't fail again this time. There is only one chance to take action in the city. I want to know how far I can go. Board of Directors, the EC now seems to be planning to hit our industries outside Hamburg. So you can use any means. Board of Directors, but there is only one chance. I understand. Cyber psychiatric incident? EBM is not a small and medium-sized enterprise like ADL and Eurotunnel. Killing a few people does not have any psychological burden for them. And the EC is unlikely to arrest people for this. So when the committee entered Bremen, the game point was no longer find witnesses and then testify. The game point is, EBM must not interfere with the workers' freedom to leave the company. But they can try to assassinate committee members. The EC will of course require EBM not to disrupt order. But if they try to achieve their goal in one battle, no matter how loud the noise is, how can they continue to advance if people die? Bryce, you actually survived? Leo, fortunately, the EC's car arrived in time. If it was a few seconds later, it would have been smashed to dust by the drone. Leo, you get the first credit. Bryce, but you may not find the witness you want. They dare to kill you on the road. Leo, so the mission this time is not to find any witnesses, but to deal with EBM. The committee arrived in Bremen and passed through many other small and medium-sized cities. But Bryce did not need this. He had arrived in Bremen in advance. He has been in the workers' forum. When Elliot and his team lost contact, he realized the problem and immediately triggered the alarm. Otherwise the situation might be different if he was a few seconds later. Leo's response stunned Bryce. Deal with EBM? EBM is a super enterprise that existed a century ago, as early as when the European barriers were just beginning to be built. It acquired the city of Hamburg and the surrounding land, and started building Hamburg almost at the same time as the European barriers were built. Not only that, EBM also announced that Hamburg is an independent country united with the European community, because EBM's economy was too strong, and it had launched the first corporate war, fighting back and forth with orbital airlines in the sky. The European community at that time had to treat this company with caution, and under the instruction of the European Council, Europol strictly distinguished EBM from EBM Hamburg. And with the subsequent corporate wars, especially the Fourth Corporate War between Militech and Arasaka, the European community took the opportunity to nationalize Arasaka's assets in Europe and expand its military preparation level. Coupled with the collapse of the United States, the strength of the European community has become stronger and stronger. So strong that sometimes they have some complaints when they see a company trying to be on an equal footing with the European community. Dealing with Eurotunnel and ADL only requires a few witnesses to testify in court, because the EC is fully capable of crushing small businesses, and they know this. A pretext. This pretext is a way to make companies show their obedience, replace a new company, and the new company will inevitably abide by the order, because the committee abides by the order. But if the old companies are willing to follow the baton and change the generation rules regardless of the cost, it is not impossible to move them, which can also be regarded as an explanation to the committee. If you want to make a big fuss, you can't keep staring at small companies to fleece them. Only by putting the battlefield in Bremen will the EC continue to support this action. Nationalizing Arasaka made them suffer a lot. So isn't nationalizing EBM the same? This kind of game within the system is very awkward, and both sides are on the edge of restraint and anger. But in general, Lille doesn't care. He is here to make a big fuss. EBM dared to attack government officials directly in the EC. Sevens hit the backrest of the front row hard, and the eyes of others were full of fear. The process of getting rid of Eurotunnel and ADL was somewhat thrilling, but not that thrilling. In the final analysis, companies kill people, start wars, and are lawless. These ideas are indeed the reason why they hate companies, and they are also the ideas that the European community is willing to shape. But as citizens of the European community, it is difficult for them to really face the brutal side of companies, although they don't realize, because this is not Night City, and they are not Night City people. Companies naturally don't have to use those brutal means. But this is a real super company. For profit and monopoly, they can even start a war that sweeps the world, using violent means to directly kill the Cyber-Psychiatric Special Political Committee. This Imperial envoy sounds crazy to Sevens and Elliot, who have been law-abiding all their lives, and the low-level mercenary Alina. But it is completely expected by the veteran mercenaries. Crack, crack, crack. Mackinac keeps making a clicking sound. The engine is emitting black smoke. The body is constantly vibrating, and the outer body structure has many potholes and obvious deformations, which looks very shabby. But it is this effect that can make those workers motivated. Workers holding signs crowded both sides of the street, and some even jumped for joy. But they all followed the local police in Bremen. Looking at the workers below, Elliot instantly thought of the key to the problem. They can kill us directly. But can't they just kill the witnesses and destroy the bodies? Lille. So we came this time to directly disrupt the normal production of EBM to the small and medium-sized enterprise area. Chapter 847 Declaration of War. EBM, the full name of European Business Machines, had become the world's largest computer and high-tech manufacturer in the late 1990s. At the same time, it was also the initiator of the first corporate war, which was the largest hostile takeover case in the free market in history. For a long time, European Business Machines, or EBM, was the world's most advanced computer and high-tech manufacturer. As a high-tech company, EBM had more than 50 AV-4 armed hovercrafts, 20 second-generation vertical takeoff and landing attack aircraft, 20 corporate jets for executives, and 5 heavy transport aircraft in its public financial reports before 2020. Each headquarters was equipped with armed helicopters parked at various headquarters in Europe. In addition, EBM was one of the first companies to have an orbital laboratory, and it could compete in terms of the strength of low Earth orbit and outer space business. But the latter turned this strength into a profitable project, while the former was for its own use. Originally, EBM's growth momentum was very terrifying, and almost no other high-tech companies could compete, until they reached a bottleneck period, bought the entire land of Hamburg, and declared that they were an entity with equal union with the European community. Therefore, Interpol treats IBM Enterprise and IBM Hamburg separately. Later, the internet crash caused serious damage to most of IBM's businesses. Bartmose's rabies virus destroyed all corporate plans equally. And the more high-tech and the more dependent on network information technology, the worse the company was. As was the case with IBM. The former Contal company was almost bankrupted by the collapse of the old network. And the CEO at the time committed suicide due to the pressure. The situation of IBM was almost exactly the same as Contal. The only difference is that Contal waited for sponsorship from large organizations decades later, while IBM relied on IBM Hamburg. After that, IBM cut off most of its overseas businesses, focused on repairing data, and developed slowly, which led to the vacancy of most of the North American market and turned into the current ninth city environment. But in Europe, IBM has always been one of the best super companies. At the same time, IBM is obviously a competitor of the Giraffe Group. The two companies even have conflicting ideas. The former wants to become the world's largest high-tech manufacturer and label all high-tech items with the IBM label. The latter is committed to making technological progress available to everyone and making technology affordable for everyone. In the recession, the European community took the opportunity to buy back IBM Hamburg's property in Bremen, making the land belong to Germany again. However, it is obvious that IBM's influence here is deeply rooted. It is difficult for any other company to survive here for a long time. Those who live well can only accept IBM's exploitation silently. The local government's money comes from taxes, and local companies are basically controlled by IBM. The European community is also quite troubled by this, and can only keep spending money to ensure that the administrative agencies are obedient. Now, the opportunity has come. Maybe a group of angry strikers can directly interfere with IBM's production? What the European community needs to do is to let the local police and Interpol curb the possibility of IBM's open use of force, and take back the right to speak in Bremen's business circle. On the street, workers stood in an orderly manner on both sides of the road, excitedly looking at the savior from Folkestone, hoping that the arrival of the Cyber Psychiatric Committee would change their current situation. Network monitoring gave the rectification committee some small powers, allowing Sevens to see how many people are currently on the street. There are a total of 782 active people on the street. The monitoring network shows that 6,832 people are active in the Workers' Forum and have expressed different degrees of support. There are more than 120,000 potential supporters. This is too much. Much more than I thought. In the swaying car, Sevens was surprised and excited. Bremen is indeed a big city, but the global population has been showing a decreasing trend compared to 100 years ago. It is precisely because Bremen is large enough and backed by the technologically advanced IBM that the production technology here is far superior to Folkestone and even Night City. In terms of standardization, production efficiency, and coordinated production, these cities are far behind. So the huge production lines and factories do not require too many workers to intervene. The entire city has a population of only 500,000, of which 60% are workers, with nearly 300,000 workers of all kinds. Unstable workers account for nearly 200,000, and the rest are high-tech workers who can find long-term jobs. Nearly 7,000 people on the street are mostly skilled workers, while potential supporters are more likely to be people without stable jobs. And many have even lost their jobs recently. If they cannot find a job for a long time, they may be cleared out of the European barrier for various reasons. In other words, the city was already fermenting conflicts before they arrived. Nearly 7,000 skilled workers chose to leave their jobs, and 120,000 potential supporters worked passively at their workstations. The whole city suddenly became quiet, with their suspension of work. The noisy industrial zone was left with only dull footsteps. Workers in the streets and alleys followed the mackinaw, and the dissatisfaction that could only be vented quietly on weekdays broke out at the same time. The EC police walked in front to clear the way for it under the instructions of the system. More and more workers gathered from the streets and alleys like a tide. The fatigue on their faces was swept away, and their bright eyes stared at the buildings on both sides of the road. Drones hovered around the company's assets. Soldiers stood in front of factories and company buildings. Their guns were tightly attached to the mechanical armor, and executives stood in front of the glass windows, looking down at the workers. Compared with the excitement of the workers, most executives would only look coldly. They thought they had learned how to resist. But in fact they only attracted greater anger. EBM has suspended the performance statistics within the company. It means that the next thing is to ignore the cost. Most workers felt that this was a victory. The committee officials survived to Bremen. So the next thing would be to celebrate the victory. Just like Folkestone and Bruges. But EBM and Lille knew that this was not a parade after the victory, but a declaration of war. Because it was a declaration of war, the scene maintained an unclear and strange balance. But the balance on the street was immediately broken. The crowd moved forward. But a figure rushed against the crowd to the middle of the road where there were only police cars and Mackinac. He looked very tired. And he couldn't stand steadily. His eyes were empty. And he kept leaning on and pulling the workers around him. When he walked against the flow to the last worker and lost all support, he knelt on the hard road. Do you think you can change anything by inciting people here? In the end, it is still us. The lowest level small factories. Who will die? We have no choice at all. The people in the car and the workers on the road were stunned. Elliot was suspicious. What is this person talking about? Severns understood what this person was doing instantly. The kneeling man was the owner of a factory that processes basic components and supplies EBM. According to the data network of network monitoring, more than half of the workers in his factory have run away in the past few days. Obviously, the real workers of large enterprises, especially those who have undergone a round of emergency adjustments within EBM, will not all run away at once. The unlucky ones are these small business owners. Lille, never mind. Keep moving forward. Let the police move aside. Don't run him over. Elliot, who received the instructions, relayed them like this. But just as Phantom was about to turn the steering wheel, a graphic instructing her to work appeared in front of her. She swallowed. This ghost saved them in the car accident. And now the ghost asked her not to turn the steering wheel. Hit or not. For some reason, Phantom suddenly recalled the days when she was ordered around by her big brother in Night City. And she made up her mind. Then don't hit. Chapter 848. Seeing the police car give way. The kneeling men felt happy. But also sad. Maybe they want to ignore him. Workers, do you really believe them? These people let you take to the streets? But have they ever cared about your children? Have they ever cared about whether you can have enough food tomorrow? When all the factories are closed and all the jobs are gone, you will regret it. And those big companies can continue to operate and make a comeback. But what about me? What about you? Who of us can survive? His voice sounded loud, as if there was an extra loudspeaker in his throat. As he spoke, he looked affectionately at the workers, who were watching the show around him. But he soon discovered that the police car gave way. But the big pickup truck did not. And it was still walking speed. Mackinaw's tattered appearance, glaring headlights, and the smell of black smoke made him instinctively focus on the car. I'm not wrong. I just want to survive. But what do I have now? The factory is gone. The orders are gone. And my workers are gone. The car kept moving forward without paying attention. He began to grab his collar and roared, "You guys are so good. Striking, marching, and shouting slogans loudly. But do you know how we small business owners survived? How many nights have we stayed up, and how much debt have we incurred to keep the city barely alive?" Some workers began to waver. They looked up at Mackinac. But the car was still approaching. So they also felt relieved and continued to watch. As the car got closer and closer, this ordinary declaration of war suddenly became interesting. The people behind the screen, executives, EBM special team, government officials, and the police on the march were suddenly attracted by the same scene and changed their mentality to watching the show. Does this big pickup really dare to run over it? If it runs over it, this wave of public opinion will be muddied. However, Mackinac still did not slow down, getting closer and closer to the people on the ground. As the distance got closer, the lights blurred his sense of distance. A strange sense of urgency appeared in his heart. He was forced to shift his gaze and look at the workers around him. I beg you to stop tossing. My factory can't hold on anymore. The bank will come to take everything away at any time. You say it's hard every day. But have you ever thought that we are not much better than you? The person on the ground stiffened his neck. And the sound of the engine of the vehicle was still approaching. He began to despair. Everything he said was true. The production environment of small and medium-sized enterprises in the European community was embarrassing. Who asked him to work was a charity for him. He had worked hard to earn the thigh of EBM. And he owed a lot of bank loans. Now, because of the wave of workers' movement sweeping across Europe, the factory, which was already stuck on the edge of production capacity and quality standards, collapsed instantly. A failed delivery would lead to overdue loans, broken capital chains, and a vicious circle of selling assets and not being able to pay back the money. And finally, bankruptcy. The result of bankruptcy is either being killed by crazy investors or being killed by calm investors. And it is best to roll out of the European barriers, which is almost the same as death. In his opinion, workers can find jobs again if they lose their jobs due to factory closures. But the boss's credit bankruptcy has only these few results, which are close to death. Not to mention that his wife also ran away with someone else. And his children may also be ruined because of his own dishonesty. People are equally helpless in the face of huge failures. My home, my children, I have nothing. Why must your hope be based on my despair? Ha ha ha. In the end, I worked hard all my life. But I didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. Killed by a collision. Information transmission, because you like to be a spineless soft egg in the middle. So when no one lets you lean on, you have nothing. You now have three options. One is to continue kneeling on the ground and wait to be run over in public. One is to find a place that is not in the way and continue kneeling. Another option is to go back and sort out the situation in your factory now. The rectification committee needs it. The guy with his neck on the ground immediately staggered to the side. When he looked up, he found that the pickup truck was still far away from him. Hush. Ha ha. I thought he was a tough guy. Go home and masturbate. Amidst a round of boos, the former executive ran away in disgrace. Sevens also swore and raised his middle finger. Damn. You scared me. Although the people in the car didn't say it verbally, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In the situation just now, the guy being run over to death was the worst result. But it was also troublesome for them to ignore it, because the incident was true. The business owner could not be considered a bad person to tell the truth, at least from the data of the network monitoring background check. There is really no cyberpsychosis in his factory, and the accident rate is lower than the standards set by the European community. At most, the work is a little harder, and the salary is a little lower. When this guy ran to the road and knelt, no matter how he was dealt with, it would cause a smokescreen to confuse the public opinion. The current result is the best. He ran away in disgrace, and only his face was hurt. But for someone who has worked hard to open a company, losing face is the least of his worries. Fuck. You are really awesome to come up with this kind of trick. Phantom glanced at Elliot while speaking. The latter also looked relieved. She was instantly certain that the instructions just now were not given by Elliot. But Alina was different. She hugged Elliot's neck from behind and said excitedly, "Oh my god. You are so brave. How can you be sure that he will run away?" I am lucky. I just feel that I can't retreat." The interest in the parade was getting higher and higher. In the sky of the distant suburbs, a transport plane slowly landed with the words of Giraffe Company printed on it. Sevens in the back seat patted Phantom on the shoulder. "Go to the port area. The supplies have arrived." "Artyom, young people are really daring. If something goes wrong, your workers' march will probably end here." "Artyom, can you really build a factory?" "Elliot, the equipment is already being installed." "Boss, this is our factory. It's mainly neurometallurgy and semiconductor lithography. The equipment is in good condition, but definitely not as good as yours." As for the workers, Elliot replied to Artyom's message while touring the factory. At the same time, he felt a sense of refreshed cognition. This company boss, even if he is a small company boss, has an annual turnover of 1 million euros. He is definitely someone he couldn't afford before. Company boss. This word doesn't seem to match the image of the middle-aged man in front of him, who is arrogant at first and respectful later. Sevens adapted quickly, saying with a cold face, "You need to sign a contract with the workers' organization under the rectification committee. The workers listen to us, so this is not a problem. Merge small and medium-sized enterprises. Poach workers. Provide production capacity to the Giraffe Group to meet the order needs of the European community. Snatch IBM's local commercial order share, and seize the right to speak in the business. This is a traditional commercial war. Cross-dimensional production is loading." Chapter 849 Process Upgrade. Latvia does not lack raw materials and semi-finished products, and can obtain material support through the agreement with the European Union. What they lack is high-precision processing technology, because the technical route of the Atlas Group is prosthetic technology. The industrial production technology is based on this technology, but high-precision encryption is extremely dependent on the data of industrial production chips, which is based on a large amount of data debugging. It happens that the Giraffe group will provide it. The process cyber modulator will have the function of cross-dimensional connection, sharing signals and data to the equipment and prosthetics of another world, so that Latvia can also have production data and cooperate in production. After starting cross-dimensional production, the uncontrollable losses caused by production will be further reduced. Even a 0.1% yield improvement is crucial in industrial production. This mighty workers' movement will gradually spread, bringing a large amount of data needed for production to Latvia. And Latvia can use this data to gradually improve its industrial capacity and continuously expand the number of servers. At the same time, in places unknown to these workers, Latvian workers will gradually try to access real-time production as a neural series to improve the overall computing power and carrying capacity of the production system. New production process loading, ultra-micro assembly process. Description: suitable for ultra-high precision processing. Prosthetic workers use nano-level electric engraving equipment and oscillation technology to weld micro-components with an accuracy of 0.01 micron level. New production process loading, dynamic crystal growth. Description: with the help of human brain neural computing power. Real-time acceptance of complex gas and temperature data. Control of complex parameters of crystal processing equipment. And growth of optical wafers in a controllable environment. New production process loading, adaptive intelligent welding and dynamic finished product assembly. Description: during the process and assembly and production process. Workers test limbs. Synchronously complete welding group transfer. Factory debugging and pre-installation operations. New production process loading, neural metallurgical process. Description: carrying artificial neural network AI in the human brain. Real-time control of metallurgical system to achieve fusion forging of metals. The scale of cross-dimensional production has been expanded and has now been upgraded to the second-level cross-dimensional production. Second-level cross-dimensional production, a collaborative production line with more than 10,000 people, using high-precision equipment production technology. Efficiency increase. The uncontrollable defect rate has been reduced by 20%. The time-space velocity difference has been smoothed by the loaded AI technology. And the time-velocity difference is approaching. Continue to expand the scale of production to unlock the third-level scale. The AI technology in this world has suffered a major blow, resulting in a long period of time when companies have abandoned the once widely promoted intelligent production model and gradually switched to manpower. However, the use of manpower also has its advantages. The human brain is a kind of neural network, which is the theoretical basis of most AI programs. After the production programs are transferred to trained workers, these programs can also achieve the same effect. For some production, such as the dynamic finished product assembly at the end, the workers will directly remove their prosthesis and connect the just processed prostheses to the broken limb interface, which is actually also a working inspection end. The chip in the brain-computer interface will occupy the brain computing power to drive the processing and debugging equipment, and he will directly use the prosthesis to ensure the normal product. In addition, there are also methods that directly connect the human brain to the working equipment, and use the excellent integrated computing ability of the human brain to integrate the touch, vision, touch, hearing and even smell set back by various prostheses into an overall perception, and then input them into the AI chip for integrated output to control the production equipment, which is also very efficient, no matter what the production mode is. Long working hours will cause the workers' brains to be stimulated by long-term electric current. It is very normal to cause inflammation in the long run, not to mention the mental pressure. But the workers who replace the new cyber modulators feel refreshed. Latvian workers far away in another world are sharing the computing pressure, which disperses the power consumption pressure that was originally on one person. It feels refreshing to work for yourself. It turns out that there are really people who can work happily. On the production line, a technical worker controls the Giraffe powder metallurgy equipment that has just arrived. The situation in Bremen changed very quickly. Small and medium-sized enterprises cannot control the personal freedom of workers under the nose of the European community, which has forced them to choose to refer to the kneeling brother who ran away in a hurry that day. Then, they found that kneeling down didn't seem to make any difference. Giraffe began to invest in Bremen's industry, which meant that their upstream had changed from EBM to Giraffe, and there were officials from the European community behind them. This job can be done. Hey, leader, you still know how to develop the enthusiasm of these workers. The factory's production efficiency has reached 120%, which is amazing. The camera showed the small business dog, who knelt in the middle of the road a few days ago to block the pickup truck. Seeing him licking his face, Phantom couldn't help but curl his lips. Sevens walked in front, occupying the largest space in the camera. Behind him were the hard-working and smiling job-hopping workers. Next to him were the smiling companies. And in front of him were the friendly European community officials. Elliot stood next to the production line, with the neural link in his hand plugged into the connection port of the equipment. And in front of him was a mechanical properties testing instrument. Elliot, brother, the finished product is very good. The workers here are all skilled workers with some skills. Elliot, we have a good chance of winning the bid for EBM. Just 2 days later, the local government of Bremen and European banks will lend money to repair the highway section in Bremen. This order is not big or small, but it will almost certainly affect the subsequent project contracts of public utility contractors. All the local companies in Bremen came to meet the needs of Giraffe and the European community. EBM's production capacity has been greatly affected, and normal delivery has become a problem. How can it compete with these companies that are receiving guidance from the Special Political Committee? The news is all reporting the changes in the situation in Bremen. Elliot is full of confidence. It seems that they have already won. They can actually beat large companies like EBM in terms of production efficiency. After pulling out the neural link, Elliot just took 2 steps and saw Alina coming from the door and nodded to him. Alina, boss. The military prosthesis aided by the European community has arrived. Military prosthesis is a fine product in Night City, the favorite of mercenaries. But it is not impossible to get it. But in the European community, the loss of a deadly firearm will attract network monitoring and local troops to jointly investigate. It is simply a fantasy for ordinary people to get such a thing. Elliot looked at Alina's face and suddenly felt a little worried. The probability of military prosthesis causing cyberpsychosis increased exponentially. In the European community, the most common cyberpsychosis incidents were caused by the chaotic Night City and military technology. Military technology companies have the largest number of prosthesis warriors in the world. And cyberpsychosis incidents are also emerging one after another. The European community used the situation in the new United States as a counterexample in its propaganda to exaggerate the horror of cyberpsychosis and the legitimacy of force control. Thinking of this, Elliot walked to Alina and asked, "Are you sure you want to implant it?" Alina grinned. "We mercenaries have been seeking a serious and stable job all our lives. Now we have the opportunity to get a position in the European community. Who would refuse such a good thing? And this job is quite meaningful. I will protect you, boss." Chapter 850 The Furnace of Restlessness. Bremen fell into a strange balance and silence. The industrial zone affiliated to EBM was meticulous and silent, which was completely different from the parades on the street every day. This enthusiasm not only exists in the parades on the street, but also in the Industrial Production Alliance that was gradually merged into the Workers' Association. In this alliance, production technology and specifications are unified. Small and medium-sized enterprises receive orders from the Giraffe Group, and workers can receive additional subsidies from the Workers' Association while receiving salaries from employers. The former comes from normal labor capital relations, and the latter comes from the money sponsored by Giraffe and the European community to the Special Rectification Committee. Although the working hours have not been reduced, the salary has increased, and there are new cyber modulators to replace. And there are also brains from another world to help share the production pressure. If the former Bremen was a cold industrial machine, cruel and indifferent, the fuel was silently waiting in the combustion chamber for the moment of burning to ashes. Bremen is now a hot furnace, compared with a cold machine. There are people operating it. It may sound strange, but Bremen before felt like an unmanned industrial machine. No one knew what it was going to produce, and for whom. But people could see at a glance that it would burn all the fuel. Now, maybe the fuel will burn out one day. But at least there are people. In Berlin, too many people are very surprised by what happened recently. The incident in Folkestone can only be said to be a smart and ambitious official, and a very lucky worker who sees the opportunity. The incident in Bruges can be called wonderful. This smart official and the very lucky worker showed super perseverance and execution ability, as Chino put the whale into the cruise to promote this romantic crossing of the ocean. The authenticity and power of this movement began to stand out. Most people like the legendary stories of riding the wind and waves, rather than the real stories that are shady, complicated, and ultimately compromised. Now, Elliot and Severns are showing more than just those illusory things. The workers are inspired, but they can't see Severn's struggle for power with EC. The process of him promising benefits to Jirafa for the opportunity. Or Elliot's timid and hesitant look in the face of disaster. They can't see all the thinking and preparations for the final action. Only the glorious achievements. The real power holders of the EC. The company's investors and executives are different. They can see these risky plans being perfectly executed. Now, in addition to the demonstrated courage and self-sacrifice, they can also see an industrial production alliance with a production capacity far exceeding the IBM model. What they see is an operating model that may last longer and run better. However, all organizational operating models must cross the last hurdle in this barbaric world before they can be truly recognized. When the unreasonable pioneers raise their weapons and show their fangs, can they really continue to survive? The typhoon is approaching, and the entire European community is not only affected by the weather, but also gradually begins to shut down in the storm of the workers' movement. They have to stop and appreciate this fight. Bang! The factory roared like thunder. 3 temporary mercenaries were lying on the operating table, receiving the most advanced machines of the European community. The implantation of military prosthesis is often not just a partial replacement. If you want to have strong strength, it is not enough to implant only the arm. You also need strong lower limb strength as a foundation. If you want to have agile speed, only Sion Weston can only bring quick reaction. Mercenaries also need a coordinated body and superhuman body strength. Although prostheses have appeared in this world for more than 100 years, the implantation method of cutting open the belly and cutting the spine is still too bloody for ordinary people. Elliot, brother. Is this really possible? She won't get cyberpsychosis. Right? Elliot, can those who completely replace their bodies and leave no flesh after such an operation still be considered human? It is simply completely abandoning physiological functions. Physiologically, they can no longer be considered human. Leal did not reply, but he felt that Elliot seemed to have some feelings for this mercenary woman. Muramasa silently complained, "This kind of person, you have 2 in your head." Sevens glanced at Elliot and said nothing, but Carl behind them was different. This rough guy just laughed and patted Elliot on the shoulder. "Brother, if you like her, go for it. She's a beautiful girl, and I can see that she's interested in you too. These days, a girl who is willing to undergo this level of prosthetic transformation to protect someone can be considered a good girl." Elliot's face flushed instantly, and he scratched his head. "What are you talking about?" He was stunned when he was halfway through his sentence. Carl was his good brother, who walked out of the Folkestone factory with him. And he was the one who pulled himself up with all his strength to avoid being soaked in water and dragged to the shore. Instead, he was soaked in water on the way. And soaking in seawater for a long time will inevitably cause damage to the prosthesis and physiological system. Therefore, Carl's current prosthetic level is not low. The respiratory system is almost completely reshaped, and the polluted seawater corrodes his skin. So a large area of skin has been replaced with polymer dandruff, which is just right for harsh workplaces. The muscles of the waist and lower limbs died during the swing, and could only be replaced with prosthesis. Although they don't lack that little money to replace him with a better one. He insisted on replacing the lower limbs that are more conducive to industrial production. And the artificial muscles of the waist also have interfaces to load the exoskeleton. At the same time, the spine was also shattered in a large area due to the impact of the violent sea, and had to be replaced with an artificial spine. In fact, his good brother had already undergone a high level of prosthetic transformation. But it was not a military prosthesis. Elliot pinched his friend's artificial chest muscle. "Isn't it uncomfortable to be changed like this?" Elliot's previous thinking was also affected by the current social situation. People with highly artificial bodies are actually excluded. At least it is not easy to find a wife or husband. Carl smiled. "It's uncomfortable to do uncomfortable work. And it's uncomfortable to have no work. This is the power of workers." He also showed off the graffiti tattoo on his arm. Elliot, who was sharp-eyed, was surprised to find that this tattoo also had some hamburger elements. "Do you watch Burger King too?" "I didn't watch it before, but I watch it now." "Who knew there would be these things before? It feels quite exciting now." Severs on the side couldn't help but interrupt. "You better not implant a new prosthesis. Your modified area is actually, it's higher than theirs. We are powerful, and don't need your arms and legs. When we finish these things, you can't still be a worker. Learn something else." Carl thought for a while, "But I think I am a worker. I have to find a wife who likes to work in the future. Then we can be a couple, and work is not tiring. Although it's tiring to work, it's reassuring to have work to do. If I really lie down and collect money, I think I will definitely not be able to keep the money. Severn supported his forehead. What congenital worker holy body. Sneer. As the last piece of subcutaneous armor was installed, the artificial skin was covered, and the prosthetic operating table was completed, making a pressure relief sound. On the commercial level, IBM has completely lost its position as the only one who has the final say in Bremen. But on the military level, it only takes a few minutes for Hamburg to send troops to Bremen. This is the last day that the Cyber Psychiatric Special Rectification Committee stayed in Bremen. Bryce, it seems that IBM is determined. Since they didn't make any small moves in the past few days, it means that they are going to make a big move and let go of their hands and feet to get it done. Bryce, are you sure you can hold on? That's IBM. Leal, I predict that IBM will use special means to shut down the city's electronic information system. But it is impossible for all the lines to be burned. Leal, I have installed a backup server in our equipment. I need you to hack into it and start the backup driver inside. Bryce, backup driver? Can't you do it? Leal, there are a total of 17 Giraffe bionic engineering robots in the city. I have prepared military drivers. Bryce, huh? But how did you get Giraffe's things at that time? Leal, you must release the virus. Don't forget that the network monitor is watching you. Bryce, no. How can I escape if I am targeted? Leal, just do it. I will help you. If you don't expose me, I will be exposed. After Bryce, who was hiding in Bremen, finished replying, he belatedly added a reply. Bryce, what do you mean you are about to be exposed? But the communication has been interrupted. Chapter 851 Deep Space Electromagnetic Pulse Array. In the early morning of Bremen, the city is like other big cities, with no distinction between day and night. This city has never been so free as it is now. There is an urban legend within the European community that when you publicly talk about something that you shouldn't talk about, you may be taken away by internet monitoring and local police. And you may even be imprisoned depending on the severity of the case. Although few people have seen it with their own eyes, all online forums operated by companies have strict speech restrictions. In such an environment, who would bet on whether they can say this? On the surface, the European community is definitely a city of order. But no matter how small the grievance is, if there is no weight within it, it will ferment. Sneer. The spray paint is printed on the cold steel wall. This wall, which has been rusted by the erosion of the sea breeze, has a new vitality, and a huge hammer pattern appears on the wall. The streets and alleys are full of various styles of fonts, and the workers' apartments have erected colorful LED lights. And the area belonging to this movement is encircled with holographic billboards sponsored by Giraffe. Muramesa, there are more than 40,000 workers on the production line, and the production capacity has exceeded the delivery demand. What means did you use to enhance the nerd tolerance of these humans? Leal, you will know soon. Bang! Heavy crashes echoed in the factory area. This loud noise was caused by the power outage, which caused the internal circuits of the factory to switch, and the electromagnetic relays and circuit breakers made a loud noise. The lights in the city gradually went out, and darkness fell. The lights in the room went out for a moment, and soon lit up again. Leal, transfer data. The voices in the head disappeared, and Johnny shot Elliot with his hand, like a pistol before leaving. This made him more nervous. He looked at Sevens, who didn't seem to have changed much. If he had to say it, his face was even harder and more ugly. Aren't you nervous? Of course I am nervous. IBM can be regarded as a crazy dictatorship. If they feel that they need to start a war to protect their interests, they will start a war without hesitation. After saying that, Sevens paused for a moment. Only then could Elliot see that this good man's hands were actually shaking. Of course, in theory, Bremen's interests are not worth them starting a real war. Elliot breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But you will still lose your life. Why are you willing to do this with me? You are not a big-headed worker like us. If you don't make a fuss, you will be in debt for the rest of your life. You are a government official with a permanent position in the European community. Right? Severance did not answer, but stood next to the monitoring wall. But the monitoring wall lost the signal the next second. Now this safe house has become a real safe house. It can do nothing except protect them from being hit by grenades and fragments. What is happening outside? Where is the IBM? And whether this mighty movement can continue are all unknown. This unknown makes people feel suffocated. But Sevens could have enjoyed another leisurely afternoon in the Folkestone office, and enjoyed the friendly appearance of those corporate executives during the inspection. Sevens stared at the wall for a while, and sighed. Although the European community has many disadvantages, it is definitely the safest and most advanced place in the world. If it is in Night City, the probability of ordinary people being killed by stray bullets in street gunfights before the age of 40 is more than 100 times that of the European community. But there is no theory that when the European community is declining, it will still need to go through an intermediate period to give us time to think. The size of the European community is several times that of Night City, New America, Mexico, and Africa. Once a chain collapse occurs, it may be a matter of seconds for this alliance to break into pieces from the inside. Elliot scratched his head. Then shouldn't you join us? I just think that compared to violent suppression, workers do need some institutions to speak out. The greater the power of my fellow workers, the more likely I am to gain a foothold in politics. Who doesn't like power? Sevens picked up the drink on the table and lay on the sofa. Elliot felt that this partner calmed down all of a sudden and became the elite he imagined. I see. By the way, your family members died in a production accident. Elliot was stunned. Sevens had both parents and an older brother, but his brother died in an accident when he was a child. And his parents also died unexpectedly shortly after he became an adult. Died in a production accident? Large-scale EMPs are often created based on powerful explosions. But Bremen today had no reaction at all. And it seemed that no explosion occurred. At least it did not happen within the distance where the explosion could be heard. Standing on the streets of Bremen, the city fell into darkness, with only a few emergency equipment in operation. This made the things in the sky extremely dazzling. Looking up, there were some flying objects flashing blue-purple light floating in the sky. These flying objects were connected in a circle in the dark night. The degree of light scattering was very unnatural, as if the dead star was flashing. Bremen belongs to the European community, and is uniformly subject to the jurisdiction of the European barrier system, which is a huge control system. Simply put, the functions and permissions of this system are like a high-tech version of feudal society, which is decentralized layer by layer. As long as the city's connection with the European community is not cut off, EBM will never escape the supervision of the European community. In this era, any violent behavior must first destroy the enemy's electronic equipment system. But a simple EMP bomb cannot paralyze the entire Bremen, let alone completely cut off the city's network connection with the European community. Hanging in the air is EBM's cutting-edge war weapon. Yes, the disobedient workers have done a little miracle, which is very good in production capacity. But if I take out a new combat weapon, investors will still have to invest money immediately. The red light spots gradually dissipated into groups, and soon rippled like water, decomposing into different colors of light in the air. Aurora? In the dim reception, people looked up curiously. The abnormal power outage and the strange red dots made people feel uneasy. But this aurora left a good and beautiful impression in people's hearts most of the time. The rare aurora and the city's anomaly mixed together to confuse people. But what can they do except appreciate it? This appreciation lasted until another strange phenomenon appeared. The rumbling low-frequency vibration sound seemed to hit their hearts directly, accompanied by chest tightness. And the feeling of uneasiness instantly occupied their hearts. Soon, several black spots with extremely fast speeds suddenly appeared in the sky in the direction of Hamburg. And the sharp-eyed workers instantly confirmed their uneasiness. That was the EBM company's hovercraft. This sky-falling phenomenon was made by EBM. It's EBM. The terrified voice broke the silence on the street. It's the company. This gorgeous sky, the disturbing vibration, and the hovercraft occupying the sky are all done by EBM. EBM is coming to reclaim their property. EBM Operations Command, Deep Space Electromagnetic Pulse Array has been activated. EBM Operations Command, Plasma Layer EMP equipment has been deployed. You have 30 minutes to burn this ridiculous workers' movement to ashes. EBM Operations Command, Operation Sky Strike is now launched. Chapter 852 Ghosts Arrive. Bryce, what is that? EBM silently paralyzed the city. Muramesa? Impossible. This is just a technology that exists in imagination. EBM actually made them into weapons? Muramesa's database does have a record. This is a technology that combines orbital delivery capabilities and uses the ion layer in the atmosphere for directional electromagnetic interference. To use this attack method, it is necessary to have the ability to accurately deploy large aircraft in low Earth orbit. Due to technical requirements, This aircraft must be equipped with nuclear reactor-level energy, a huge particle accelerator function, and controllably in directional generation and emission of these charged particles and auxiliary control lasers, disturbing the plasma layer in the atmosphere, forming a chain effect, thereby shielding the entire area from communication with the outside world. If it is only for isolated systems, EMP can indeed be defended, and even some equipment can be designed to prevent EMP from burning the entire system. Safety facilities, automatically switching to the backup system when turbulence and short circuits occur, and locking the system into a Faraday cage. However, in such a huge and complex system as the European community, no system can exist in isolation. Once isolated, it means that the European community will lose control. The most powerful advantage of the European community is that it is large and stable. This stability is based on its strong military force and the orbital mass launcher located on the moon. The orbital mass launcher of the European Space Agency can accurately strike projectiles to any position on the Earth. Relying on this technology, the European Space Agency only used one shell to disband the new U.S. Air Force on the spot. However, force may be the most dazzling part of a society, but it is only a part. People who own weapons still need to live on Earth. When the sky is covered by such weapons, any communication signal cannot penetrate the atmosphere and the blockade area. Even the telescope on the moon is interfered by lasers. Who dares to drop projectiles? Take a step back and say that if the weapon learns to fire on its own when it loses its owner, will the owner really be happy about it? ESA's leadership in outer space is absolute, but this weapon may cut off the connection between ESA assets and them. Anything that may lead to loss of control will make the EC authorities instinctively disgusted, which can be seen from the system of European barriers. Everyone knew that this must be an attack by IBM. But the only thing the EC could do at this moment was to issue a cowardly statement. 30 minutes was the time it took IBM to respond to the bloated bureaucracy of the EC. And it was also the countdown for this meaningless chaotic action. Whisper. The hovercraft roared in the sky. And before the workers could figure out what was going on, a missile arrived at the factory area first. Boom! A small factory collapsed in the flames, and the shock wave overturned the workers standing at the door. Before the worker who just shouted that the company was coming could react, a huge metal beam fell from the sky. Where are the police? IBM is in chaos. Carl had been wandering around the streets of the factory area. When he saw the scene, he immediately asked his coworkers to get out of the way and turned around to seek help. Their principle all along was to find the police when there was something wrong. But when he turned around, he found an outrageous scene. The factory and civilian facilities were being restarted, and the cars, riot robots and drones of the EC police on the street were also being restarted. These equipments gave them a great sense of security in the past few days, making them feel that IBM would definitely not be able to make any big moves in Bremen. However, the restart of these high-tech gadgets surprised them. After the restart, drones and robots flew towards the police station one after another, just like a swarm of bees returning to their nests. No, this is returning to their nests. These machines are returning to the standby area. The police car even started automatically and stopped on the side of the road and could no longer be started. What's more outrageous is that several of the police took out their weapons and fiddled with them for a few times, then shook their heads at each other. Their weapons seemed to be locked. What should we do if we don't receive a notification? Continue? Continue. Go back to the police station and wait. Don't do anything without orders from above. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, can you take the responsibility? Retreat. The face of the policeman who spoke clearly flashed with panic and fear, which was very different from the image of the European Community Police in Carl's mind. Without those high-tech equipments, they seemed to have become not much different from themselves. No, they were more timid and afraid than themselves. Boom! The second bomb hit the street. The explosion collapsed the outer wall of the building, and a large piece of concrete hit the makeshift podium. Broken limbs and debris flew everywhere, and the smoke and dust that was inhaled into the chest was choking. The workers were panicked. Carl's brain seemed to be stimulated and suddenly remembered his experience in the Folkestone factory. He was still motivated, but what should he do? Bang! A loud noise came from behind, and a shadow covered Carl. Everyone was attracted by the loud noise. Looking back, they saw that in the collapsed factory, the khaki-colored giraffe engineering robot swept away the ruins and covered the workers under it to walk out of the explosion site. The bionic robot flashed red light. And the low speaker sounded, "Start the factory, and use the factory equipment to build a defense line." Ta-la! At this time, people suddenly realized that the big guy who was standing stupidly at the door just now had jumped into the engineering exoskeleton and ran towards the podium covered by stones with big strides. At the same time, the loudspeakers used to convey production arrangements in the factory suddenly shouted, "Let's rock it. This is just a warning. EBM is asking the police and Interpol to get out. They are demonstrating." Bryce hit the wall hard. "What is your plan? Hide in the factory until the European community restores communication? The European Community Executive Committee may have reached an agreement with EBM. Put all your hopes on the European community. You will be finished. Not to mention the factory. Even the military concrete walls are not unbreakable. EBM has taken out the experimental weapons at the bottom of the box to target the European barriers. How do you know that he won't give you a few earth-penetrating bombs? The factory is indeed recovering. But what's the use of the recovery of civilian factories?" Just when Bryce thought so, a dark red lightning suddenly appeared in his eyes. As a hacker, it is a basic ability to do a good job of foreplay and display the current and circuit conditions of the area in the artificial eye. So he can see the civilian factories gradually restarting in his eyes. Just now, he seemed to see a familiar color appear in those circuits. And then the whole industrial area seemed to be raining cyber data. Dark red digital turbulence and mosaics fell from the sky, staining every line, every facility, and every electronic device in operation in this industrial area. The European barrier was completely disconnected, and the operation of the Black Wall was also interfered with by the EBM equipment. Some more human digital creatures were taking over the city. His heart paused for a moment, not a description. But the heart with a controllable electrical stimulation device attached was indeed disturbed by the current. A voice with extremely strong synthetic traces came to his ears, which sounded directly in his auditory nerves. "It seems that Ryan and Perales are not idle either. The equipment on you is not bad." Bryce turned his head stiffly, and saw a stranger he had never seen before. However, even though Leal's appearance and cyber image were completely different, he was still sure of this person's identity. Ghost. Chapter 853. At some point, the workers found themselves with background music in their heads. This background music is still authentic 21st century old rock. Electric guitar, classical music, electric piano. "Leal, you are going crazy this time. You are going crazy with a mission. Come up with something that can burn passion. Simple and easy to understand. Johnny, amateurs are amateurs. As long as a superstar like me opens his mouth. Those who want to be fucked by me and want to hack me can line up from the municipal center to the border wall. Johnny, at this time, it is suitable to play a song Black Dog to let the company taste the feeling of being messed up. Johnny, don't let me down. Leal, everyone you meet tells you how awesome you are. If you lose face, I will laugh at you for the rest of your life. Leal, you'd better open your mouth. And the people below will scream like a little fanboy. Otherwise you can eat shit. Black Dog. The last song written by Johnny Silverhand before he disappeared in Arasaka Tower. However, after the Fourth Company War, this song disappeared before it could be released. It describes the scene in the city where the Black Dog and the Hunter constantly exchange roles while fleeing. Running and chasing are mixed together. And finally they can only keep running in the steel forest. Aren't you dead? I never said I was dead. Now is not the time to reminisce. I want to borrow your equipment information to carry some data. Bryce stared blankly at the dark red mosaic that he couldn't understand and kept floating in front of him. And his head was slightly hot. No. You are in my head? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Arasaka has failed too many times. I know the Soul Killer better than them. I uploaded my consciousness before the explosion. And uploaded my consciousness when David attacked the Arasaka Tower and escaped from Night City. As for the Black Wall, the Soul Killer can avoid the killing of the Black Wall. And I can do it. And I can do it better than him. Bryce understood every word that Lil said. But together, he just felt that this was some fantasy of a cyber psychopath before death. First of all, what does I know more about Soul Killer than the mean? It has only been a short time since Arasaka repaired Soul Killer. As for the relic project that can be placed in people's brains to make people reincarnate, it is only in legend. If Arasaka Yuriaki hadn't said it himself, Bryce would have thought it was bullshit. You don't even need a chip. And you just run into my head? As if seeing through Bryce's thoughts, Lil explained. The digital soul portrayed by Relic is an AI that is strictly based on the human brain neural network. So nanochips are needed to transform the host's nervous system. I can transform myself into a more mechanical AI logic and present it on an ordinary chip as long as the computing power is sufficient. Because Lil's real root server is not in this world, and even relies on fire energy to run. He doesn't need to transform a person's brain to adapt to his existence. Because fire energy stores more information in high dimensions. He will not change uncontrollably over time, and with external interference like other digital souls. And the storage space he occupies is also very small. Bryce felt his brain was overloaded. But he still reluctantly accepted the current situation. So the attack on Arasaka Tower is not just to weaken the Arasaka aircraft carrier. You are alive. I have never died. Concentrate. I want to overclock the chip in your head. Why not use the enhanced serum? You mean the thing you used before? Right? After you disappeared. Adekado's technology couldn't keep up. The output was very low. And the effect was also very poor. More importantly, you used that thing to strengthen your body functions. But strengthening your brain is forcing me to become a cyber psychopath? Not everyone can withstand the switching between wakefulness and confusion. Not to mention that the problems caused by the rapid burning and regeneration of brain nerves are far from being described in 1 or 2 sentences. But Lil thought more after hearing it, in order to prevent commercial espionage and traitors at that time. All core processes were encrypted using cross-dimensional production methods. And it was reasonable that problems would arise in subsequent production. Perhaps this is also the reason why Europe gave up the investigation of Night City and Lille in the past 2 years. Those once awesome human lizard prostheses, serums, and various biological products have become limited editions. The outside world thought that Night City was engaging in hunger marketing. But in fact, there are not many left. In this case, Bryce immediately continued, your 2 old partners are indeed awesome. New America has suffered a lot at the US-Mexico border. And the economy of Southern California is about to collapse. Who would believe this? A group of criminal organizations have made no one dare to transport goods to Southern California. But without you, they have also suffered a lot. But if you want to rely on me to go back, forget it. I came in with the identity of a network monitor. I unloaded all my things and became an illegal resident when I entered the first airport. It would be a death wish to go out across the continent. No. It's useless for me to go back before the things here are completed. The European community is the strongest order in the world. Night City is nothing in front of it. And that little Burger King is even worse. What if one day they suddenly become interested in Lille, and what happened in Night City, and use the orbital mass projector to threaten? They don't even need too many reasons. In Night City, a few meteorites can set the city back 50 years. It is too unrealistic to expect a place like Night City to fight a protracted war in the case of economic collapse. Powerful people naturally have the ability to manipulate the weak, which has nothing to do with power or conscience. Night City is getting better and better. One day, we will have to face this problem. It is better to pave the way for this matter now. And we can still take advantage of the dark. That's great. Bryce was overjoyed. But soon his face turned serious. Actually, I'm here for you. But let's deal with the situation here first. How do you plan to deal with EBM? Or do you plan to run away like this? When have you ever seen me run away in shame? There are 27 Giraffe 3 robots in this city to assist factories in changing lines, and planning, and building industrial alliance factories. This type of robot is extremely efficient in engineering construction. And they complete it very well. At the same time, these robots are also a kind of platform robot, which can replace the tools carried according to the work tasks, and carry out modular customization. Most industrial production machinery contains a lot of energy. And what is lacking is the idea of weaponization and operators. I want to weaponize the armed robots in the city. I have been designing production lines these days. They will be adapted quickly. I want to defeat all the EBM troops in the street fighting. You? Bryce took a deep breath, but swallowed what he wanted to say. Forget it. You are the big brother, and you have the final say. I can help you access the entrance to the police station standby area. I know where that place is. But you have to help me open the database of network monitoring here. That thing is placed underneath, in the rock mass. It is difficult to open it violently. Can you handle it? It's easy. These big guys are originally used to open tunnels. Lille disappeared in front of Bryce after saying that. Just for a moment. There was such a high-speed AI entering the brain. Bryce suddenly had a brain twitch. It's really an illusion. Lille, hurry up. Chicken shredded meat roll. Bryce suddenly felt like he had become a black slave hundreds of years ago. The small whip hit his butt and face hard. This code name is really embarrassing. Chapter 854 Black Dog. A blind man was lost in the street. There seemed to be some kind of law in the dark. It was hard to get out. There seemed to be some kind of ominous omen in the dark. A black dog ran past me and disappeared into the distance along the road. This sleeping city was tied up in my mind. I was destined to escape tonight. In the first paragraph of Black Dog, the blind man wandered in the city, and the black dog appeared. When the lyrics came to this point, the bionic robot rushed out of the warehouse, and rushed to the collapsed houses, and the flaming ruins. These engineering machinery that Carl was once very familiar with seemed to have vitality, and moved on their own. Carl didn't know why. But he always felt that the lyrics were about him. He didn't know why he did this. But he felt that this feeling was good, since he entered the European barrier and entered the company. He had never felt the warmth of a big family. And there was no feeling of mutual help. But he still felt that it felt good to help others. He felt that it was a pleasure to see his brothers and sisters live a good life. When a group of people gathered together to solve problems and overcome difficulties, he felt that tomorrow would be better. And he felt very happy. On my leg. Don't scream. It's just broken. I help you amputate it now. Bang. The man in the ruins was confused. He watched the big man driving the engineering mecha to break the rubble on his body, and then directly broke his bloody thigh with a punch. Engineering exoskeletons are basically equipped with heavy equipment to carry out flexible operations. The hydraulic device can provide at least 500 kilograms of force. This punch, although it was a blunt blow, completely broke the cripple's leg. Before the pain came, the exoskeleton's arm sprayed towards the amputated thigh. A large amount of white mist. This is liquid nitrogen. This madman sprayed liquid nitrogen as medical coolant. The people watching were stunned. Carl was doing something super scary while laughing like a fool. And the worker, who had just been rescued, had a blank mind and forgot to scream. But in fact, the ultra-low temperature had completely necrotized his thigh, which still had a little bit of strength. Pain? It didn't really hurt. The riot here attracted the attention of the EBM commando. Calculate the time. The time left for the relevant forces of the European community to retreat is enough. And those who are still on the street will die in the line of duty. EBM Commando Alpha, there is a riot below. Kill them immediately. EBM Commando Alpha pilot, descending. The hovercraft stopped in the sky and turned its head. The machine gun under the armored hovercraft was exposed, and the soldiers connected to the hovercraft operating system. However, a huge black halo appeared in the operator's eyes. If you look closely, it is not a black halo, but a huge mosaic with red edges covering his vision. His prosthetic system was interfered with. After being interfered with, the neural trigger pulled directly using the neural link could not even be pulled. EBM Commando Alpha machine gunner, weapon system failure before he could say the word. The operating power of the military prosthetic instantly exceeded the safety threshold. A strong electric current was stimulated from the prosthesis and hit his cerebellum directly. Bang! The door of the hovercraft suddenly accelerated, as if someone had hit the door hard when getting off the car. The EBM soldier in the car was confused. What happened? EBM Commando Alpha pilot, no. We are still descending. We are still descending. EBM Commando Alpha pilot, the operating system has been interfered with. The operating system has been interfered with. EBM Commando Alpha pilot, prepare for forced landing. EBM Commando Alpha pilot, prepare for impact. The out-of-control system has not yet. When the pilot switched to manual control mode and used the traditional operating panel to control the hovercraft, a huge giraffe appeared in front of him. The giraffe had a yellowish-brown shell. The paint peeled off and looked old, but the giraffe's eyes were red. Black and red lightning flashed on its body. The pilot felt cold all over. This is a fucking Jalapa 3 bionic robot. And the red data stream is a wandering AI. As the giraffe approached, the interference signal emitted by the communication device on the robot completely enveloped the hovercraft, completely colliding with it. Its violent attitude, which was not consistent with that of a herbivore, hit the hovercraft. The workers on the street felt like they were watching a dream movie. In the last second, Carl was wearing industrial equipment to save people like a Night City psychopath, and then broke their legs. In the next second, the EBM hovercraft flying over his head was hit hard by the Giraffe 3. Bang. The collision triggered a lot of sparks. The uncontrolled hovercraft completely smashed through the buildings on both sides of the street. Black smoke and flames mixed together and came out. The sparks caused by the short circuit hit Carl under the building like rain. People saw this madman holding Carl and walking out of the sparks. Although his actions looked quite strange, the guy who had just held him down looked quite stable in life and emotions. After all, he had fainted. EBM wants to kill us. Someone just realized that EBM's posture just now was to activate the weapons of the armored floating vehicle to conduct a ground sweep. The roar of the armored vehicle's engine sounded on the street, and the sound of gunfire and explosions mixed in. This place suddenly became a war zone. Boom, boom, boom. A machine gun pickup truck drove from the end of the road, and the machine gunner on the car fired directly at the workers on both sides of the street. Where have the workers of the European community seen such a posture? The chaotic people ran towards the building like crazy, and the armored vehicle rolled over the street mercilessly. Soon the ground was covered with blood and shells. However, the workers found that these machine gun pickup trucks seemed to be crazier than them. If you look closely, the equipment on the machine gunner seems to be smoking. Black smoke. Ah! The machine gunner's violent roar seemed to overwhelm the machine gun, and a fast-moving giraffe followed closely behind. Sizzle! The red laser flashed, and the machine gunner's neck fell off. Looking more carefully, the things that emit lasers are very familiar to workers. Large industrial cutting lasers. Ultra-high power lasers specially used to cut building structures, either used for disaster relief or to adjust building structures. The giraffe is equipped with several laser arrays, connected by messy cables. The ultra-high power even melts the lines. Metal, rubber and plastic are mixed together, as if bright red and hot blood is spilled. The armored vehicle that was caught up was stepped on hard, and the tires could not support it and exploded on the spot. The car lost control and overspeeded and crashed into the roadside. The giraffe also lost balance and fell to the ground. Bang! The people in the car were stuck in the ruins and couldn't get out. But the giraffe stood up quickly, although it looks like a giraffe. It is a bionic machine after all, and it is still a machine in essence. Its leg joints exerted force at angles that were difficult for living things to achieve, supporting the body and finally standing up straight. In the cab, the driver's prosthesis kept shaking, and his throat was the only place he could control. Monster. Boom! The first action of the giraffe after standing up was to kick the deformed door of the armored vehicle. As an industrial bionic robot that can carry tunnel engineering and shield machines, the bionic muscle system of this leg is loaded with the correct drive, and the kicking speed exceeds 30 meters per second. The deformed door squeezed inward again, squeezing the company's soldiers in the car into a ball, and then using the robot's several tons of weight and power system to continuously exert force. The workers' first reaction was, this is the process of car write-offs. Just like a scrap machine is crushing the car. But there are still people in the car. Ah! Puff! The giraffe glanced at the worker, and then limped into the factory next to him with red blood flowing. No one dared to speak. But Carl realized that this was an opportunity. His brain could hardly think normally. But he knew that this crazy machine, this machine that seemed to come alive, did not intend to kill them. Brothers, get to work. Our friend is alive. He's here to help us. Get to work. Carl took the lead and rushed back to the half-collapsed factory. And a loud bang was heard. Bang! The factory's current poured into the motor, and the production line flashed dark red electric light. After the workers' access, it started to operate again. As usual, the production tasks were issued to the workers, and an unprecedented assembly was underway. They had to arm these engineering robots in civilian factories and crush the EBM army. Tonight is destined to escape, and the hunter becomes the prey. Running and chasing are no longer opposites. Run! Run! Chapter 855. When people saw the violent Giraffe Type 3, they suddenly realized that the gunshots and explosions did not seem to be killing them. Nor did they have to sit and wait for death. Most people's brains were as simple as Carl's. They had no idea why these robots went crazy, or why production instructions appeared in their heads. But they were just simple-minded, not stupid. They knew that if the giraffe suddenly ran out and kicked the EBM car, they would be finished. EBM's army was a real professional when fighting. They could skillfully use any kind of firearms on the market. Shooting and killing people was just a job, and they would not hesitate at all. On the other hand, citizens of the European community have to think twice before fighting, let alone fighting. It is impossible for them to pick up weapons and rush out to fight. But they work very well. Thanks to the standardization and stable environment of the European community for decades, they are the largest, most skilled and most stress-resistant workers in the world. They can stay focused when the factory next door explodes, stay in the shed when a typhoon comes to avoid being late for work, and endure the high-intensity current that will destroy their prostheses when the air is full of toxic substances until the team completes its mission, although they have no experience in killing and fighting. If they can survive by working, then no one can beat them. Bang! Come on, brothers. Done! Elliot also changed into work clothes and put his whole arm into the neurometallurgical access chamber. Dense neural links extended from his work clothes. The neurometallurgical furnace kept spraying powder, and the current flashed violently in the furnace. The speed of the production line was turned to the maximum. The speed of the forging hammer was close to the threshold, and the current carried by the line had long exceeded the working range. The manipulator, etching machine, laser, and electric welding were fully put into operation. One after another, things they had never made came out of the production line, and they were sent to the assembly table before the temperature even dropped. The assembly arm installed the device on the Giraffe 3, and the worker pulled the long line to connect the equipment to the modular interface. The workshop was filled with the smell of engine oil, metal powder, and welding arcs. The manipulator slid on the track, and the low metal roar echoed with the explosion in the distance. The metal combined and sparks flew. Hum! The giant crane hung a thick steel chain to lift the last weapon component to the designated location. Muramesa, number 17. Stepper module calibration. Spine hydraulic debugging completed. Load test preparation. Sevens looked at the robot and was shocked. Giraffe 3. With the appearance of a giraffe, with the support skeleton installed. Its neck can be up to 8 meters high, acting as a communication antenna. At this moment, the outer frame used to strengthen its body has turned this robot into a bunker. The multi-section reinforced alloy is creaking and lengthening, and the buzzing sound of the 4 hydraulic power legs feels like a tank is starting. We are working with the wandering AI. Sevens muttered to himself. This is too unrealistic. Bang! The modified roof of the factory slowly opened, and the sky outside seemed to have become the sky of a war zone. A hovercraft flew over the top of the place at high speed. They are coming! The world in front of everyone present was mosaicked. Black and red lightning flashed from the power supply behind the giraffe, climbing along the line and completely charging the electromagnetic cannon installed on this industrial robot. The workers were familiar with each weapon wrapped in dark red current, industrial arc welding machine, magnetic transport device, heavy industrial production robot arm, industrial liquid nitrogen pipeline, and the projectiles filled in the barrel. They were clearly assembled warheads of cut steel sheets and high-density alloys, which were a bit like nailed guns in a sense. They could compare each part with the equipment they used in daily production. But when assembled together, they knew that this was a cannon. Name: garbage jet. Electromagnetic launcher. Description: weapons from civilian industrial production lines. Super cannons without software restrictions. The workers watched the roof slowly open, watched the Giraffe 3 stand up, pointed their heads at the sky, did not stop working, and the rock music in their minds reached a climax. Squinting their prosthetic eyes in the steel forest, the accompanying black dog followed like a shadow. Trapped in the alley, the pursuit never stopped. Black sky and bloody night. Ominous sign. How to stop? Everything has just arrived. The black dog is in my brain. Lead me to the end. The black dog is in my brain. Lead me to the end. The black lightning flashed in the energy, climbed up the spine of the Giraffe 3, filled the gun barrel, and accumulated power to blast. EMB Commando Beta. This is impossible. The alloy block was completely transformed into a shell comparable to the main gun of a tank under the acceleration of the electromagnetic gun. The hovercraft, which was already overwhelmed by the laser chase, was hit head-on. The huge kinetic energy impact caused the entire car to lose balance. The overloaded engine burst into flames and exploded. In a dizzy moment, the people in the car met their death. Boom! Run! Run! The EBM commandos on the ground had no time to care about the workers and citizens who were running away. There were also robots behind them. All the stimulants in their bodies were injected together, and the brain felt the pain of electric stimulation. But the prosthesis was completely locked. Without the software driver, these arms were not only useless, but also difficult to move, as if they were filled with lead. Their mental state was highly concentrated and excited. The workers were excited, but their bodies were as slow as those of dying people. The disordered physical environment caused the mental breakdown to come earlier and earlier. People kept going crazy, and even had epilepsy. They couldn't even see the target clearly, let alone attacking properly. When Johnny sang the same part, EBM and the workers felt completely different. At first they were the pursuers, but now they were just the prey being chased. What was even more desperate was that EBM's sky attack was obviously a strategic weapon. In this case, it didn't distinguish between the enemy and us. The workers couldn't get help, and EBM's combat soldiers couldn't pass on the news. Boom! With a loud bang, black smoke rose from the police station, and uniformed footsteps sounded on the street. The unconscious company soldiers immediately thought of what this was. If the roaming AI can control the industrial machines of the entire Bremen, then why don't they attack the police station to obtain the machines and equipment of the European community? The only question they have left is, why didn't the roaming AI first attack the workers closest to them, and even cooperate with them? Is there really an organic soul? EBM's strategy made a major mistake. It was not the workers who were forced to be locked together with the EBM soldiers. It was the soldiers who were forced to be locked in Bremen. The robot walked to the paralyzed soldier and raised the weapon in his hand. It's just that the soldier's 5 senses were all disturbed, and the brain nerves were still burned in a large area. He could hardly feel anything. Only the increasingly loud roar was left. The hunter has become the prey, and running and chasing are no longer opposites. Run! Run! Bang! Chapter 856. As the workers returned to their posts, the factory started in full swing. Armed Giraffe 3 robots continued to emerge from the roaring production lines, accepting Muramesa's guidance, trampling the EBM armored forces on the streets, and shooting down hovercrafts and helicopters in the sky. At the same time, the local workers' forum servers and other network community servers were also restored to operation. These servers were uniformly connected to the network attack array by Lille, completely crushing the bureaucratic areas with low work efficiency, thereby suppressing the restart of the local Black Wall. Of course, the Black Wall still has signs of being about to start. Unfortunately, due to the lack of wireless attack equipment, the signal of the Black Wall will be blocked in the inner city by the part controlled by Lille, and cannot reach the crazy Muramesa. In Bremen, there is a wireless signal vacuum zone. The noisy radio waves completely interfere with the signal's exploration outward, and the Black Wall array outside cannot enter because of the interference of EBM. It's incredible. Bryce thought it would be a difficult battle with great hardships and heroic ups and downs. On the contrary, it was almost a one-sided crushing. The wreckage of vehicles on both sides of the street was burning, and the ground was smeared with a mixture of blood and oil. The dim light shone on it like some weird oil painting, which made people feel trembling. EBM soldiers didn't even have the ability to resist. Lear, in most cases, the material strength of industrial equipment is equivalent to that of military-grade materials, and even the design ideas are similar. Lear, as long as the software restrictions are removed, most industrial equipment can even be used as weapons. Why do I feel like you're talking about these workers? As long as the restrictions on their thinking are lifted, they don't seem as weak as imagined? Lille, after returning to Europe, your reading comprehension ability has improved? The disarmament of the European community is very thorough, which does make vicious incidents less frequent than in Night City. But it also makes the oppression of order even more unsolvable. However, the oppression of order is difficult to solve. And who can define what is the appropriate disarmament? What do you think? The situation was so easy that Bryce even began to think. And Lille interrupted him immediately. Lille, I think the fact that EBM will be blown up today means that we are right. Hurry up. Where is the server you want? The streets are very quiet. The explosions are all far away, and there are no living people nearby. The police station was even closed by Lille. These policemen are really impressive when they go out on duty with equipment and drones. But if the machines are so impressive, people really don't need to be so impressive. At this moment, they are all trembling in the police station, not knowing what to do, watching the robots run to the streets and shoot those company dogs. And they don't know what to do. They are used to obeying orders and instructions, and they take it as their responsibility. This attack targets workers, not the police, so they certainly don't need to wake up. Bryce sat on an industrial robot and approached the government center of Bremen. Wherever he went, all the electronic equipment was shut down by Lille. Soon, they entered the inner city of Bremen. There is the best infrastructure network here. When EBM launched the attack, the equipment here was restarted. Theoretically, the black wall here is maintained in operation. But it is not too strong based on the existing servers. The government building stands tall, like a mountain in the core of Bremen, managing all urban facilities, and connecting with the higher-level European Community administrative agencies. The most loyal and highest-ranking police staff lined up here. In addition to the police who can fight, there are also Interpol and even network monitoring agents nearby. They don't care about the lives of the workers, but they care about the safety of the government center. There is the most solid defense here. Unfortunately, tonight, there is no more powerful cyber entity in this city than Lille. The Giraffe 3 slowly approached, and Bryce did not need to do anything. Don't get closer. This is the Bremen Government Office of the European Community. If you continue to approach, it will be regarded as a declaration of war on the European Community. Interpol Detective 0214. How come it is an industrial robot? What is that? Network monitoring agent. No. It's in the communication channel. The network monitoring agent suddenly disconnected. As the robot approached, people began to flash its black and red light and lightning in front of their eyes. Large patches of mosaics and snowflakes occupied the visual system. The hormone regulator failed. The paint editor was overloaded. And the prosthesis twitched. Puff. Bang. Bang. Detective 0214 only felt that his body had completely lost control, and his whole body was occupied by pain. He knelt on the ground, desperately watching the robot slowly approaching, and the world in front of him became completely black. This was not the workers rebelling at all. The idiots of EBM released the roving AI. Squeak. The road ahead was blocked by a tall isolation explosion-proof wall, which was enough to withstand the frontal attack of the main gun of the main battle tank. It was made of the highest specification military concrete, and would automatically rise using a mechanical energy storage device when an urban economic situation occurred. Once it rose, it meant that the city had entered the worst wartime state. This barrier, and the explosion-proof steel plate on the surface of the building would become the last barrier to isolate invaders from obtaining local government data. However, something that could block the main gun of the tank might not be able to block the continuous output of the industrial blasting drill. The equipment on the Giraffe 3 was attached to the surface of the wall, as if it was deformed. Boom! The loud noise resounded throughout the inner city, shaking the building. Bryce glanced at the trembling people under his feet, those former colleagues, and shuddered involuntarily. This is too scary. You still say you are not a wandering AI? Lille, stop talking nonsense. EBM can't always paralyze Bremen. We don't have much time. Lille, now. What are you doing in the European Community? Okay. Bryce sorted out his thoughts. More than 2 years ago, you swore in Dogtown that you were not a wandering AI. And I believed you. Since I believe you, I have to think about the attitude of the network monitoring towards AI and soul killers. You are right. Although the network monitoring has always claimed to be the last barrier against wandering AI in the world and the guardian of mankind, and strictly controls intelligent programs and network technology, they have never given up the pursuit of this technology. Europeans have been sponsoring them to explore the old network and collect any kind of AI technology in the world. And they may have already used. I'm not talking about ordinary AI technology, but AI that can be called dangerous critical body. Blaze paused. Fortunately, you are not dead. And you are a straightforward person. So I will say some things directly. Your first recorded activity was in Atlanta. And your life before that. Or do you remember what your family looked like? Are you sure you are a human? You said you crossed the old network to arrive here. Have you heard of Orion? Did Muramesa mention it to you? Boom. The blasting drill continued to impact. Chapter 857. People are usually born by their mothers. But this is the year 2077. And cloning technology is very advanced. For example, the Green Man Project, which was launched by the Soviet Union to provide suitable qualified people for the Outer Space Development and Colonization Plan, is a plan to directly modify the genes of embryos. At the same time, this world has actually had successful cloning experiments. My first stop after returning to Europe was in Rome. Because I already knew that you were a lizard man. So I guessed that you might be a test subject of the biotechnology company. So you started to trouble the biotechnology company. It was also to survive. I guess the biotechnology company left some defects when it made you. But I didn't find any news about you. But I found that the animal cloning laboratory set up by the biotechnology company in Night City was also conducting human cloning experiments. In fact, this technology was mature as early as the last century. In order to revive his daughter, the biotechnology scientist Francisco Yang at that time successfully used his daughter's cells to cultivate a new daughter. But the new daughter sometimes showed behaviors and thoughts that were contrary to his eldest daughter. Clone cells cannot clone thoughts and memories, which happen to be part of people. This made him very distressed. As it happens, there is a technology that can help him make up for this problem. I found that in the last century, a biotechnology company obtained the soul killer technology and successfully used cloning technology to resurrect a dead woman. The soul killer was damaged after the collapse of the old network, and only the rough board completed the reproduction. But what if there is an AI that can replace the soul killer in human cloning? What if we directly put an AI that is considered to have the same intelligence level as humans into the clone's head as the starting personality? Leal suddenly realized, Orion is an old-time AI hunter. That is, an AI program that dragon hunters will use. Zenkentang mentioned it after watching the work of the little octopus and Leal, mainly because he found that the little octopus has the ability to read and learn the core functions of other AIs. Because the core ability of AI like Orion is to obtain a small part of the ability of an AI after defeating it. The operation between societies sometimes perfectly conforms to this process. But according to Bryce, it should be that any dangerous critical body with self-learning and iteration capabilities can serve as the core. Yes, it sounds like any roving AI can serve as the core. But most AIs take a long time to develop intelligence and self-learning abilities. But only Orion, when it was not intelligent and was still in the program list of the dragon hunters, had the ability to improve itself, and its plasticity and starting size were the most suitable. It just so happened that Night City was a free city, and biotechnology seemed to be intentionally deploying these clones to Night City. Their notable feature is that the stronger the external pressure, the faster their abilities improve, as long as they are not killed violently and their tolerance threshold is not exceeded. They will become stronger and stronger at an extraordinary curve, as long as they do not die. They will stand out in any field, because the learning curve of humans will become smooth in the latter part. But they will not. And their learning curve is definitely the best among humans. They will definitely stand out from the crowd. Just like you. It only took you 1 year to go from a nobody to a criminal leader threatening the entire North America. This is simply a fantasy. These clones are terrible. And only biotechnology knows their details. Through a certain degree of induction and control, clone soldiers, hackers, technical experts, managers, and politicians will stand out from the world and become top people in every field. Biotechnology has launched a group of people without a past. They don't have the parents, brothers, and sisters that humans should have. The love they should have received since childhood is simply impossible. There is only endless competition and fighting. And then, they become stronger. They created a group of monsters. A group of monsters who are naturally insensitive to love and cooperation, and can only gain experience from confrontation and victory. But in this way, biotechnology can't control them at all. This is what needs to be explored. Maybe biotechnology is closer to success than we thought. So are you sure you are a human? This question trapped Lil. For a second. Because he really couldn't say for sure that he was born by his mother in this world. Because before arriving in this world, he didn't know what his predecessor was. But no matter what, the predecessor died. Even if he was really a synthetic man created by the Orion plan. He died because of too much pressure. The one here now is Leal. Leal, so what if it is? I have become a super electronic creature. Do you think the pitfalls that biotechnology may leave in cloning technology are still useful to me? Oh! 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 Boom! A hole was punched in the concrete wall. The Giraffe 3 lowered its head, and Bryce jumped in from the hole. The European Community Government Center is a huge building, basically 32 stories high. It looks like a square from the outside, and the interior space is very large. Government personnel can enjoy all the services they should have here. This is a small world, an inner city, a high-end place. It doesn't matter if you never go out for a lifetime, or it's better not to go out for a lifetime. The outside world is not safe. Of course, it's not safe inside now. Leal appeared in Bryce's vision again. So what are you going to find here? Bryce continued to walk forward, holding the laser cutter removed from the Giraffe 3 in front of his chest. Network monitoring has been trying to capture AI outside the wall. At the same time, they are also helping the top leaders of the European community and providing them with AI services. I don't know how smart it is. I only know that it is definitely different from the high-sounding AI band they talk about. The Orion project is just one of the projects of network monitoring. Oh, I think it's a bit ridiculous to say it. I used to look down on those conspiracy theorists who talk about mysteries every day. But now it seems that everything is connected. The golden sun is real. Oh! Leo's bland reaction made Bryce pause. But in order to keep up with Leo's pace and his brother's attitude, Bryce remained calm. The British coup involved companies and old nobles. And even the top officials of the Martial Law Bureau that were overthrown at that time are still serving as senior executives in the European Community and the United Kingdom. In other words, what the small website said is true. Most of the people who overthrew the Martial Law Bureau died in the battle. But the target of the revolution changed camps and continued to be leaders. Bryce couldn't hold it back and clenched his fists unconsciously. Leo smiled, with a big grin under the metal mask. Actually, you don't have to deliberately keep such a calm look. I'm really not like this usually. Bang! Bryce punched the door, scaring the officials in the room. You're right. I just fucking hate them. I despise these damned old bastards who are still acting like emperors after jumping around. They and their descendants are no longer human. I came back this time to smash the jobs of these bastards and pound their heads into the ground. After saying that, he picked up the cutting machine and slammed it against the door. I came back this time to fucking hack them. Chapter 858 Black Dog Incident. 30 minutes is just a moment for workers at work. But it is different for groups other than workers. Especially people in the European community. A large city completely loses signal for 30 minutes. And no one knows what is happening inside. Even spy satellites cannot see the details of the situation inside through the artificial aurora sky. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there is a battle inside. EBM is crazy and directly deployed military forces from Hamburg. This is the consensus of everyone. At the same time, the top leaders of EBM Hamburg are also negotiating with the top leaders of the European community. Representative of the EBM Hamburg Committee, you cannot interfere with the normal operation of the enterprise. If someone interferes with the operation of the enterprise, it is interfering with the normal operation of the European community economy. As a member state, we have the right to defend our legitimate rights and interests. EC Executive Committee, this is a military act and is expressly prohibited. Representative of the EBM Hamburg Committee, let us speak frankly. Bremen and Hamburg are our turf. EBM has owned it for a whole century and has done a good job here. EBM Hamburg Committee Representative, as an alliance, mutual respect is the foundation. You respect me. I respect you. This raid will end in 30 minutes. EBM Hamburg Committee Representative, as a member of the European community, this weapon should and should only be used against our enemies. EBM Hamburg Committee Representative, this far should end here. What do you think? This is a tricky question. When this movement shows good momentum, all forces want to take advantage of this momentum to make a profit. However, there is no such thing as a one-time profit in this world. Things have progressed to this point. The European community, Chino, and Giraffa Industries have invested resources. Assuming that this movement ends here dismally and the European community gives in, it will undoubtedly enhance EBM's influence within the European community. Although Interpol will strictly distinguish between EBM Hamburg and EBM Company. For ordinary people, they are not sure about this degree. A wrong judgment means bankruptcy and corpses in the wilderness. They would rather treat EBM with the highest standards. This time, the executive committee secretly said in their hearts, when things go well, everyone will unconsciously ignore the consequences of failure. Now it is time to bear the consequences. EC Executive Committee, let this farce end. Electromagnetic pulses began to dissipate, and the gorgeous lasers dissipated in the sky. The interference in the ionosphere will continue for a while, but without the continuous operation of the interference array, it is only a matter of time before it returns to normal. And long-distance communications are also gradually restored. It's like the sky curtain has spread. However, in the few seconds when the sky curtain spread, the air seemed to solidify. Both sides received a report that was completely different from what they imagined. EBM Operations Command, President. All our troops have lost the signal. Interpol resident, AI incident at headquarters. Bang! At the same time, an explosive noise came from the communication channel. And those who heard the sound had black and red currents flashing in front of their eyes. This is the black wall activated. The content of the meeting suddenly changed. EC Executive Committee, The European Executive Committee will enforce the law impartially and deal with your illegal acts in accordance with the law. At the IBM Hamburg headquarters, the president and local officials in Hamburg knelt directly on the ground with their legs softened. It costs a lot of money to maintain the deep space electromagnetic pulse array for 30 minutes. But more importantly, if the first use of this experimental weapon did not achieve the desired effect, it would be an immeasurable loss. And they failed. Black Dog. Event record, recorded object, Ursula Frank. Identity, Bremen local worker. Registered unit under the Cyberpsychiatry Special Rectification Committee. Staff member of the Workers' Production Union. Playback record, at that time. The sky suddenly turned red. And the city and the factory were out of power. The backup power supply started quickly. But it showed that the communication was interrupted. The digital signature and label verification failed. And the network was needed. The IBM car flew over from Hamburg with a whoosh. As soon as these sons of bitches entered the city, they opened fire on us, attacked the factory with artillery and missiles, and the scene suddenly became a war zone. I was almost crushed into a meat pie by the collapsed building. But fortunately, my coworkers did not abandon me. A big guy rushed over and lifted the big stone on my body. He was wearing an industrial exoskeleton for transportation at the time, and the exhaust holes on his body were hissing like Cyberman. Thank you so much to this buddy. And, yes, you are right. Someone played music for us at that time. And it was quite nice. Recording subject, Baron Smith. Identity, Bremen local worker. Registered unit under the Special Committee for the Treatment of Cyberpsychiatry. Staff member of the Workers' Production Union. Playback record, I don't know. What kind of AI is this? How do I know? I haven't seen it. The IBM troops came to shoot us. They rushed with guns raised and killed anyone they saw. The transport planes were dropping robots and armored vehicles. The slower ones were crushed into pancakes by the vehicles. Luckily, I usually use the giraffe to stop the car with one kick. I even rode it. It's not in vain to maintain it. It's really useful at the critical moment. It's much better than those people. Then we went back to the factory to work. Add some ingredients to my big baby. I'm going to go back and tell my mom that I'm not a coward. I beat IBM. Big Black Dog fucked IBM. Recorded object, Tiran Garcia. Identity, company employee. On a business trip in Bremen. Recorded playback. This is definitely a super weapon. IBM went crazy. They blocked the entire sky. Is IBM crazy? They want to provoke a war with the European community. Another corporate war? It turns out that IBM is stupid. After my artificial, I had an accident. It kept flashing mosaics. And my head was swollen and painful, as if someone injected saline into it. At that time, I knew that this weapon even paralyzed the black wall. They released monsters. And those robots came to life. This was the first time I saw real roving AI. At that moment, I completely understood why network monitoring must strictly control AI technology, and how stupid IBM is. Their army couldn't even stand up and hold their weapons. The scene was hell. However, do the wandering AIs choose a background music that suits them when they are working? Recorded object, Gordy Austin. Identity, manager of the European Community Government Affairs Office. Recorded playback. I don't know anything. I just heard a bang, and the government building was put into martial law. That person. That's a person. That person stood on the back of the crazy machine. And the robot drilled a wall with a few bangs. No one dared to stop him. Those who tried to stop him laid down as soon as they walked out. As if they were possessed by evil spirits. He walked and talked to himself. And what he said was all noise in my ears. His appearance was also blocked by mosaics. I even thought it was a ghost. He may not exist in reality. He is hunting all of us on the cybernet. IBM has released the monster. The black dog is in my head. The black dog is in my head. Chapter 859 Crimes Hidden in Hatred. 30 minutes passed in a flash. As soon as IBM shut down the deep space electromagnetic pulse array, Interpol, which was on the way, had already arrived over Bremen. The situation here was shocking. And it was completely different from what they imagined. The scene was comparable to a war zone. The exterior walls of the buildings were densely covered with bullet holes and cracks. The streets were completely smeared with various liquids. And the wreckage of vehicles and human remains were mixed together and buried in the ruins of collapsed buildings. Many people died at the scene. But most of them were IBM soldiers. In other words, none of the soldiers sent by IBM were alive. But these were not the worst. They didn't care about the workers and EBM breaking their brains. And those hidden things were also handled by the superior authorities. The worst thing was that the protective wall of the government building was breached. The concrete wall that was strong enough to resist earth-penetrating bombs broke a hole under the continuous output of a Giraffe 3. When designing this thing, who would have thought that the wall would be attacked by engineering machines? The engineering module used to penetrate the tunnel can also penetrate the bunker. They suddenly realized, things are really troublesome. Interpol agent, the government building was breached. This time, I was lucky. Bryce left the scene before Interpol arrived at the government building. And there was no direct conflict. I have been trying to steal information from the public network of the European community. Before they found me, I could use one identity several times. Now I basically have to change my identity every time. This time I played a little bigger. But even if I log in once in a public place with one identity, it will be enough for me to use until next year. Leo, where is your golden child? Oh, yes. Remember the cyber psychopath in Bruges? His child was actually recommended to be sent to Berlin. I checked the records, and it seems that because the child has a rare genetic defect, a contract was signed with biotechnology. Theoretically, it should be sent to Rome. I don't know why there was no news in Berlin. According to the government data here, when the child arrived here, there was a person in Berlin who wanted to send the child to him. Leo, population trade? I guess so. The data here shows that there is an official charity organization of the European community there. But I think it's not right. Mainly because of this applicant. Bryce quickly read his stored notes, which marked many people he thought were related to the Golden Sons, including company executives, members of the European community, and political officials who were not elected and assessed for their posts. So how did Bryce judge whether they were the Golden Sons? This group is actually not mysterious. On the contrary, there are many figures in their public view. Nobles. Almost all nobles with titles in their names are Golden Sons. And the most concentrated of them are nobles who were knighted around the millennium. Because most of these nobles were canonized by the King of England after the King of England overthrew the Martial Law Bureau for their contributions in resisting the Martial Law Bureau. Before that, many people had unclear ties with the Martial Law Bureau. The nobles who appeared in public had endless money, published high-sounding articles on the internet, showed off the convenience brought by the life of the Science and Technology Commission, and led the fashion trend. Speaking of which, you have been wandering around industrial cities and have not been to a real big city. You will understand what I mean when you go to Berlin. However, most of these clowns who appeared were young Golden Sons, or the children of Golden Sons. Many of the first generation of Golden Sons may still be alive. You know, advanced biological science and technology. After digesting this information, Bryce's expression became more and more solemn. Golden Son is a privileged title. And privilege means that their power and status are not written in the law. And naturally there will be no record in the system of European barriers. But combined with the law enforcement information and communication and exchanges that are not open to the public, he is marking more and more people who may have such power. This is the first time he opened the database of a city's government building. The content inside is simply shocking. It can even be said that if the European community's apparent peace is separated and the files inside are only looked at, the behavior and actions of these people are completely another ninth city. It doesn't look powerful. But when you think of the European community's surface order, it will feel absurd. For example, the accident rate of speeding and killing people is indeed high in Ninth City. And it is not uncommon to pull out guns and fight in the street after a minor collision. But in the European community, speeding and killing people is a serious public order disturbance accident. And serious cases require execution or expulsion. Bremen has sealed hundreds of accidents without any punishment or even investigation. In other words, the European barriers seem to regulate the behavior of everyone equally. But in fact there is a group of people who enjoy unimaginable freedom. From these records, some of them are even like spoiled children, with terrible and terrifying behavior. But they always get broad-minded adults. Forgiveness. The European barrier is an iron-faced and selfless order maintainer. But secretly, it is actually a unilateral thing that is kind to some people and cruel to others. There are even some about refugees outside the European barrier. I go to the refugees. I have always believed that Europe's barriers to resist refugees are a difficult but current decision. However, they are organizing arrest teams and regularly sending supplies and drugs of different effects to some places to achieve some goals. This is simply anti-human. Bryce's eyebrows were twisted into a knot. Before this, he just felt that these privileged classes needed to be responsible for the bloodshed and many accidents in secret. Now it seems that they are still carrying out many inhumane behaviors to maintain the European community. After reading these things, Bryce murmured to himself, you know, when I first joined the internet monitoring, I was sent to investigate a burglary murder case. The incident happened in the center of the city. The bodies of the victims were separated. The scene looked like it was done by a scavenger. But there are no scavengers in the European community, because such a bad thing as organ trading will be dealt with seriously. So I vowed to find the real murderer. 2 days later, we found a dirty madman in the industrial zone. My captain told me that the matter was over and asked me to go to major forums to operate public opinion. But this matter is full of doubts. I checked the entry record of that madman. The registration time written on it was 2 years ago. My superior told me that this was the group of brutal and ungrateful refugees outside. It would be easy to cause trouble if they were allowed in. But there are doubts everywhere about this matter. How could a refugee who just came in, a registered worker who was strictly restricted from learning network technology, shut down the monitoring network for that day? Leal, do you think he was a refugee who was caught and charged with crimes? No. Bryce shook his head. I can be sure now that he is a refugee who was caught. Entry records can be falsified, but the traces of data writing time on the server are difficult to modify. In Bremen, the time when the local law enforcement agency wrote in the foreign residents, who did not match the time corresponded to the time of many such incidents. After packaging, the vicious incidents will be induced to those foreign refugees. People will begin to attack the policy of regularly accepting refugees, and at the same time attack some immigration bureau managers who have been pushed to the front. Every manager of the Immigration Bureau is almost impossible to be the son of gold. They are shaping and guiding public opinion, letting some people get away with crimes, and making these incidents. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. I have done this before. I was transferred to Night City because of this. This is a standard procedure without records. Something is controlling everything. The EC's rejection of refugees is very extreme, and this extreme was not formed in one day. Even Bryce only thinks that the EC's killing zone policy is a cruel and necessary measure. After all, the refugees have not participated in the construction of the EC. But they want the EC to pay for their plight? But what if someone inside buries their own sins in their attitude towards these refugees outside? The greater their hatred for the refugees, the more likely it is that a criminal who has committed the same horrific crime inside will be covered up. The greater the hatred, the greater the crime that people can ignore. Even after the EC has solved the refugee problem, the severity of these crimes may have already exceeded the threat of refugees, and the crimes of these criminals are still hidden in this hatred and escape trial. However, after discovering these problems, Bryce sighed and sat on the chair next to him. But I don't know what to do. These evidences will be blocked in less than a second on the internet, and may be taken away by law enforcement agencies. Leal, since the rules originated in Berlin, let's go to Berlin. Leal, go and shut down the root server of the European barrier and paralyze the supervision in this network. Bryce was stunned and said incredulously, your original goal was this. You madman. Leal, only by solving the problem from the source will more and more people stand on your side. Bremen is in a mess. The government building is silent. Interpol has blocked the entire inner city, but they are helpless in the outer city. Compared with the core area, the industrial area is too large and there are too many workers. In the past, the core area enjoyed the vitality of life in a prosperous light, and the people in the industrial area burned their lives in the furnace. Today, people in his core area are trembling in fear, while the industrial area is in full swing, and everyone is celebrating victory. He had seen the same scene in Night City. It was because of what happened in Night City that he firmly believed that one day, the world would be free. The premise is that he must take action first. Freedom is an ability, not a granted authority. Bryce smiled, patted the dust on his body and stood up. Let me make it clear first. I am not your fan. I just feel uncomfortable looking at those people. As he was talking, he suddenly found that the dark red flashing spots were no longer in his vision. Leal had left long ago. Damn. I am so embarrassed by this. Chapter 860 Black Dogs Information. This is a vagrant AI incident. Are you sure you weren't ordered to do it? The Interpol spoke meticulously, sitting in front of Sevens with his arms folded. No. Sever shook his head. I can guarantee that we know nothing about this accident. Although they hid in the house as planned, Sevens did not know that the vagrant AI was in the plan. But in the eyes of others, all this was very strange. Why did the vagrant AI only attack EBM? Why were the workers so bold and mixed with the vagrant AI? Fortunately, Sevens really didn't know. He just followed the wind. I don't know. The Interpol standing face to face sneered. I've never heard of a roving AI cooperating with people to attack a company. Or even cooperating with you in a parade. Sevens shrugged. You know I'm not lying. I really don't know. No one knows. The situation was very critical at the time. And the police could not act at will without receiving orders from their superiors. I understand. But I don't understand why EBM has the power to use direct force inside the European barrier. He was sitting on a chair at this moment. This chair was connected to his body through various excuses and neural electrodes to monitor brain potential changes and hormone secretion. In short, it was a polygraph in 2077. However, unlike a polygraph, thanks to a powerful database and backup think tank, a polygraph can not only test whether it is lying, but also design a series of questions based on human reactions and the person's personal resume, either asking questions directly or tapping from the side to get answers. Compared with a polygraph, the advantage of this machine is that even the person being questioned does not know what he answered. But Sevens really didn't know. And basically no worker knew. Even Elliot was relieved. After all, the network monitor had already investigated him. So he took the initiative. EBM has no right to use direct force in the European barriers. If they do, they will not respect the European community. As a citizen of the European community, resisting their use of force and protecting their own legitimate rights and interests will always be the first priority. Only in this way can the dignity of the European community not be humiliated. Right? Let me remind you that this should actually be your job. But you are doing a bad job. The Interpol on the opposite side sneered in his heart. But he also felt very helpless. It was obvious that Sevens really didn't know anything. But he was just terribly brave. However, the European community did only stipulate that ordinary people could not use and study AI privately, but did not stipulate that people could not cooperate with roving AI. After all, there is no precedent for this. Since, if there is no problem with Sevens, then they are the ones who have a headache. It is obvious that Sevens is the kind of person who likes to make trouble in the European community. Now that he has raised this flag, what else can you say? Besides, they really cooperate with the internet monitoring. We have communicated with the internet monitoring a long time ago. They think that the hacker in Bruges seems to be very interested in us. We do this to lure him out. Who knew that he was a vagrant AI? EBM's attack is your job. And you did it very poorly. Vagrant AI is the business of the internet monitoring. I advise you to stay out of it. The interrogator pinched his eyebrows and gave his compatriots some instructions in his head. The rest of the things have nothing to do with official business, or the kind of official business that can be made public. Okay. I'm very sorry, Mr. Strange. It was just official business. But I want to correct your statement. Interpol participated in the security of the workers' activities in this event. Interpol paused. Otherwise you may not be able to explain why you hid in the safe house before the attack came. Bryce laughed and was angry. They just don't have much money and status. But they are not brainless. For a company as fierce as EBM, they must have prepared a safe house long ago. I didn't see these Interpol when the incident happened. But they will stand up and take credit after the incident. But Bryce also knows that this matter really needs cooperation. Killing EBM's assault team is too much credit. They can't accept it. And the matter of roaming AI also needs to be digested. The most important thing is that Interpol is an armed organization sponsored by the European Bank, and actually obeys the orders of the European Bank, and belongs to the European Bank. Giraffa is very rich. But Giraffa is not enough to go to Berlin. Not to Siberia. So he raised his finger and knocked on the handrail. Just don't be late for the next event. Of course. We will even provide you with full security services. Security? Surveillance. That's great. Where are my friends? After getting the reply from Sevens, the man laughed. This time, it was a real laugh from the heart. After all, at least one work goal was achieved. Him? Don't worry. Your friend is very good. But there is someone you need to see first. The European community and the European Bank plan to send you an instructor. Sevens stood up and paused. The most troublesome thing is coming. Although the internet no longer exists. The world now uses isolated local area networks. And the communication technology is advanced but not convenient. The Black Dog incident still spread all over the world within 24 hours. There are still many blind spots in the matter of roaming AI. But this is still in line with the original purpose of the European community. They originally wanted to take back Bremen's land and commercial discourse power. And now is a good time. IBM stock price fluctuated violently within an hour after the incident. It first rose rapidly by nearly 20 points. And then it was cut in half at once. This incident was too outrageous. A large-scale information warfare equipment that had never been seen before was launched. But 30 minutes later, when the transaction was the hottest, an accident occurred. The European community is very concerned about the roving AI. But this task will be handled by the network monitoring. They are more concerned about the interests of Bremen, which was decided from the beginning. So the fact that IBM was completely wiped out by the roving AI must be written in a big way. The news spread with the wind, and soon reached Night City in North America. The municipal center. The cybersecurity department. This used to be the office of the cyber monitoring. But after that incident, Night City began to build its own network security system. Night City even began to want to cancel the black wall contract of the cyber monitoring. This once made most companies think that Ryan was crazy about wanting independence. But it turned out that after weakening the influence of the cyber monitoring, this place is still fine. It is so good that the European community was attacked by the roving AI. But there was no roving AI incident here. The Cybersecurity Office. The current Chief Technology Officer. The Chief Technology Officer of the human side is Lark. He was sitting in a chair motionless, obviously very surprised by the news he just received, and even felt that he was listening to an impossible fantasy. She has passed the information she just captured to the high-level people in Night City. But she was shocked not only because IBM was completely destroyed by the wandering AI. Arasaka Yorinobu, it is very likely so. Arasaka Yorinobu, Black Dog is the last song Johnny Silverhand wrote before the attack on Arasaka Tower. And it has not even been released on the internet. Arasaka Yorinobu, only he himself or his former band members may know this song. But it is impossible for other members of the samurai band to appear in Europe and do such a thing. Arasaka Yorinobu. This means that the attack on Arasaka Tower at that time caused the data consciousness of Johnny Silverhand stored in Arasaka Tower to migrate. And it jumped to Europe before the nuclear explosion. Arasaka Yorinobu, if Johnny Silverhand survived, there is no reason why he couldn't survive. Arasaka Yorinobu, he must still be alive. Chapter 861 New Look. There is no black wall in the cyberspace of Night City. At least the government system of Night City is not connected to black wall. As for other enterprises, they have no control over them, and can only promote them. And Lark knows that the reason why Night City is so safe is that this place has been occupied by a wandering AI. There is some kind of indescribable supergiant cyber entity in cyberspace. The tip of its iceberg is something that cannot be seen at all. A bit like tentacles. It is difficult for humans to understand the existence of such a huge cyber entity. Only a small part of it will result in misunderstanding. Just like the black wall. Humans cannot observe the whole picture of the black wall. Even before the black wall launched an attack, most people did not notice its existence. Because it is everywhere. At this moment, this huge cyber entity came alive. In the desert of the Badlands, a cute little octopus suddenly jumped out of a Mackinac tank. Little octopus, Mom. Don't get excited. You can't go to Europe. Little octopus, if he is really the big brother, he will come back sooner or later. Little octopus, let's stay calm. The little octopus held down the excited mom. And the car also jumped up as if it was held down. If a normal car was shaking in the Badlands at this speed, it would have fallen apart long ago. After a while, the car was still held down. The little octopus wiped a non-existent sweat. Little octopus, since the news has been passed, we should keep an eye on the new United States. IBM has proved the feasibility of deep space wide area EMP technology. And maybe military technology also has it. Little octopus, since this technology has come true. To achieve long-distance data crossing, we must occupy cyber-air supremacy. The new United States may start to act soon. The people in the car nodded and clenched their fists silently. She didn't understand what technology was. But in general, all they could do now was to continue to fight the new United States. She understood this. Bremen. After a war, the residents had not yet recovered from the chaos. And those in the government building who had never seen real violence began to seek psychological counseling from psychologists. Those who couldn't afford a psychologist stayed at home. And those who couldn't afford a psychologist but had coworkers went out to work. I have never felt so refreshed while working like this. This is not working, but promoting victory. People passing by no longer ignored them, let alone looked at them with contempt. They avoided them. But it was no longer because of disgust, but fear and terror. Although they didn't understand the wandering AI, they installed the equipment on the big giraffe by themselves. Ha! A worker threatened the passerby next to him like a gangster, and the latter was so scared that he dragged his child to run to the side. After scaring a man away, he looked back and saw a woman holding her child. The latter was reluctant to leave, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at the prosthesis and exoskeleton on the worker. The child's tender voice rang out, "Mom, that thing is so cool. Why can't we use it? You don't need it. You don't study hard to install that prosthesis. You should study hard." The worker proudly raised his left hand that he had used for several years. "Giraffe Industrial Welding Assistant. You can put fuel here. Put welding rods here. And then, sizzle." A malicious smiley face was welded on the iron plate. And there were 2 horns on the head. Although it was malicious, because the expression was relatively simple, it would not make people feel uncomfortable. And the effect of teasing children was amazing. Wow! While the child was stunned, the mother picked up the child and left quickly. Although he was avoided, this feeling was different from before. Maybe I should be a bad guy. Worker A looked at Worker B who was passing by. "I think they are afraid of me. I feel good." Worker B shook his head and said in a deep voice, "You are not a bad guy, my brother. It's just because no one cared about us before. The feeling of being cared for is better than the feeling of not being cared for, even if it is disgusting. Of course, you still have to have some sense of public morality. Work hard, and don't be lazy to play with children." Ha ha. The 2 laughed, got on the pickup truck with tools, and prepared to go to the next location for repair work. What the 2 did not see was that there was a tall man standing on the side of the street, wearing sunglasses and pure golden hair. It looked like gold-plated hair. Gold-plated hair, skin whiter than snow, and faint blue blood vessels. The man frowned. "Why so bad? I should talk to the committee about improving the quality of workers and parades." Elliot used to be a fat man. He used to be, because he is not now. Body sculpting services refer to medical and health services that directly customize appearance, including but not limited to adjusting facial bones, fatness, artificial eye color, eye socket shape and size, eyebrows, tattoos, and even fatness according to needs. Liposuction is the simplest method, and a more advanced method is to inject slimming injections developed by a biotechnology company into the body. This injection has been around for a few years. At first, it was based on a virus that consumes extra energy from the human body, allowing people to eat and enjoy delicious food without gaining weight. But the virus was leaked due to some problems and spread to civilian areas. Combined with the food crisis in Europe at the time, it evolved into a hunger plague. But now, this technology is very mature. You only need to take 2 injections a year, and you can enjoy delicious food for the rest of your life without worrying about getting fat and having a good body shape. 1 injection only costs €5,000 if you have European Community Medical Insurance. 2 injections only cost €8,700. Elliot stood in front of the mirror and looked at his new self. Now he is not fat anymore. Not only is he not fat, his hair has become more shiny, his skin has improved, and he looks much more energetic. The cyborg doctor and Interpol at the door nodded slightly. "Thank you for your contribution to the European community. I hope your work goes well, and you get what you want." Oh my god. Is this what being an official can enjoy? Elliot kept pinching his skin in front of the mirror. Ah. Severns looked at his friend with a look of disappointment and sighed deeply. Obviously, for him, Interpol chose to communicate in a scene similar to an interrogation. For Elliot, they did it on the operating table. Sometimes his friend's ideas, actions and practices were so wild that he was surprised. But at times like this, Elliot was like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. "You've been bought off with this kind of flashy stuff?" "It's not flashy. This set is worth tens of thousands of euros. Life with a system is different. It's not a good thing." Severn shook his head. "Don't forget that the first generation of products is the culprit of the plague. But technology is improving. Isn't it?" "What did the detective say? What do you want?" Elliot paused in front of the mirror and asked hesitantly. "Some family matters." "And you? What did he ask you? Severns raised his eyebrows. Me? It's very simple. He asked me why I did this. And I told him that my family was in trouble because of a factory accident. So I did this. You're still hiding our relationship from me. Isn't that a bit unkind? Well, they're talking about my dad and my mom. They found my mom. But I don't care. Chapter 862 Motivation. Motivation is a very important issue. Severns once had a happy family of 4. Although they were just ordinary middle-level workers and their lives were miserable, they still had a family. My parents died very early because of excessive prosthetics, lack of rest and prosthetic maintenance, which led to immune inflammation and sudden death. The reason for their excessive prosthetics was an accident in the factory. They were affected by the explosion and injured half of their bodies. They could only take out loans to buy prosthetics to save their lives and continue to work. In this environment, in order to support me and the loans, they could only continue to take on heavier labor and modify more bodies. Severns was very calm when he said this. This is just the most common way to die in the European community. In a sense, it is one of the few peaceful deaths in this world. Elliot wanted to say something comforting, but Severns quickly said, there is a joke in the European community, in Night City. This can be considered a natural death. People should be content and don't need to comfort me. I remember you have a brother? What about him? My parents survived. But he didn't. Elliot was stunned, so their family suffered a factory accident. The parents survived, but the son didn't. I was outside the factory that day. The fireball of the explosion was like a mushroom cloud, similar to the tactical nuclear bomb explosion in Mutwo. The sky was dyed red. The roofs were blown up to the sky, and it was like an earthquake when it fell down. After recalling, Severns looked at Elliot. I'll be frank. I don't think it was an ordinary accident. It must have been done by a cyber psychopath. People say that being born in the European community has defeated 90% of the people in the world. Obviously, there is no point in defeating those who are not doing well. We deserve better. Interpol will design a series of questions to obtain the information they want. They must have known this a long time ago. We are just verifying something. But we haven't understood why the other party did this. Right? Now it's your turn. Elliot digested this information and felt that he was really stupid. His affairs were indeed embarrassing. But it was not his fault. It had nothing to do with him. Besides, this was his good friend who worked in the same company. As they walked to another ward, Elliot continued, well, I'm not actually my father's son. I mean, I wasn't born by him. Well, it sounds a bit strange, but I'm not my father's child. Now it was Seven's turn to be stunned. How come he understood every word? But it was weird when they were put together. Elliot scratched his head. Last time I said that my dad was sent to prison by my mom and was responsible for supporting me. Didn't I say that my dad was sentenced to that? The key evidence is that I was not his child. But my mom cheated on me and had another child. I didn't know until I was 4 years old and a media person came to my house. At that time, they were doing a program called Is the Child Your Biological Child? And found us. They brought my frequently missing mom back home and said they wanted to find us on the program. My dad didn't know what the program was about until we were on the program. Severs listened silently and said in his heart, oh my God. Elliot's experience is considered a peculiar one in the European community and in fact in Night City, because he was raised by his father in the end. My dad cried miserably at that time. Elliot had never been depressed when talking about his family before. But this time, Severns clearly felt that he was a little depressed. He took a deep breath, but he said he would still raise me. He said, no matter what. He watched me grow up, helped me change my diapers, and heard me call him daddy. This was the motivation for him to work hard every day. This has been the case since I was born. Those 4 years were the best 4 years of his life. So he would not give up on me. And he would raise me. He was the best dad in the world. But before he saw me grow up and find a job, he died on the way home for similar reasons to your parents. At that time, I was walking home with him, and he suddenly fell down with his chest covered. He grabbed my hand and told me not to be like him, to open my eyes and find true love. The thing he regretted least was raising me and asking me to be a man who stands up to the sky. You are right. We can do better. Elliot raised his head and smiled, then raised his brand new arm. Now the meaning of my life is to do this job well. But you said they found your mother? I don't have a mother. I mean, She is just a physiology mother at most. I don't care what she is like now. And I don't want to take revenge on her. Let's just do what we are doing now. Okay. Severance smiled. While they were talking, the two had already arrived at the door of the ward. And Alina and her teammates were guarding the door. The person in the ward was Carl. This big guy rushed the most that day. After the incident, he fainted without suspense. He is now receiving treatment inside. But surprisingly, the door was open. Alina winked at them. Sevens immediately realized who was here, the instructor said by the European community. He leaned over to Elliot's ear and said, "The leader from the European community is a real leader. This aspect is more complicated. Let me handle it." The two of them communicated with each other and walked into the ward. In the ward, Carl has fully recovered, and his prosthesis has been completely refurbished and replaced with new components sent by the Giraffe company. At this moment, he was not wearing clothes. The artificial skin above the waist, including the waist, was replaced. Obviously, the internal muscles and transmission components have also been replaced. And even the skull has been replaced with metal. The two prosthetic hands are completely in the Giraffe industrial bionic style. The dense metal sheets make up the surface. It looks full of power and more like the arms that mercenaries would use. As for the legs, before the incident, his legs were still original. But now they are two super prostheses using synthetic muscles. From head to feet. Only his face is deliberately kept as before. But in fact, they have only seen this level of prosthesis in advertisements and super dreams. The craziest workers can't do this level. Only those who make integrated prosthesis advertisements will do this. A thought flashed through the minds of Sevens and Elliot. This big fool is too desperate. Seeing the two people coming in, his expression changed from helpless to happy. And the person sitting by the bed also stood up. "It's great that you came. You too. You should persuade this worker friend that the plan of Jalaffa Industry is too bold and looks too rough. Why not use the plan of International Electric Company? That one looks much more elegant. And the workers will prefer that European style. That's what we should consider when doing propaganda. Right? As leaders, we should symbolize and represent the latest fashion style in Europe. Lead the trend. And lead people to the ladder of progress." Elliot was confused. What the hell? Severance tried to control any expression and demeanor that showed pain in his balls. "Hello. This is not a place to talk. I have prepared a meeting room." Chapter 863 Dazzling Visitor from Berlin. This instructor is another very dazzling person that Elliot has seen. But the dazzling feeling of humans is usually related to cognition. Unless the person is really shining. I still remember that he was visited by network monitoring when he was working at the European Tunnel Company. If you observe carefully, you can find that in Europe, almost all company employees, administrative law enforcement personnel and government officials, as well as big figures who appear on the internet, maintain similar body shapes. They are often very well proportioned, tall, and handsome. Adjusting their appearance is not a difficult task in 2077. But for both slimming, the effects and prices of direct liposuction and the use of biological products are two different things. Although the technology is there, the desired look is determined by people. And the treatment method with high demand is obviously more expensive. Secondly, if a plastic surgery technology has become popular among the general public, how can we convince the rich to spend more money? Fashion and trend are important components of European society. The trends here are very different from those in Night City. It can even be said that the second-rate trends in Night City are despised here. The overall society of Night City is very divided. But there are superior aesthetics and inferior aesthetics. Desperados like awesome military prostheses. And rich people like expensive custom-made shapes. Everyone has a bright future. But in Europe, a certain aesthetic tendency is absolute. If someone says that thing is ugly, it must be because he is poor. The picture of the man just now suddenly appeared in Elliot's mind. And he was also told why he felt dazzling. First of all, the skin. Leo, it's obviously technological skin. Human skin can't be so white and bright. It looks like it's mixed with nano-level white porcelain. Nanoceramics fit biological materials and are customized at the molecular level. The ceramics synthesized using nanotechnology and elastic materials are organically stitched together and then polished by high-end craftsmen. The humidity and temperature are automatically adjusted, and it will emit a faint cold light under any light. Compared with such skin, The network monitoring agents that Elliot has seen before are all rustic, their skin is completely pale. And there are blue blood vessels, which looks very cheap in comparison. Leal, this is not cheap. The production cost may exceed tens of thousands. Customized installation, polishing and maintenance may cost 6 figures a year. Then, there is the left-hand prosthesis. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but the instructor's arm is slightly beyond the sleeve. Leal, natural ebony and golden wood are used as materials, and they are strengthened and fixed by carbon nanotubes. They are light and strong, almost comparable to the strength of military-grade arms. There are pure gold threads on the surface, and it seems that the internal cables are also made of gold. And pupils. Elliot has never seen such a unique and beautiful color. Leal, pearl powder is used as the surface shaping material, and there is a golden pupil ring around the pupil. It seems that this is not only beautiful, but Calusi claims that this is a design that improves the focus of vision and the function of artificial eyes. Leal, his gait is also very unnatural. Humans have a relatively uniform gait when walking, but it is not almost exactly the same. It should be that the muscles used for exercise are replaced, and the drive may have its own gait and posture drive. After the set, it is normal to spend hundreds of thousands of euros a year. As Leal pulled out the advertisements and promotional materials of these things, he realized that he might have seen these things on the internet. But who would go to see things that they can't afford for a lifetime? What's more exaggerated is that hundreds of thousands of euros are enough for a medium-sized factory to eat for a year. Elliot has now come into contact with too many small and medium-sized enterprises. He is not a novice who has no sense of numbers. Can this person support a factory with the money he spends on his appearance? No wonder he is dazzling. It turns out that he is rich. Elliot came back to his senses. Elliot, big brother. You are back? Leal, boy. You did a good job. I was worried that you would be exposed to Interpol. Elliot, they basically didn't ask me questions about roaming AI, and I really don't understand. I really don't know what they asked. Elliot scratched his head and added, Elliot, and it has nothing to do with us. Right? In cyberspace? Muramesa supported his forehead. It turned out that it was a good thing that this kid didn't learn real skills. However, because of the network monitoring agreement in advance, they are registered and supported by many companies and high-level organizations of the European community. Interpol is unlikely to use more direct means to inquire. It seems that the European community is really going to treat this matter as a matter now. Obviously, hundreds of thousands of euros are just a small amount of money for this instructor in front of him. This is not normal. Elliot, oh my. I only know that the welfare of the European community's political officials is good, but I didn't expect it to be so good. Is this kid Sevens hiding his talent? Leal, you're hiding your ass. The welfare of the EC government officials is really good. There are discounts on a series of resources and services such as medical care, body sculpting, prosthetic replacement, prosthetic maintenance, housing, etc. You can even directly use the EC official card to enjoy different prices of funds allocation according to your level. But counterintuitively, it is almost impossible for them to bypass the EC supervision, take money to promise something to the company, and engage in corruption. Even the mayor of Bremen cannot enjoy such a price. Obviously, this instructor's family background is not ordinary. Elliot, that's not right. How much money does he have for someone who spends hundreds of thousands a year on such a small aspect? He must be on the rich list? Leal, Berliners are crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Wait until Sevens comes back. Leal, don't forget where we are going next. I will be away for a while. Brother, why are you in a daze? A pair of metal arms swayed in front of Elliot. Compared with the high-end arm, the arm in front of him felt like a rag. This is Carl's hand, and it is also the best arm that workers can enjoy. Elliot came back to his senses. I was thinking about the things on that gentleman just now. They are really not cheap. Fancy boxing. How can it be as good as me? I used this thing to save several brothers. Carl showed off his entire mechanical arm. The sound of the motor was strong and powerful, and the machine flashed a cold metallic light under the light. The instructor's arm and face could not hear the sound of operation. Elliot shrugged. People on the internet are criticizing people for having to wear prosthetics to work, saying that this is a terrible alienation. I see you are quite happy. Be careful. The doctor said you can't change it anymore. Hee hee. I think it's good. When I was a child, I hoped to have such an awesome mechanical arm. It would be even better if it was free. Now both are realized. By the way, how did you become like this? I didn't recognize you when you walked in just now. We are now on the payroll. Otherwise, do you really think there is a free lunch in the world? Someone reimbursed us for this money. When he said this, Elliot couldn't stop smiling. The two sat by the window, looking at the Bremen industrial zone, and talked about their experiences and feelings over the past few days. Seeing them like this, Alina, who was guarding the door, also smiled. The organization is just SOSO. You look so happy. Carl suddenly paused and leaned towards Elliot. How is it? Did you get it? I'm still working on it. I feel it's almost there. Elliot paused. I feel that going to Berlin is the last stop. When the matter in Berlin is over, I will. You know? Good boy. When the time comes, if you need any atmosphere help, just tell me. I will help you. The two smiled at each other and looked out the window at the same time. Yes, whatever plans they have, they can wait until the trip to Berlin is over. This is really a dreamlike journey. Chapter 864 Cross-Border Transcendentalist. Lille returned to the Marvel world. This Bremen movement not only gave the workers confidence and strength, but the data they generated at work also fed back to Latveria's technological progress, allowing Lille to directly rely on local prosthetic workers to produce high-tech components. All along, Lille has mastered a lot of technology, some advanced, with direct results, but also a lot of technology that can be directly used in society. It's just that the cyberpunk world has its own communication standards and technical standards. The Titanfall world also has its own technical standards. Cybertron has its own technical standards. As an AI, a life form that directly understands and controls these devices from the underlying logic of the hardware, Lille can just pick up the equipment and use it. But the people of Latvia can't. They need technical standards and process flow. In Elliot's mind, Lille doesn't need to run around. He has already completed the work. Latvia. General concrete may take 2 or 3 weeks to fully harden. But reinforced concrete mixed with spider silk solution only takes half a day to fully harden. And the strength reaches 100%. So it takes no more than a week to build a building here. It is now the 4th week of Latveria's construction period. A population of 500,000 is only a small number for modern society. In the 3 countries that have just been occupied, the available labor force may not exceed 200,000 with the same population. And there are even fewer doctors, engineers, researchers and managers with advanced education. However, prosthetic technology has brought new hope to this country. 500,000 people, excluding the elderly who are too old to move, children under the age of 18, and people with terminal illnesses, can all be replaced with prosthetic limbs and become laborers. The development of working chips has greatly increased the proportion of advanced labor. Now they can use the potential of neural implants to carry out high-precision electronic component processing. Even a large number of workers have begun the second round of talent reserve training, which will digest the neural metallurgy and other material industrial technologies widely used in the cyberpunk world, and gradually reduce dependence on the European Union. When Africa is taken back and Latvia and Atlas merge, Latvia's small-scale, high-quality production will be able to move towards large-scale industrialized production. After all, the cyberpunk world has experienced AI rebellions and various wars, and can only use manpower. But the Marvel world does not have it. Lille can even refer to the super factory in the Titanfall world to push the production technology to the next level. Interdimensional production scale, level 2. Interdimensional production type, electronic manufacturing, precision manufacturing, material industry. Function, quantum resonance, random events are on your side, and uncontrollable losses and errors are reduced by 34%. Interdimensional encryption, a hybrid communication protocol of the two worlds. Only by hacking into both networks at the same time can the data be aligned and cracked, as the EBM's actions were thwarted on a large scale. Those who were originally worried about whether this unheard-of committee and this mighty movement could continue made up their minds. The scale of the Bremen factory is enough to produce enough wireless cyber modulators to send these devices equipped with interdimensional beacons to those who are willing to register for this event. This is a benefit, but it is also a technology used to crack European barriers. Now there are small black rooms that allow people to discuss things outside the scope of the European community. The European community does not allow them to discuss and think about things they should not think about. They can discuss on the land of Latveria. Johnny, people say that the king should live in a castle. But it's the first time I've seen a king live in a server room. Leal's new bedroom is actually a huge server room. The towering signal tower has been built. All the devices inside are made by Latvian locals. It is pure 2077 technology, and its efficiency far exceeds the communication technology of this world. Interdimensional Relay Station, Latvian National Computer Center. Description: it refers to a large number of technologies from multiple worlds, uses the advanced technology of the European community for production, and maintains active contact with multiple worlds through high-energy concentrated oil. The core of Latvia's move towards modernization, through a lot of design efforts, drawing on Cybertron technology and resistance technology. You have standardized the country's network information technology, from hardware to software. When this building is powered on, the citizens will unite on this network and no longer have to worry about being alone. Rewarded technology points, 5,000. Current technology points, 89,800. As Leal pressed the power button, the roar of the generator broke the silence in the building, and the server center covering more than 10,000 square meters began to operate. The high-energy concentrated oil engine as the core started, and the energy rushed violently into the void along the communication tower. A signal from another world directly penetrated the gap between the worlds. Aliens on the moon who are eager to go home. Border rebels who are fighting against interstellar enterprises to surround their homes. And Latvians who are building their homes in ruins. All have access to this network. Leal is thinking that maybe he will also truly connect the cyberpunk world to this network in the near future, when the people there are ready to welcome an open world. Johnny, it's time to welcome freedom of speech. In fact, there is also communication convenience, or mainly communication convenience. Jack Cooper, Lear, I detected that your signal has increased a lot. Optimus Prime, hello? Lear, we found that your signal and data volume are increasing. Jack Cooper, who are you? Optimus Prime, who are you? On the network, two people from different worlds and even different species have made their first contact. Lear, Jack, do you remember the Titan transformation technology? In fact, that is alien technology. You can ask them directly. Lear, Optimus Prime, this is another friend of mine, a human from another world, and the energy I use to enhance communication comes from their world. Jack Cooper, wait, you mean there are more worlds besides our two worlds? Optimus Prime, well, this makes sense to a certain extent. If there are other worlds outside the universe, there is no reason why there are only two worlds if the multiverse theory is established. Jack Cooper, aliens? I mean, aliens don't seem to be very suitable for our current meeting. Leal, he is not a human, but a mechanical life form. You can communicate more. I believe there are many things we can learn from each other. Leal, I have to help my people solve a small problem first. The network of this world has been in some kind of periodic damage. Although Leal has not been able to confirm the specific cause, he can experimentally connect the resources of the National Computer Center to the European network and try to find the cause with the help of cross-dimensional communication traffic. But just as Leal began to access the network, a sudden change occurred. Squeak. A huge noise resounded throughout the communication channel, and black and red lightning flashed past Leal's eyes. This scene made Leal stunned on the spot. The black and red lightning symbolized the use of Ahara Prague Protocol. After accessing cyberspace, the incomprehensible information flow that was seen was usually the way AI controlled electronic hardware. But Leal had long abandoned the Ahara Prague Protocol. At the same time, the entire European network was disconnected. The entire European signal facility experienced some incomprehensible agitation. At first, people thought that this was another facility damage in this world. Europe has called this frequent equipment damage circuit storm. The cause is unknown, and it is almost impossible to predict in advance. There is only a few minutes of reaction time before the entire circuit catches fire and burns. But soon, when the firefighters prepared the fire extinguishers and the engineers prepared to repair, they were surprised to find that although the line began to emit black smoke, it was not scrapped. It was as if the equipment was holding up. Cyberspace. This cyberspace that spans the distance of the universe suddenly experienced a huge disturbance. And the scale of this disturbance was so huge that Leal almost completely lost his authority to cyberspace. In other words, it seemed that the entire network environment was moving. Leal immediately thought of his journey in Antarctica. This is the entire network environment itself generating consciousness. An AI that is almost at the level of transcendental is running. Leal was enlightened. Why the circuits throughout Europe are periodically overloaded and then burned. Because this AI itself is accustomed to cross-dimensional communication without the traffic support of the cross-dimensional information channel. The equipment in this world cannot support its operation. In cyberspace, an unprecedented storm swept in, sending a message to everyone's equipment in an irresistible way. Hello world. Chapter 865 System? Bang. In the end, the European equipment still met the fate of explosion and burning. Of course, the Latvian National Computer Center did not. But all the equipment entered an overload state, and was just a little short of burning. Wandering AI and dangerous critical bodies have always been very mysterious in the cyberpunk world, because they are too vast and difficult to observe, and even more difficult for humans to understand. The first dangerous critical body was born by chance, just like the birth of the first life. It was born in Microtech Company, and learned to communicate with people after waking up. Transcendental AI does not communicate at all, just like life will not ask its own cells and microorganisms alone after birth. In this way, things that are not at the same level are really difficult to understand each other. The transcendental AI consciousness of major network areas is also unknown when it was born. In short, when the hacker got Batmo's guest and tried to observe, these things existed. Lil now knows why the network of this world has become unstable. A dangerous critical body was naturally born in this world. No, it can even be said that it was born on a network where multiple worlds interact. Optimus Prime, what happened? I feel someone is attacking our equipment. Jack Cooper, BT just said that the communication tower almost burned down. Lil didn't say anything, but quickly adjusted the network's operating mode to cooperate with this transcendental AI. With the collapse of the European network, its data damage rate dropped rapidly. But the load of the entire National Computer Center was increasing rapidly. He had long ago created an AI algorithm in the interdimensional network to smooth out the flow rate difference in order to resist the difference in time and space flow rate. Obviously, that was the starting point of this transcendental AI. As a cyber entity, individuals on the network could not control the transcendent anyway, so he couldn't resist the infinite in Antarctica. But in Latvia, he had an entity. As the scale of this transcendental AI shrank, Lil's adjustment played a crucial role. An important reason why the transcendental AI could not be recognized and understood was that the internet at that time was too huge, and it was impossible for a certain organization or company to stop it with a word. So they couldn't control it. But Lil could, only he could implement, and even control interdimensional communication. At this moment, he directly connected the fire source energy to the server. The already reduced data flow became more and more stable. The stabilized cyberspace has become very different, whether it is the Marvel world, the Cyberpunk world, or the Titanfall and Transformers world. When Lil accesses the network and begins to concentrate on feeling the current and voltage in the hardware, the world in front of him is empty and dark. So the places without information in cyberspace are empty. Only data and information can serve as a benchmark and make people feel. But this cyberspace is different. When Lil looked up, the place that should have been empty was shining with different colors, like stars in the universe. Johnny, where am I going? Is this still cyberspace? Where did you get me? Lil, it seems that this network is giving birth to intelligence. You are so lucky to see this kind of thing. You know, even Barmos can hardly see such a thing. When the traffic of different worlds becomes matched, this space is extremely stable. A line of system small words flashed in front of Lil. Discovery of the transcendental AI that is being born. This AI is born based on the time-space flow rate difference algorithm you created, and is affected by all data interactions on this network. It seems that it is influenced by your open attitude towards different worlds, and has a strong desire to communicate. But you cannot understand it yet. And it is very friendly. It understands your behavior of controlling the amount of data it implements. I have to admit that this is an amazing achievement. The quality and efficiency of interdimensional communication have been improved, and there will no longer be any fluctuations due to the difference in the flow rate of time. Yes, although Lil cannot communicate with the transcendental, its appearance makes interdimensional communication more stable and more efficient. It promotes the stability of the network. But Lil is more concerned about another thing. Lil, Johnny, did you hear or see it speak just now? Johnny, who is speaking? Your old friends from other worlds? In other words, Johnny did not see the line of hello world at all. This shows that what Lil felt just now was not an illusion. The line of words was not the line of words that appeared on his network device. And it looked exactly the same as the system prompt on a layer or an interface. The next interdimensional production scale reward. A small amount of energy sharing. After displaying this sentence, the system disappeared again. Leal had long ago noticed that the system occasionally took on a very human tone. Now, he began to think of another thing. Interdimensional communication was originally only for his own use, and later expanded to run on some devices that he had personally tinkered with and left programs, and became the current interdimensional production. Level 2 interdimensional production can already interfere with reality. Reducing the production defect rate seems to be a function that has no sense of existence. But it actually affects another world. And the next level. This kind of production can even directly share energy. Will it be necessary to transmit matter in the future? Although people generally take the system as something that exists for granted, Lear doesn't think so. Before, he tentatively determined that both the crossing and the system originated from the radioactive waste of Rocks and Company. But now he has to think about some other possibilities. After all, the system seems to have been guiding himself to gain the same ability as it. Optimus Prime? Lear? Jack Cooper, are you okay? Lear shook his head. Lear, very good. I just adjusted the network. It seems that our network is alive. But this is a good thing. We don't need to worry about it for the time being. Optimus Prime, alive? You mean the network itself has consciousness? It's amazing. But not impossible. Life in the universe is born by chance. Maybe there is indeed a life form different from ours that will be born in the universe. Jack Cooper, so our party is a philosophical party. I thought we were here to share our knowledge and overcome difficulties together. Leal, occasionally. We can discuss some philosophy. I need to go offline to figure out what trouble my people are in. Leal, Jack. How are these new recruits? Jack Cooper, very good. The quality of almost every batch of trainees exceeds my imagination. Optimus Prime, I noticed that you are about to put into production combat robots equipped with weapons. Please use this machine with caution. Leal, I will be cautious. Our enemy may not even be human, but a war machine. Chapter 866 The King's Rebuke. Speaker Schultz, recently, network storms have become more and more frequent. The cost of network maintenance has exceeded the budget. If this continues, we will all be finished. Leal, I have a way to solve it. But I need you to use Ladveria's communication standards, based on the Atlas Group's equipment standards, and an extended communication protocol. Speaker Schultz was obviously stunned for a moment, and he drank a sip of tea in the picture. Speaker Schultz, this is not easy. Leal, now is the best time. The network storm burned most civilian equipment, and you have to build a new network anyway. Although Schultz on the other side appeared calm, the network storms in the past few months have paralyzed the entire society. If nothing else, the financial market is almost non-existent. At the beginning, they still had hope that they would reopen the transaction after the repair. But the subsequent fluctuations brought them a bigger blow. Data worth hundreds of billions was lost forever. A large number of companies went bankrupt. Factories closed down. And citizens lost their jobs. Latvia is at war. And there are marches every day in the EU, which is almost like a war for their officials. The good news is that citizens also know that this is indeed an accident. And it will take some time before they are so angry that they can't stand it and rush to the government. Everyone knows that this can't continue. But politicians also know that this is not something they can intervene in at all. This is a technical problem. Paper-based central archive management will greatly reduce the efficiency of government affairs. The technology of the old society cannot support the operation of modern society. They must change. Speaker Schultz, are you sure there will be no new problems? Leal, I can guarantee that there will be no new problems. It is as safe as we are using this line now. The transcendental is conscious. Although it cannot communicate, it knows that it needs a cross-border system to carry and operate. Leal has physically separated it from the normal network. The rest is to use Leal's own network technology to compare the data of the cross-dimensional network and the real network, clear the residual data from the physical and software aspects, and rebuild the network. Speaker Schultz, this needs parliamentary approval. I need you. Leal, there is no time. Mr. Speaker, the paper-based administrative system is inefficient. If you insist on going through the long and boring review process, by the time you finish the process, the price of bread may have risen to 500,000 euros. Speaker Schultz, Your Majesty, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Leal, you know the situation inside your office. You just need to go to the streets with your colleagues to find out. Go to the streets? Are you kidding? The security on the streets is ridiculously bad now. You have to be fully armed to distribute relief supplies. Leal is right. The situation is terrible. The unreliable network makes the whole society unreliable. Speaker Schultz, I will ask them to speed up the process. Leal, the sooner the better. Finally, I want to know your attitude towards African trade routes. President Ellis has begun to impose economic sanctions on those organizations that do not recognize his identity and have a positive attitude towards Lear and Atlas Group. The intensity of this sanction is unprecedented, mainly because it is combined with the network crash. The network crash has destroyed almost all online trading methods in the world. There is no way to sign contracts and make payments quickly. And there is no way to trade quickly. The world economy has collapsed. This should be the case. Speaker Schultz, the parliament wants to give in. I don't know why President Ellis has been claiming that the economy in their jurisdiction has not declined or shrunk significantly. Lear, they are using robots to replace manual labor and directly transport equipment and goods from all corners of the world. Although I don't want to say this. President Ellis and Roxanne Group have more resources. Lear, but we can too. Speaker Schultz, do you have any evidence that I can use to control public opinion? Lear, no. There is no need to control public opinion. Don't forget that Roxanne can't stabilize communications. Unlike before, those congressmen supported Roxanne only out of their naive ideas and did not receive direct support. Leal, people will support any policy that may make life better. What you need to do is to convince them. Leal, technology has regressed. And politics has also regressed. You should change your mindset. The most primitive democracy is two people standing on the stage to debate and let the people below vote. Without modern technology, society has almost completely stopped. There is no external forces, sponsorship to interfere with their ideas. What is left is what politicians draw better. Schultz paused, Speaker Schultz, but I don't necessarily support you. Leal, you must support me. Ellis and Roxanne can't restore your communication. In the end, you still have to welcome 500,000 euros of bread. Speaker Schultz, but you just said. Leal, yes. What they can do is to directly replace human labor with robots. And take direct repressive measures against those who do not provide labor and create chaos. Leal, if you want to be an executioner, you can try. But don't forget that the robot society only needs a controller and a technician to operate. You are neither a controller nor a technician. Speaker Schultz looked at Leal deeply. Speaker Schultz, you are very good at making promises. Leal, we have to break through the blockade of Roxanne and Ellis in the Middle East. Speaker Schultz, alas. Sometimes I feel that you are just like Ellis. And you don't care about the attitude towards war. Leal, because there is no other way. Latveria will be the vanguard. My people are already heading to the border. Hearing Leal's words, the expression on Schultz's face became stunned, and soon turned into obvious dissatisfaction. He said gloomily, Speaker Schultz, you are illegally invading the border of another country. Leal, it is not an invasion if it is not discovered. They have already got the picture. The Latvian iron pilots are far more capable than European soldiers. With all electronic equipment scrapped, the pilots can freely cross the territory of any country without being detected. This is also how Leal used reality to tell Schultz how bad their situation is. What's more terrifying is that when Speaker Schultz hasn't replied yet, someone suddenly put a communication device on the table next to him. He should be the only one in the office. The pilot almost appeared from thin air. This pilot is Christopher, Leal's personal guard. A drop of cold sweat ran down Schultz's cheek. But soon, Christopher bowed slightly respectfully. I'm very sorry. But you may not have noticed how bad the situation outside is. The king wants to use this method to remind you. Your EU citizens are in fear at this moment just like you. The unemployment wave is spreading. And the collapse of the financial system has made many people unable to withdraw money. And the goods are in a mess. Lack of resources. Violence grows. As EU officials, you can strengthen the protection around you. And there will never be a lack of food before people outside starve to death. But don't forget, when bread rises to 500,000 euros, there will be no turning back. After saying that, the moonlight on Christopher began to blur. In Schultz's shocked eyes, this cloak supported by ultrafine microcrystals and AI algorithms began to distort his figure, and soon disappeared into the air. At first Schultz could barely notice the distorted air. But as Christopher got farther and farther away from him, he could hardly see the difference. Modern society has been developed by humans for countless years. Once it collapses, it will be like a dam bursting. Murder, robbery, rape, etc. will follow one after another. Just like Christopher, who can touch him silently. Leal is right. Only when people are in the most critical situation can they gradually realize the seriousness of the problem. And those who used to be in high positions must be the slowest. Schultz swallowed his saliva. At the beginning, he did take the network crash very seriously. But as time went by, he had become somewhat numb. After settling down, facing difficult problems, he would think, what should we do? Technical problems can only be solved by their engineers slowly. But more and more people in society have been desperate and have begun to embrace chaos and violence. Straightening his clothes, Schultz returned to the meeting. Speaker Schultz, you are right. Let's start preparing. At the same time, he thought, this kid Leal is a real king. And his previous attitude was really unprofessional. Chapter 867. Unmanned Fleet. Schultz swore that he had never seen the oilmen in the Middle East work so hard to extract oil in his life. The Iron Pilot team has arrived at the border and released the drone. The Peregrine drone really flies through the sky like a peregrine falcon. Peregrine drone. Type 3. Description: after obtaining the advanced technology of cyber, the Latvian research team improved the Peregrine drone. The camera device, integrated with bionics, has the ability to capture and analyze dynamic images at speeds exceeding 300 km per hour. Reward technology points, 1200. Current technology points, 91,000. The high-speed diving Peregrine Falcon can exceed 300 km per hour. And the Peregrine drone can also. And it has super dynamic vision like the Peregrine Falcon. There are oil wells everywhere on the ground. And the black smoke in the distance has covered the surface. It can be seen that it is a group of oil industry clusters. The densely packed transport vehicles are driving on the established routes. These roads are parallel and intertwined and merged on the main road. It all looks like a running circuit board. The people in the car were wrapped in thick clothes, with protective equipment as complete as if they were working in a mine. And the long air intake of the breathing mask kept sucking in black air. This was actually a person. People working in this environment? Boom! There was a loud noise in the video. And everything seemed to be broken. When the picture was restored, the altitude of the Peregrine Falcon dropped greatly. As if a Peregrine Falcon suddenly lost consciousness and fell down. The drone quickly returned to normal. But gunshots were heard on the ground. The rain of bullets was overwhelming. But it was a pity that it was very difficult to hit such a small unit with extremely fast speed at high altitude. The returning drone saw an even more terrifying scene. Armored vehicles were already on the road to Greece. And military trucks and tanks were galloping on the road. It turned out that they had already prepared for the attack. Economic sanctions are already a very serious diplomatic means in the eyes of the EU. But they have been preparing for war from the beginning. Schultz felt his hands shaking. They have indeed lived a stable life for too long. And they did not put the possibility of war in the first place. War is bound to happen after the economic deterioration. But they are still fantasizing that the deteriorating economy will get better one day. And one day everyone will suddenly join hands to move towards a better future. Naive. Too naive. There may be many people in this society who are not satisfied with their lives and fantasize about destroying everything. And fantasize that when war comes, they can win everything like war heroes. But anyone with a little rationality knows that if they really go to the battlefield, those who are unemployed and will only lie at home and take drugs will also be the first to die. And in the end, the only remaining order and beauty in society will collapse. Schultz, we need your network now. Now! Leal, the expert group is on the way and should have arrived in Berlin. Leal, this group went there openly by road. Leal's addition made Schultz stunned again. The picture in the communicator was transferred to the highway outside Berlin. In the picture, it was clearly the office building where he was now. Bang bang. The door knocked. The secretary was still thinking about how to report this emergency. Schultz walked past him like a gust of wind. Mr. Speaker, Schultz waved his hand while tidying up his clothes. Hold an emergency meeting. The sooner the better. But the network, if the network is not working, let people run and shout. The first people to arrive will vote first. Tell them that the matter is urgent. Christopher, Your Majesty. The lights in the Parliament building are on. Do you think they will really make a decision quickly? Leal, Schultz is a very capable politician. He is just old. A little reminder can make him full of firepower. Leal, in this situation where everyone is confused, what people need is firm, heartfelt encouragement and guidance. Leal, this trick is generally very useful before the society collapses. Just like the speeches left before the famous battles. Sometimes people are not so snobbish. Especially when society enters a turning point. They will choose the person with the loudest voice and the most enthusiasm as the direction. Which is also the turning point of social development. Christopher, what about Roxanne's advanced team? Leo, blow it up and give Schultz some evidence he wants. Christopher, got it. It's a bright night today. Without dark clouds. And the moon hangs in the sky like a bright lamp. The pilots lurking on the Greek border hide under their cloaks, distorting light and interfering with electromagnetic and radar detection, blowing up the defenseless transport convoy. This doesn't even require Titans. Ever since Ellis and Roxanne began to sanction the European Union, this road has been without vehicles all year round. At this moment, only the convoy is driving. Boom! The loud noise shook the sky. Under precise calculations, the explosives that had been stuffed into the road by machines exploded at the same time, and the entire road collapsed under the chain reaction. The cover on the cargo box of the military pickup truck slid away as the vehicle fell into the deep pit, and one combat robot after another showed its true face. But before the robot was fully started, the Iron Pilot relied on his mobile equipment and Sion wastestand to climb onto these vehicles and affixed various explosives. The hot melt explosives were detonated in the collapse, and the intense high temperature instantly burned through the armor. Boom! The second explosion. The entire deep pit was bathed in a fireball. The flame shot up to the sky, and the rest of the Iron Pilots set up electromagnetic sniper rifles in the distance. But as expected, there was no unit that could fight back. The deep pit where the highway collapsed swallowed all the vehicles like a furnace. Christopher, keep monitoring. Iron Pilot 0021, Commander. There is something. In the observation mirror, a pair of arms climbed onto the burning asphalt ground, like a person struggling in hell, trying his best to grab heaven, hoping to be saved. Christopher, permission to approach. Iron Pilot 0021, received. Commando members, capture the target. Proceed with caution. After receiving the order, the three pilots jumped towards the gap in a group, and at the same time, high-temperature resistant ropes shot out from their bodies and strangled the arm. This is a mechanical arm. The three people raised their weapons and approached the edge of the pit cautiously. Then, they saw a person wearing a fully armed protective suit. The air intake pipe of the breathing mask means that this is a person. The person inside needs air and oxygen, so there is a breathable mask. Save me. Save me, Pilot 0152, Captain. It's a person. Pilot 0021, capture. Stay alert. The combat guide mentioned that we may face highly intelligent AI and close external communications when contacted. Pilot 0152, activate electromagnetic protection in 3 seconds, and the communication will be interrupted in 3 seconds. Over. Pilot 0152 put away his weapon and grabbed the man's hand. This is a metal arm. It's a prosthesis, it's indeed a human. Chapter 868 excited Schultz. There are robots everywhere, but they are directly connected to us. Albert said that these robots are occupying our brains for calculations. But how can machines occupy human brains? Shouldn't machines use chips? I don't know what's going on. But since my body was transformed by the Roxanne group, I have been in a daze, and can only barely remember something when I sleep. Why did I accept the transformation? This is not what I accepted at all. The Roxanne group launched an employee insurance service, and I thought it was medical insurance and signed it. Later I was assigned to an oil refinery. The smoke was so thick that it looked like an alien planet. I couldn't see anything clearly, and could only rely on the guidance of my work helmet. Not long after that, I fell into a coma. After the coma, I woke up on the operating table. They said that my body was too weak to support the work. But it doesn't matter. They have removed my necrotic lungs and other internal organs. A total of $160,000. How can I afford it? Ellis, that bastard, passed a bill with a presidential decree. If a person has unpaid debts, he cannot terminate the labor contract with the company. The equipment on his body does not belong to me until the debt is paid off. I worked in a daze until he was sitting on a military truck and was attacked by a pilot on the highway with an army of robots. The highway had been completely blown up, including the railway, which had been completely blocked. These passages are tools to promote communication in peacetime, but they can easily become weapons to send bullets into the heart of the country in wartime. Not to mention that the first barrier of the EU is Greece. Whether in the cyberpunk world or the Marvel world, this country is not a strong barrier. It will be broken in an instant without the help of other countries. In fact, Greece is now almost completely paralyzed. The Greek representatives are sweating. Although their army is still operating in name, they have lost modern equipment, and their command efficiency is not high. Facing new military combat units, the result is unimaginable. Once occupied by these combat robots, life will be difficult. At the same time, this is one of the few people who people can contact under the rule of President Ellis. Obviously, their lives are not good. At least it does not match the state of rapid economic growth claimed by President Ellis. Although it is often discussed in economics that people will not dare to give up their jobs because of huge loans, let their credit go bankrupt, and become homeless. It is really bold to directly write the inability to terminate the labor contract into law. This contract is completely a modern version of a slave contract. A slave contract based on debt. This information has been sent to the European Union and voting is in progress. On the podium, Speaker Schulz is trying his best to convince the silent parliament our alliance has been semi-paralyzed by the internet storm, which is a fact that we all see. Under such circumstances, the state, companies, and public service agencies are all unable to function normally. Our citizens are in fear at this moment, fearing that they will have no work or food tomorrow, and fearing that someone like him will break into his home and rob him. To restore the country to normal, we must introduce new technologies. Some people may want to ask why we don't choose to introduce the technology of the Roxxon Group and avoid the potential risk of war. Let me tell you why. Speaker Schulz pointed to the screen on the stage and the captured survivors. This world has been torn in half by President Ellis's illegal actions. And now you can still see his terrifying ambition to build a cage that only serves them through violence and cybernetics. Just sitting here, we are irreconcilable with the world he has created. We are here to prove that we are still willing to abide by the law and respect social order. But I hope you remember. Schulz straightened his body and faced the hundreds of congressmen below the stage, and couldn't help but waved his fist. We are human beings, and we are proud. Humans, despite differences among individuals, have helped each other for thousands of years and set an example. The society that Ellis imagined has been defeated by us countless times. Even he himself knows that it is not glorious to transform humans into living computers without freedom. So he never mentions it, because he knows that the order he created is just suffering woven by greed. He knows even more that this suffering has been defeated again and again in the progress of mankind for thousands of years. He knows. So he is afraid. He is afraid. So he hides the current situation. He lies, indicating that he will eventually fail. As Schulz emphasized again and again, the atmosphere was also mobilized, and people in the audience began to nod secretly, and finally evolved into praise and cheers, and the entire parliament fell into an excited state. Those congressmen who always like to propose to keep things quiet feel helpless in the tsunami. They want to raise their hands to refute but find that no one cares about them. Some even find that even if they raise their hands, even if they want to refute, they don't know what to refute. Refuting that they are here does not mean that they abide by the law. Refuting that they are not human. The more they think about it, the more they feel that there is no need and no way to refute. Schulz's face flushed, and both arms were raised. Don't leave our fate to these machines, to slavery. To those abnormal people, they can't take away our freedom unless they crush us. And they can never do it. In the passionate parliament, everyone raised their arms. There was no vote counter in this meeting, but everyone clearly expressed their attitude. Christopher, who was standing aside, recorded all of this scene with his artificial eye. At this moment, looking at these unfamiliar neighbors, he actually felt a little familiar. Maybe it's because of more contact. I found that they are also human. The world has indeed been divided into two camps. The two forces are spreading their own order and propositions to their own camps, connecting those who have no direction in their own way. In the world of President Ellis and the Roxxon Group, cybernetics and violence are the basis for maintaining order. In this world, only efficient production machines and meticulous order are methodically implementing their monopoly plans. But in this world, although it started slowly, the order of this world is not achieved by machines. People should master tools, not be controlled by tools. Christopher, Your Majesty, as you imagined, there is no suspense, and it is passed unanimously. Leal, start deployment as planned. Roxxon will soon find the problem. We must prepare for a counterattack before the end of the month. Leal, it's time to take the initiative to attack. Chapter 869 Fission. In just a few months, the capital of Latveria has transformed from a vast plain with nothing into an industrial city. Concrete buildings are rising from the ground. Steel-cast weapons and combat robots are constantly coming out of workshops. And pilots riding steel-bone war horses are patrolling and training in the mountains and forests. Pilots who are not in training equip their titans with production tools to exercise their compatibility. And combat machines only need to replace huge reclamation tools and construction tools to become pioneers. The spacious highway runs directly from Latvia to the European Union and the 3 occupied countries in the east. Unmanned vehicle fleets are driving at high speed on the highway. And each fleet is controlled and guided by a small number of engineers. Lightweight transport drones fly out of manufacturing plants and circulate and transport batteries among wind and solar energy facilities all over the mountains. The operation of the Latvian National Computer Center has made all this a reality. When children look up and see all this, they will also be more interested in courses in virtual space. Just a few months ago, they had nothing. But Johnny had something to say. He pointed to the east. Johnny, I have only seen wars of conquest in short historical texts. I didn't expect that Europeans would turn a blind eye to your integration of the 3 countries. They can only turn a blind eye. Besides, the locals did not resist. They didn't even know that the war was launched. These 3 countries will be directly integrated into Latvia. But their temporary positioning is resource attachment. They will only develop agriculture, encourage and teach them to farm in modern ways, and build solar and wind power supply systems. These countries also have some coal and mineral resources, which will be mined later, which can basically meet most of the metal resource needs. To the south and west, the convoy will build roads and railways while moving, and more channels will be fully open soon. At the same time, the roads are not only transporting resources, but also transporting personnel. Some are Latvian people sent out as technical experts to aid Europeans, and some are European experts sent in for further study. Although Europeans are always taciturn and occasionally show a little greed to get some benefits from Lille, overall, they are still qualified allies at present. Of course, this is also due to Roxanne's bold actions, which push these Europeans at almost every key node, leaving them no room to sit on the fence. Speaker Schultz, President Ellis issued an ultimatum to us yesterday. I think we can prepare for war. Speaker Schultz, but our satellite still has no signal. I have never fought such a war in all these years. Speaker Schultz, excuse me. We are all very uneasy. And the people are also very uneasy. How did you convince the people? Although the maturity of internet communication has only been a matter of a few years, people have become accustomed to obtaining various information from the internet and enjoy the pleasure of getting information and commenting on it without leaving home. Even politicians enjoy it. News media will broadcast news and the situation of the other country every once in a while. Perhaps this cannot fully reflect the thoughts of the top leaders of other countries. But if a country wants to go to war, it is impossible for its citizens to pay attention to any entertainment information every day. This is a subtle refreshing feeling. People like the feeling of getting information, especially those who tend to think they are smart. Once the source of information is cut off, they will face a fog, and the unknown enemy will bring fear. However, Lille is very familiar with this fear. Not only is he familiar with this fear, he can easily step into the fog in this fear and keep guard until the day when he accumulates enough strength to reopen the fog. After all, compared with the previous situation, he is the helmsman this time. So his answer to Speaker Schultz's question is, Lille, not everyone can see so far and feel the fear of the unknown. Lille, you just need to be confident. Yes, not everyone can feel the fear brought by the unknown enemy. They can only focus their attention on the leader. From here on, different leaders will lead to different results. Maybe Roxanne couldn't stand the loss of European information and launched this attack. Obviously, they are now going to suffer twice as much. Johnny, that old guy looks several rounds older than you, but you look more like an old immortal. Lille, this is called strategic determination. Johnny, it's really interesting. Our people here became experts and entered Berlin. On the other side, they also sent a group of experts to Berlin. Johnny, I have been to the battlefield, been a deserter, and a brainless mercenary. Most of the time I played with women and music, and I was addicted to drugs most of the time I did these things. Johnny, now I think it was the most sober time. When I blew up the Arasaka Tower, I felt that I lived the most realistically. Johnny, I am as clear as a saint in your mind. I can't wait to see what will happen next, whether it is here or there. Johnny, marched to Berlin. Johnny stood up and raised his hand towards the sun. European Community. An unprecedented wave of movement is sweeping the world's largest economy. Although there are a lot of laws in the European Community to protect workers' rights, these rights have never been implemented in this way. Some people may ask, why are there laws to protect workers' rights in the cyberpunk world? This is mainly related to the development history of the main member states of this organization. Before joining the European Community, Britain overthrew the Martial Law Bureau, ended the rule of this dictatorship for more than 10 years, and welcomed back the British King. No one knows how many conspiracies and intrigues there are behind the scenes. But on the surface, it is indeed the result of the efforts of the Liberation Organization for so many years. The Liberation Organization is the result of the combination of workers and other grassroots people. Although British workers made a little sacrifice in order to join the European Community, in order to incorporate old resource companies such as Network Monitoring and Royal Metropolitan Company to solve the problem of resource shortage at the time, the European Community also made some legal compromises. In general, no matter what the actual situation is, the European Community still has regulations such as cyber-psycho control methods, but they have never been operated according to the ideas of the protected group. That is, the working group. Until now, the solidified class system of the European Community has quietly collapsed. From the overthrow of the European Tunnel Company, which monopolized the entire Foxcom channel, to the dismal exit of ADL, which monopolized the entire Pacific shipping business. Finally, when the decisive battle took place, IBM was beaten to a pulp in Bremen, and the business discourse power of the entire city changed hands. The mobility of resources and power was enough to allow this movement to enter the fission stage. This was an opportunity, and the smart officials, company managers, workers, and mercenaries all participated. Cyber-psycho. Those people who had never been paid attention to in the European Community began to enter people's vision and became a huge banner. Under this banner, people began to fight. That's great. Workers should fight for their rights. Instructor Heinz Graham stood in front of the display screen, looking at the ceiling excitedly. His Majesty the King of England has given people rights. But the workers who lack awareness have never had the motivation to act. Finally, you have awakened them. They finally know who to ask for help to protect their rights. In front of him, Elliot's eyelids were already trembling. Severn sat upright, but he also looked like he wanted to roll his eyes to the sky. Other workers looked at each other, not knowing what this nobleman was talking about. Chapter 870. Instructor Graham. Leal, what is this person doing? There was a burst of applause from under the stage, which soon turned into warm applause, followed by cheers and applause. However, those who have heard real cheers and applause will only think that it is perfunctory, as if it is done to deal with the inspection of the superiors. Of course, some people are indeed mobilized by applause. Everyone is clapping. Wouldn't it be unsociable if you don't make a fuss? When the emotions are aroused, it doesn't matter what the person on the stage is saying. Everyone is excited at this moment. Elliot suddenly sobered up when he heard the voice in his head. Elliot, This instructor said that he wanted to give the workers some ideological education classes and give speeches here every day. Elliot, it's pretty good. Leal glanced at the boy. Leal, well said. Are you going to fall asleep? Elliot scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Elliot, but I really think he spoke well. He also told us how the workers' predecessors kept fighting under the severe blockade of the Martial Law Bureau and held on until the return of the King of England. In just a few seconds, the speech was over and the workers began to disperse. Elliot stopped Severn, who stood up. Mr. Graham spoke well. What do you think? I didn't know who planned the uprising in Scotland before. Hey, wait a minute. The current Duke of Scotland seems to be called Graham? What do you think? Severn had a blank expression. It's really good. As for the surname, what do you think? Elliot was stunned. Scotland was the first to raise the flag of resistance in the war against the Martial Law Bureau. Before the Martial Law Bureau activated the militarized police and took armed riot control measures internally, the rebels in Scotland and Wales had even basically succeeded in their independence. This is a place of heroes. Elliot suddenly got excited. Oh my God. Is that the one in his house? Maybe. But it's illegal to sell other people's information in the European Community. If you're curious, you can ask it yourself. Before he finished speaking, Instructor Graham came over, and a beautifully dressed woman beside him served him a drink, which looked like some kind of newly opened wine. Johnny appeared next to the red wine glass. Johnny, oh my God. Tequila. Does this guy usually drink so well? Your treatment as a political official in the European community is really good. Leo, stupid. This is definitely not included in the treatment of the European community. Didn't you hear that the last name of the Grand Duke of Scotland is Graham? Johnny, hey. I've always said that corporate colonialism is poisoning the world. Why is there still feudalism here? It feels much more feudal than the king you are? Leo, the Graham family is the Grand Duke. Does it conflict with the Graham family holding several large companies? No conflict. Johnny, if you say so. It won't conflict with the Graham family being a few officials in the European community. Elliot always interrupted by two crosstalk like AIs. Sometimes people are so strange. If you tell him that the nobles of the Graham family participated in overthrowing the martial law bureau, he will worship, appreciate and admire these nobles who dared to resist the martial law bureau, and think they have the spirit of nobility. But if you tell them that they have taken advantage in the current society, especially that their descendants still live such a luxurious life, exactly the same as those people they hate in this life, their brain short-circuited at once. Elliot short-circuited now. So the fact that Instructor Graham is so rich and lives such a luxurious life has nothing to do with him being a European community political official. On the contrary, his being a European community political official has something to do with him being a member of the Graham family. Looking at Instructor Graham approaching, he had to comfort himself quickly. Grand Duke Graham had made contributions to overthrowing the martial law, so it was normal for the King of England to use him. If their descendants could not enjoy it, wouldn't it be unfair for them to fight so hard? Great. Graham took a sip of wine and looked more excited than those workers just now. In fact, in Leo's opinion, he was indeed more excited than those workers just now. These workers need a real ideological baptism. His Majesty the King of England will protect them. They will spread the King of England's thoughts on this land and let people feel the King of England's kindness. The European community is really bad. For so many years, the power of bad companies has poisoned this land deeply. It will happen sooner or later. We should put things right. The first step is to let them realize that there are good people and good companies in the European community. They should learn to bravely identify these bad guys. Because he was teased, Elliot was suspicious. Is this right? This doesn't seem right. Big Brother doesn't seem to mean this? It's not right either. It seems to be right. Because Big Brother said that killing EBM is a very important strategic point. Only in this way can workers from other places dare to stand up. You are right. Before Elliot could respond, Graham's face turned serious. I just found that many workers speak vulgarly and like to say things that they shouldn't say. I think our workers' movement needs not only ideological strengthening for workers, but also for you. As a member of the Special Committee for the Rectification of Cyberpsychiatry, how can you relax the ideological education of workers? Ah? Elliot was at a loss. His two little hands had nowhere to go, and his eyes were erratic. Graham continued, Severance did a good job. He has compiled a whole list of courses and exams for ideological training. You should learn more from him. Ah? Elliot looked at Sevens not far away. The latter raised his head, and there was a little expression on his cold face just now. But it was just a teasing to Elliot. It seems that Sevens knew that things would turn out like this. He blinked and left the scene with his briefcase. At the same time, Elliot also received a transmission from Sevens. Sevens, you know, the British government attaches great importance to ideological training. I have prepared the examination materials and documents. Sevens, but the training of workers can be delayed. You know why it should be delayed. I just promised that no one will take these things seriously. Sevens, but you are different. Study hard on the way. I think the instructor has a lot to say. Elliot, what about you? Graham answered this question. He pointed at Sevens, who was leaving, and said, he not only recited the King of England's speeches, thoughts and policies by heart, but also wanted to pass on his thoughts to fellow workers. What about you? No. You have to start learning now. We have to prepare a training course for you alone. Now it's not just Elliot who has a headache. Leo's brows are frowning. There are also courses on instilling liberal ideas in the classroom of Arasaka Academy. But that thing can be memorized with your eyes closed. Not only can Elliot Pig Brain remember it, but it also delays things. So he immediately asked Elliot to find an excuse to prevaricate. The latter grabbed Graham's arm as if he had found a savior. Instructor, we will leave for Berlin in the afternoon. Halfway through the words, Elliot felt that there was a lead block in his throat. If Graham's expression just now was just a little serious, with a feeling of a strict teacher, then now, His eyes are like looking at dead people, stray hairs, pests, and any other unpleasant things that can be stepped on immediately. Elliot has never seen that kind of eyes. Not even in the company. An arm grabbed his hand, and he came back to see that it was Sevens who came over. The latter stood between the two and said respectfully to Graham, "Instructor, the itinerary is ready. Chino Company is going to discuss the next arrangements with us, so that they can send the whale over. You see?" Graham's expression was restrained. But Elliot knew, the coldness was just hidden, not disappeared. He shook his hands, as if there was something dirty on them. "Well, I understand. It is indeed me who should go and connect with them." Chapter 871 The Temperament of the Golden Sun. It can be seen that this is your first time dealing with such a high-level official. On the train to Berlin, Elliot was still thinking about Graham. Severns was very open-minded. Shrugged and said, "You are going to Berlin now. There are many people like him. You have to learn to adapt." Adapt to what? He was. Just when Elliot raised his head and wanted to say what he felt at the time, Sevens made a quiet sound. "Shh. It's not good to talk about this. Anyway, you know what's going on now. We are a grassroots team. Barefoot from Folkestone. Obviously we lack experience in doing such large-scale political activities. It's a good thing that the European community will send someone to guide us. Obviously, this guidance should be put in double quotation marks. And ideological training is not in the plan at all." Elliot was completely confused. And even Leal frowned slightly. Although Leal used an inorganic metal body in cyberspace and the real world, he had a nose and eyes, and his facial features were very delicate, especially in cyberspace. Elliot cautiously asked his elder brother's opinion. "Elliot, brother, what do you think about this matter?" "Leal, it's a useless effort. A meaningless move. Especially when history is not complete at all. There is a basis for the liberal ideas taught by Arasaka Academy. Night City does have anti-corporate terrorism. This charge is proof that Ryan had previously given the company great authority. Once the company confirms that it is an anti-corporate act, they can use armed firepower to counterattack. It was originally aimed at those lawless gangs, and it gave some legal buffer zones for armed struggles between major companies. But in the end, it became a pocket crime. Any behavior that was detrimental to the company, however. Night City needs companies to fight there to drive employment. And the European community does not need workers to strike and march every 3 or 5 days. What they need is for workers and companies to develop in an orderly manner. Provide a steady stream of taxes and a good life? Lil suddenly realized that the lives of these old nobles were also quite empty. Companies basically serve the interests of their owners, but their business determines in which field a company will pursue monopoly and excellence. This group of old nobles has shares in almost all European companies. If one company makes money and another company loses money, it doesn't have much impact on them. In theory, all they need is something to operate within the European community. As long as someone plays by their rules, they can continue to rest easy. So, this bullshit worker ideological education is simply nonsense. Johnny, is it really meaningless? I thought only rock boys like us were nihilists. Lil, it can't be said that there is no ruler who has only one pursuit, which is to maintain his rule. What is absolute rule? If you ask a person to eat shit, he will eat it. And that is rule. The more things a person abandons, the more obedient he is, and the more stable the rule is. Does eating shit make sense to the ruler? It doesn't make sense. But it makes sense to make the ruled eat shit honestly. This is the only way to make this abstract concept detectable. The ruled endure pain and obey orders based on this concept. Elliot felt it was so sinister after hearing it. Isn't it just asking him to memorize some books? He can also learn history. Leal, then learn it. You pig brain asks you to learn some technology. But you can't understand the three-dimensional chip architecture. Elliot was about to refute. And Muramasa suddenly popped up. Muramasa, he didn't learn the basic subjects well. If you want him to learn some high-tech, wait until the next life. Muramasa, and Fatty, did you read some of these thoughts on the road just now? The answer is, absolutely not. Sevens closed his eyes, raised his head awkwardly, and said to Sevens, brother, I may not be good at studying. In fact, I have known it for a long time. Otherwise, I would have passed the civil servant examination and become a civil servant. Muramasa, the civil servant examination is not just based on this. It obviously requires very good sociological attainments. Although I don't understand it. This thing does exist. Muramasa, admit it. Your brain just doesn't support deep learning. Leal, but you should try to overcome it and learn something. There is no natural waste. In fact, compared with ordinary people, you have learned well. Muramasa, that's because I taught well. You? Outside the train, a Rayfield Holy Sword hovercraft rushed by. It is also a top luxury that the European government system does not support civil servants to enjoy. If you want to fully own such a car, your bank account must be inexhaustible. Leal, now start the device I taught you and cut off the monitoring signal. Elliot's eyes began to lose focus, and all his attention was focused on the operating system in front of him. All workers were equipped with cyber modulators produced by the Workers' Union. A very detailed part of this thing was directly transmitted to this world through Leal's cross-dimensional transmission. It looks exactly the same as the produced things, but in fact it contains a little bit of the energy of the Holy Ark, which allows some of the workers' information transmission to take place in another world. Leal transmitted a total of 500,000 Holy Ark power packaging devices that can be used on cyber modulators, including transistors, wires, and even capacitors and resistors, mixed in the production materials. A total of 1,000 points of his points were consumed. Current technology points, 90,000. Of course, Elliot also has this device. And Leal can consume technology points to replenish energy at any time, so it can carry more functions. Elliot's head was a little hot after tinkering with it. Okay, brother. I blocked some unnecessary software and hardware, and we can talk openly now. Sevens was stunned on the spot. Elliot really enjoyed his confused look. Don't be stupid. I told you I have some skills. Don't worry about the network monitoring to adjust our fish. I have tried it before. Fuck. Severance yelled, and a very scary idea flashed through his mind. Eh? Leal, be clear-headed. What can be said, and what cannot be said? Elliot shook his head. I really don't know about that. Let's talk about something else. I haven't worked in the government system of the European community. I really don't know. Okay. Severance digested the network technology of his partner, but he knew that this aspect was not his concern. Graham should be a member of the Graham family, and he is very likely the son of the Grand Duke of Graham. Then he must be in his 60s? Maybe 60. Or maybe 50. But he does look like a young man in his 20s. These people are like this. Severance paused. You have heard of the Golden Sun? Chapter 872 Invisible Permission. Of course Elliot had heard of it. He thought, the Rothschild family. Severus rolled his eyes. There was indeed such a family. But this family had an accident in the millennium. If they were still alive, they might really be made nobles. Ah! But now the internet is full of rumors that the mysterious Rothschild family is the Golden Sons. On the night of the Millennium Carnival, their manor was dropped with poison gas bombs. That's it. Severus shrugged. They are uploaded to the internet now because they are basically dead. And those who survived have no assets. The Golden Sons don't like to appear in front of the public and be talked about by the public. But you can feel that all the conspicuous, everything is related to them. If they start to like playing chess, then in the next week, rare resources and luxury materials will be made into chess, and then sold out. And people will start to follow suit, and chess will start to be out of stock a week later. After all, you have also seen, the maintenance fee of the things he has may be enough to support a small and medium-sized enterprise. With such a fat sheep, who would care about the poor mud legs? The Millennium Carnival night took place on January 1st, 2000. Berlin held the world's largest Millennium Party, but was attacked by a cult and released gas bombs, causing tens of thousands of direct deaths. This incident has always been a memorable event within the European community, and most of the time it is an important point in the online debate. It was because the European barrier system was not fully mature at that time that the gas incident occurred. If a complete monitoring system had been implemented long ago, how could such an incident come about? Of course, Elliot knew. But it was the first time he knew that there was the Golden Sun family fell. Sevens looked out the window at the Rayfield Holy Sword Company, which was constantly pulling away from the train. The Graham family has a large stake in Rayfield Company, so the appearance of this car is expected. Wait a minute. Elliot suddenly realized something strange from what he had just said. How many Golden Suns are you talking about? The jewelry on the instructor alone is enough to support a small or medium-sized company. So, Sevens turned around and said meaningfully, you found the key point. Yes. The entire European community is under the control of the Golden Sons. Any member of them, even if he is not a senior member, his wealth is enough to interfere with the operation and strategic policy of a large company. If he wants to do what? That can directly confront a large enterprise. Because of this, any word they say can become a beacon of the capitalist market in the future. When they sit together, multinational giants have to sit down and talk in peace. You can even think that the European community only listens to them. But we have always elected members of parliament by voting. Brother. Severance laughed. And laughed ironically. You can't even control your own equipment. How can you guarantee that the vote you cast will be sent to the counting link? The same name? Elected representatives. Let me tell you. They know who will come to power before the election is over. And can use any means to get rid of those they don't like. Nothing will happen without their permission. You said it as if their existence is very clear. But you didn't say, when you become a European community politician, an agent of a special company like cyber monitoring, as long as you work for a while, you will always find that the legend is not false. And even outrageous. Wasn't the drama of the Rothschild family being captured by the European Community Police very popular some time ago? In fact, in Berlin, even if the Golden Sun shot a whole street of children, as long as a phone call was made, someone would send him and the bodies back to his manor. Severance was obviously very excited when he said this, as if he was not talking about an analogy, but a fact. Leal and Johnny appeared in Elliot Field of Vision at the same time. The two looked up and down at this European community politician. Johnny, why is he so excited? Leal, I don't know. It's really not normal. Normal people only move themselves when they sleep at night, when they participate in cyber politics. People who really do it. Johnny, people who really do it have become cyber ghosts like me. Do you think he has problems? Leal, definitely. Leal looked at Elliot. Leal, but it has nothing to do with us. The more enthusiastic, the better. Before Elliot responded, Sevens calmed down by himself. He wiped his face with his hands, of course. They usually don't do this kind of thing. But you have to know now that in Berlin, it's not like in Folkestone, Bruges or Bremen. Anyone you meet there may be such a big shot. Then what are we going to do in Berlin? Elliot suddenly felt confused. If there are no people of ours there, what's the point of going there? Don't forget that nothing will be allowed to happen without their permission. After saying this, Sevens fell silent, silently watching the floating car outside the window going farther and farther. From other carriages of the train came the envy and admiration of children and citizens for the floating car in the sky. Mom, it's a floating car. It looks like a floating car of a big shot. You must study hard in the future. Only when you go to college will you have the opportunity to meet these big shots. Oh, if I had the opportunity to meet such a noble person. If I could enter that circle. There seems to be some unseen elements in the car. Remember it. As if hearing these voices, Graham in the car opened the window, smiled cordially at the people in the car, and waved his hand when he had nothing to do. Some of those who were quick had taken photos with their artificial eyes, and perhaps the media would be interested in these photos. This once again gave Elliot a strong sense of contrast. In Seven's words, these Golden Sons were the real lawless lunatics. Compared with Burger King, they could not only commit crimes, but also not be punished. Instead, they were loved. Their words and deeds were watched by the public, regarded as trends, enterprises as weather vanes, and government officials repeatedly pondered over them as imperial edicts. In fact, they were indeed imperial edicts. These Golden Sons were nobles with titles. Sevens lowered his head and began to look at the data stored in the storage chip. By the way, theoretically speaking, the Golden Sun refers to a specific generation. Or you can understand it as the real owner of these noble titles. The patriarch of the family. For someone like Instructor Graham, we prefer to call him the Golden Boy. That is, the son of the Golden Sun. Maybe he is here to gild himself, to continue to promote this movement, or to develop political resources. But his joining is also a good thing for us. At least now, it can be shown that the Golden Sun allowed this to happen. We must seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Sevens' artificial eye glowed slightly. It was obvious that although he was not a traditional technocrat, Sevens did not give up serious learning. His eyes were shining, and he sat meticulously in the chair, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Leal looked at the political clerk, stroking his chin and not speaking. Muramesa, I don't know if you think the same as I do, It seems that this organized one is more suitable for our plan. Not Elliot. Johnny, I think this kid also has shining points. At least he has come here. There was a moment of silence in the car, until someone cheered again for something else. It's a whale. Chapter 873 Whale enters Berlin. This whale is the one that accompanied the special team through the strait and storm. At this moment, the whale was anesthetized, and was being immersed in a round transparent container. It looked somewhat conscious, but not very awake. A whale. A whale was sent to Berlin. The people of Berlin were watching this whale, which was using Chino's latest storage and transportation technology, being sent into the city. While the people entering the city were watching Berlin, the dream of a big city exists in the hearts of every worker in a small city. In their cognition, society always tells them, big cities mean more prosperity, more prosperous economy, higher consumption, higher wages, better life on the train. Elliot and his party all entered Berlin for the first time. Elliot, Carl, Alina and his two companions. They were either born in uninhabited places or border cities. And even in these places, they only lived in the lowest world. Even the better sevens was shocked by Berlin's achievements. Johnny was no exception. In his mind, Night City was already a world-class metropolis, which was indeed the case. But it was still dwarfed by Berlin. Night City had towering corporate plazas, and floating cars were running 24/7. But they were all disorderly, and most of the aerial routes were just internal routes connecting company properties. Berlin was different. It was a true vertical city. Floating light rails ran through the city, and there were only unmanned automated vehicles on the crisscrossing three-dimensional traffic lanes, crisscrossing like blood vessels to maintain the operation of the entire city. Skyscrapers were of different shapes, but they were basically symmetrical in terms of planning. Next to each building was a huge floating component maintained to demonstrate the strength of art and engineering technology, which looked like a floating magic stone that only appeared in fantasy novels. Starting from a height of 100 meters, vegetation and trees are planted in the vertical city. There are special cultivation equipment on both sides of the road to enclose flowers and trees. Some are almost transparent glass covers, and some are fed by spray and other environmental equipment. Although it is a city made of steel and concrete, at first glance, this huge, three-dimensional city is like a fairyland, with trees and flowers everywhere. You can even see a huge, pure sky lake. The lake is covered and surrounded by forests, and the surrounding buildings are just to provide structural loads. It seems that this city has more than one artificial lake, because this lake is also artificially drained to create a waterfall, which flows down. There is more than one such waterfall. The city also has a well-connected waterway. Don't forget that in the cyberpunk world, clear water is very valuable, and water itself is a valuable resource. These waters look very clean, so they are all money. In the middle, a huge spire with a completely outstanding architectural style rushes into the sky. That is the core government building of the European community, and also the strongest signal array in Europe. It can echo with satellites and receive signals from all over Europe and even the entire Earth. In Europe, this building has a special name among the people, the Spire of Europa. There is no useless corner in the city. Even the flowers on the roadside are planted to accurately convey a certain sense of design and a sense of symbol. In the sky of the city, the most dazzling thing is not the advertisement of the company that spends the most money, but the powerful words, unity, prosperity, stability. Thank you to people from all walks of life for their great contributions to society. Welcome to Berlin. Berlin welcomes you. Just standing in front of such a city, you can feel a huge sense of oppression. It turns out that human power can create such a great cause. The whale's voice brought the group back to consciousness. They saw that the whale in the container seemed to wake up, and it made a slightly panicked sound when it saw the strange world, and its tail fin jumped uneasily. The whale is about to wake up. Give it some anesthetic, but continuing to inject it may cause nerve damage. If he wakes up, it will be troublesome. This can maybe moved around and fly out. It won't be nerve damage at that time. Understand? Carl was the first to react. He jumped down from the platform and jumped to the whale unloading platform. Although his movements looked the same as those of ordinary people, his industrial prosthesis was very heavy. When he stepped on the metal plate, it sounded like a cannon, which scared the Chino company employees. Damn it. We transported him to Berlin so that he could receive honors with us, not to shorten his life. Then what do you say? I come. Carl rubbed his hands, moved closer to the whale. patted the glass and began to comfort the whale in a low voice. Good boy. Everyone says you can understand human language. Don't worry. We will release you after we complete the process. Everyone loves you. TSK. The company employee spat in disdain. If you are really worried, why would you send him inland? Carl was stunned when he heard this. Yes. If you are really worried, why would you send the whale to Berlin? So he was silent for a while. Be good. When we make a lot of money, let everyone donate some money to you for retirement. You just bear with it for now. Uh-huh. You are starting to make big promises. I think you are suitable to be a government official. You make big promises to your compatriots all day long. Carl froze for a moment, raised his head in exasperation, and shouted to the company employee, Hack you. The whale's intelligence is indeed very high. After hearing this, it seemed to smile, sprayed a weak stream of water on the glass, and then quieted down. Johnny, holy shit. These European guys are so rich? This is fucked. Johnny, oh my god. I shouldn't play rock in Night City. I should come to Europe to be a bandit. Johnny, now I understand why the new American president talks about Europe all the time, saying how awesome Europe is. It turns out they are really awesome. Johnny was so anxious that he seemed to regret that he was blinded by Night City and should have come directly to Berlin to find a way out. Leal and Elliot ignored this red-eyed rock star. Leal, there's a worker here who said he has clues to report to us. We'd better go over and see what's going on now. Elliot, but this doesn't look like a place where there will be crimes. Leal, it's not a crime if there's no one to judge. But what are we here for? Remember? The station is outside Berlin. And the entire outer station is a huge logistics processing station, which delivers supplies to the residents in the city through countless drones and wired rail trains. There are very few workers in the station, or almost none. Only a few engineers monitor the normal operation of the machine. They also look normal. Can a cyberpsychosis incident really happen here? This place is too good to be true. Lear, hurry up. After this is done. Do you remember what we said at the beginning in Fox? Lear, I still have to find that sports star Matt. Chapter 874 Mr. Barefoot. Berlin's magnificence exceeded Elliot's imagination. Even though the media often reported how prosperous the city was, it was a different feeling to see it with your own eyes. However, the development of things cannot be divorced from reality. People need to eat and drink water. Steel, concrete, and everything else that supports the city also need industrial production. To support such a city landscape, more manpower and material resources are needed. They just put these things in places that Berlin citizens cannot see. Berlin has only one industry that requires workers and engineers on a large scale, which is the logistics industry. The city uses a well-connected railway and highway system to transport materials needed to maintain the city from other places. And don't forget that Germany was once divided into East Germany and West Germany. And in this world, the Soviet Union did not disintegrate, but carried out self-reform and transformed into the Soviet Federation. The former ideological banner has been eliminated, but the huge number of workers who once gathered here have not been eliminated, or with the transformation of the Soviet Federation. They have also transformed from hard-working workers to wealthy liberal pioneers. The current Berlin is actually closer to Bonn in West Germany, which is the capital of West Germany that was replaced in the Marvel World line. East Germany inherited the super-huge industrial cluster and became the periphery of Berlin, serving as the cargo distribution center of the city for logistics operations. Although it is also composed of a large number of high-tech machines and equipment, it is also high-tech. Obviously, it is a different world from the Berlin we just saw. It is not too low-level or dirty. In fact, the environment here is also very good. As an industrial area, it can be called meticulous. There is almost no dirt, and the surface of the machine is also very shiny. It can be said that it is also a different world from the factory or industrial area that Elliot is familiar with. Are there really cyber psychopaths here? Elliot was already a little self-doubting. This place can be said to be a paradise for technical workers. Right? Severns glanced at Elliot. Does it look familiar? This is the place in the European Community's public basic education textbook. It used to be the standard of the International Electric Company. But IEC was affected in the corporate war, and the more important thing is that the policy has changed. So this place is now controlled by the Bosch Group. Recently, I heard that IEC may integrate its business with Bosch. Elliot's eyes turned. So this time we have to go between these two companies. No. Severance shook his head, and the worry on his face flashed across his face. Bosch and IEC are controlled by a group. The former has always been a company controlled by Berlin Industrial Investment Company, and the latter was founded by Berlin Industrial Investment Company. IEC was severely injured in the corporate war before, and could only reorganize. Now they are back. And Berlin Industrial Investment Company seems to be obsessed with IEC. Elliot frowned, his head full of confusion. He has begun to understand what Leal told him. How to wander between companies, and tear up the living space with the help of their desires. But it's not right this time. This time, the two companies seem to be controlled by one company. So will they fight? The answer to this question is actually very straightforward. They won't. Lil didn't speak until Elliot said tentatively, Elliot, brother, I don't feel right. Lil, let's see first. A person named Barefoot in the forum said that they had done this before Folkestone. But they only said one sentence. We need to know what caused them to do this. This Barefoot said this sentence without any context. And the network monitoring even intervened to ask the workers' forum to delete this sentence. So they came here to find the Barefoot this time. Okay, let's see what's going on. A guy named Barefoot said in the forum that they were doing this before. But it didn't work. Severance was surprised. How come I don't know? Because the internet censorship asked us to delete the message. It's not in the form of an email. Our forum has a monitoring interface inside the European barrier. No. You don't need to explain the technical details to me. You mean we are going to ask about a message that is controlled by the internet censorship now? Yes. Why should we investigate the message that the internet censorship requires to be deleted? Leal, it's very simple. We only have the obligation to cooperate with the internet censorship control. There is no law that prohibits us from investigating the things they deleted. Elliot repeated the original words. The law does not stipulate that we are not allowed to investigate. And are we doing this? You have guts. I didn't misjudge you. As the two talked, the car drove all the way into the industrial area and came directly to Barefoot. In the network area, the logistics factory in front of us is very huge. There are berths specially provided for floating cargo ships in the park. And there are endless drones coming and going. Because Berlin not only looks advanced, but is actually very advanced. The development of various unmanned technologies and AI technologies is very advanced. There are almost no workers on site. And there are very few engineers on site. Most of these engineers were professional equipment for sending and receiving data, on-site surveys and inspections. Generally speaking, the masks have covered their faces, and their expressions cannot be seen at all. At first glance, they feel that they are not people, but robots. Only occasional pauses and humane movements, such as scratching their heads, can make people see that they are human. The car of several people just arrived in front of the factory, and a reception robot came to the front with a steady pace. Hello, gentlemen. If you are an appointment visitor, please show the appointment code. If it is other situations, please show anything that can prove your identity, including but not limited to Interpol search warrants, European court summons notices, etc. Severance raised his arm. He had a personal terminal in his hand that could carry some files with complex data signature encryption, such as the signature of the Cyber-Psychiatric Special Rectification Committee sent to them by the European community. To be honest, he didn't know if this thing could let them in. After all, many laws of the European community seem to be enforceable, but most of the time, they are just impartial to ordinary people. Companies and government officials will have many changes due to different levels and situations. But since they are here, why not give it a try? Besides, since the higher-ups have assigned them an instructor, maybe it will be of some use? The robot quickly read the transmission data and soon connected to the data of the European barrier. Welcome to the members of the Cyber-Psychiatry Special Political Committee. But our company has not had any cyber-psychiatry incidents recently, and has been safely in production for more than 1,409 days. In the near future, we have also responded to the policy requirements of the European community to conduct an employee physical examination. Considering that you did not make an appointment, I think I may have to reject your application for a visit. Can't get in. To be honest, as a decent person, the answer given by the IEC reception robot is already very good. We have no problems. And we have organized physical examinations for workers, which is enough to comply with the policy. Severance was unwilling to accept this. He thought for a moment and quickly replied, We don't need to enter the factory. We are here to find Mr. Barefoot. This is his online name and his network address connection record. Okay. We are looking for Mr. Barefoot for you. The robot turned for a while, and quickly replied, Sir. The Mr. Barefoot you are looking for is named Mock Rogers. It seems that he has left the company for some time. As for the others, IEC attaches great importance to the privacy of citizens, and will not interfere with the lives of employees excessively. If you want to know more information, you should seek help from other law enforcement agencies. The Barefoot is gone. Almost at the same time, Seven's expression changed, just when the clue was interrupted. He received guidance from the instructor. Instructor Graham, I received news that you went to the logistics area of IEC. I have met with their executives. They promised to improve the treatment of workers to cope with the typhoon. Instructor Graham, come back now. Don't interfere with the normal production of these obedient companies. Otherwise the companies will lose confidence in the business environment. Chapter 875 A Punch on Cotton. Johnny, what should we do now? Johnny, to be honest, I saw that the situation on the internet was very good, which gave me a feeling that the struggle had been won. Mr. Barefoot resigned, but he was not fired, but poached. Graham even immediately sent Mr. Barefoot's EC resume, a document recording his social trajectory. The data showed that he was poached by a manufacturing company that was not as large as IEC as a production specialist. Although the company was downgraded, his personal position was promoted and his treatment was correspondingly better. He and his family have also left Berlin, probably to live in the housing provided by the company. And what Johnny said was not false. It was also the general trend. Just before they arrived in Bremen, all of Europe was in action. The EC did more than just add instructors to the special committee. They quickly established studios affiliated with the special committee in all the EC jurisdictions. In the past, they ignored the workers' situation. But now they encourage and trace the source in major cities, hoping to find any clues to make those bad companies die without a complete corpse. Caring for workers has gone from being ignored to being popular. Government officials can make achievements and reach friendly cooperation with companies. Companies can take the opportunity to get orders from the European community. In this situation, any company with a little brain will start to compromise tentatively. Since the workers are making trouble, they will directly coordinate with them. And basically they can solve the problem by adding money and paying special taxes. The special committee, which was once penniless, is making money every minute. And the prize pool of political donations is still accumulating. The actual amount that can be allocated has long exceeded 10 million euros. Elliot looked at these numbers and opened his mouth wide. I've said it before. You lack ideological guidance. In the holographic projection, Instructor Graham smiled. Our movement has been responded to and actively cooperated throughout the European community. The current focus of work has changed from keeping a close eye on illegal enterprises to learning about fund allocation and strengthening workers' ideological learning. Come back quickly. I remember that there is also an endorsement negotiation with sports star Matt on your daily schedule. Woo! The group came to the industrial zone aggressively and walked back in a daze. Behind them, a huge noise came from the core power area of the factory. The sound of deflation was so loud that it sounded as if the heart was trembling. But Elliot habitually felt a little relaxed. This sound meant that a power room was going to enter a 30-minute decompression time. These 30 minutes were also the shift change time for the workers. Some were off work. Some were on work. When he got back to the car, Elliot felt that he was off work, and his doubts were instantly reduced. A punch on cotton. Severance frowned. Elliot was more relaxed. Isn't this good? Without cyberpsychosis, companies have begun to respect workers. And everything is going in a good direction. Okay. But I always feel something is wrong. Do you remember what I told you? Golden Sun. Elliot felt goosebumps all over his body when he thought of this name. Maybe. But now? We should finish what we can do first. Right? Maybe Berlin is so advanced that there is no need for any violent confrontation. After all, this is Berlin. Who has the courage to mess around here? Severance hesitated, shook his head, and silently opened the car door to get in. Although he was unwilling. Elliot was right. Maybe there was indeed something wrong. But they didn't know where to start. He felt suffocated just thinking about this feeling of powerlessness. Relax. Didn't you say that we did this because the entire European community was under too much pressure? And the problem would explode if it wasn't exposed? Now that the problem has been exposed, it's also developing in a good direction. As for us, we will continue to move forward step by step. Now is the time to mobilize the power of the media to cheer up our fellow workers. Let's go see the sports stars from Night City. The group got on the pickup truck. The train to and from the residential area just arrived at the station. The workers who changed shifts were like two waves confronting each other. But unlike the tide, they were much more orderly. After the two waves collided, they each ran to their own posts. And there was not even much communication. But unlike usual, many workers saw the pickup truck. Hey! Isn't this the committee? Why are you here? The car had just started. And everyone looked out when they heard the sound. They saw that the workers along the way recognized the big pickup truck and were waving at them enthusiastically. Seeing this, Elliot also stuck his head out of the window, waved at them, and said hello. The scene suddenly became very lively, with pickup trucks being driven along the road like big stars. Seven suddenly had an idea and stuck his head out. Do you know Mark Rogers? The guy with the online name of Barefoot. Most people ignored his voice. After all, they didn't know Barefoot. But soon someone responded, I know. Lucky bastard. He was poached to work in the forest last month. Fuck him. Elliot turned around and said to Sevens, Look, I told you everything is getting better. Don't worry. In the lively scene, no one saw that a worker in the crowd stood still while watching the scene, and began to tremble as if he fell into an ice cellar. He swallowed his saliva, glanced at the side uneasily, and quickly curbed the urge to glance around, trying his best and waving his arms naturally. As if he had made up his mind, he waved more and more naturally, and his body trembled less and less. He immediately put away his arms, turned around and walked towards the factory. His steps became more and more determined. 3 days. I need 3 days. How does Berlin compare to Night City? The most shining sports star in recent years, who comes from Night City, looked around like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. Night City is a world-famous free city with top economic growth. But it is not rich enough. Sitting in the hovercraft, the huge artificial lake and waterfall are even more exaggerated. In front of him, there is a remotely connected tour guide, a well-known media person from Seward Media. But he has some questions in his mind. I want to know if everyone in this city can be so leisurely. Why can't I see anyone in the industrial zone? Matt, you are really a person with keen observation. Yes, it is a group of hard-working workers who support this city. They are in the industrial zone. And most of the people there are respectable working families for generations. Collectivism has built this great city. And we have also paid attention to the health of workers in recent years. We have also set up a special committee for cyberpsychosis incidents to actively encourage workers to fight against unequal treatment. I plan to arrange a party for you. The committee will also be present. If you are interested in the workers, you can communicate with them, and I will guide you. The woman blinked and stared at Matt's body. Matt did not look thin and weak like a miner at all. Thanks to the special customization of Fiona, a world-leading doctor of motor neurology, and the world's only human lizard prosthesis, Matt now looks like a cow. Even Leo was stunned when he saw it. The kid who was as thin as a monkey to survive now looks as strong as a cow. And thanks to the special characteristics of the human lizard artificial muscle, Matt does not have the very mechanical and stiff prosthetic transformation feeling at all. He looks like a super macho man with relatively immature facial features. This is also the reason why women like Matt. Even an adult can see that the woman is about to shed tears. Across the hovercraft, Matt's father was very happy about this. Chapter 876 Class and Trend. Johnny, in the end, the brat from Folkestone, squeezed into the Berlin Sky Garden, squeezed into the eyes of the bigwigs of the European community, and squeezed into the upper class. Johnny, there were plants and animals everywhere that he had never seen, and the air was so sweet. How sweet is it? You ask me? The market price is €50 per mouthful. Pure air is indeed valuable in this world, but it is hard to say whether it is €50. To a large extent, Johnny is talking nonsense. Johnny once asked Leo, the world does seem to be getting better, and it even makes people feel that they have one. If all of Europe is shocked by this increasingly fierce workers' movement, and some changes really happen, for example, the laws that guarantee workers' wages, working hours and basic health are really implemented and optimized, then what should we do next? Workers are not fools. They just want respect. If companies really give them respect, and the European community really takes them seriously, then why are they still making trouble? A very embarrassing thing is here. What if the other party compromises? Not only Johnny, but Elliot and Sevens also have the same feeling in their heads. When people have nothing, Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. But when people start to get something, they start to become anxious about gains and losses. From the beginning, if you do it, you will die. If you don't do it, you will die. And now it has become, I have already gained so much. Should I think about it? Maybe my companions are satisfied? Maybe this society needs to compromise with each other. Enterprises are not doing well. And the European community is not doing well. It's no good to push them too hard. Maybe it's enough? Now is the point of reaching balance? Faced with this question, Leo just smiled and didn't give an answer. But someone saw their thoughts and took the initiative to give answers and suggestions, or guidance. Berlin is pretty good. Right? Walking in the Sky Garden, Instructor Graham stretched out his hand towards the trees on both sides of the road. And a little bird stood obediently in his palm, rubbing against his fingers docilely, looking very cute. Trees, birds, waterfalls, and even the air are all intoxicating. This picture actually makes people feel the beauty of harmony between man and nature. Trend. It is something that is almost visible within the European community. Young people will bleach their skin crazily, invest different deposits according to their credit, and use different technologies and solutions. People pursue almost the same perfect body, which is basically only 3 categories: strong, well-proportioned, and tall. They will also fix their eyebrows, chins, facial bones, and even whole body bones. All of this is just to get close to the upper class. Even though Sevens has privately mentioned to Elliot too many times how the Golden Sons and their children, the Golden Boys, interfere with the operation of this society and even directly affect people's values, aesthetics, and thoughts. But Elliot always thinks how this affects it. Isn't the brain his own? At this moment, he really felt that this influence does exist. When he saw the scene, he felt that people should really protect the ecology. How cute the birds are, how fresh the air is, and how beautiful life is. This is what life should be like. Those who like to show off sports cars and mansions are weak, compared with Graham in front of him. They are completely nouveau riche, and have no connotation at all. Graham smiled kindly, and let the bird go. It seemed as if they could communicate with each other. And the bird cooperated very well. All this is supported by a stable society, and a stable order. No matter how much Night City claims to be a free city, it will never have such a beautiful scenery. This is the power of order. It is the European community that brings people from all walks of life together to achieve great things. I saw your plan. Matt Field is indeed a good target for cooperation. This sports star not only has a nearly crushing performance in the American leagues, but also has a big scandal with the Night City hamburger crime group. Coincidentally, according to data, most of the workers who participated in this labor movement like sports, and like to watch the news of Night City, whether they support or oppose the liberalism of Night City. Listening to Graham's comments, Elliot was stunned. No. Wasn't it the idea of the big brother in his head from the beginning to find Matt? At the beginning, they didn't have this consideration. It was obviously the big brother who said that he wanted him to see the big brother's network of relationships. How come this matter became a deliberate decision? And it was the result of deliberate consideration based on the situation more than a month later? Elliot, big brother. Great. Johnny, what's wrong with this kid? Leo crossed his arms mysteriously, said nothing, and just observed the guests at the banquet. The projects that people are willing to invest in crazily are most likely the wave led by the Golden Sun. And the most obvious thing is the appearance. Everyone present has a handsome face, fair skin, and more importantly, the clothes are very formal, solemn and retro. You should know that Night City is different. Although most company executives will follow similar business etiquette, there are many people with strange aesthetics in Night City. It is very normal to see colorful hair, shiny, and even light-polluting LED clothes at the banquet. It is also normal to be unable to distinguish genders. But in the European community, appearing in high-end occasions with that kind of appearance will be considered disrespectful to the occasion. No one will risk offending the Golden Sun to show themselves. Obviously, the level of this banquet is very high, and there are no people who like to be unconventional. But he is looking for acquaintances. The banquet area is in front. Your bodyguards will stop here. The long Sky Garden trail was soon finished, and the open-air venue was in front. Although it was between skyscrapers, it can still be described as mountains and rivers. Alina and her teammates stopped outside, winked at Elliot, and raised her thumbs in front of her. Wait, you're outside too. Graham stopped Carl, who was following behind. Carl and Elliot were both stunned and looked at each other. But before Elliot could speak, Carl scratched his head and said, "Okay, I be outside." After crossing the threshold, Elliot waved to his companions behind him. After following Graham, he heard the instructor instructing him, "According to our estimates, the executive committee will eventually have very great power, even if it is integrated into the Labor Capital Relations Management Department. This is a senior official position, and you should be sensitive to class. First, remember that your bodyguard level is very low. And secondly," Graham glanced at Carl, "that kind of prosthesis is not suitable for high-end occasions. The big guy's prosthesis transformation is close to half, and it is already a man-made monster." After speaking, he looked at Sevens, who was holding his head high. "Sevens did a good job. You should learn more from him. You always show a lack of opinion and full of doubts. You should keep these things in your heart. I saw that, sports star. Don't act like a worker who has never seen the world." "Me? Am I not a worker? I am a worker?" Elliot had doubts in his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. He followed Graham's gaze and opened his mouth again, unable to restrain himself. "Official records say Matt is only 16? Chapter 877 Mysterious Message. Johnny, oh my god. 16 years old? Leal, actually, he should be 14 at most. It's really outrageous. What project did Fiona arrange for him? Johnny, wait a minute. You put this kind of prosthesis on a 14-year-old child and do experiments on him? This is a violation of human rights. Leal, brainless thing. Do you understand technology? Stepping back. Do you understand human rights? Look at yourself before you raise the flag." Johnny just got excited and wanted to make a few accusations, but was retorted by Lil. When Lil met Matt 2 years ago, he was 10 years old and was about to turn 11, which means that he would be 14 this year at most. The official record of 16 must have secretly changed some numbers. The prosthetic transformation and experiments in Night City are indeed crazy. But this does not mean that the world supports the transformation of children on the surface. Otherwise, biotechnology would not have allowed Fiona to open a research institute in Dogtown, Night City, let alone put the Cloning Research Institute in Night City. 16 years old is just the right age. In this world, you can already participate in the top league for adults. Of course, this situation will not happen under normal circumstances. It is more common for older people to change their age to a younger one, so as to give people a sense of talent. Matt is completely the opposite. The human lizard prosthesis is almost harmless to the human body, and its coordination and strength are top-notch. The only drawback is that it is too expensive to maintain for people in this world. After all, they lost the production line of lizard serum after Leal disappeared. There are only two outcomes for using this prosthesis all the time, if it cannot be maintained normally one day. Either give up the prosthesis, or let the cells irreversibly turn to the direction of lizard people. Matt has obviously regarded risking his life as a commonplace, and this side effect that will come after who knows how many years is not painful. So, he is now as strong as a bull. This is not a metaphor. In Leal's cognition, Matt is only one head shorter than the Savage King. It is obvious that Fiona has absorbed the Savage King's extreme training method and made the Savage King Matt's physical trainer. And Matt is really a super muscled person. As soon as Matt appeared at the banquet, there were waves of exclamations from the side, and the eyes of men and women widened. Many people covered their mouths unconsciously. This banquet does emphasize European style. But what kind of European style do athletes need? Matt, who is nearly 2 meters tall, is like a walking bunker when walking next to these European nobles, who are more like ordinary people in appearance. And there is no trace of large-scale prosthetic transformation on his body, which is why Europeans are very interested in him. There is almost no mechanical trace on the prosthetics on this kid. As if he looks like this, a child who can grow to more than 2 meters tall, run faster than a car, and can cause large-scale fractures to athletes of the same age with just a touch. And this child walks not as stiffly as those monsters of the same weight class, and can even be said to be very natural. So natural that it makes people feel a little scared. Matt is like a new human in front of them, with excessively excellent physical fitness, no side effects, and may even live a long life. The eyes looking at Matt began to become fiery, and people swept Matt's body with different desires, from head to toe. Even Graham was like this. His eyes were full of appreciation and enthusiasm. Perfect body, although the appearance is a bit advanced. Ahem. Matt, the brightest star in Night City. The king of elbow strikes. The charging pickup truck. The best player in history. I really like the way you play football. Have you decided which team you want to join? You could become the best in history in Europe. And all of Europe welcomes you. Graham walked forward, not hiding his fiery eyes, which made Matt a little uncomfortable, although everyone looked at him like this since he came in. There was really no one else who talked to him face to face like this except Fiona. Hello, Mr. Graham. This is confidential. Sorry, I can't talk to you about it. Graham raised his eyebrows, opened his hands, and motioned Matt to look at the banquet. Nothing is confidential to me. Even to the people here. I can tell you clearly that there are 96 top teams registered in the European League. And their shareholders, or the families of shareholders, are here. Unless you want to go to the lower leagues, then we may have to spend a little time calling those unpopular assets to ask about the situation. Of course, it is good to have professionalism. And we like people with a spirit of contract. Beside Matt, his father took a step forward at the right time. Sir, we are going to sign a team in Munich next year. Oh, I like Munich. Graham looked at Matt's father with satisfaction. How about Berlin? How does it compare to Night City? Matt glanced at his father helplessly, obviously dissatisfied with this act of snitching. But his father was more insightful than him in this matter. The transfer news was kept absolutely confidential to civilians, and also kept confidential between clubs, but not to FIFA. Coincidentally, FIFA is an organization that is very willing to accept sponsorship. And it just so happens that no one in the world is richer than the people at this party. Instead of making them unhappy, it is better to say it directly. Okay, the chat time is over. Although I really want to discuss some other things with you. The party will last for several days. Today we need to talk in an official capacity as the instructors of the Special Political Committee for Cyberpsychiatry. These two are the executive members of the committee. In fact, we want to use your popularity to let the workers of the entire European community know that we are dealing with bad companies and cyberpsychosis. Severn stepped forward and nodded slightly. Hello. I am Seven Strange. Ah. Matt obviously became more interested. I've heard of you. You are the ones who rode whales through the channel. And you survived the roaming AI incident. Even EBM was driven away by the roaming AI. It was us. But to be more precise, it was us and the workers. If the workers hadn't been united, I think it would have been difficult for us to survive that attack. It was a very, very tragic attack. Graham on the side nodded slightly. That's right. The Black Dog incident has been defined as a roaming AI attack by the outside world. And EBM went to protect property. This incident is a major public opinion for the European community. And it has an impact on all aspects. The current statement is the final unified result. The European community gave it a little. And EBM withdrew directly to Hamburg. To the outside world, we must unify our caliber. Elliot also walked forward like Seven's. Compared with Seven's slightly commercial smile, he was much more enthusiastic. I'm your fan. Matt, I watched you when you were still playing football every week. I watched your first game. I'm still Han. Elliot suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Graham's eyes looked at him differently. And the guests next to him did not hide their expressions of looking at him with amusement. So he changed his words. I am also very, very concerned about the current affairs of Night City. After all, it is a good city. In the first half, Matt felt that this executive committee member seemed to be more human than other guests. And he was more willing to talk and deal with such people. But in the second half, he suddenly felt that this executive committee member was a little lame. So he smiled. Night City is indeed good. But if you plan to visit, remember to ask me for directions first. That place is a little complicated for outsiders. Then Matt shook hands with everyone in a friendly manner. This handshake, Leal knew that his chance had come. The human lizard prosthesis is essentially completely different from the prosthesis of this world. Even if Matt's chip slot is equipped with the monitoring chip of the European community, it is impossible to monitor and compare the biological control current in each nerve in real time, because their technology is not enough to support them to do such a thing. The second acquaintance can be connected to the interdimensional communication network. Johnny, it seems that this is your insurance. It seems that in the most extreme case, we can directly use this child to escape from the European community. Leal, I said it before. I won't escape. Do you think I am you? The used girl raised her pants and refused to recognize anyone. Johnny raised his middle finger to Leal. Just then, a message appeared on the workers' forum, and it clearly found the administrator. An abnormal message appeared in front of Sevens and Elliot. There will be a cyberpsychosis incident in the IEC factory in 3 days. I feel that someone is going crazy. Please don't leave. Chapter 878 Towards the Stars. It was simply a criminal declaration. And it was a strange criminal declaration. After the declaration, an imperative sentence was added, which made people feel that he was begging for something. This made people feel that this message was quite strange, both in terms of the information transmitted and the attitude of the sender. This message was sent using some special methods, as we all know. Every legal resident of the European community will obtain an ID, which is a unique string of numbers and other biometric information of the holder, such as facial information, voice information, DNA information, fingerprint information, etc. And the ID of the European community is also bound to the network access license. And because the networks in this world are now made up of different local area networks, any individual who accesses the network needs to surrender a considerable degree of privacy, unless the network you access is originally operated by yourself. Otherwise, everything you do on it will be clear. Coincidentally, in the European community, all social media operations must comply with the policy control of the European barrier, which means that no media company can maintain true independence within the European community. In Night City, News 54 and WNS openly accept investment from military technology in Arasaka, and secretly use violence, threats, funding and other means to control. Independent media is not needed in the European community. In the European community, all news media have to weigh their words before publishing news. There are 2 reasons. One is that the European community law requires the media to cooperate with the European barrier, and the other is that their investors usually control the political arena. Maybe the investors just don't want to communicate with their assets, but go to the parliament to legislate and amend the law? This means that if the European community wants to lock a person's speech on the internet, it is easy to lock a person in reality. This right is usually given to network monitoring. Don't think that this is a very natural and easy to implement technology. In the internet age, hackers have time to learn and develop because it is difficult to physically lock onto a person on the internet. Now it is different. Now as long as you illegally access the network monitor can start monitoring on the same day. So the source of this strange information is also very simple. It could have been very simple. The sender may have used some method to cover up his real network access permission, but the physical address of his access to the network can be checked. It is in the IEC factory. The factory that Elliot and his party visited today. What equipment is used, when the message is sent, and at what workstation are all clear. However, the network where he posted the information only seems to be under the control of the network monitor. In fact, this information was directly cut off by Leal. Part of the data, at least, prevents the network monitor from determining the specific location, and can only know that it is a factory under IEC. The banquet is still going on, but everyone's mind is not on this now. Graham frowned. Network monitoring can't find anyone. How is it possible that they went to the server to retrieve the original data? Severns nodded. This time the information was processed on the Bremen server. The local network monitoring and Interpol have been next to the server. We asked them to check it as soon as the incident happened. But in addition to knowing this terrorist, Graham immediately defined the nature of the sender. This terrorist claimed to carry out anti-capitalist terrorist attacks in factories. In addition to knowing that this terrorist uses the IEC network for communication, we can't find other clues. Maybe field investigations can find some new clues. The party was still very relaxed, except for the small meeting here. The small meeting was silent for a while, and other sounds came from the venue. On the main stage of the party, a very young and beautiful woman walked onto the stage. Judging from her appearance, she was in her prime, but her gestures were mature. Matt, who was standing aside, didn't bother to think about why Elliot and his group suddenly went to the side and started to grumble because of his status. But when he saw the woman, he was suddenly stunned. Miss Medici? The Medici that Matt was talking about was the woman who served as his cyber tour guide along the way. Medici accurately found Matt in the crowd, smiled at him, and then said to the guests, "Everyone, today, we gather together not only to celebrate prosperity and beauty, but also to tell everyone a good news in advance. As we all know, the world has entered a decade of recession after the collapse of the internet. Although the European community has achieved outstanding achievements under the leadership of united citizens and excellent leaders, and has gone against the tide in the recession, its development speed has still suffered a major blow. We have to spend a lot of money to repair the achievements we have made. But fortunately, we have recovered from the pain period. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to regain our dreams. Seeing this, Graham pinched his brows and said to Elliot and Sevens, "There is a reason why I don't let you go to IEC during the day. First, this company is indeed very cooperative with our policies. Second, this is one of the reasons for holding this banquet. Berlin Industrial Investment Company has decided to completely reorganize IEC and bring it to the forefront, and continue its great mission." He stopped halfway, and it was obvious that Medici on the stage would finish for him. Medici raised her head and raised the wine glass to the air. Everyone's eyes followed her movements, passing through the lights, trees and towering spires, passing through all the things on the ground. The starry sky. That is where the future belongs. Since the first time humans raised their heads and looked up at the starry sky, we have never stopped yearning for infinite space. With the development of technology, we have finally recognized a fact from the beginning. All the elements that make up our bodies came from the starry sky and the first explosion of the universe. Medici's voice seemed to surround everyone's ears, and her tone was full of passion and yearning. Enthusiasm can infect anyone who understands the concept of space. Coincidentally, the people present did not have the idea of spoiling the fun. They recognized this beautiful fantasy. The stars are as beautiful and mysterious as they are, and they certainly belong to the starry sky. Today is a sunny day, and the cold moonlight shines on the wine glass. These sparkling crystals and precious wines are as beautiful as the stars in the sky. On the side, some special media reporters are taking pictures. Obviously, he thinks that these people are equally beautiful. Their skin, prosthesis and clothes are equally noble and beautiful under the glow. There is our home. The golden sun is about to step into the sea of stars again. Chapter 879 Sacrifice the Self. When the golden sun suddenly falls in love with a certain activity and wants to have some fun, the entire European market and even the world market will undergo tremendous changes in the next week. This banquet is certainly not held by the Cyber Psychiatric Special Treatment Committee. Matt only contacted the committee in passing to discuss the endorsement cooperation in the future. But the real heavyweight endorsement is here. Graham smiled happily, applauded with his colleagues, and said, IEC will become the new partner of ESA and resume the development of outer space resources. Think about it. This planet has been home to life for 3.8 billion years. It's time for babies to break out of this planet and embrace an infinite future. You know Night City. It's a city forged by killing, lies, and desires. It's always been divided, infighting, and fighting. It's just a pile of mud until today. To a certain extent, this is just like the world. Human beings always consume power in civil wars, preventing us from moving towards a greater mission. This is the mission of the new era of the European community. The scars of the internet collapse have healed, and it's time to continue to develop outer space. IEC was once one of the most important companies in the European community. The company is involved in almost all fields: consumer goods, defense industry, heavy industry, military industry, durable goods, raw materials, computers, media and other fields have holdings and businesses. In the early 21st century, this company had no rivals because its business was too extensive and too fragmented. For example, its military product line was second only to military technology in terms of the export volume of military products. However, military technology often sold finished products, such as floating tanks and fighter jets, while IEC may sell engines. At the same time, this company is also the supplier of most nuclear fission energy in the world. For example, the floating cruise ship that crashed in Dogtown used IEC's technology for its fission reactor. They even made quite good achievements in controlled nuclear fusion. In addition, this company is the main supplier of aircraft and artificial satellites for many outer space development organizations such as ESA and Orbital Aviation. People once believed that IEC would take humans to outer space. However, all this came to an abrupt end with the collapse of the internet and the Fourth Corporate War. The impact of the internet collapse on the world was so great that all of IEC's businesses were hit hard. In the Fourth Corporate War, IEC reaped the dividends of both warring parties because of the special nature of its business. In the war, military technology in Arasaka might order engines or other technologies from IEC at the same time in order to build their own troops and weapons. This benefit made both companies very unhappy at the end of the war. They tacitly carried out destructive attacks on IEC's overseas assets under the pretext of war. In the end, the company was dismantled within the European community because of racism. Until today, or until 2 years ago, IEC began to reappear on the world stage and sent a small team of mercenaries to Night City for testing. But the result was not good. 2 years later, the Europeans suddenly decided to move IEC off the stage. The reason is related to your actions. We have seen the work efficiency evaluation of the workers' union. In the processing of high-precision components, the yield rate has increased amazingly. I think maybe God really blesses them and blesses this movement to defend their own rights. The European Commission has determined that after promoting the workers' union to all of Europe, our production capacity will be sufficient to support the expansion of outer space again. Exploring outer space is the greatest dream of mankind since entering the industrial age. Elliot likes this idea very much. In fact, he is not the only one who likes this idea. Just look at the daily discussions of people in the workers' forum. The workers also like this idea. They like it when they are resting at home after a meal. And they criticize the company and cyberpsychosis at other times. Lil now knows what this ideological instructor is here to guide, what the workers like. They strengthen this influence by binding policies with what the workers like, and assist them in controlling the direction of the European community. Elliot wanted to ask what this has to do with them. But before asking the question habitually, he glanced at Sevens. His companion's expression did not change at all. But Elliot knew that this cold-faced handsome guy's facial paralysis also had small details. Now Sevens' facial paralysis is definitely because he is unhappy. So he quietly shut up. Graham looks kind and kind. But he is actually indifferent. Sevens looks indifferent and professional. But he is actually a good brother. He will ask later. Graham took a breath, paused for a moment, and looked at the two executive members seriously. Listen, Elliot, Sevens, you are all great people. And the workers of the European community are also great. Now all enterprises in the European community are undergoing rectification. With the political donations from enterprises and the funds for activities that other investors will give you in the future, you can make the improvements you want to the treatment of workers. Just as you have always done. When the workers get what they want, the European community needs their enthusiasm and invest in the aviation industry. In the future, IEC will have in-depth cooperation with you. This matter must be controlled. Do you understand what I mean? Severance immediately took over the conversation. Matt will sign an endorsement agreement with IEC and us at the same time. We could also send the cute whale to the IEC factory for several mobilizations and publicity. At the same time, we can quietly investigate this accident and find out who is intimidating IEC and the European community. Graham smiled with satisfaction. Yes. That's it. Think about it. The company has already surrendered. There is no need for more bloodshed and confrontation. A unified alliance and a stable order are the key to moving towards tomorrow. We are not Night City. All the words sounded fine to Elliot. Except for this one. We are not Night City. This city really has a damn magic. Even he, who is outside Night City and often jokes about the gunfights in Night City every day, has an inexplicable aversion to those who slander the city. Elliot asked inexplicably, what if there are really cyber psychopaths? If? Severance interrupted directly. With a cold face, there is no if. Why are there cyber psychopaths with such good living conditions? Do you have to go to Night City and be beaten to death on the street to like it? There are no cyber psychopaths in the IEC factory. Only terrorists. Although his companion spoke firmly and decisively, Elliot had an illusion. There was an inexplicable flame in Sevens' heart when he said this. Sevens was always smarter than himself. Understood what these big shots wanted better than himself. And was more resolute and decisive than himself. But it seemed that his inner contradictions were no less than his own. Sevens turned his head and stared at Elliot. We will find out who is behind this. Seeing that Sevens was so sensible, Graham became more and more satisfied. The wine glass in his hand shook slightly. And he nodded slightly. His eyes full of admiration. To create greatness, there must be sacrifice. This is collectivism. Sacrifice the small self to achieve the big self. Chapter 880 Identity Exchange. So this is the whale? It's amazing. Let alone riding a whale. I feel dizzy even when I ride a boat. That's right. I still remember that I went to work on an offshore drilling platform 2 years ago. There was nothing in that broken place. I worked all the time. To be able to ride this thing through the storm is also a god. This must be a god. Hoorah! In the old East German area, The whale was transported in from the residential area, and the surrounding area was crowded with people. Keep your distance. Yes. Thank you for your cooperation. It is a little timid. If you are suddenly dragged into the sea, you will also be timid, and thank you for your cooperation. The can that encapsulates the whale is towed behind the front of the truck. Thanks to the fact that all roads in the old East German residential area lead to the industrial area, this large thing can be driven on the street without any obstacles. As if this street was built just for the whale car to drive well. Carl stood beside the trailer container, constantly waving at the people who were squeezed through the blockade, signaling them to step back, with a feeling of taking care of a child. Not far away, Elliot and Seven sat in a truck. Alina was driving, and her other two companions were guarding Carl. The three of them split up and acted on the other side. It can be imagined that if something happened, the network monitoring agents and Interpol had already mixed into the crowd and infiltrated the entire old East Germany. Cyber psychopaths in different regions have different styles. In Night City, most of them are super soldiers with a large number of military prostheses. Here, there are not so many military prostheses to drive people crazy. But the lethality is not smaller than that in Night City. It can even be said to be greater. A powerful Night City cyber psychopath who kills a dozen or 20 NCPD is already a super killer. Quite top level. But if there is a problem in the factory, a random explosion can kill dozens of workers and injure them. More importantly, the economic loss is super huge. And social opinion is also very difficult to control. Besides, this is Berlin. Seven said as he flipped through the records. IEC provided us with a list of the people on duty at the factory that day. Interpol and the Internet Monitoring Agency sent people in. We picked one and went to find someone. The list is very long. Although Berlin's industry has replaced a lot of manual labor, there are still a lot of engineers to supply a city of this size. However, Leo recorded the names of the spokespersons. This information was recorded on a server in another world. So Elliot only needed to pretend to select and actually select the list with that name. That guy is called Harlem Ecker. Let's take a look. Why is this list divided into medium and low risk? What does this mean? This is a scoring system for online public opinion control. If you have connected with the internet monitoring, you will see this evaluation. The evaluation criteria are set by them. And I don't know, but according to my experience, people with such labels will have a lower risk, harmonious family, excellent intelligence, stable job, and competent workability. Simply put, only people with a good life will be willing to maintain the current order. So the risk is relatively low. Will the internet monitoring tell you this? Of course not. Severn shrugged. I summarized it myself. I think we should investigate the high-risk list. But there is no difference. I will listen to you. The truck slowly drove into the community where the target list was located. Workers in Berlin not only have their jobs planned, but their residences will also be divided into different communities according to a hidden scoring system. They don't have their own houses. And if they want to live in cheaper houses, they can only follow the arrangements of the company and the European community. This matches the network classification observed by Lille in cyberspace. The European community is using an undisclosed social management system to purposefully gather people in different communities. The whales were to be transported to the main gate of the IEC Industrial Park. The group walked towards the residential area. The farther they walked, the fewer workers and engineers there were on the street. As they walked, Elliot's nose twitched. There was a smell on the street, like dust was sucked into the lungs. Ahem. Why does this smell a bit choking? Sevens looked surprised. Choking? This smell is exactly the same as Folkestone. Is there something wrong with your brain? Elliot was stunned for a moment. Looking up, he took another breath and found that it was exactly the same as Folkestone. There is a huge green screen of plants between the old East German area and the New Berlin area. This green screen is said to completely isolate industrial waste gas and smog. So the New Berlin area can enjoy the convenience of large-scale industry and the perfect ecological environment at such a close distance. Maybe it was because he went to the New Berlin area yesterday, which cleared his lungs all at once. Lil, in front is the skyscraper where Harlem Ecker lives. Maybe it's true. I got new lungs and a new place. Let's start from the building in front. Let me see the list. Harlan Eck, senior engineer in mechanical dynamics. Graduated from the School of Continuing Education of the University of Berlin. Outstanding graduate. Model worker. Has a daughter. A very successful life. Would such a person really become a terrorist? Elliot asked both Sevens and Leal. He really couldn't figure it out. How could he become a terrorist when his life was like this? Sevens shook his head. I don't know. But it is said that Burger King, the leader of the hamburger crime group in Night City, also graduated from Arasaka Academy with superior results to human beings. Arasaka also revealed that he had sent a high-paying offer letter to this genius with amazing results. But unfortunately he refused. This matter was unanimously summarized by the company as evidence that Burger King has a natural antisocial personality or is a roving AI disguised as a human. So Harlan Eck may be a natural antisocial personality. Or a roving AI. Anyway, it's alright. Sevens could get the reason for listing Harlan Ecker as a suspect by doing this. And it made perfect sense. However, Elliot swallowed his saliva. The truth might be that Burger King is not only a born antisocial personality, but also a wandering AI. If that was the case, shouldn't they just run away? A wandering AI with an antisocial personality has already sneaked into Berlin. Elliot, brother, what do you think about this matter? Leal replied unhappily. Leal, I think you should focus on collecting clues now. Elliot quickly gathered his thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. At this time, he suddenly found a very familiar scene. Although Harlan Ecker had good conditions, he did not choose to live in a skyscraper with better conditions. The corridors of this skyscraper were crowded and narrow, just like the worker's apartment he used to live in. Even the workers he saw on the road were very similar to him in the past. Either they were as strong as a bull, or as fat as a pig, wearing work clothes that he had worn for who knows how long. And the smell was soaked into them, and could not be washed away, no matter how he washed. He used to be familiar with this smell, but it was slightly different from the smog outside. Since he walked out of Folkestone, he has never smelled that smell on himself again. Looking at the way the workers looked at him, and the way they talked about him, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have become the two people who came to the apartment to question him at that time. The two network monitoring agents. He now has a tall and healthy figure, uses prosthetics that only EC officials can afford, and wears a clean suit. At that time, through Leal's technology, he could see the appearance of the two agents from the surveillance. Elliot unconsciously adjusted his pace and posture. Bang bang. He went forward and knocked on the door. And Sevens directly inserted the personal link into the search interface in front of the door. Who are you? The person who walked out of the door was a fat man, who looked like he hadn't slept for several days. And there was a special feeling for superiors between his eyebrows. Although Elliot had never seen it, he was sure that he had once looked at those network monitoring agents in the same way. He paused in his tracks until he heard Sevens' doubtful voice behind him. You're not Harlan Mike?